I and a black snake are twin brothers born together. He awakened the ability of infinite devouring evolution, while I am a talentless waste. Seeing this, my father promptly sent me to the factory to screw bolts, earning a monthly salary of 3,000 to feed the snake brother's growth. I thought the snake brother would choose to devour me to fulfill his plan, but it wasn't until the day when spiritual energy revived that I discovered the snake brother's skill attributes could actually feed back to me. At this moment, as I look at the snake mark on my arm, I fall into contemplation. Currently, I have two kinds of feelings. One is the human body sensation, and the other is the snake entwined on my arm. It turns out that it is the first level talent I awakened, the black snake avatar. The avatar can grow together with the main body. This talent seems good, but it's only on the surface. This afternoon, I've already let the little black snake eat half a basin of shrimp, utterly useless. It even vomited it out after eating too much. Damn it, relying on the system. Just a moment, the demon god system is binding, and the demon god's gift has been issued to you. Do you want to claim it? Seeing this, I couldn't help but freeze, asking the system what the gift contains. Demon god level evolution route, talent upgrade to demon god level. Do you want to use the demon god's gift? Wait, because this is after all a residential building. It wouldn't be good if there were any major disturbances. In the blink of an eye, I had already arrived in an alley. Only after seeing no one around did I speak. Use the demon god's gift. The demon god level talent has been issued, and your avatar evolution route has been issued. Just as I used the cheat, the sky suddenly became windy, and deep dragon roars echoed. At the same time, the Alliance headquarters began to shake. In the center of each high-rise building, a 100-meter golden list began to tremble. The top 10 strongest talents list began to shake. Someone has awakened SSS level talent at this moment. Countless people stared closely at the talent list, not wanting to miss any details. The originally shining SSS level extreme cold disciple directly moved to second place, replaced by the demon god level infinite dragon ancestor. What is demon god level? What does demon god level mean? What level is this? I must find this genius. The old man clenched his fists tightly, bloodshot eyes appearing, his expression full of shock. At this moment, not only in China but even worldwide, everyone was shaken by the swaying demon god princess. What's with the talent? Yet here I am, standing calmly in the alley, checking the updated talents. Name, Yayi. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level Realm, Hidden Body 12, Spirit 15, Skill, Hidden Avatar Black Snake, Strength, Weak Snake Evolution Direction Black Gold Horse, Red Flame Horse, Mongolian Horse, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level, Skill, None, Infinite Dragon Group, Under Human Form, can turn the avatar into a mark form, enhancing oneself, increasing strength tenfold. Under avatar form, can infinitely devour and evolve, strengthening oneself while enhancing the main body. Seeing this situation, I revealed a look of surprise. It turns out that on the basis of the avatar and the main body growing together, strength conquering was added, as well as the ability of infinite devouring evolution. And now, he can make the black snake avatar become a mark on his body in an instant. The little black snake entwined on my arm turned into a black snake pattern, appearing on my arm. After feeling it, once the little black snake turned into a tattoo, my spirit relaxed significantly, as if liberated, and at the moment when the black snake avatar merged with me, his attribute points directly increased tenfold, body 120, spirit 150. Alright, the next step is to enhance the avatar. Yayi made up his mind and headed to a market after buying half a pig's trotter. Although the clone was small, it now had the ability to devour endlessly. I found a secluded spot, took out a knife, and cut the pig's trotter into strips. Then, the little black snake was summoned. He controlled the snake's mouth, devouring the pig's trotter bite by bite. The fresh and tender sensation lingered in my heart. At the same time, he realized that once the pig's trotter entered the little black snake's body, it directly turned into pure energy, spreading out. At the same time, the little black snake's body was rapidly expanding, 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, half a meter. Having eaten less than half of the pig's trotter, the little black snake's body directly broke through its limits. At the same time, my strength increased by 48 points, and my spirit increased by 45 points. A warm current surged through my body, muscles appeared on my originally frail body, and I grew taller. Should I upgrade so quickly? Of course, with the increase in my mental power, the little black snake's body was also rapidly expanding. At this moment, controlling two bodies no longer felt difficult. Even the pupils of the black snake were full of agility. Initially, the little black snake just gradually ate the meat strips, but now it started tearing and biting into large chunks of meat, turning them into pure energy to nourish itself. The black snake had reached the evolution standard. Choose the evolution type between the black gold python's defense, the red flame python's fire attack, and the poison python's poison attack. After hesitating for a moment, I spoke up, evolve. In the next second, a highly toxic python, with a body length of nearly 2 meters, drilled into my arm, transforming into a fierce and agile giant thorn. I looked at the magnificent tattoo on my arm, feeling somewhat shocked. The evolving clone alternated between a black python and a green poisonous python, looking incredibly handsome. Next, I needed to buy a weapon, hunt some low-level exotic beasts, exchange their bodies for rewards, and luckily, there was a merchant selling weapons at the city gate, where prices were much cheaper. Just as I was about to reach the city gate, my birth father called, as expected. A voice filled with rage came through. "You brat, come back immediately, you are responsible for your brother's tuition. He is the hope of our Yao family. Let me tell you, there is a new demon-level talent in our country, called the Infinite Dragon Clan, the world's #1 talent. That person will definitely enter the Alliance University this year, and it's very likely that he will be in the same year as your brother. If your brother gets to know him, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Do you understand?" The angry voice on the phone continued, but a strange expression appeared on my face. "Isn't that me, bro?" Suppressing the strange feeling in my heart, I hung up the phone directly. The Alliance headquarters had a talent list, and I knew that I had to quickly become stronger in the future to leave this family that didn't belong to me. With that in mind, I headed towards the city gate, ready to hunt some exotic beasts. Soon, I arrived at the city gate, where I could see a large group of Awakeners, a B-grade talent at the first stage, looking for a team without assassin-type talents, a C-grade support talent at the second stage, looking for a team that could protect me. Accompanied by an 8th-stage talent with strong attack abilities, hunting for 3 hours would cost 50,000 Alliance coins, all exotic beasts. With this shout, everyone turned to look at the tall middle-aged man. In this place, practitioners were mostly at the first or second stage, so how did a 4th-stage practitioner appear? Oh, it turned out to be a trainer. Awakeners were divided into 9 stages, from the 1st to the 9th stage, each with 9 sublevels. The 4th stage expert in front of me was undoubtedly extremely powerful. By all accounts, he could already compete with some 5th stage exotic beasts. Arriving here to do business is quite rare, but I didn't think much about it. I went straight to the city gate, where an old man with a weapon basket on his back stood. I asked for the lowest tier long knife, and the old man didn't look down on me. He took out a sharp long knife, plain without any decorations but gleamingly sharp. 3000 Alliance coins, non-negotiable, he said. The deal was done. Yayi looked at the long knife, somewhat satisfied. "Not good, kid, run." The next moment, the old man's tone became frantic. He shouted 3 times to run and then hurriedly left. It was only then that I noticed 4 people walking behind me, and the atmosphere felt off. 1 woman and 3 men, all high-level experts. A burly man spoke arrogantly, then grabbed my collar. "You're unlucky, I'll let you go this time," he said. I felt the urge to escape but realized my attributes were low, not even in the first tier. Facing these 4 people, resistance seemed futile. It was then that I realized I was being held captive by them. Heading towards a nearby teleportation gate, from the terrified voices around, I learned that these 4 were known as the Demon Hunt Squad, notorious in the area. They needed 5 people to get an 80% discount on the teleportation fee, so they had to gather 5 and venture into dangerous areas to hunt beasts. As for the 5th person's fate, they didn't care. Soon, the 5 of us stood at the teleportation gate, paid the fee, and entered one by one. I was no exception. Dizzy, I stumbled a few steps before seeing the surroundings clearly. Before me lay vast abandoned buildings, towering skyscrapers covered in vines. The wide roads were now overgrown with giant trees, and in the distance, a thunderous beast roar echoed. A sense of danger crept into my heart as I felt at least 3 alien gazes around me. "Huh, this kid can't even handle a teleportation gate without fainting," a muscular man in armor laughed, looking down on me. "Let him be. Don't forget our mission," a short-haired woman scolded, leading the 3 men to the east at a remarkable speed. Ignoring was the highest form of contempt. I remembered the 4 of them as they left, feeling the 3 prying gazes becoming more brazen. Returning to the city center now would surely lead to encountering beasts that could tear me apart. However, the good news was that Black Snake had completed its evolution. Your clone has evolved into a venomous python. Your current race is venomous python with the talent of the Infinite Dragon Ancestor, at the Demon God level. Attributes: Physical 78, Mental 83, Skill, Venom, Clone, Venomous Python. Strength, Venomous Python. Evolution options: Water Fire Python, Wind Thunder Python, Earth Python. Talent: Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God level. Skill: Venom. The stronger the power, the higher the toxicity. In human form, attacks will poison the opponent. In clone form, it possesses venomous fangs. My attributes had once again increased, and I had gained a new skill. My eyes lit up as I finally understood why my talent was at the Demon God level. Each evolution brought me a skill even more powerful than the talent itself. "Come out, little black," I said, swinging my arm. Immediately, a nearly 4-meter-long emerald-green giant python appeared out of thin air, its scales shimmering with a faint cold light, and its head shaped like a sharp triangle. At first glance, it was super top-notch. At this moment, the momentum of my clone can be said to be extremely powerful. Even though I haven't even defeated a single opponent, the 3 peepers who were already poised to strike immediately retracted their gazes and fled into the distance in an instant. However, I will not let them go at this moment. Pursuing and purifying with just half a pig's trotter, eating up these three would mean another step forward. Just as I was chasing the alien beasts, an old and a young figure arrived at the gate of the Hui city. Yao Guang was already a first-class talent, so I will first let you experience the cruelty of the wilderness and prepare you for the college entrance exam in 15 days. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely get into the Alliance University as your student, Yao Guang said firmly. By now, he understood that the shadow cast by his brother's excellent grades and handsome appearance would never envelop him again. At the same time, deep in the Hundred Beasts Wilderness City, a bloodthirsty light gleamed in my eyes. At this moment, my physique reached 78 points, and my spirit reached 83 points, getting closer and closer to the alien species. With a thunderous step, the ground beneath my feet instantly shattered, and the giant python clone moved even faster, with even its close body showing illusions. In just a minute, I saw the three figures fleeing. With their fiery fur and massive bodies, they were boar spiders. I instantly identified the species of this alien beast. Next, I grabbed a stone and smashed it at one of them. Of course, I didn't expect the stone to harm the boar spider but wanted to test my skills. The stone hit the boar spider's large buttocks fiercely, causing it immediate pain. The area that was hit swelled up instantly, turning from fiery red to green. The boar spider let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground within 10 seconds, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Seeing the plight of their companion, the other two were directly frightened and fled even more desperately. At this moment, with a thought, the giant python clone immediately moved forward to devour the dead boar spider, while I chased after the others. With a leap, I soared high and landed on the heads of the two boar spiders, then swung down with a long knife in hand. The sharp blade cut off one boar spider's neck, but unexpectedly got stuck in the gap between the axe heads. The boar spider was in so much pain that its eyes turned bloodshot, and a large amount of green appeared at the wound. Within 3 seconds, it began convulsing. I shrugged my neck, just wanting to see what level my strength was at. However, the venom skill was too fierce, judging from the current situation. Even if I didn't directly engage with the enemy and only used weapons, the weapons would still carry misfortune. This skill is quite fierce. Maybe I should get a couple of guns. Just then, a violent roar sounded, and the last boar spider didn't run away but stared at me with its malicious eyes, exhaling 2 long red gas streams from its nostrils. Wait, if the breath from its nostrils is red, then it has mutated into an alien beast. Seeing this, I was suddenly shocked. I didn't expect the deaths of the first two to enrage it. Let me try it in this life. I turned into a shadow and flashed away. Then the next second, the sharp blade struck directly at the pig's head. The pig's head was so tough that my palm tingled slightly, and I immediately stepped back. Before I could retreat, the boar's massive head slammed down, forcing me to step back several times. But suddenly, I felt a continuous surge of energy in my body. The clone was digesting, but I didn't need to wait for it to come over. His whole body suddenly tensed up as the boar was about to charge. When it arrived, it suddenly lay flat on the ground and slid forward, its body close to the ground. But the long knife in its hand was raised, blood directly piercing the soft belly of the red-haired pig, with heart, liver, and intestines dropping out freely, directly engulfing me. Really stinky. He crawled out from a pile of intestines, breathing heavily. Just then, the clone rushed over at high speed. At this moment, the giant python clone grew another 2 meters, becoming a 6-meter python. I took a breath, controlling the clone to devour the red-haired pig's body, while I myself came to the other body, eyes flashing with thought. If I want to sell the exotic beast to merchants, it's not good to have poison. The price will be greatly reduced, or even unsellable. So he opened his palm. With a thought, the green on the red-haired pig's body disappeared in an instant, and streams of green energy flowed into my palm. At the same time as these green energies entered my body, I suddenly felt my mind relax a bit, and my strength slowly recovering. I was delighted. The venomous skill seemed to have been unlocked by him, and at that moment, the python clone also devoured the second red-haired pig, reaching a length of about 7 meters. The venomous python had reached the evolution standard. Please choose the evolution type and the adaptation of the water-fire python attribute, wind-thunder python attribute, and the burrowing python special ability. I rubbed my hands, saying, "Is it time to choose again? Then let's choose to evolve you all. Choose the wind and thunder python. You have confirmed the evolution direction. Do you want to start the evolution now?" Confirmed. In an instant, the giant python split into a stream of light and entered his body, becoming a python totem on his left arm. However, this time the totem was larger, covering his entire left arm, looking quite majestic. If he were to take a bath at a public bathhouse, he would definitely be mistaken for a respectable member of society. But now, Yao Chen was much more impressive than the so-called members of society. He could feel that after this evolution, he would be able to reach the first transformation stage, even surpassing the initial stage. However, there was not much excitement in his heart at the moment, just silent contemplation. The first evolution only required half a piece of ordinary pork, but the second evolution unexpectedly requires 3 exotic beasts. What about the third time? Will it require even more? But after some thought, it didn't matter. His strength was increasing rapidly, and the types of exotic beasts he could hunt were also increasing. At this moment, Yao Chen did not rush to hunt exotic beasts but began to plan his future time. Due to his poor family situation, he awakened about a year later than his other classmates. He awakened together with his younger brother, Yao Guang. His classmates should now be close to the first transformation stage. Some with good talent and good family backgrounds were even approaching the third transformation. The college entrance examination is in half a month. I must quickly improve my strength, achieve a better ranking, enter university, and gain more resources. Yao Chen's eyes gleamed. Universities in this world were different from the previous life. Going to university was actually an internship for awakeners to hunt exotic beasts. Some people even became strong enough to contend with giant beasts directly after 4 years of university. Therefore, the resources in combat training during the 4 years of university were crucial. With this in mind, Yao Chen opened the map to confirm his location. The place he was currently in was called the City of 100 Beasts, where the strength of exotic beasts was relatively low, not exceeding the second transformation. After completing the second evolution, he would be able to handle all the exotic beasts here. He still had an important skill that he hadn't used yet, which was the ability to increase his strength tenfold after merging with his clone. This was the most terrifying aspect of his demigod-level talent. Thinking this, the clone was also about to complete its evolution. The tattoos that originally covered his left arm kept changing, starting from emerald green to a blue color with a misty appearance. The tattoo continued to spread on his body, even extending from his arm to his chest. Before long, a crisp voice sounded, "Evolution completed. Issuing a new panel for you. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demigod Level. Realm, First Transformation. Second Stage, Physique, 219. Spirit, 218. Skills, Venomous. Wind and Thunder Speed, Clone, Wind and Thunder Python. Strength, Fierce Python Dash. Evolution Direction, Moonlight Python. Tyree Python. Soul Python to be chosen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demigod Level. Skills, Venomous. Wind and Thunder Speed. My attributes have reached 200 points. Let me see this Wind and Thunder Speed. Yao Chen's eyes lit up as he opened the description of Wind and Thunder Speed. Wind and Thunder Speed can boost speed by 50% in human form, 60% in clone form, speed increased by half? Am I the kind of person who runs away? I only know how to chase. The attribute rating is Fierce Python Dash, which means it can still be upgraded to Fierce Python plus. Yao Chen's eyes showed a satisfied expression. He did not expect every evolution to bring extremely powerful skills. For example, something like instant kill with a glance was simply impossible. With this thought in mind, he swung his arm, and the tattoo on his body immediately separated from him, revealing a majestic giant python doppelganger. At this moment, the length of the giant python doppelganger had reached 10 meters, with the thickness of a water bucket. Looking majestic, the scales on his body seemed to protrude slightly, but they became harder, with streaks of flowing light and clouds occasionally floating on the surface, giving it a magical appearance. Ah, what is this? Yao Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Then he approached the doppelganger and touched the two protrusions on its head. On the doppelganger's large triangular head, two small protrusions suddenly appeared on both sides. What is this? Dragon horns? Yao Chen pondered, thinking that it would be best if the doppelganger could evolve into a dragon in the future, not only being able to fly in the sky but also becoming extremely powerful. At this moment, he thought of the appearance of the five-clawed golden dragon in the news, and a longing appeared in his eyes. Beasts of that level would even make 8th stage experts carefully consider if they were opponents. At this moment, Yao Chen seemed to see a bright path opening up in front of him, so he picked up the long knife in his hand and suddenly stabbed behind him. "You scoundrel, do you like to spy?" Asterisk splat. Asterisk after the long knife was stained with blood and pulled out. With a thud, the eavesdropper fell to the ground. Yao Chen turned to look, seeing a non-advanced black ape beside him, its eyes full of resentment as it looked at him, appearing quite intelligent. "Swallow it." The giant python doppelganger emotionlessly approached the black ape, biting its large head and starting to swallow it down. Asterisk gulp gulp. Asterisk the feeling of swallowing a primate-like exotic beast was somewhat strange, so Yao Chen gave up feeling it and instead looked around at the surroundings. At this moment, the once silent dense forest occasionally echoed with roars of beasts. He could sense at least 5 or 6 auras around, all seeming to be apes. However, with his strong power now, These non-advanced apes posed no threat to him. Kid, what's the background of the exotic beast by your side? Tell me how you tamed it. Maybe I can let you leave here alive. A indifferent male voice suddenly sounded, and Yao Chen's pupils slightly contracted when he saw a tall figure slowly emerging from the nearby dense forest. A first-stage high rank? Yao Chen's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of cunning, as he took off the wristwatch on his wrist and threw it towards the man. There's a method to tame exotic beasts inside. Don't bother me. Venom, activate. Humph, you know your place. The tall man chuckled lightly, then immediately reached out and caught the wristwatch that Yao Chen threw. At that moment, he was thinking that Yao Chen should be wearing a spatial wristband, which should contain some kind of treasure, but this kid in front of him was killed out of fear, so everything was handed over to him. However, in the instant he caught the wristwatch, the tall man's face changed. With his experience, he immediately realized that it was just a cheap ordinary wristwatch and had nothing to do with a spatial wristband. Yet, the next moment, his whole person suddenly froze. Then, as if he had seen a ghost, he threw away the wristwatch. What have you done? The tall man stared at his completely green hand, looking dumbfounded. Feeling the intense pain in his hand, he immediately drew the long sword from his back, then directly chopped off his hand with one stroke. Asterisk splat. Asterisk, a large amount of blood gushed out, and after the severed hand fell to the ground, it became even more eerie and green, with the blood flowing out also turning green. You cunning brat! Today, I will crush you to death. The tall man was filled with anger, yet at this moment, he couldn't see where Yao Chen was. Where did he go? He was puzzled, and when he looked up, he saw Yao Chen climbing directly up the tree, dozens of meters above the ground. What are you looking at? I climbed up here for a better view, Yao Chen said in a calm tone, completely unconcerned about his monkey-like appearance. After all, the man in front of him was of a much higher level than himself. Engaging in a direct confrontation might result in injuries, which did not align with his principle of avoiding harm while hunting. Humph, I'll just... Before the tall man could finish his sentence, his whole body suddenly trembled in fear. He realized that the poison did not disappear with the severed hand. Instead, it boiled within his body, turning the blood flowing from the wound into a green color. I'll kill you. He was truly enraged. However, at that moment, the tall man's steps were unsteady. Even the hand holding the knife was trembling uncontrollably. Yet, his eyes remained fierce as he pointed at Yao Chen in the sky. Air cannon. Bang! A transparent ripple bloomed from his fingertip and rushed towards Yao Chen. However, due to the deep poisoning, this move did not have much effect. It dissipated gradually before reaching halfway. Ugh! With a thud, the tall man fell to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Yao Chen twisted his neck and leaped down from the tree, which was several dozen meters high. Instead of approaching the man's body directly, he waited for a moment and had the giant python fetch a black monkey, throwing it directly onto the man's corpse. Bang! As expected, a loud bang echoed. The black monkey that fell on the man's body exploded into a bloody mess. Beyond dead. After a brief hesitation, Yao Chen had the python fetch another black monkey and threw it onto the man's body. However, this time the black monkey did not die but ran away in fear. Once he confirmed it was safe, Yao Chen quickly approached the man's body and began looting his belongings. A second-tier long sword and a spatial bracelet. He hung the long sword at his waist, casually tossing away the previous long knife. A second-tier weapon was decent, after all. Weapons were graded from 1 to 9 tiers, with the second tier being a good find. Next, he started examining the man's spatial bracelet. Yao Chen's consciousness surged as he delved into the spatial bracelet to investigate. With just one glance, he became excited. The space inside the bracelet was a whopping 200 meters in size. Such a huge storage space was worth at least over 1 million alliance coins. What a windfall! He threw out all the other items in the space as they were just the man's miscellaneous items of little value. A 200-meter space is more than enough for me. This way, I can store the bodies of the exotic beasts I hunt. Excitement gleamed in Yao Chen's eyes as he wore the bracelet on his wrist. Comfortable, but I should hunt fewer of my kind in the future. Muttering to himself, he couldn't help but think of the 4 members of the demon hunting team. Our next meeting will be your end. But first, I need to hunt down some stronger exotic beasts. Before leaving, he absorbed all the toxins from the man's body to avoid leaving any evidence. Soon, Yao Chen moved towards the east. However, his way of walking was different from others. He sat on the giant python's body, letting it carry him along. It felt really cool. like riding a giant dragon, even though it was himself riding himself. As for why he chose to head east, it was because the 4 members of the demon hunting team were also heading in that direction. Yao Chen was never a good talker. With strength comes the need for retaliation, otherwise, what is strength for? However, just a short distance down the road, he encountered a majestic blood bull. A second-tier blood bull, once killed, would gush out a large amount of fresh blood, with a strong spread of the bloody scent. Yao Chen intended to spare the creature, as an intense bloody scent would attract a large number of exotic beasts. However, even though he spared the blood bull, it seemed unwilling to spare him. Moo! A seemingly hearty bellow was heard, followed by the blood bull's majestic body charging directly at him. Damn it! Yao Chen casually picked up a stone and knocked it on the blood bull's head, poisoning it, then swiftly rode away on a giant python. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but once the blood bull died, the scent of blood would attract a large number of exotic beasts, and he didn't want to be surrounded by them. Meanwhile, at the location where the tall man had died earlier, an old and a young figure arrived to look. Yao Guang, do you see? This is the danger of the wilderness. Yao Guang looked at the body on the ground, his neck shrinking, fear evident in his eyes. The elderly man beside him was a teacher at the Alliance University, who, due to his A-level talent, had been allowed to come out for training ahead of time. Along the way, Yao Guang had not been very afraid when encountering exotic beasts. But seeing the man's body filled him with an unexpected sense of terror. How did he die? Logically speaking, with just a severed palm injury, he shouldn't have died at all. The old man examined the man's body, his eyes showing alertness. He might have been killed by an awakener, and the opponent's strength is at least 3rd tier or higher, on par with me. Moreover, this eerie method of killing, this person is definitely a formidable enemy. Listening to the old man's words, Yao Guang took a few steps back, feeling as if he was being overshadowed by a huge shadow. A 1st-tier 3rd-level monkey friend, dead. A 2nd-tier pink earthworm, dead. After evading the blood bull's pursuit, Yao Chen continued on his way, killing at least 5 1st-tier exotic beasts along the way. However, he didn't rush to let his avatar devour them but stored them in his spatial ring, planning to accumulate enough to meet the evolution criteria in one go. Although each consumption would increase his attributes, they weren't significant, and he preferred a substantial advancement all at once. With this in mind, Yao Chen encountered 3 exotic beasts again, but this time his expression turned serious. 3 6th-tier wind cloud leopards, and there were 3 of them. Each of their 4 paws was surrounded by mist, and every movement stirred up waves, especially when running. It was like a roaring wind. These 3 fellows not only have high realms but also fast speeds. Yao Chen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into action. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, and he and the python shot out at extreme speed. At the same time, the 3 wind cloud leopards immediately reacted and closed in at high speed. So fast, Yao Chen was astonished, as in just a few seconds, the 3 leopards had already closed in behind him. Die! He threw 3 stones intending to poison them, but to his surprise, the wind cloud leopards' reactions were also extremely fast, easily dodging them. Too fast. Yao Chen's heart skipped a beat, then his wind thunder divine speed came into play. Swish! In less than a second, he had shot out 100 meters away. Unexpectedly, Yao Chen stopped in his tracks and crouched down, with the python avatar also pausing, waiting for his next move. The 3 wind cloud leopards, of course, had no idea what he was up to, only knowing their prey was close by. However, as they approached Yao Chen, he suddenly leaped high into the air, followed by a large cloud of yellow dust flying up. Swish! A large amount of soil ash flew up, directly submerging the 3 wind cloud leopards. The next moment, Yao Chen once again used the wind and thunder divine speed to dart out. The distance between them was pulled apart once again, but this time the speed of the 3 wind cloud leopards was noticeably slower. Strands of green appeared on their bodies. Although there was a strong wind swirling around them constantly detoxifying, it couldn't keep up with the speed of the toxins spreading. Gradually, the speed of the 3 wind cloud leopards slowed down even more. Even without using the wind and thunder divine speed, Yao Chen could easily outpace them with his original speed alone. No good, my 3 little brothers, you still need more practice. He arrived in front of the 3 leopards, looking at them gasping for breath, their lives hanging by a thread. Yao Chen waited silently until the 3 leopards breathed their last before approaching. The most valuable parts of the wind cloud leopards were their fur and claws. A complete leopard skin was worth at least 50,000 alliance coins, not to mention the flesh and blood. The flesh of a first-grade exotic beast was worth over 300 alliance coins per pound because of its ability to invigorate blood. However, due to his unique ability to devour his doppelgangers, Yao Chen couldn't exchange the flesh and blood for money, he had to devour them himself. Fortunately, there were materials on the exotic beasts that were also valuable. For example, the 4 claws of the wind cloud leopard in front of him were each worth 20,000 alliance coins. These were considered rare materials of the first grade and possessed the wind cloud attribute. When refined together with other materials, they could produce treasures with the wind cloud attribute. These treasures were called treasures because they had effects similar to those of awakened individuals, with different effects depending on their attributes. The lowest value of such treasures was over 2 million alliance coins, the highest could reach over 10 billion, and their effects were quite extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yao Chen directly skinned the 3 wind cloud leopards and then cut off their claws one by one. He placed the bodies of the exotic beasts on the left side of his bracelet space, while the materials and fur to be sold were placed on the right side. Just as he was about to continue walking east, a sudden sense of unease surged in his heart. Birds flew overhead, and faint roars could be heard from the distant forest. No, this is a precursor to a beast tide. Yao Chen's eyes flashed with decisiveness, and he threw out all the exotic beast bodies from his bracelet. Quick, eat. Let's boost our strength first. The python avatar began to rapidly devour. As soon as an exotic beast body entered its abdomen, the python's body swelled, but within a dozen seconds, it was completely digested. Yao Chen enjoyed the sensation of devouring while observing his surroundings. Soon, within 10 minutes, the python avatar had eaten all the exotic beasts. At this moment, its body expanded by another circle, reaching a length of 15 meters and a width similar to a water tank. However, the 2 protrusions on its head remained small, even shrinking due to the enlargement of its body. It seems that the dragon horns on the head will only grow with evolution. Yao Chen clenched his fist and said, at this moment, he felt that his realm had once again improved. Name, Yao Chen, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, realm, 1st grade, 3rd stage, physique, 321, spirit, 350, skills, venomous, wind and thunder divine speed. Have I reached the 3rd stage? Or am I still too slow? Yao Chen estimated that if he merged with his doppelganger, all his attributes would double to around 3,000. However, he was unsure how his 3,000 attributes compared to awakened individuals of which grade, probably not even reaching the level of a 3rd grade awakened individual. It should be noted that he had some understanding of the awakened individuals in this world. The gap between the 1st to 5th awakenings was not significant, but the 6th awakening was a watershed. He was not sure how high this watershed was. At this moment, more and more birds flew out from the high altitude, with even pterosaurs with wingspans exceeding 15 meters soaring in the sky. This is a 2nd-level iron-winged pterosaur. What kind of existence could make it flee? Yao Chen was alert and directly rode on the giant python avatar, speeding away. The avatar's use of wind and thunder god speed was 1/10 faster than his own, and he planned to absorb it back into his body after its energy was depleted, then continue on his way, which would save him a lot of trouble. Unconsciously, Yao Chen drew closer to the valley where the demon hunting team was located, but he was still unaware, even thinking about hunting some rare exotic beasts when the beast tide arrived. This beast tide seems to be fiercer than I imagined. I'm afraid there will be 3rd-level exotic beasts appearing. Yao Chen stood at the top of a small mountain peak, looking out. A large number of exotic beasts began to emerge from the nearby dense forest. Among them were many rare exotic beasts, some of which were entirely made of materials, all of which were valuable resources. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he quickly made a decision. At present, he had completely separated from his family and needed a large source of income. Moreover, his main body also needed to cultivate and could not rely solely on the avatar's devouring. Thinking of this, Yao Chen moved and arrived in front of a dark valley at the foot of the mountain, preparing to enter the valley to hide when the beast tide fully erupted. This valley was called the Fallen Valley, where there seemed to be high-level exotic beasts, but their ranks would not be too high, so it was not considered dangerous. Moreover, the terrain in the valley was complex, so even if the beast tide rushed in, it would not cause much damage. After confirming his retreat route, Yao Chen walked a distance forward. At that moment, he directly absorbed the giant python avatar into his body, forming a huge python tattoo on his body, silently waiting for the beast tide to arrive. Before long, the roar of beasts grew closer. At this moment, Yao Chen's combined attributes with the avatar reached over 3,000 points, so he did not feel much fear but instead rushed towards the dozens of exotic beasts at the forefront of the beast tide. A white jade ape monkey. It's actually this kind of high-priced exotic beast. Looking at the white jade ape monkey leading the charge, Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with astonishing light. He then picked up a stone from the ground and struck the white jade ape monkey's head, intending to poison it to death and prevent its valuable body from being harmed. As for himself, he swiftly moved among the exotic beasts, attacking and retreating after each sword strike, silently waiting for the poison to take effect. In human combat, the most important thing is to fight without getting hurt. Yao Chen strongly agreed with this statement, resolutely avoiding any harm to himself. With his body attributes expanded tenfold, he moved among the group of exotic beasts, attacking and retreating after each strike, letting the exotic beasts roar while he turned to attack the next target. As he continued to wield his sword, nearly half of the exotic beasts were poisoned by him, except for a few that were extremely fast and remained unharmed. All the others were poisoned. Seeing that most of the exotic beasts were poisoned, Yao Chen changed direction, turning around to collect those that had already succumbed to the poison. Swish, 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 one by one, he stored the exotic beasts in his spatial ring. However, in his eyes, these were not exotic beasts but bright red bills. Seeing that he had collected almost all of them, Yao Chen felt puzzled. What about that white jade ape monkey? It's worth 500,000. Anxious, he hurriedly searched around. After scanning around, he unexpectedly found the white jade ape monkey still frolicking at the forefront, showing no signs of being poisoned. By the way, this guy is entirely made of white jade, probably extremely immune to toxicity. He might not care about other exotic beasts, but he was determined to get this white jade ape. However, at that moment, two figures suddenly appeared not far from the fallen valley, and an old man rushed towards the white jade ape with the intention of capturing it. Yet, at this moment, Yao Chen surprisingly did not look at the old man trying to catch the white jade ape but instead fixed his gaze on a timid figure in the distance. Yao Guang? What is he doing here? Yao Chen wondered, realizing that Yao Guang had also recognized him. His eyes filled with surprise. However, Yao Chen did not pay much attention to his younger brother but swiftly moved towards the white jade ape and shouted loudly, "Get lost! I was the one who found this monkey first." With a thunderous shout, the old man startled and stepped back repeatedly, then stared at Yao Chen intently. "You." The old man had just uttered two words when he saw the bracelet on Yao Chen's left wrist and froze. His pupils suddenly contracted, then he moved aside without saying a word, even giving up the chase for the white jade ape. Yao Chen furrowed his brow. He had only raised his voice to boost his confidence, yet he managed to scare off this old man? He didn't dwell on it and swiftly grabbed the white jade ape by the nape of its neck, delivering a chop to break its spine after its breath ceased. He then tossed it into the spatial bracelet. The whole process was smooth and fluid. Even the old man glanced sideways, a hint of fear in his eyes. Ever since he had seen the body of that man who died mysteriously, the old man had some speculations. Typically, when awakened individuals die while hunting exotic beasts in the wild, their bodies are usually completely consumed, leaving only the spatial bracelet, weapons, and clothing. However, the man he encountered before had thrown out a lot of miscellaneous items from the spatial bracelet. The spatial bracelet had disappeared, and even the weapons were taken. The old man even felt that the long sword in Yao Chen's hand was from the deceased man. As he was pondering this, he suddenly noticed that Yao Chen was approaching the students he was leading. Not good. The old man panicked, thinking that Yao Chen was going to harm his students, but absurdly, the two stood still, even conversing, perhaps recognizing each other. "What are you doing here?" Yao Chen looked down at his younger brother indifferently. His strength had already reached the first stage of the third transformation. His stature had grown significantly, towering a whole head above Yao Guang, and his body had become even more imposing. At this moment, Yao Guang's eyes were numb, his body trembling. His brother's massive figure cast a shadow over his face, blocking the sunlight, and the strong scent of blood emanating from his brother made him extremely uncomfortable. Yao Guang even found it hard to breathe, longing to gulp fresh air away from his brother. But he couldn't. Damn it! Is this my brother? How did he become so strong? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this waste become so powerful in just one day? How is this possible? Yao Guang raged in his mind, but his body couldn't stop shaking. Humph, when you come to the wilderness, you must understand the hunter's code. With your timid appearance, I wonder what your parents would think if they saw you. Yao Chen looked down at Yao Guang, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then he floated away lightly, heading towards the next wave of beasts. After all, he needed a large amount of money now, and it would be even better if 2 more white jade apes appeared. As for his foolish brother, although this kid was a bit disgusting, he did share the same surname as him, but he didn't need protection. Wasn't there a teacher accompanying him? Seeing Yao Chen leave, the old man rushed to Yao Guang's side with a look as if he had seen a ghost. "Sa Guang, do you know this person?" I. Yao Guang's voice still trembled slightly, and his eyes became somewhat timid when he saw the tall figure in the distance. He is my brother." As these words came out, the old man's pupils suddenly contracted, then incredulously said, "He is your brother? Weren't you both awakened on the same day? And you mentioned that your brother only had a D-level talent. How could he have grown so fast?" The old man felt like he had heard a huge joke, thinking that Yao Guang was deceiving him, but at this moment, he carefully recalled that Yao Chen's appearance was indeed very similar to Yao Guang's. "He is really your brother?" the old man asked uncertainly once again, but he understood that this question was meaningless. Judging by their appearances alone was enough to tell they were brothers. Looking at the genius in front of him with an A-level talent but a sly and stingy demeanor, and then at the figure in the distance who was skillfully navigating through the group of exotic beasts, the old man felt that his outlook on life had been shaken. Your brother cannot possibly be a D-level talent, he is at least an A-level. The person who tested his talent must have made a mistake. Such accidents have happened before. Forget it, let's leave now. Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Understand? Hearing the old man's warning, Yao Guang nodded his head in agreement, and then the 2 figures disappeared from the spot, heading swiftly towards the city. However, before leaving, Yao Guang's gaze still remained fixed on the direction where his brother was fighting, unwilling to move. "Why?" he muttered to himself, but there was no one to answer this question. As for Yao Chen, at this moment, he was like a fish in water among the group of exotic beasts. He even discovered an extraordinary way to use the skill Venomous. Anything I use as a weapon will carry venom. So, what if I use the earth as a weapon? Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with endless killing intent as he plunged into the midst of the exotic beasts, pressing his hands against the ground. Swish! In an instant, visibly, the ground where his hands touched began to turn green. The emerald color spread from him, causing plants to wither and even insects to perish on this greenery. As for the exotic beasts, although they seemed fine for the moment, after just 5 or 6 seconds, their paws began to swell and turn a faint green. Thump! 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 One after another, the exotic beasts fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Damn! This is called a demon god level? It might as well be called a conceptual level. Yao Chen burst out with a rude exclamation, then began collecting the bodies of the exotic beasts. Shadow Mouse Mother, Land Seahorse, Giant Fong Rat, Pink 2 Wolf, one rare exotic beast after another, as well as common ones, were stored in his spatial bracelet. At this moment, Yao Chen realized that his spatial bracelet seemed insufficient. Nearly half of the space was already filled with the bodies of the exotic beasts. Damn! I'm going to make a fortune this time. Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with boundless excitement. Just the treasures and materials on these exotic beasts were enough to make him a huge profit, even enough to buy a house in the safest area of the city. And that's not all. Along with miscellaneous fur and other items, it would be enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for the rest of their life. Yao Chen conservatively estimated that the value of these items should be around 4 million alliance coins. This was 4 million alliance coins, even more than what he earned in his previous life. Yao Chen was a mercenary in his past life, earning only around 200,000 to 500,000 for each mission. That's why he ended up here after a few missions. However, just a few days after crossing over, he made a whopping 4 million. Thinking about the bright future ahead, a smile crept onto Yao Chen's lips, but soon, his smile stiffened slightly. The area where he had just used the potent poison was now covered in a green toxin within a radius of 30 meters, but it was limited to that range. It seems like my skill is not just for show. Indeed, if the whole planet is toxic, wouldn't it poison everyone to death? Yao Chen chuckled. collected all the exotic beast corpses, and then glanced back. At this moment, the beast tide in the distant forest became more ferocious, with second-stage exotic beasts appearing, and even hints of third-stage presence in the depths. After merging with my clone, I can kill second-stage exotic beasts, but it's risky with third-stage and above. The higher the opponent's rank, the less effective the potent poison becomes. There are only a few days left until the college entrance exam. I can't take any more risks. Let's first check out the outskirts of the Fallen Valley. With that in mind, Yao Chen stepped into the Fallen Valley. Meanwhile, deep in the Fallen Valley, 4 figures were trapped under a golden shield, emitting cries of despair. Wang Tingting, it's all your fault. If you hadn't been greedy for that stone wolf, would we be stuck here? A heavily armored man shouted in anguish. Outside their golden shield, a massive stone wolf was relentlessly pounding on it. Each attack left deep cracks. The 3 men and 1 woman all wore grim expressions, using up their energy to maintain the shield, but it was only a matter of time before it broke. Enough! If it weren't for the treasure my old man gave me, could we have lasted until now? The most important thing now is for you 3 to maintain the golden shield. Only then can I charge the laser sword given by the authorities to defeat him. Wang Tingting shouted confidently, but her anxious expression had already betrayed her. Damn it, Wang Tingting, the official laser sword needs sunlight. It needs to be exposed for a full 8 hours. Even if you drain us dry, we won't last 8 hours. The heavily armored man was on the verge of tears, but eventually, a man in white robes beside him spoke slowly. I think we should deactivate the shield now and fight the stone wolf to the death. There might be a chance of survival. What are you saying? The shield must not be deactivated. The stone wolf is a second stage 9th rank. Who among us can defeat it? Wait, it seems like someone is coming from outside the valley. The heavily armored man suddenly brightened, staring intently at the person approaching the valley entrance, a look of joy in his eyes. Which one of you go and call that person over to help us? One person can take on dozens of small stone wolves. He seems quite fierce, the heavily armored man muttered to himself. It's worth noting that when the 4 of them entered, they barely made it in by working together, and the figure outside the valley seemed to be handling things effortlessly, even appearing relaxed. At this moment, Yao Chen on the outskirts of the valley was continuously clearing out the small stone wolves that kept emerging, while casually glancing towards the deepest part of the valley. These 4 people are trapped inside the valley. It's going to be effortless to deal with them. Unlike other exotic beasts, the stone wolf had a lower proportion of flesh and blood in its body, so the potent poison had a weaker effect on it. At this moment, Yao Chen was completely relying on the strength of his body to engage in battle. However, for him, whose attributes had increased tenfold, the current group of exotic beasts in front of him were simply not enough to be considered opponents. Die, die, die. The value of ordinary small stone wolves was not high, only the eyes of high-ranking stone wolves would condense into rubies, making those stone wolves the most valuable. A single ruby was worth at least 600,000, while 2 were worth over 1.3 million. Yao Chen looked at the massive stone wolf in the deepest part of the valley and instantly understood why the 4 members of the demon hunting team had come here. With insufficient strength, they dare to covet the second-tier high-ranking stone wolf. How greedy can they be compared to me? Yao Chen sneered as he charged towards the depths of the valley, paying no attention to the numerous small stone wolves attacking him. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals inside the golden shield, upon seeing Yao Chen charging towards them, were filled with excitement in their eyes. Wang Tingting was on the verge of tears, and the armored man even started crying, as men could also be fragile. Woohoo! The demon hunting team is saved. This is great. Who is this expert? The armored man knelt on the ground, crying loudly. He had long thought that the 4 of them, who usually engaged in all sorts of evil deeds, being bitten to death by exotic beasts would be the best outcome. But today, unexpectedly, they found a way out in their dire situation. Truly a stroke of luck. The other 3 individuals were also filled with excitement. Their desire for life had never been so strong. He's here! He's here! He's our savior! The armored man shouted, but after seeing the appearance of the newcomer, his words suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the person before him. This person, have I seen him before? How is this possible? It's only been a day. Damn! Of course, we've seen him. He's the one we threw in as a stand-in. The man in white robes sat on the ground, covering his face. He had never advocated for using others as substitutes to save alliance coins, but these 3 didn't listen to advice, so he reluctantly joined in. Now, this kid was lucky not to have been killed by them. At this moment, Yao Chen had already reached a range of 10 meters from the golden shield, while the massive stone wolf turned its 2 ruby eyes towards him, staring intently. Roar! With a violent roar, the massive body of the stone wolf lunged towards Yao Chen with tremendous force. Everyone held their breath, watching the two engage in combat. Crack! 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 Yao Chen soared into the air like a swallow, his long sword dancing in his hand. With just one strike, he plucked out the 2 ruby eyes of the stone wolf, grabbed them directly, and stuffed them into his spatial bracelet. But it wasn't over yet. In the moment the stone wolf lost its sight, Yao Chen thrust his long sword into its throat, the cracking sound echoing in their ears. Strangely, a trace of blood oozed from the wound, indicating that this stone wolf was not entirely made of stone. At this moment, Yao Chen's weapon had already touched the stone wolf's internal organs, but he did not unleash the fierce poison. Instead, he glanced at the 4 people inside the protective shield, then a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Next, I'll give you a little elbow shock. At this moment, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Yao Chen leaped into the air. After adjusting his elbow strike posture in mid-air, he fiercely smashed it down on the stone wolf's neck with a thunderous momentum. Boom! Shattered. Half of the stone wolf's head was directly pulverized by the elbow strike. It couldn't be any deader. As the dust settled, the 4 people inside the protective shield were dumbfounded. The armored man's eyes were filled with tears unconsciously, muttering to himself, elbow strike? Due to the intense shock in their hearts, the protective shield around them dissipated on its own. It was only at this moment that the 4 individuals reacted, their eyes filled with panic as they looked at Yao Chen. Thank you for saving us, Senior. The man in white robe was the first to react, bowing to Yao Chen with gratitude in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, the remaining 3 also reacted, rushing over to express their thanks with clasped fists. However, in the face of their gratitude, Yao Chen shook his head, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Your gratitude is appreciated, but you are thanking too soon. Asterisk smack. Asterisk a stone suddenly hit the man in white robe on the forehead, leaving him momentarily stunned. Senior, what is this about? The man in white robe was filled with doubt, recognizing the man as the awakener they had brought along yesterday. His rapid increase in strength had long dispelled any thoughts of respecting the elders, instead prompting him to address the man as senior. His respectful demeanor at this moment was merely a facade to appease the man and avoid any backlash. However, the anticipated blow did not come. Instead, it was a harmless little stone. Just as the man in white robe was thinking this, the next moment his entire expression changed drastically, a look of horror flashing in his eyes before he collapsed straight to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk his entire face turned green, froth spilling from his mouth as his body convulsed uncontrollably. The sight terrified the other 3 to their core. They had considered that Yao Chen might not spare them, but they never expected such a ruthless method. Kid, do you think reaching the first transformation in a day makes you a genius? Today, I'll fight you to the end. Another muscular man in sportswear roared, raising his greatsword to strike at him. However, while he raised the sword, his whole body turned in a different direction, swiftly dashing away. The armored man and Wang Tingting were dumbfounded. This treacherous teammate had betrayed them too quickly. Yet, with a flick of his finger, Yao Chen shot out another stone, hitting the back of the sportswear-clad man's head, causing him to collapse soon after, completely lifeless. This godlike method deeply shook the armored man and Wang Tingting, their bodies trembling as they even knelt down. Little brother, can you spare sister today? I'm willing to do anything if you spare her. I beg you. Little brother, as long as you spare sister, I'm willing to do anything. Wang Tingting trembled, crying as she removed her coat, revealing her astonishing figure. Her figure was not just astonishing, but shockingly stunning. Faced with this deadly weapon, even Yao Chen, who had lived through 2 lifetimes, was amazed. Seeing Wang Tingting's hope for survival, the armored man was at a loss. He didn't have such a deadly weapon. How could he escape? Young man, there are several rare items in my spatial bracelet that you can take, each worth over 1 million. Faced with their pleas, Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. When these people forced him to teleport with them, did they ever consider today's outcome? Thinking this, Yao Chen's expression grew even calmer, but the murderous intent within him surged. I can let you leave. The exit is right there. Go ahead. As these words were spoken, The two individuals felt as if they had heard celestial music, feeling incredulous, with Wang Tingting even gripping two crimson blades behind her. Yet, upon hearing these words, they felt a sense of relief, quickly dressing and rushing towards the entrance of the fallen valley. Unfortunately, just as the two of them had walked halfway, they were horrified to find a beast tied outside the valley, with many third-rank exotic beasts present. Once they stepped out of the valley, they would face an endless tide of beasts, torn to shreds until nothing remained. They wanted to retreat into the valley, but Yao Chen's voice shattered their thoughts. What? Don't want to go out? Weren't you eager to go out just now? Yao Chen's icy voice came from behind, making the remaining two members of the demon hunting team tremble, unsure of what to do. Outside the valley were dark hordes of exotic beasts, while inside the valley was the monstrous killer who had grown immensely powerful in just one day. How were they supposed to choose? Little brother, please let us in, I beg you. Wang Tingting knelt down wailing, but she couldn't capture any hint of mercy in Yao Chen's eyes. Humph, boring people, die. Asterisk smack. Asterisk a pebble lightly hit Wang Tingting's forehead, and she collapsed, her face turning green. At the same time, the armored man couldn't escape either, struck in the chest by a pebble from Yao Chen, and then he died. After dealing with the demon hunting team, Yao Chen calmly looked towards the entrance of the fallen valley. Due to the mysterious aura inside the valley, higher-level exotic beasts did not rush in, only some first-level and low-grade exotic beasts entered. In that case, in an instant, the totem on his body suddenly moved, and a giant python split off out of thin air. Yao Chen then threw all the exotic beasts from the spatial ring onto the ground. But before letting the split devour them, he needed to cut off some precious fur and materials from the beasts. Like a butcher, he tirelessly carved up the beast corpses, cutting off fur resembling antelope horns or hooves, putting them back into the spatial bracelet. As for the raw meat, he threw it in front of the split to devour. This time, he hunted a total of 23 exotic beasts, many of which had reached the first-level high rank, believing that this time would significantly boost his strength. However, just watching the split devouring wouldn't be enough to quickly enhance his strength, so Yao Chen picked up his long sword and slowly walked towards the entrance of the valley. At this moment, as the split was constantly devouring and digesting, an endless energy surged in his body, feeling a tremendous primordial power ready to burst out. Today, I'm going for a grand slam. According to historical records, after humans possessed firearms, the most important thing was efficient jungle clearing without injuries, because this kind of jungle clearing had the highest cost effectiveness, and Yao Chen deeply believed in this principle, taking it to the extreme. He kept leaping among the exotic beasts, grabbing handfuls of yellow soil in each hand. As he passed through the beast group, he scattered the yellow soil into the air, causing all the exotic beasts to be poisoned. Relatively speaking, the venom was simply a conceptual skill. Any object I consider a weapon carries venom, and at this moment, Yao Chen had another bold idea in his mind. Grabbing a handful of yellow soil seemed quite strenuous, even dirtying his clothes. It looked very chic, but also quite messy. But, what if I consider the air as a weapon too? Don't you all breathe? Yao Chen's eyes sparkled. The air was fluid, unlike the ground, and once the toxins in the air started circulating, it would cause widespread poisoning in the surrounding space. But just as this idea emerged in his mind, the world suddenly fell silent, and the clouds in the sky quickly condensed, followed by lightning crashing down. In that moment, the entire beast city fell silent, and then lightning struck from the sky, directly towards his position. Damn! What's going on? Yao Chen was shocked. Could it be that his previous idea had angered the heavens? If so, then the heavens were damn petty. At that moment, relying on his extraordinary speed and using the wind thunder divine speed, he swiftly dodged to the side, and the surrounding exotic beasts suffered calamity. Thunder as thick as a water tank struck down directly, even carrying countless small thunders, blasting all the hundreds of exotic beasts at the entrance of the valley to death. And it wasn't over yet. The thunder in the sky surged again, striking towards Yao Chen's direction. Damn it! Can't I use the air as a weapon? Yao Chen shouted nervously, realizing that his actions were indeed pushing the limits. If the venom could really spread in the air, he would only need to enhance his strength, rendering other skills unnecessary. At this moment, he swiftly dodged, and finally, after 10 minutes, the clouds gradually dispersed, and the thunder ceased its fierce attacks on Yao Chen. At the same time, The Alliance headquarters trembled once again. An elder in the meeting room looked out of the French windows at the distant dark clouds, astonishment in his eyes. This is heavenly wrath. But why is its power so strong? It's as if the heavens are enraged. When Qingfeng awakened his SSS-level talent back then, it also triggered heavenly wrath. But it was far less ferocious than this time. However, why is heavenly wrath occurring at the 100 Beasts' desolate city this time? Who would awaken their talent there? Yao Chen's commotion this time was relatively minor because few understood the reason behind the heavenly wrath, but it still shook those in the Alliance headquarters who were in the know. Yet, these informed individuals were even more puzzled. Haven't all the heavenly wraths occurred already? Why is there no change in the rankings? Logically, causing a heavenly wrath would undoubtedly mean the emergence of an SSS-level talent. A man in a suit with a crew cut stood outside the Alliance headquarters, staring fixedly at the rankings. However, the golden rankings remained unchanged, with the demon god-level infinite dragon ancestor at the top, the SSS-level Arctic faithful in second place, the SSS-level wine sword immortal in third place, and the SSS-level godslayer in fourth place. The rest of the list also showed no changes. At this moment, strong doubts filled the hearts of those in the Alliance headquarters, but unfortunately, they had no clues and no way to investigate. Meanwhile, Yao Chun, exhausted from being chased by thunder, lay on the ground panting heavily. Too ferocious. This thunder seems determined to strike me dead. Damn it! It seems I can't afford to treat the air as a weapon in the future. The heavens are jealous of me. Cursing, Yao Chun stood up and looked at the 4 bodies of the demon hunting team in the fallen valley. Fortunately, these 4 people were not struck, or else it would have been a waste if the spatial wristbands were shattered. Originally, he had planned to deal with all the exotic beasts roaming in the fallen valley before looting, but considering the current situation, it was better to loot first. Yao Chen made a quick decision and started looting. The wristband of the armored man contained some miscellaneous precious materials. The other 2 individuals had less valuable items, and their weapons were even below the second transformation level. However, the highlight was Wang Tingting's wristband, filled with girls' clothing and some adult toys. These toys left Yao Chen dumbfounded, but he still rummaged through them and discovered a very peculiar little item, a golden dragon sculpture full of cracks. What made him feel strange was that he actually had the urge to eat this sculpture. This desire gradually evolved into a craving, and his python avatar involuntarily slithered over, as if instinct was driving it. Interesting, it seems that swallowing this sculpture will bring me some benefits. Yao Chen's eyes lit up. Then he controlled the avatar to swallow the golden dragon sculpture directly. However, strangely, perhaps due to the material, this sculpture was not easily digested, causing the python avatar to curl up and struggle to digest it. Accompanied by the digestion of the sculpted figure within his body, pure energy surged into his limbs and bones. It seems like it will take some time to digest this sculpture. It's better to clean up those alien beast corpses first. Yao Chen's eyes flashed with greed as he swiftly approached the group of charred alien beast corpses that had been struck by thunder to start collecting them. Previously, due to the thunder striking from high above, all the alien beasts outside the fallen valley dared not enter the valley after the thunder passed, as their fear of thunder was ingrained in their bones. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of alien beast corpses lying at the entrance of the valley. Although many parts were charred and might not fetch a good price, they could still be used to enhance his strength by having his doppelganger devour them. As he was collecting them, he soon sensed something amiss, a feeling of being spied on. Looking up, he saw 3 figures standing proudly on a nearby bush, their eyes greedily fixed on him. These 3 individuals were all dressed in white robes, but surprisingly, they were foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, indicating they were organized. "Kid, leave those alien beast corpses and maybe we can offer you a way out," said a middle-aged man with golden hair, his eyes filled with greed as he gazed at the hundreds of alien beast corpses. Hundreds of alien beast corpses meant thousands of pounds of alien flesh and blood, a value that was extremely astonishing, enough to make them resort to killing. "Ha ha, why waste time talking to him? Let's just kill him right here." A blue-eyed young man with a sullen face full of acne spoke, his greed undisguised. "Be careful, don't forget this guy has a poisonous talent. We must deal with him quickly to avoid being poisoned," the only young woman in a white robe said lightly, indicating her talent was related to healing. "Ha, a foreigner? Ha, I want the foreigner dead," Yao Chen sneered, touching the ground with both hands, allowing the poison to seep into the earth, while he stood silently in place, waiting. These three individuals hadn't even reached the third transformation, yet they dared to come here and attempt robbery? He took a step back, widening the poisoned area on the ground, and silently watched the three of them. Seeing this, the three thought Yao Chen was scared stiff, so they flew directly towards him, looking down on him from above. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Today, we'll spare your life, the middle-aged man in white robes said arrogantly, waving his hand to command the other two to collect the alien beast corpses. However, as he swung his arm, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his feet. This isn't right. With a loud roar, the young woman in white robes immediately realized the situation and swiftly came to the middle-aged man's side to use her talent. Green light surrounded the middle-aged man, resisting Yao Chen's poison. Unfortunately, her talent level was not high enough to counter Yao Chen's potent poison. It couldn't even alleviate the effects. Whoa, how could this happen? What have you done? The young woman burst into tears, her eyes red as she stared at Yao Chen. Snap! What's with that expression? It's like I'm the one bullying you guys. Yao Chen was speechless, feeling as if he was being portrayed as an extreme killer when it was the other party who had initiated the conflict. You'd better save him instead of worrying about me. He's in worse shape behind you, he kindly reminded her. Trembling, the young woman turned around and found her colleague convulsing on the ground after touching one of the alien beast corpses. His condition was even more severe than that of the middle-aged man here. She cried out, then hurried over to the young man to begin treating him. At this moment, the middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He had long known that there was something fishy between these two young people, but he had never exposed it, never expected it to come to light at this crucial moment. Damn! After an unwilling roar, the middle-aged man collapsed directly. Similarly, the young man did not receive complete treatment from the girl, following in the footsteps of the middle-aged man into death. Whoa, what devilry have you done? The girl tearfully accused Yao Chen, as if accusing a murderer. No, what's your status? A student from Jime? This is completely turning the tables. Yao Chen muttered impatiently, then suddenly threw a stone, piercing the girl's forehead. PSSST. At that moment, all three of them died instantly, and the entire valley fell silent once again, with only the sounds of beasts from the outside world. Meanwhile, Yao Chen received a surprising notification. Your clone has devoured a special treasure. Adding an evolution option. Evolution directions: Moonlight Python, Sunfire Python, Soul Python, Golden Armor Python, an additional Golden Armor Python. But it sounds like a defensive type. Yao Chen pondered with a flicker in his eyes. After devouring that golden dragon statue, he could feel that the next evolution was closer. However, it was only closer because he sensed that his clone still needed to devour a large number of exotic beasts to evolve. But weren't there plenty of exotic beasts around? At this moment, with his thoughts surging, the giant python clone swiftly arrived at the mouth of the valley, beginning to devour the charred bodies struck by lightning. As for himself, he started looting the spatial bracelets from the three white-robed individuals, looking for any treasures. A second-tier longsword. With such little material? Just a few hooves of flame horses. Oh, these are the fangs of a sword-toothed rat. Let's keep them. These are alliance coins. Didn't expect awakened individuals to carry money with them. Yao Chen praised, surprised that these people had brought 50,000 alliance coins with them. A pleasant surprise indeed. Yao Chen's expression suddenly changed as he noticed an item resembling a feather. This thing exudes a strong wind attribute, like a treasure but not quite. Yao Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Unlike the severely damaged golden dragon figurine from before, this feather was intact, similar to a treasure. It indicated that this was not a complete treasure, but a work in progress. Just as he hesitated, a prompt appeared in his mind. Your clone has reached the evolution standard. Please choose an evolution. Your clone has reached the evolution standard. Please choose an evolution. Moonlight Python, slightly increased speed. Gains the Moonblade skill. Moonblade can unleash the Moonlight Blade in both forms. Its power surges at night and decreases during the day. Sunfire Python, slightly increased strength. Gains the Fire Body skill. Fire Body can imbue attacks with flame attributes in human form, and burn with flames in clone form. Soul Python can transform into a spiritual form. Golden Armor Python gains the Golden Armor skill, slightly altering the evolution path. Golden Armor, using it in human form will cover the body in golden scales, greatly enhancing defense. In clone form, defense is significantly increased. For choices at once, truly a dilemma. Yao Chen rubbed his chin with both hands, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation. In his view, Moonlight Python and Sunfire Python were both offensive types. Soul Python seemed a bit weak. And what could a spiritual form do anyway? It seemed like the newly acquired golden armor was the way to go. Defense greatly increased, very much in line with his principle of jungle without harm. This way, even if there are mistakes in close combat, the defense of the golden armor can offset the damage. Moreover, he said he might change the direction of evolution, which sounds good. Evolve into golden armor python, Yao Chen commanded, and then the giant python split into a totem appearing on his back. This time the entire totem looked even more amazing. The azure giant python totem would occasionally emit a trace of golden light, looking awe-inspiring. Phew! With the fusion of the split body, Yao Chen's attributes increased significantly, but there was not much excitement in his eyes. You should know that at the beginning of evolution, he only ate half a pig, the second evolution ate 3 exotic beasts, and the third evolution, damn it, he ate hundreds of first-tier high-level exotic beasts. What about the next time? Yao Chen himself felt a bit numb, afraid that the next time this giant python split body would have to devour over 1,000 exotic beasts, probably hunting every day. But what if I eat 4th and 5th tier exotic beasts once? Will it greatly speed up evolution? Forget it, after the split body becomes powerful, release it into the wild and let it hunt on its own. Yao Chen made a decision in his mind. Currently, once his mental power exceeds 100 points, he can completely control the giant python split body at will. Even if his main body and split body are thousands of miles apart, it does not hinder the split body's actions. However, currently, it is still impossible to make the split body respond flexibly to everything, but after this evolution, it should be possible. By then, he only needs to release half of his consciousness to make the intelligence of the giant python split body far surpass that of an ordinary person, fully capable of freely hunting in the wild. But if the split body encounters danger in the wild, it would be a bit tricky, and the only option to make up for this is the teleportation gate. Unfortunately, even the lowest value teleportation gate requires 50 million alliance coins to construct, and that's just the price of building one gate. At least 1 billion is needed for 2 gates that are interconnected. Thinking of such an expensive price, Yao Chen simply stopped thinking about it and instead found the right direction to prepare to return to the city area. Later, he left the Fallen Valley at an extremely fast speed, and after finding the direction on the map, he hurried away. However, just half an hour after Yao Chen left, a tall figure in a white robe appeared in the sky above the Fallen Valley. This person also had golden hair and blue eyes, around 40 years old, also a foreigner. Tom, Jerry, and Mel's aura disappeared here. Suddenly, the man looked down at the 3 white-robed corpses in the Fallen Valley, anger surging in his eyes. Damn Dragon Nation people, we have formed an alliance, and now they dare to kill students from our beautiful country. The man roared in anger in the sky, his peak 4th tier momentum spreading out, causing the various exotic beasts within a radius of 10 miles below the Fallen Valley to panic and flee. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red, and even his fingernails deeply embedded in his palms without realizing it. Don't let me catch whoever you are, otherwise, I will send you to meet Satan. However, on the other side, Yao Chen was completely unaware that he had angered a 4th tier powerhouse. He even had the leisure to look at the huge tattoo on his back and wonder how much longer it would take to complete the evolution. However, this third evolution was taking too long. It had already been half an hour and still not completed. But fortunately, with his speed, he had already covered over 30 kilometers, and only 40 kilometers left to reach the city area. And as he sped along this road, the ranks of the surrounding exotic beasts began to decrease, gradually showing some low-level exotic beasts. Great! Once I get back to the city, I'll sell off these materials first. These things are worth nearly 10 million at least. By then, I'll be considered a wealthy man. Yao Chen felt excited and couldn't help but think of the club's young models. However, his current body was not even 18 years old yet. Revealing his true strength too early might hinder his future development, so he had to hold back. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a desperate cry for help suddenly came from not far away. Help! Help! You bunch of dead monkeys, my dad won't let you get away with this. My dad is a 5th stage powerhouse. The girl's voice was desperate but carried a warning, yet she was met with lecherous laughter. Hoo 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 hoo, hoo 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 hoo. Hearing these lascivious howls, Yao Chen couldn't hold back. This kind of beast was called a lecherous sheep monkey, and it liked to do things just like its name suggested. If it couldn't find a normal woman, it would engage in such activities with goats or similar sheep-like beasts. This kind of beast had a bad reputation, much like goblins in the magical world. Although the woman's cries were pitiful, Yao Chen had no intention of intervening. He was about to leave with an attitude of "not my business," but an inadvertent glance made him freeze. He actually knew this woman, and she was a former classmate he had pursued in school, Ning Pan Pan, a top student with a strong family background. In his previous life, he had secretly admired her, but he never had the chance or the courage to express his feelings. However, Ning Pan Pan knew that the original owner was interested in her, but as a girl, she was too embarrassed to take the initiative. So, the two of them remained at a standstill until graduation. This should be the original owner's beloved, Yao Chen muttered to himself. He could ignore other women, but how could he let the lecherous sheep monkey defile Ning Pan Pan? At that moment, the lecherous sheep monkey on the other side began to frantically tear at Ning Pan Pan's clothes, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. I should intervene, or the original owner will be devastated. A bunch of beasts. It's one thing to mess with your own kind, but now you're messing with us humans. Messing with humans? I wouldn't say anything, but you damn well touched the original owner's beloved. Yao Chen shouted angrily. Then he erupted into action, knocking down two lecherous sheep monkeys with his fists and grabbing the last one by the neck, slamming it hard on the ground. Boom! These three monkeys were only at the intermediate level of the first stage, and the other two were not even ranked. Dealing with them was naturally not very difficult, and Yao Chen didn't even need to use his full strength. Hoo 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 hoo! The three monkeys trembled as they got up, their eyes filled with fear. One of the monkeys even uttered a clumsy human phrase, "Wait for us to report to the Big Sakura. We are the Big Sakura's pets." After saying this, the three monkeys left in a sorry state, while Ning Pan Pan, who had been rescued, trembled and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." She was about to say more when she looked up at Yao Chen's face and froze, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. "You're Yao Chen. How is this possible?" Ning Pan Pan was extremely shocked. She knew that due to Yao Chen's family background, he had awakened more than a year later than their classmates. How could he be stronger than her now? Had he encountered some kind of extraordinary opportunity? First stage, 8th level. Her cherry lips involuntarily parted, and she even took 2 steps back, her face filled with astonishment. You, of course, Yao Chen's current realm was indeed at the first stage, 8th level. This was because his clone was still evolving, and his level was also increasing accordingly. First stage, 8th level was not his limit. We were classmates. No need to thank me. Yao Chen's eyes flashed with indifference, not saying much more and simply leaving. This woman was the one his previous self liked, but not the one he liked. Yao Chen himself leaned towards the type with ample curves. At this moment, Ning Pan Pan wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. Many of their classmates had awakened for over a year, with some already entering society. Even those with strong cultivation talents had barely reached the middle stage of the first transformation. As for those with influential backgrounds, they need not be mentioned. However, compared to others, Yao Chen's awakening time did not exceed half a month. In just half a month, he had become a high-level expert of the first transformation, a terrifying cultivation speed that Ning Pan Pan couldn't fathom. How did he do it? Could it be that he awakened an S-level talent? Ning Pan Pan was full of doubts, but no one could provide her with answers. Meanwhile, after walking a distance, Yao Chen stopped and hid in a secluded place because his evolution was complete. With a wave of his hand, the tattoos on his body condensed into a nearly 18-meter python. This time, the python was different, its scales turned golden, becoming a true golden armored python. What's more, the 2 protrusions on its head became more prominent, giving a sense of breaking through the earth. Yes, perhaps a few more evolutions and the dragon horns will fully emerge, turning into a flood dragon. Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. At the same time, he glanced at his panel, revealing even more surprising information. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Realm, First Transformation. 9th Stage, Physique, 952, Spirit, 888, Skills, Venomous, Swift as Wind and Lightning. Golden Armor, Avatar, Wind and Lightning Python. Strength, Rampant Python++, Evolution Direction, Radiant Light Python. Golden Blade Python. Fallen Light Python to be chosen, talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God level, skills, Venomous. Swift as wind and lightning. Golden armor, when used in human form. It makes the body appear with golden scales, greatly enhancing defense. In avatar form, defense is significantly increased. These 3 new evolution directions seem promising, but if I choose to devour some treasures again, there might be new evolution paths, Yao Chen muttered to himself. Then with a thought, a layer of densely packed light golden scales appeared on his arm, looking extremely flexible. Crack. He made a cut on his arm with a knife, finding that the blade couldn't penetrate the scales, leaving no trace behind. Even a second-tier weapon can't break my defense, and once I fuse with my avatar, all my attributes will still increase tenfold. He thought, that's nearly 10,000 attribute points. I wonder if that can match a multi-transformed expert. This matter requires further investigation. Yao Chen's eyes were full of ambition. Having the conditions to reach the top, he naturally aimed for it. In this world where strength reigns supreme, one either controls their own destiny or others. He preferred the latter. When I reach the 9th transformation stage, I can also increase my strength tenfold. I wonder if I can match a 5-clawed golden dragon then, Yao Chen envisioned, then reabsorbed the totem into his body and headed towards the city. There were countless materials waiting for him to sell in the spatial bracelet, along with the materials and spatial bracelet he obtained from killing other awakened individuals, worth millions, making him a millionaire. Thinking about this, he became even more excited about selling the materials, and his figure gradually approached the city. At the same time, in the Hui City, Fondo Garden District, Yao Guang returned home in silence, sitting on a chair trembling from time to time, his eyes filled with fear and doubt. He had been sent back by the elder of the Alliance University, but all he could think of on the way back was his brother's tall figure and indifferent tone, even the smell of blood lingering, casting a great shadow over him. How did my brother? How is it possible? Yao Guang murmured, trembling, almost afraid to call his brother by name, involuntarily using the title, just calling him brother. At that moment, Yao Changdong in the room seemed to notice Yao Guang's abnormality and quickly walked over, asking, "Did you get scared by a beast during your training? Don't be disheartened. Xia Guang, you have an A-level talent, the pillar of our family." Yao Changdong comforted with a heavy heart, his eyes full of affection for Yao Guang. Hearing his father's words, Yao Guang looked up at him, his eyes filled with fear. "Dad, I saw my brother. He has become so strong." "What are you saying? How could he have become stronger? That guy is just a D-level talent." "Xia Guang." Yao Changdong looked skeptical, with a hint of disdain and contempt in his eyes, saying, "You must have mistaken, Xia Guang. After all, there are many people who look alike, and your brother is just a D-level talent. How strong can he be?" Listening to his father's words, Yao Guang could clearly feel the disdain and mockery towards his brother in his father's words. He suddenly felt that he couldn't let his father continue like this. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to a disaster. "Dad, I didn't make a mistake. My brother has become extremely powerful. Even my teacher dares not compete with him, and this time he has hunted many beasts. He is too strong," Yao Guang said, sitting back in the chair, his eyes filled with despair. Although his parents had been partial to him since childhood, his brother Yao Chen excelled in school, was handsome, popular among girls, and loved by teachers, which made him very jealous and angry. Although he had never said it explicitly, he was very resentful that Yao Chen was welcomed by so many people, making him feel like a clown in front of them. He thought that awakening his A-level talent would crush his brother, but to his despair, this A-level talent seemed to have changed little for him, and his brother had become even more powerful. "Is what you said true? Did he really hunt many beasts, and can he rival your teacher?" Although Yao Changdong looked skeptical, he believed it 80%, his eyes showing a greedy gleam. "He's just an orphan I adopted. I've raised him all these years. It's time for him to repay me." Yao Guang felt uneasy seeing his father's greedy look. Although he was resentful of his brother, he was not lacking in intelligence. "Dad, don't have designs on my brother. He is very strong now. And, fool!" Yao Changdong suddenly slammed the table, arrogantly saying, "If your brother can hunt beasts with a D-level talent and rival your teacher, it means he has definitely obtained a great opportunity. Kid, if he is so strong with a D-level talent, if you get his opportunity with an A-level talent, wouldn't you easily become a strong figure in the Alliance University? Isn't that right?" Xiaoguan? Yao Changdong said solemnly, his eyes full of greed and affection for his youngest son. And at this moment, Yao Guang couldn't help but feel a little greedy after hearing about the opportunity his father mentioned. Yes, my brother has become so strong. If only I could have the opportunities he has, wouldn't I be even stronger? However, as soon as this thought crossed Yao Guang's mind, he dismissed it. Who knows if these so-called opportunities are real? It wouldn't be good to anger my brother. Thinking of that tall figure, Yao Guang shrank his neck, preparing to stop his father. But it was too late. Yao Changdong had already picked up the phone and dialed, only to see that he had been blocked by the other party. That little bastard actually blocked me. I'll go find him myself. I'll definitely get back the opportunities for you. Yao Changdong stormed out in anger. But this time Yao Guang didn't stop him. After all, the city was so big, how could his father possibly find him? Forget it, I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. With my A-level talent, I am a genius and cannot fall behind my brother. At the same time, on the other side, Yao Chen had already arrived at the largest trading center in the Hui city. This so-called trading center may sound ordinary, but it was actually a super skyscraper reaching hundreds of meters high, where not only exotic beast materials were purchased but also treasures were sold. After finding the floor he needed to go to, Yao Chen hurried over, ready to make a good profit today. Hello sir, do you need to sell exotic beast materials? Asked a young man with glasses, looking at Yao Chen. Alright, how much material do you want to sell? If it's 3 or fewer, we can trade now. The young man with glasses said calmly. He had seen many young people like Yao Chen who came to sell 1 or 2 exotic beast materials they had hunted in the wild. The company was most annoyed by such customers, as they brought little profit and were troublesome. Hearing the question from the young man with glasses, Yao Chen paused, glanced at the materials in his spatial bracelet. About 500. Yao Chen said lightly. The exotic beast materials he had hunted himself, combined with those he had scavenged from other professionals, amounted to just over 500. Alright, 500? The young man with glasses was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze. He had intended to question whether Yao Chen was joking with him, but upon sensing the powerful bloody aura emanating from him, he realized that Yao Chen was not deceiving him. Oh okay, please wait in the VIP room. I'll call our manager. Yao Chen nodded, then quietly waited in a gorgeously decorated room. Before long, a middle-aged man with graying hair walked in, greeted Yao Chen, and then spoke. Our staff told me you have over 500 materials to sell. Is that correct? Can you show them to me? Yao Chen didn't waste words. Instead, he pressed his spatial bracelet, and in an instant, a mountain of materials overflowed. Boom! Various materials piled up into a small mountain, filling the room with a strong smell of blood, as if they were in the midst of a battle with exotic beasts. At that moment, the middle-aged man's eyes glazed over as he took 2 steps back, somewhat dazed by the overwhelming bloody scent. The young man with glasses behind him couldn't bear it and even fell to the ground, his eyes filled with horror. This! It still carries the scent of blood. These are things that were just hunted recently, the middle-aged man exclaimed, then immediately approached to inspect. The claws of the storm leopard, the fangs of the sword-tooth rat, the venomous fangs of the ghostwood snake, all freshly hunted. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly took out his phone and took a picture, then sent an excited message to someone else. A new lamb has appeared. After the trade, we'll take back all the money. I'll send you the photo. Just as the middle-aged man sent the message, Yao Chen took out 5 or 6 spatial bracelets and held them in his hand. Do you purchase these items? I have nowhere to use them. Looking at these blood-stained bracelets, the middle-aged man's expression froze, then silently withdrew that message. These bracelets. Of course, they can be purchased, but the price will be halved. After all, you see, this should be something from a dead person, right? Yao Chen nodded upon hearing this, finding it reasonable, so he spoke. Yes, it's something from a dead person, just killed today. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched twice, thinking you could at least cover it up a bit. Alright, Mr. Yao, since that's the case, let our professionals evaluate the prices of these materials. Please wait a moment, have a drink of water. The middle-aged man awkwardly retreated, his eyes filled with fear. He had originally planned to deceive, but after seeing those spatial bracelets, he abandoned that plan. They don't look like they're even 18 yet, and they're this ruthless? Underestimating for a moment, The middle-aged man called in a few appraisers to evaluate Yao Chen's materials. After a round of evaluation, the price of these materials was finally set at 11.3 million. However, although Yao Chen's spatial bracelets were priced at half, each one was worth 500,000, totaling over 13 million. Next, he brought out the bodies of 2 white jade monkeys, as well as the rubies produced by the stone wolf. Due to the excellent quality of these 2 precious exotic beasts, the final price was set at 15.66 million. Mr. Yao, the money has been transferred to you. Please check it. By the way, this is our trade center's gold card. Please keep it. Next time if you have materials, make sure to come to us first. Okay, Yao Chen replied indifferently, then left the trade center with over 15 million in hand. With the huge sum secured, Yao Yi changed out of his previously washed-out clothes and put on a set of sportswear worth over 2,000 yuan. Then, he went to a 4S store to prepare to buy a supercar. After all, it wasn't ideal to release the giant python as a mount in the city. A sports car would be more suitable. 15 million seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was just that. Yao Chen had no intention of spending extravagantly. Instead, he set his sights on a Porsche 911 worth over 3 million. Swipe the card. Get the car. The admiring eyes of 2 beautiful saleswomen. Requests to add on WeChat. All accepted. Everything went smoothly. Awesome. Just the presence of this black Porsche 911 was enough to attract the attention of many passers-by. TSK. Yao Chen couldn't help but sigh. The emblem worth 3 million wasn't the emblem standing upright, but the body that had been bent for 18 years. Roar! The car started, the roar of the engine sounding like a fierce tiger. This loud sound immediately caught the attention of 2 bare-legged girls on the roadside, wanting to add on WeChat, but only getting a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Although Yao Chen was not yet 18 years old, there was no need to worry about a driver's license issue as long as he was an awakener. The black beast galloped on the city streets. The young man sitting on the expensive beast, filled with arrogance. The onlookers on the roadside also cast envious glances, but they knew that the scenes in their minds were just fantasies of onlookers. But suddenly, a taller onlooker rushed over from the roadside, staring fixedly at the familiar face inside the car. Yao Changdong didn't know what he was thinking, but at this moment, he was extremely angry, especially after seeing Yao Chen driving an expensive sports car. You brat! Why didn't you answer my calls? Where did you get the money from? Don't you care about your brother's tuition? Yao Changdong roared in anger, even stomping his feet in frustration. However, Yao Chen had already driven off in the sports car. At this moment, he was being discussed by onlookers like a joke. Damn it! What kind of luck did this kid have? He actually got himself a sports car. I haven't even managed to impress an old man yet. Yao Changdong stomped in anger, his eyes filled with endless fury. He immediately entered a convenience store, took out a few coins, and started calling Yao Chen. However, in the moment he picked up the phone, he realized he didn't know Yao Chen's number. He had no choice but to open the contacts on his phone and dial each number one by one. Yao Chen, speeding down the road, didn't hear Yao Changdong's angry shouts due to the loud engine noise, but he noticed an unfamiliar number calling. Hello? You brat! Get back home now. Bring back that sports car too. When you have money, shouldn't your first priority be to honor your parents? How were you taught by your teachers at school? Are you an animal? Don't you understand gratitude? Yao Changdong's furious roar echoed. However, Yao Chen's expression turned completely cold. He never had much affection for this father, and now these words made him fully understand how despicable this stepfather really was. Enough! In these past 10 years, you haven't spent even a few tens of thousands on me, so spare me these righteous words, Yao Chen said calmly, not provoked in the slightest. He even had a hint of a smile on his lips, finding this father figure utterly ridiculous. Like a clown. What are you saying here? Have I not raised you for nothing? If you don't come back, don't ever come back. But you must transfer 1 million to my account every month. Understand? That's the cost of raising you to adulthood. Yao Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Come on, comrade Yao Changdong. You haven't even spent 100,000 on me. And even the clothes I wear are hand-me-downs from my younger brother. How dare you ask for 100,000 every month? Here's the deal. I'll transfer 100,000 to your account. Consider it repayment for these years, but from now on, let's go our separate ways. If you keep bothering me, I won't hesitate to ruin your biological son. Boom! Yao Changdong, who was about to continue shouting, suddenly froze. Upon hearing the threat to ruin his own son, he calmed down completely. Indeed, if this kid was determined to ruin his brother, then no one could stop him, and Xiaoguang was his hope, the hope of the Yao family's rise. Yao Changdong would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. You, calm down, Yao Changdong stuttered, then hesitantly said, 10,000 is too little, can you transfer a bit more? Say 300,000? This way, your brother's tuition. I said 100,000, and that's final. Stop the nonsense, Yao Chen scolded, then hung up the phone directly. At this moment, Yao Changdong put down the phone in a daze. After a long while, he raised his fist and angrily pounded the wall in front of him. Damn it! A foster child is just a foster child. You drive $1 million luxury car, yet you only give me 100,000. Truly an unfilial son. Ah, you brat, just wait. When my Guangguang grows up, I'll definitely take your life. Although he said this aloud, he remembered Yao Chen's warning and dared not make another call. After all, Guangguang was his hope, and if his own son was really ruined by him, there would be nowhere left for him to cry. Having casually dismissed Yao Changdong, Yao Chen drove to a pharmacy near the city gate. Currently, the awakening practitioner's most commonly used cultivation materials were exotic beast flesh, blood, and various herbal potions. Stepping into the shop, he began to browse. Mental recovery potion 2300 alliance coins, physical recovery potion 4000 alliance coins. These were just the most common potions, while the most eye-catching items on the counter were the expensive special potions. High-level mental recovery potion 30,000 alliance coins, high-level physical recovery potion 40,000 alliance coins, thundercloud pill 80,000 alliance coins, spiritual transformation pill 90,000 alliance coins. Expensive. Too expensive. The prices of any kind of pill were over 20,000, making Yao Chen's expression serious. The remaining 1.2 million in his hand didn't seem to be lasting long, but as a man, the most important thing was to invest in oneself. So Yao Chen spoke up. 40 thundercloud pills, 40 spiritual transformation pills, and 50 each of the high-level potions. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant at the counter was directly stunned. He hadn't expected this young man to be so extravagant in his spending. He must be a scion of some family. All right, sir, please wait a moment. I'll get your items. The total price for these is around 9 million, but since your amount is substantial, I'll take 8 million from you. Hearing this price, Yao Chen shook his head. It still felt expensive to him, so after hesitating for a while, he started bargaining directly. After a while, he finally managed to get all the items for 7 million. And his remaining funds had decreased to just over 5 million. This should be enough to support me until the college entrance examination. Yao Chen's eyes flashed as he prepared to find a hotel to stay in first, then decide tomorrow whether to leave the city. Choosing a luxurious hotel that cost nearly 2,000 yuan per night, Yao Chen sat by the huge French window, scrolling through his phone. Since he hadn't turned it on for a long time, there were over 30 missed calls, half of which were from Yao Changdong. A few were from his classmate, Ning Pan. What could she want? Is she in danger again in the wilderness and needs my help? Yao Chen paused, then opened the group chat that was already exploding with messages. Lu Min, have you guys heard? Captain Wang Tang has reached the second-level high stage. He will definitely be at the top of the college entrance examination this time. Lily, is it true? Captain Wang is truly remarkable. That's real strength. Li Ming, yes. I've always had faith in Captain Wang Tang. He has the demeanor of a high-level awakening practitioner. Wang Tang, the college entrance examination is just a formality for me. Let's all work hard together. Captain is being modest. He must be guaranteed admission to the Alliance University, right? Captain Wang is invincible. He will definitely become a high-level awakening practitioner in the future. I hope you can mentor me. Seeing the flattering words on his phone, Wang Tang's face was filled with excitement. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Yao Chen, who was known as the model student at school and also had a very handsome appearance. Thinking of Yao Chen, Wang Tang felt a bit annoyed. He had tried so hard to please Ning Pan, but she seemed to have some unclear relationship with Yao Chen, which made him extremely frustrated. even to the point of wanting to beat up Yao Chen several times. But now, he didn't have the time or energy for that. His focus was on the college entrance examination. That waste never thought he had awakened a D-level talent. What's the use of being a good student? He doesn't even dare to speak in the group now. Wang Tang was full of pride. He checked the group member list and found that Yao Chen hadn't left the group yet. Even more surprisingly, his goddess Ning Pan Pan hadn't left the group either, which gave him some room to maneuver. Wang Tang, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I wonder how that talented student with D-level awakening is doing. Could it be that they have already given up on going to university? As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent for a moment, but soon someone stood up to praise Wang Tang. Ha ha, I bet that Yao Chen has long given up on the path of awakening and instead went to work. Who cares what he's up to? More and more people in the group started praising Wang Tang, some even clamoring for him to treat everyone to a good meal and host a class reunion. Yao Chen, seeing these words, was not very interested and couldn't even be bothered to argue. Chatting with these silly classmates was not as good as improving himself first. At this moment, he flicked his arm, and the huge tattoo on his back suddenly transformed into a giant python, appearing in the hotel room. The 18-meter-long body coiled like a dragon. Extremely impressive. If I take the pill myself, it's just average. I wonder what effect it will have if the clone takes it. Yao Chen moved his finger, and immediately a thundercloud pill appeared in his hand, which he directly threw into the clone's mouth. Gulp! The pill was too small, and the snake's mouth was too big, so it entered the stomach without needing to be chewed. However, unexpectedly, after the clone digested the pill, it only produced a tiny bit of energy and then fell silent. What's going on? This pill is worth 80,000. Yao Chen was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this pill only works when consumed by humans? He was somewhat skeptical and immediately took a pill himself. Boom! In just an instant, a powerful medicinal force erupted from within him, soaring to the sky. Yao Chen's skin turned red, fully digesting this force, circulating through his meridians. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the blood flowing in his body was like a rushing river, and even his momentum gradually grew stronger. After a while, the redness on his skin finally subsided, and Yao Chen took a breath, looking at the pill box in his hand with lingering fear. The fact proved that the pill he bought was genuine and had great benefits and enhancements for human awakeners, but unfortunately, these benefits had no effect on the clone. In that case, my clone can only evolve by devouring flesh and blood, Yao Chen said with a glint in his eyes. In fact, he had long thought about releasing the clone into the wild to hunt alone, which was actually a good method, but he was afraid that the clone would encounter danger and not be able to return in time. With this in mind, he raised his palm, and the clone instantly returned to his body, forming a tattoo. But in that instant, a golden light burst from his eyes, as if he had thought of a way to exploit a bug. He sent the giant python clone 10 meters away, and then with a thought, the clone disappeared from its original location, appearing as a tattoo on his body. Wait a minute. Is there a limit to the distance the clone can return to the main body? If I can send the clone 1,000 miles away but have it return to me in an instant, wouldn't that make me invincible? Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with an astonishing light, even now wanting to give it a try. Once the clone can instantly return to my body from 1,000 miles away and become a tattoo, then it will be fun. Yao Chen's eyes gleamed, and he immediately went downstairs, driving his Porsche 911 straight to the city gate. Soon, he parked the car at the city gate and ventured into the wilderness in the dark night. The wilderness at night was extremely dangerous, and generally, awakeners would never spend the night in the wilderness, especially for beginners. But at this moment, Yao Chen didn't care about all that. He found a secluded spot and released the giant python clone. After settling the giant python avatar, his main body quickly retreated back into the city. At this moment, he was about tens of thousands of meters away from the python avatar. Return! Yao Chen spoke in a low voice, and immediately the tattoo of the python avatar appeared directly behind him, spanning thousands of meters and instantly merging back into his body. It really can be done like this. Yao Chen's eyes sparkled, and after making preparations, he returned to the wilderness and released the python avatar. It's worth noting that the current strength of the python avatar is actually stronger than his main body. Even ordinary second-stage mutant beasts are no match, so he had little worry in his heart. Thinking of this, he directly split his consciousness into two parts, one controlling the avatar to hunt in the dark night, while the other part stayed in his main body, returning to the hotel to sleep comfortably. Main body sleeps, Avatar works. Because he was quite tired these past few days, he fell into a deep sleep on the hotel bed. However, things were different for the Avatar. At this moment, the giant python Avatar was hidden behind a pile of rocks, observing 3 leopards ahead. Indeed, there are many mutant beasts in the night. I wonder how many I can hunt tonight, he muttered to himself, then used his venomous fangs to touch the ground, turning a 30-meter radius of land into green instantly. Die, die, die. The Python Avatar's skills were even more powerful than the main body. This should be the compatibility between the Python's body and its skill talent. Yao Chen pondered inwardly, then twisted his huge body forward, devouring the 3 leopards one by one. By now, his body was not much thinner than a water tank, making devouring a leopard an easy task. As the leopards entered his abdomen, they gradually transformed into pure energy to nourish himself. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth again to devour, directly swallowing all 3 leopards into his belly. The feeling of drinking blood and eating flesh made a hint of bloodthirst and madness arise in Yao Chen's heart, but he suppressed it. At this moment, he silently felt that he needed to devour at least 2,000 more leopards before the next evolution. 2,000 leopards. Yao Chen's snake mouth twitched. He decided that he needed to hunt some high-level mutant beasts. How many of these little leopards would he need to eat? With this in mind, Yao Chen swayed his body and wandered into the wilderness. Roars of beasts echoed in the dark wilderness. There were fewer mutant beasts that appeared during the day, but in the darkness, fiercer predators came out to hunt, and bloodshed was the main theme of the wilderness. Yao Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the huge figure 100 meters away, greed and caution flashing in his eyes. A towering 10-meter tall violent ape. To understand the concept of a 10-meter height, it was as tall as a 3-story building. Moreover, this violent ape was extremely robust, with muscles that resembled a fitness enthusiast's, and it was tearing apart a second-stage mutant beast in its hands, undoubtedly the overlord within a 10-mile radius. This monkey is, at the 3rd stage of the initial transformation. Yao Chen hesitated for a moment in his heart, deciding not to hunt this guy. If he really fought this monkey, his potent poison might not even take effect before he was torn in half by the opponent. Besides, his main body was not here at the moment, so he decided to err on the side of caution. With that in mind, Yao Chen changed direction and left in another direction. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if his tail had been caught by something. Roar! A furious roar sounded, and he saw that the violent ape had firmly grabbed his tail and was about to bite down on it. Yao Chen's snake-like body was tense, and then his tail whipped fiercely across the face of the violent monkey, making a crisp sound, following which he fled directly. Swish, swish, swish. Yao Chen's figure was extremely fast, covering over 50 meters in just 2 or 3 seconds, leaving the violent monkey far behind. Roar! The monkey was truly enraged, holding his red cheeks in pain, making continuous explosive sounds as he started chasing Yao Chen. Sensing the monkey behind him, Yao Chen was secretly surprised. That tail strike was powerful, it could probably shatter even ordinary walls, but he didn't expect the monkey's skin to be so thick. Damn it, stupid monkey, just you wait, Yao Chen cursed, not wanting to return to his original form because it would mean losing tonight's hunting opportunity, so he could only flee. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and after fleeing for 5 or 6 minutes, he completely shook off the explosive monkey. The lazy monkey didn't bother to chase after a few steps, allowing Yao Chen to successfully escape its clutches. Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glanced back in the direction of the monkey, determined to make it pay. But before that, let's start hunting. He arrived at a secluded pond and silently waited. For these exotic beasts, freshwater resources were crucial in the wild. Many exotic beasts would come to the pond to drink water at night, making it the best hunting spot. Yao Chen concealed his figure, silently waiting for his prey to appear. Just 10 minutes later, a colorful horned horse appeared. Moonlight horned horse. Second transformation. Yao Chen clicked his snake mouth, wondering why he was faced with such a big catch right away. Never mind. With my strength, the second transformation is just as good. The massive snake body shot out, entwining around the horned horse's limbs and neck, then sinking its venomous fangs into it. The horned horse struggled wildly, its huge body thrashing around the pond, kicking up a lot of dust. Yao Chen could feel the tremendous force coming from the horse's body, making his teeth feel loose, but he didn't let go. After a fierce struggle, the horned horse collapsed due to poisoning. Yao Chen took a breath, released his body, and began tearing and devouring the horned horse's flesh with his teeth. The creature was quite large, and in the absence of his original form, he had to consume the flesh by tearing it apart. However, his joyful feast was interrupted by an unwelcome guest by the pond. Roar! A threatening roar, as 5 or 6 red lions stared at the dead horned horse, then turned their attention to Yao Chen. Oh, all of them are just first transformation red-maned lions? Yao Chen sneered. If these lions were all second transformation, it might be a different story. But he didn't take the first transformation seriously. Being a python, he knew the rule of not harming wild animals couldn't be followed, but he had to execute it. Yao Chen lightly lay on the ground, touching the ground with his 2 venomous fangs, turning the ground within a radius of 30 meters green, affecting the group of red-maned lions. The 2 leading lions continued to roar, but after just 3 seconds, they fell to the ground, paralyzed. Thump! Thump! Several lions couldn't resist the potent venom and perished within a few breaths. Time to feast. Yao Chen licked his lips, no longer suppressing the bloodthirsty frenzy within him. He crawled over and tore into the flesh greedily. At the same time, he officially began the prologue of his hunting by the pond. The flesh in front of him was only enough to last him half an hour, and more wild beasts would come tonight. Now was the time for him to hunt. While his clone was hunting hard, Yao Yi himself slept from late night until noon. Waking up in the hotel bed, Yao Chen didn't dream much but reminisced about his clone's hunting actions last night. The clone mainly devoured a large number of wild beasts by the pond last night, with over 50 of them, including 7 or 8 second-stage mutant beasts. The only danger last night was the third-stage initial-level violent monkey. You silly monkey, I'll deal with you today. Yao Chen's eyes flashed with a killing intent, but after a moment of hesitation, he didn't act. The clone continued hunting. Snake seemed not to rely much on sleep, staying energetic throughout the night. If he wanted to hunt the violent monkey today, it would probably be quite troublesome, so it might be better to quickly use some elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Thinking this, Yao Chen paused, then took out 2 elixirs from his spatial bracelet. He had taken a Thundercloud elixir yesterday, but it was too rushed to fully take effect. The Thundercloud elixir mainly enhanced the power of awakeners and had some thunder attributes, providing a power boost when using thunder attribute treasures. However, he didn't need this attribute but required strength and vitality. With this in mind, Yao Chen swallowed the Thundercloud elixir and began refining it slowly. After some time passed, he picked up the essence refining elixir, pondering. The main function of this elixir was to convert the essence of male awakeners into a nourishing force for the body, very suitable for virgins, especially for Yao Chen, who had never even watched some movies, making it a perfect match for him. Swallowing it in one gulp, time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 5 p.m. After swallowing 3 essence refining elixirs in a row, Yao Chen felt his essence was running low, so he slowly opened his eyes. This elixir is extremely compatible with my body, even raising my level forcibly to the peak of the first stage. But the devouring by my clone last night also had some effect, or it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Yao Chen muttered to himself, then stood up to find something to eat. With his current financial resources, he naturally didn't bother going to a cheap restaurant but entered a restaurant called Feixian Tower to replenish his body after cultivation. Summoning a waiter, Yao Chen ordered all the meat dishes on the menu. Even dishes made from mutant beast flesh were served directly, and now he was hungry enough to eat a whole cow. Having taken 3 essence refining elixirs, his body was very empty at this point, so after the dishes arrived, he started eating voraciously. However, realizing he looked like a giant python, Yao Chen restrained himself a bit, but still seemed quite snake-like. Damn, why do I look more like a giant python? Yao Chen inwardly complained, but couldn't resist the temptation of the food and continued eating heartily. And at that moment, a large group of people suddenly entered the Feixian Tower, looking extremely casual and improper. Our brother Wang is so generous. He actually invited us to Feixian Tower for a meal, truly worthy of being the 9th richest son of the Hui city. Exactly. Brother Wang is truly outstanding. Ha ha, flattering voices rang out, and Yao Chen casually glanced over to find his former classmates, but he didn't feel much inside and continued eating. However, following the routine of brainless cool stories, Wang Tang and his group still noticed Yao Chen eating. One of the lackeys even came out with a classic line, well, isn't this the former top student of our class? What are you doing here for a meal? Have you struck it rich? Humph, can he even afford to get rich? Just look at how he eats, clearly mooching off others. Can he foot the bill? The group of lackeys started to jeer, but Wang Tung, as the leader, calmly walked over and spoke up. Quiet down. Yao Chun there has a D-level talent. What's wrong with him eating well? But can you really afford to pay the bill? Wang Tang suddenly turned his head and laughed heartily. His words instantly sparked laughter among the crowd, filling the entire restaurant with joyous chatter. Boring. Yao Chen wiped his mouth and stood up. He had finished his meal, and as for the nonsense and boring tasteless remarks of these people, he had no interest in paying them any mind. What did you say? The wind was too loud just now. I didn't hear clearly. Dare you say it again? Wang Tang's demeanor suddenly turned sharp as he looked down at Yao Chun. He had long wanted to teach Yao Chun a lesson, but never had the chance back in school. Now that this guy had only awakened to a D-level talent while he himself was at a B-level, with considerable influence at home, he had every right to teach him a lesson. Hearing his words, Yao Chen furrowed his brow. He had only said 2 boring words. Why was Wang Tang getting worked up? Nevertheless, he had no mood to engage with this guy and calmly said, "My bad, Wang Tung, you're too powerful. I concede." With these words, Yao Chen didn't even glance at the crowd. He just walked away. Wang Tang was stunned, unable to utter a word for a while. If Yao Chen surrendered so easily, he really couldn't do much to him, but this was not the outcome he desired. Yao Chen, do you still think you're the genius of the school? Now that talents have fully awakened, you're just a loser with a D-level talent. And let me tell you, the woman you like, I will definitely get her too. Wang Tung shouted arrogantly. Faced with his provocation, Yao Chen didn't even turn his head, just casually said, "Oh, then I wish you success." "Ha? Wish me what?" Wang Tang was a bit puzzled. Normally, Yao Chen would be furious, so why was he so indifferent now? "Yao Chen, just a loser," Wang Tung roared in anger, and his cronies echoed, spewing out filthy words. Yet Yao Chen seemed to ignore them completely. Leaving on his own, in the wilderness, he might have casually killed these noisy ants, but in the city, it was not convenient for him to act. Besides, verbal insults like these had little effect on him. What does it matter if they insult me? Let them insult. For one who harbors anger due to others' rage is surely a shallow-minded person. And what great achievements can a shallow-minded person accomplish? Yao Chen walked away, the taunts and jeers behind him fading into the distance, until he reached his Porsche 911, opened the door, and the curses abruptly ceased. The whole world fell silent. His figure was elegant, and as the engine roared to life, he left in a cloud of dust. At that moment, the people outside the restaurant finally reacted. One of them uncertainly looking at Wang Tang and saying, "Wang, that kid seems to be driving a Porsche." Really? Could it be? Is he really wealthy now? Hearing the sudden silence among the crowd, anger surged within Wang Tang. Don't be foolish. How could he afford a Porsche? He must have rented it. Yes, he must have rented it. Wang Tang's cronies echoed, seemingly cementing their own victory. But for some reason, even though he clearly defeated Yao Chen this time and even insulted him, there was no sense of satisfaction in his heart. As for Yao Chen, he checked the time and saw that it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Python avatar had already devoured more than 50 exotic beasts, but there was still some distance to the next evolution. However, it was worth mentioning that his own realm seemed to have loosened. It seemed that reaching the second transformation from the peak of the first transformation was not far off. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Chen returned to the hotel and opened his own panel. Name, Yao Chen, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, realm, first transformation peak, physique, 1233, spirit, 1311, skills, venomous. Swift as the wind and thunder, golden armor, avatar. He could feel that he was just a step away from breaking through to the second transformation. However, if he relied solely on his own cultivation, it would still take some time, and if he relied only on the Python avatar's devouring, perhaps only the next evolution could directly break through to the second transformation. I will break through to the second transformation tonight. There are only 12 days left until the college entrance examination, so I must make good use of the time. Yao Chen made up his mind and then took out 2 thundercloud pills, swallowed them, and sat cross-legged on the bed to begin refining them. The cultivation of an awakener is actually a process of tempering the body, making the blood purer, and comprehensively improving the body's quality to break through the 9 major constraints. After the improvement in physical quality, the power of abilities will also become stronger, which is the path to becoming stronger for awakeners. Yao Chen worked very hard, and the Python avatar was also not idle, still guarding by the waterside, starting a night of hunting. Unfortunately, tonight the wilderness was not peaceful. The violent monkey began to roam around and bite the exotic beasts. With the strength of the 3rd transformation initial stage, he rampaged in the wilderness, already dominating a whole territory of low-level exotic beasts, where no one could challenge him. Helplessly, the Python avatar had to avoid him for now and hunt other exotic beasts elsewhere. This monkey is really hindering my path to evolution. Tomorrow, I must merge with the main body and kill this mongrel. Tonight, let's go to the nearby wilderness. Yao Chen made a decision and then swayed his body towards another plain in the wilderness to hunt the mutated pink rabbits there. It was called hunting, but it was more like a buffet. Yao Chen fiercely grabbed into the rabbit hole with his huge snake head, pulled out a pink rabbit, and swallowed it. As he walked and devoured the pink rabbits, he had already covered a distance of over 20 kilometers in 2 hours. However, the deeper he went, the more he could feel a palpitation in his heart. Yao Chen naturally realized this anomaly and followed his heart's direction towards the west. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a valley. Memories surfaced in his mind at this moment. This valley was once called Peach Blossom Valley, but unfortunately, it was invaded by exotic beasts, and no one could come here anymore. But what was different now was that the peach blossoms were in full bloom in the valley, with pink petals fluttering in the air, and at the center of the valley was a huge deep pool. In the very center of the deep pool, there was a small island of less than 10 square meters, and a huge peach tree was blooming on this island, covered with giant peaches. What is this? Yao Chen's heart suddenly stirred. Logically, he should not be interested in fruits or food, but when he looked at those giant peaches, he couldn't help but salivate involuntarily. No, swallowing these peaches will greatly benefit me. Greedy light shone from Yao Chen's narrow snake eyes, but he did not act. Instead, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Within the Peach Blossom Valley, a sea of pink hues spread, appearing calm and peaceful on the surface, but harboring dozens of hidden auras beneath the facade. Sensing the presence of these auras, Yao Chen's pupils contracted sharply. In his eyes, not a single second-generation aura existed among them. All were of the 3rd generation. Moreover, they were all outstanding individuals of the 3rd generation, with 3 or 4 even more mysterious and powerful 4th generations. Damn it! How did I not notice so many strong individuals just now? Yao Chen felt sweat forming on his snake face. So, he slowly retreated behind a mound of earth, concealing himself. Meanwhile, deep within the Peach Blossom Valley, an old and a young figure sat on the grass, with a small table set up, brewing tea. Tea on earth. In another 14 hours, the peaches will ripen. I wonder how confident you are this time, but let me tell you beforehand. Master, I won't intervene. Your arrogant demeanor should have been suppressed by your peers long ago. The old man sipped his tea, speaking with a mischievous tone. However, Tianhuozi remained calm, even a hint of disdain in his voice. Master, there are only 2 4th generations in this valley that I need to pay attention to. The rest are all ants. As for being suppressed by peers, who among them can suppress me? With my S-level talent? In my opinion, among this generation of students, only the one with the infinite dragon ancestor and the demon god-level talent is worthy of being my opponent. The rest are just ordinary folks. Tianhuozi paused, then continued, although that person only awakened 2 days ago, with such a terrifying talent, they might have already reached the high level of the 1st generation. As the two conversed, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from outside the valley. Suddenly, a giant ape over 10 meters tall rushed in, its massive nose sniffing around, seemingly searching for a certain scent. However, upon seeing the peach tree at the center of the island, its whole body trembled, eyes filled with an unparalleled desire. Roar! The giant ape roared, like it was in heat, and dove straight into the lake towards the peaches. Ha ha, Tianer, look at this giant ape. Although it's only at the initial stage of the 3rd generation, its physical strength is comparable to a high-level 3rd generation, and it has the potential to become a giant beast. Such a beast is also among the ranks of geniuses. The old man's indifferent words rang out. However, Tianhuazi said nothing, swiftly leaping a few steps to the central island, then shouted loudly, "Get out!" This single word was so forceful that it shook the entire valley, causing peach blossoms to fall like the roar of a behemoth from the abyss. At that moment, the giant ape, who was swimming vigorously, was so frightened that even the lake beneath him turned black with a foul stench. He was scared out of his wits. The giant ape immediately realized that the human in front of him was not to be trifled with, so he quickly changed direction and scrambled away from the Peach Blossom Valley. At that moment, Tianhuazi turned around calmly, his gaze piercing through the hidden human awakeners and beasts in the valley. In that moment, all the other third-generation powerhouses were frightened, trembling, and quickly left the Peach Blossom Valley. Tianhuazi's inherent aura of strength and unparalleled dominance made them tremble, unable to muster any resistance. At this moment, Tianhuazi sneered, "Genius, just a stepping stone for me." Hearing this arrogant statement, the old man shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly, only able to sigh at how good it is to be young. Of course, that roar just now was not enough to scare Yao Chen away. At this moment, his serpent eyes stared at Tianhuazi in the valley, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. "This is the genius of Seven Night City, isn't it? It seems he came here just for those peaches." Yao Chen's sneer couldn't help but appear on his snake-like mouth, while his main body in the hotel also opened his eyes. Tianhuazi. Yao Mo silently repeated this name, standing up from the bed and looking at his left hand. After hours of cultivation, his realm had already reached the second level, and his current attributes had also experienced a significant surge. Physique, 1833. Spirit, 1913. With nearly 1833 physique, multiplying by 10 would already be close to 20,000. TSK. Yao Chen clicked his tongue. That Tianhuazi's realm should be less than the fourth level, but his true strength surpassed that level. Was his 20,000 attributes a match for him? However, according to the official classification of Awakener's levels, the difference below the fifth level was not that significant. Yao Chen still had some confidence in his heart, but if he really wanted to snatch the peaches, he would probably get injured. Yao Chen strictly adhered to the principle of not harming the jungle, but if the benefits were substantial, he didn't mind taking a little risk. The peaches his avatar saw were just too tempting. Swallowing one would greatly increase his evolution progress. Evolution meant strengthening his power, and Yao Chen naturally wanted to enhance his strength. Now I have 3 skills: Venom, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor. But Venom must not be used on Tianhuazi. If this S-level genius dies, it will bring me endless trouble. After pondering for a moment, Yao Chen took out a neat feather from the spatial bracelet. He had already figured out the function of this semi-finished treasure, which had only one purpose: acceleration. Yao Chen walked downstairs to the hotel, tucked the feather into his chest, and then silently activated it. Swish! In just 1 second, he shot out 30 meters directly, and if he didn't use the feather, relying solely on his speed, he would only reach about 25 meters. The feather could provide him with a certain speed boost, but if combined with wind and thunder speed, this boost would increase even more. Bring it on! Isn't it just a Tianhuazi? Even with my demon god level talent, I can't handle you? Come! A fierce look flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, then he waved his arm, and the giant python totem instantly appeared behind him. With his attributes increased tenfold, a more intense ambition surged in his eyes. Soon, Yao Chen drove a Porsche to the city gate and then straight into the wilderness. The sky was just beginning to brighten, but some predators on the wilderness were already fading away, leaving only some relatively gentle wild beasts. Yao Chen identified the direction and then rushed towards the Peach Blossom Valley at high speed. Thinking of the several large water peaches on that peach tree, a hint of excitement welled up in his heart. Now that he had merged with his avatar, although their combined strength was formidable and dealing with third-order exotic beasts should not be a problem, his intuition told him that the value of those peaches was much higher than that of third-order exotic beasts. With this in mind, Yao Chen's figure drew closer to the Peach Blossom Valley. However, before he could get much closer, he already heard the sound of commotion coming from the valley. Boom! 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 A strong riotous sound emanated from the valley, and he immediately realized that someone had started to snatch the peaches. Yao Chen felt anxious and quickly arrived at the valley entrance to investigate. In the deep pool, Tianhuazi was engulfed in flames, fighting fiercely with 2 exotic beasts, a 30-meter-long Cuban lizard and a black-toothed giant python as thick as a tree trunk. These two exotic beasts exuded the aura of the 4th level without reservation. What was even more astonishing was Tianhuozi's increasing courage and valor in battle. His breath was only at the 3rd revolution and 8th stage, yet he effortlessly subdued the two exotic beasts. Flames surged around him, scorching the two beasts with each sweep of celestial fire. Ha ha! A 4th revolution exotic beast is nothing special. You two seem somewhat intelligent. You should understand my words. It's better to leave now, or once I truly strike, the two of you won't be enough for me to kill. Faced with Tianhuozi's words, the two beasts roared in anger. Being somewhat intelligent, they were unwilling to release the peach in front of them. However, in the next moment, their greed cost them dearly. Swish! Tianhuozi suddenly produced a fan-like treasure with a wave of his hand, holding it in his grasp. Yao Chen's pupils slightly contracted upon seeing the fan. It was a complete treasure of considerable grade. Die! Tianhuozi conjured a huge fireball with his left hand, 5 meters in diameter, and with a swift flick of the fan in his right hand, the fireball burst open instantly, transforming into hundreds of small fireballs raining down on the two beasts like meteorites. Boom! Each fireball pierced through the beast's armor, causing them to howl in agony. In less than 3 seconds, the giant python died instantly, while the giant lizard was knocked unconscious. So that's it. This fan can enhance his abilities. No wonder he's so arrogant. Of course, Yao Chen's attention wasn't solely on Tianhuozi. In a swift motion, he plunged into the deep pool, swiftly retrieved the giant python's body, and within moments, he had chopped it into several pieces of meat. Feast! Clones of the python emerged and devoured the meat without hesitation. Yao Chen completed this series of actions in just 10 seconds. Too fast for anyone to react. Even Tianhuozi was momentarily stunned, looking at him with surprise. Who are you? Tianhuozi furrowed his brows, seeing the young man before him as nothing more than a newly awakened 2nd revolutionist, yet emanating an unfathomable aura. Ha ha, interesting. Good disciple. You've made quite a scene today. Suddenly, an elderly man nearby spoke, observing Yao Chen with great interest. With his experience and insight, he naturally noticed Yao Chen's extraordinary qualities. However, he didn't expect Yao Chen to defeat his disciple. He simply hoped to test his disciple's mettle. At this moment, Tianhuozi's expression darkened upon hearing his master's words. This giant python is my prey. Can I interpret your actions as a challenge to me? Tianhuozi's gaze turned icy as he watched Yao Chen. At this moment, Yao Chen's python clone continued to devour the black python's body, growing stronger by the moment. The capable shall obtain exotic beast materials. What do you mean by stealing from you? Yao Chen smiled, merged instantly with the satiated python clone, his aura rising significantly, then dashed towards the peach tree at the center of the pool. Boom! His speed was astonishing, creating splashes on the water's surface. In just a few seconds, he reached the small island and reached out to pluck the peach. Enraged by his actions, Tianhuozi, surrounded by flames, charged towards him. Swish! Unexpectedly, Yao Chen easily dodged Tianhuozi's attack, even managing to grab a peach and store it in his spatial ring. How dare you! Tianhuozi instantly became furious, opening his palm to release 7 or 8 fireballs towards his opponent. His speed and strength were top-notch among awakeners of the same level, yet he couldn't believe that his attacks couldn't hit the small 2nd stage awakener in front of him. Damn it! How can he be so fast? Tianhuozi was extremely annoyed. Unable to bear the mocking gaze of his master on the side any longer, he began to use his fan treasure. Seeing this guy resorting to using treasures without fighting fairly, Yao Chen shrank his neck and directly activated the Wind Thunder Divine Speed, along with the Feather Treasure. At this moment, his nearly 20,000 physical speed combined with 2 enhancements resulted in his speed exceeding 5 to 6 times the original. His figure moved at extreme speed on the small island, swiftly collecting peaches into his spatial bracelet. In just a few breaths, half of the peaches were already taken, causing Tianhuozi's heart to ache. But frustratingly, his attacks were completely ineffective. Hitting the opponent seemed like a distant dream. As he saw his energy depleting rapidly, Yao Chen, like a cunning rabbit, managed to dodge every attack with ease. At this moment, Tianhuozi felt a sense of confusion and helplessness. Tianhuozi felt his principles being challenged. He had expected a thrilling battle, but it had turned into this. Good disciple, do you now realize there are always stronger individuals out there? Despite being a realm higher and several minor realms above you, you can't even scratch him. So, This person. Before the old man could finish his words, Tianhuzi's face darkened as he floated above the island using a flying treasure. I've said it before. No matter how talented the opponent is, they are just testing my limits. And now, it's time to end this boring farce. Divine Fury Inferno. With a loud roar, Tianhuzi's body was engulfed in flames. Beneath him, a gigantic fire dragon nearly 100 meters long materialized. How will you deal with this move? Tianhuzi roared, and with a wave of his hand, the massive fire dragon descended rapidly, covering dozens of meters in an instant, about to strike Yao Chen. At this moment, the old man in the distance hesitated, suppressing the urge to help the young stranger and continued to observe. Boom! 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 The massive fire dragon struck the central island, exploding into a small mushroom cloud that enveloped the surroundings. The explosion's flames spread over an area of 200 meters. No speed could escape in an instant. Huff! 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 Tianhuzi gasped heavily, feeling triumphant. What good is speed if you're still going to die by my hands? He felt victorious, but the old man's voice brought him back to reality. Tianer, it's not over yet. He might not necessarily lose. Looking over, he saw the thick smoke gradually dissipating from the deep lake surface, revealing a figure emitting a faint golden light standing in the charred central island. The figure was calm, looking at him. Do you think you're handsome? A voice filled with resentment rang out. The figure emitting golden light suddenly leaped from the ground into the air. Then, with a fierce slap, struck Tianhuzi across the face. Smack! After the slap, Yao Chen fell from the sky. He couldn't keep up the act. After all, he didn't have any flying treasures. However, Tianhuzi was left dumbfounded by the slap, feeling somewhat foolish. Just now, that move of the Heavenly Fury Divine Flame was his own unique skill. How could the opponent easily block it like that? And it seems like he's completely unharmed. Just as he was shocked, Yao Chen landed on the ground and quickly took out a spatial bracelet to change into a new set of clothes. That guy just now burned his clothes to a crisp with one move. If it weren't for the skill of the golden armor, he might have been burned to a crisp himself. You idiot! If your master wasn't here, I'd give you a good beating. Yao Chen cursed as he prepared to leave the Peach Blossom Valley. Wait! Tianhuzi suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on him. Wait for what? You want a beating? Yao Chen retorted impatiently. I refuse to accept this. I want to have a life and death battle with you. Tianhuzi gritted his teeth. He was determined not to let the other party pick the peaches and leave after slapping himself. But just as the two faced off, Yao Chen's eyes suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" In the next instant, a sharp long knife pierced through Tianhuazi's chest. In the sky, Tianhuazi's chest was pierced through by the long knife. Dripping with fresh blood, he struggled to turn his head, only to find a foreign face. The pride of the heavens, right? Sorry, I specialize in killing heavenly pride. The foreigner smirked as he pulled out the long knife and grew wings on his back, ready to leave the Peach Blossom Valley. You dare! You foreign thief! The old man roared. In the next moment, this seemingly inconspicuous old man erupted with astonishing momentum. The space around him twisted, and the ground beneath him crumbled inch by inch. Then, like a cannonball, he shot out. The foreigner in white robes, with widened pupils, flapped his wings to leave, but to his surprise, the old man was too fast, forcing him to engage in a fierce battle. At that moment, Yao Chen hesitated, choosing to first tend to Tianhuazi. Of course, with Yao Chen's character, he wouldn't help someone for nothing. He had his own motives. He swiftly moved across the lake's surface, catching Tianhuazi as he fell from the sky, and they landed on a charred little island. Meanwhile, the two in the sky were fully engaged in battle. The foreigner in white robes had a high level of cultivation, surpassing the 5th realm and reaching the 6th realm. The old man also seemed to be at the 6th realm, making them evenly matched. Boom! 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 As the two fought, even the sound of their battle shook the entire valley. The old man's every punch directly leveled the mountaintops of the Peach Blossom Valley. In less than 30 seconds, the entire mountaintops of the Peach Blossom Valley were flattened, turning into a plain. Is this the power of a 6th realm expert? Flattening mountaintops with a wave of his hand. And he definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Yao Chen couldn't help but feel dry-mouthed. This kind of strength could probably rival that of a giant beast, right? As the two powerful individuals continued to battle fiercely, gradually moving out of the Peach Blossom Valley, the white-robed foreigner fled, while the old man pursued relentlessly. causing the foreigner to cough up blood repeatedly. "I want the foreigner dead." Hearing this furious roar, Yao Chen's mouth twitched, feeling a sense of déjà vu. However, as the two left, the Peach Blossom Valley instantly quieted down. But Yao Chen sensed something different. "No, there are still people in the valley." Yao Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. Tian Huazi was unconscious now, but fortunately, the old man had given them a protective shield earlier, so for the time being, no one should be able to attack. Boom! As soon as his mind settled, a sudden intense explosion echoed from the protective shield. A foreigner in a white robe appeared, viciously pounding the shield with his fists. "Damn it! These foreigners have a trick up their sleeves?" Yao Chen felt a sense of urgency. Tian Huozi was in a semi-conscious state, and the foreigner outside the shield had a cultivation level of 5 turns, even at the intermediate stage. He. "I love hunting the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom the most." The foreigner sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the two inside the shield, especially focusing on Yao Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The shield trembled under the foreigner's strikes, on the verge of shattering completely. Yao Chen furrowed his brows tightly. He knew he was no match for a 5-turn intermediate opponent, especially one who seemed so well prepared. A blunt knife is no match for a sharp one. The shield should hold for a while. Yao Chen made up his mind and immediately released the giant python avatar, then took out a large number of peaches. "Quick, eat!" He controlled the python avatar to open its mouth wide, devouring the peaches one by one. As expected, each peach contained immense energy, equivalent to dozens of first-turn exotic beasts. "Eat quickly!" The light of the shield was rapidly dimming, while Yao Chen's devouring process was also proceeding at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the python avatar had already consumed dozens of peaches and was still going, eating special items, gaining a new evolutionary direction. Peach Blossom Python. Under human form, charm value skyrockets, attracting any female. In avatar form, kidneys strengthen, possessing strong attraction to female pythons. "What's going on?" Yao Chen roared in disbelief. Eating a peach actually triggered a new evolutionary direction. Fortunately, his attributes were also rapidly increasing, breaking through 2000 in an instant and still rising. Swish, swish, swish. His original strength was also rapidly increasing, but it seemed a bit late now. Crack! The shield was shattered, and the foreigner's fist reached in, tearing apart the remaining protection. Yao Chen's pupils contracted, and he immediately recalled the python avatar. Attributes before fusion: Physique, 2866, Spirit, 2699, Attributes after fusion: Physique, 28660, Spirit, 26990. The nearly 30,000 attribute points did not bring Yao Chen a sense of security because he still felt an unparalleled threat from the foreigner in front of him. Without a word, Yao Chen raised the long sword in his hand and thrust it towards the foreigner. Unfortunately, the foreigner in front of him was not afraid of this slight threat of a sword. He even grabbed and crushed the sword in an instant. "Youngster, daring to strike at a 5-turn opponent as a second turn. You are quite something." The foreigner sneered, then broke the remaining shields and grabbed Yao Chen by the collar, slamming him fiercely to the ground. Bang! This fierce blow made Yao Chen dizzy, blood even spurting from his nostrils. The power of a 5-turn cultivator was simply too overwhelming. Even with all his strength increased tenfold, he seemed no match. However, all of this was just superficial. After this blow, the foreigner suddenly let go, his eyes strangely fixed on his own hands. "What's going on?" "This?" The foreigner felt a tingling sensation in his hands inside the gloves, so he quickly took them off. At the sight of his hands, his whole heart skipped a beat. His hands had turned completely green and were spreading towards his body. "What have you done?" His eyes were full of anger as he stared at Yao Chen, disbelief written all over his face. Asterisk cough, cough, cough. Asterisk Yao Chen coughed up blood, supporting himself with his hands as he slowly stood up. Asterisk cough, cough. Making a fuss over nothing, just a bit of poisoning. Asterisk poison. The foreigner's eyes widened in fury, using all his strength to suppress the toxins in his hands. At that moment, Yao Yi finally realized the extraordinary nature of a 5th-stage expert. His hands slowly shed the green color, concentrating on his pinky finger. The tip of the pinky finger turned from green to black, oozing drops of poisonous blood. Yao Chen's pupils contracted at the sight, encountering for the first time an enemy capable of neutralizing his deadly poison. "Oof, you're quite naive." Yao Chen struggled to stand up, grabbing a handful of yellow soil from the ground and throwing it at the foreigner, simultaneously thrusting his long sword. Swish. The foreigner, still healing himself, never expected Yao Chen to resist. He could dodge the sword, but the surrounding yellow soil was unavoidable. In that moment, the foreigner had a suspicion, deepening his inner fear. The yellow soil spread over him, and in an instant, his whole body emitted a green light. What have you done? The foreigner felt a sudden pain throughout his body, roaring in madness, abandoning his healing to grab Yao Chen by the neck and slam him hard. Boom. The impact sank the entire island by 10 centimeters. A large pit appeared where Yao Chen stood, the surrounding land collapsing instantly. Unexpectedly, Yao Chen emitted a faint golden light, calming down after spitting out a mouthful of blood. You. The foreigner's breath grew weaker, lacking any detoxifying treasures, helplessly watching his body turn completely green. The poison spread throughout his body, not just in his hands, impossible to eliminate even with his strong vitality. Yet he persisted, enduring the deadly poison for a full minute. Thud. After 15 minutes, the foreigner fell lifeless, losing his breath. Meanwhile, Yao Chen opened his eyes, struggling to climb out of the deep pit. The foreigner's strength was formidable, enduring his poison attack for a whole minute, compared to beasts of the same level, which could only withstand for about 10 seconds before dying. This foreigner's resilience was remarkable. If the foreigner had been more aggressive and kept attacking, Yao Chen might have died before him. Exhale. Yao Chen breathed heavily, feeling excruciating pain all over, with 2 or 3 ribs likely broken. Nevertheless, he managed to reach the body of the 5th stage expert, opening his arms to absorb the toxins. Absorbing the poison from his prey's body would also help him recover his strength, Yao Chen thought. Starting the absorption process, strands of green light floated from the foreigner's body, entering his palms. Soon, Yao Chen's complexion improved, and his injuries gradually healed. So, the stronger the target poisoned to death, the more energy I can recover when retracting the toxins, Yao Chen murmured to himself. After a minute of absorption, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, as his energy had mostly recovered, and his injuries were rapidly healing. Alright, next is the looting part. Yao Chen rubbed his fingers, then directly took off the foreigner's spatial bracelet, and also removed the knuckle dusters from his hands. Consciousness flowed into the spatial bracelet. Yao Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Inside this foreigner's spatial bracelet, there were bottles and jars containing elixirs, and in the center of the bracelet's space, there was a green stone. This is a 5-grade material, the celestial green stone. Yao Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This kind of 5-grade material was extremely rare, with each one worth at least tens of millions. Strangely, he also found a small booklet next to the celestial green stone, but Yao Chen didn't look closely at it. Instead, he stored everything in his own spatial bracelet. After returning to consciousness, Yao Chen picked up the foreigner's knuckle dusters and found that they were also a treasure. He tried putting the knuckle dusters on his hands and then fiercely hammered the ground. Bang! In an instant, the ground beneath his feet collapsed. However, Yao Chen was not very satisfied as the knuckle dusters only increased his strength by 20%. By that logic, this 5-grade foreigner would also have his strength increased by 20% with these knuckle dusters. No wonder he could break through the protective shield given by a 6th-grade expert. So that's how, Yao Chen thought to himself, while keeping the knuckle dusters for his own use. After all, they were also treasures. As for the body of the foreigner, it naturally had to be chopped up and thrown into the river, leaving no evidence for the foreign powers in the city to find out. Thinking this, Yao Chen began to work, picking up his long sword and starting to cut up the body of the 5th-grade expert. At that moment, a sudden "ha" sounded in his ear. Yao Chen turned his head and found that Tianhuozi had actually woken up, looking at him with a confused expression. Then suddenly he leaped back, his eyes filled with fear. What are you doing? This is the body of a 5th-grade expert. Tianhuozi's pupils widened, his eyes filled with a shocked expression, and he stepped back abruptly. Then his body stiffened, suddenly remembering something, and then said in shock, "Did you kill him?" "Yes." "What's wrong? Is it not allowed?" Yao Chen replied indifferently. Hearing this, Tianhuozi's eyes were full of horror, and he couldn't speak for a while. "You killed a 5th-grade expert." Tianhuozi took 2 steps back, then sat down dejectedly. At this moment, he also remembered that when the two of them were covered by the protective shield, a foreigner with knuckle dusters had rushed over, and at that time he was about to lose consciousness. But how did he do it? Killing a 5th-grade expert with a 2nd-grade strength. Tian Huozi muttered to himself, staring blankly at Yao Chen. He had thought that with his 3rd-grade high-level cultivation, fighting a 4th-grade expert was already a remarkable feat, but now this guy in front of him, with only a 2nd-grade initial cultivation, had directly killed a 5th-grade expert. Watching Yao Chen handling the body, Tian Huozi was stunned and speechless for a while. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later, after Yao Chen had finished dealing with the body, that Tian Huozi struggled to speak. Yao Chen frowned, as Tian Huozi mumbled incomprehensibly, so he impatiently said, "What's the matter? Just say it. I want to follow you." Tian Huozi blurted out with a red face. "Follow me? What do you mean?" Yao Chen looked at him with a frown, a hint of disdain in his eyes, but at this moment, Tian Huozi's face turned red, yet his eyes were filled with determination. "Let me follow you, even if it's as a little brother." "I'm willing," he said loudly, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, to everyone's surprise, Yao Chen's next words were, "All right, if you want to be my little brother, then you'll have to offer something first. I heard your family isn't very wealthy, right? Do you have $1 billion? Transfer it to me first." Upon hearing this, Tian Huozi was petrified on the spot, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "I don't have the qualification to use $1 billion yet. I can only give you 20 million. That's all I can offer." "You?" Tian Huozi looked at him expectantly, his eyes filled with a desire to become stronger. "Well, 20 million will do. I allow you to follow me," Yao Chen said. He directly exchanged contact information with Tian Huozi, also sending his bank card for him to transfer the money after returning to the city. Yao Chen naturally understood Tian Huozi's mindset. After all, outstanding geniuses like him often harbor unrealistic fantasies about surpassing even stronger geniuses in the same stage. Yao Chen didn't mind, he even gave Tian Huozi this opportunity. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You can go back by yourself, the foreigners shouldn't come again," Yao Chen said as he put on the foreigner's gloves and left the Peach Blossom Valley directly. At that moment, Tian Huozi stared fixedly at the floating foreign corpses on the water's surface, his eyes burning with endless fervor. Is this the genius among geniuses? He's simply a monster. On the other side, Yao Chen, still carrying injuries, found a secluded cave and went in, silently checking his wounds. His sternum was slightly fractured, but a few ribs had already started healing after expelling the toxins. In short, it wasn't a big issue. At that moment, he remembered the new evolutionary directions that appeared after consuming the fairy peaches, so he opened his panel to check the evolution options. Evolution directions: Radiant Python, Golden Blade Python, Fallen Light Python, Peach Blossom Python, to be chosen. For evolution directions have appeared. Yao Chen's eyes sparkled. Then he released the giant python avatar by cancelling the fusion state. The giant python avatar had reached a length of 20 meters, and the distance to the next evolution seemed no longer distant. I should be able to evolve with another 500 first-stage exotic beasts, and I still have dozens of fairy peaches left. Yao Chen calculated in his mind that these fairy peaches should be enough to support the next evolution, more or less. In that case, let's start devouring. Let's complete the 4th evolution in this cave. Yao Chen controlled the avatar to devour the fairy peaches, while he himself silently circulated his energy after swallowing a spirit refining pill. As the pill circulated, his internal injuries rapidly healed, while the giant python avatar kept devouring the fairy peaches, transforming them into pure energy to nourish itself. The fairy peaches were gradually consumed, but their fragrance still lingered in the cave, even drifting out and attracting the attention of many exotic beasts. However, upon sensing the terrifying auras emanating from the cave, no exotic beasts dared to enter and disturb. Meanwhile, after the last fairy peach was swallowed, Yao Chen did not receive a prompt for evolution. No, just a bit more, he pondered, feeling that the avatar was just a hair's breadth away from evolving. However, this tiny bit required at least swallowing a 3rd-stage exotic beast. Sigh, luck is really against me. Just as he finished speaking, a roar echoed from the cave entrance, followed by thunderous footsteps. Boom, boom, boom. A massive figure, towering at 10 meters, blocked all light from the cave entrance. It was the rampaging ape, lured by the fragrance of the fairy peaches. Ha! Yao Chen was taken aback, realizing what it meant to invite trouble by sleeping on a pillow. In that case, I won't be polite. With a wave of his hand, Yao Chen instantly merged with the giant python. Not underestimating the third-level exotic beast before him, he struck with full force, his hands clad in yellow knuckles rising and landing a heavy blow on the head of the raging ape. Bang! The ape was dazed by the punch, falling to the ground howling in pain. Yao Chen didn't hold back, settling scores then and there. He lunged forward, fists relentlessly pounding the ape's head. Amidst the resounding strikes, the ape's cries gradually ceased. The various exotic beasts outside the cave, who had been eagerly waiting, stopped their roars upon realizing the ape's demise and hurriedly departed. Phew! Yao Chen breathed out, dispelling the merged state, and had the python form devour the ape's body. Killing the ape brought him relief. Last time he controlled the merged form, this fool almost tore off his tail, but now, revenge was his. For the python form, flesh was far more delicious than celestial peaches. Each consumption now brought him mental relief. Though the attribute gains were minimal, the comfort was real. Soon, a system prompt sounded. Your wind voice has reached the evolution standard. Please choose your next evolution direction. Radiant Python, Radiance, emit dazzling light, instantly blinding enemies. Both forms can use Golden Blade Python, Golden Blade, in human form. Condense Golden Twin Blades for close combat. In merged form, turn entire body scales into Golden Blades. Fallen Light Python, Fallen Light, in human form. Cast Fallen Light spell, erasing all light within a 30-meter radius. In merged form, blend with the surrounding light environment. Peach Blossom Python, Divine Peach Blossom, in human form. Charisma skyrockets, attracting any female. In merged form, enhanced kidneys, irresistibly attractive to female pythons. Looking at the four options, Yao Chen was slightly torn. Peach Blossom Python was out of the question, and the Golden Blade Python was unnecessary since weapons could be condensed in the merged form. That left the two light attribute pythons. The first, Radiant, deprived enemies of light, causing blindness, a good offensive but not effective against opponents relying on heat imaging like certain cold-blooded animals. The second, Fallen Light, erased surrounding light, plunging the area into darkness and granting the python chameleon-like abilities. Which one to choose? Naturally, Fallen Light Python. It would be a waste not to utilize such a great skill. You have selected the evolution direction. Evolution begins. In the next moment, the python form once again formed a massive snake totem behind Yao Chen, exuding a majestic aura. Yao Chen loved the evolution process the most. The feeling of growing stronger continuously fascinated him. His eyes sparkled as he opened the map. He was still in the Beast City, a place dominated by exotic beasts, with humans occupying less than 20% of the territory. Most of the land was under the control of exotic beasts, making places like the Beast City their domain rather than human cities. Feeling his injuries again, Yao Chen noted his fractured ribs had fully healed but required some rest. He sat down, beginning to plan his future actions. The college entrance examination is getting closer. There are only 10 days left now. If I can reach the level of 4 transformations within these 10 days, my ranking in the exam. Pausing for a moment, the top 3 in the college entrance exam are eligible for guidance from seniors, and some may even get a personal guardian arranged by the Dragon Kingdom. The so-called guardian is someone who acts as a bodyguard for a genius who has not fully grown up yet, while also helping to resolve doubts in their cultivation. However, Yao Chen felt that with his growth speed, a guardian might be somewhat unnecessary. Planning like this, his evolution speed is getting faster and faster, and in a short time, he will be able to fully evolve into a Fallen Light Python. Meanwhile, in the council chamber of the Tianhua family, several elders had gloomy expressions and continued to discuss. I suspect those foreigners already have rebellious intentions, daring to assassinate our young clan leader. It's audacious and reckless. I want those foreigners dead. Exactly. I want those foreigners dead too. Why don't we just storm into the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall now and kill those white-skinned pigs cleanly? The 2 Tianhua elders in the council chamber were fierce in temperament, immediately calling for violence, not even bothering to conceal their anger. Enough! The Tianhua elders sitting in the main seat suddenly slammed the table and calmly spoke. Leave the matter of the foreigners to the national authorities. We just need to defend our own territory. Whoever dares to attack us, we will kill them, regardless of their status. Moreover, it's not like hundreds of years ago. The alliance has already been established. and we can't openly slaughter foreigners." With the chief's words, the other elders in the room gradually calmed down and silently waited for the chief's opinion. Tian'er, tell the elders about what you saw and heard yesterday. We need to verify the authenticity of this information. With these words from the chief, Tianhuazi, who was at the end, stood up and calmly said, "Respected elders, I met a truly one-in-a-million genius. He defeated a fifth transformation with only a second transformation. I have decided to follow him." Boom! As Tianhuazi spoke, the elders couldn't sit still at all. One of them even angrily slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Tianhuazi and cursing. "Useless! We have appointed you as the young clan leader, and you dare to follow someone else. Isn't this tarnishing the reputation of our Tianhua family? Are you still one of us? You have no backbone." That's right. How can the young clan leader of our Tianhua family follow an outsider, especially an unknown youngster? I disagree too. The elders pointed at Tianhuazi, scolding him, saying he was incompetent and bringing shame to the family. However, Tianhuazi remained stubbornly in place, showing no intention of admitting his mistake. "Enough! Quiet down! Watch your language! This is a meeting, not a quarrel," the chief roared, immediately silencing everyone. He then calmly said to Tianhuazi, "You said that person defeated a fifth transformation with a second transformation. Is this true?" "Chief, it's absolutely true. How could I lie?" Tianhuazi's expression was firm, showing no signs of deceit. This made the elders hesitate. Could this be true? The gap between the sixth and fifth transformations is immense. It's simply impossible to kill across such levels, while the difference below the fifth transformation is not as significant. Crossing 3 major realms to kill someone is truly unbelievable. After a moment of silence in the council chamber, the chief's eyes flickered, and he took out a large laptop from under the table. "Tian'er, with your current memory and mental strength, you are capable of identifying that person among tens of thousands of awakened individuals. Moreover, the wilderness you visited yesterday belongs to the territory of the Hui City. You should search among the awakeners of this generation in Hui City to see if the person you mentioned is among them." The clan leader made a prompt decision and handed the computer given by the country to Tianhua. At this moment, Tianhua hesitated for a moment, feeling that what the clan leader said was right. So he came to the computer and began to look through the photos of each awakener. As he searched, the elders in the council chamber fell silent and watched him quietly, with a hint of anticipation in their hearts. After a search that lasted for an hour, Tianhua's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed loudly, "I found him! It's him! His name is Yao Chen!" Tianhua shouted excitedly, and in an instant, the elders and the clan leader all gathered around, looking at the photo pointed at by Tianhua. However, after just a few seconds of looking, the expressions of the people turned cold. Beneath this handsome face was a line of introduction: Yao Chen. Student photo, name, Yao Chen, gender, male, awakening talent, D-leveled black snake avatar, isn't it? Young clan leader. Are you kidding us? This guy is just a D-level. Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else? Yes, with a D-level talent. He probably won't even reach the first realm in 10 years, let alone kill a fifth realm expert with a second realm. Tianhua, are you teasing us? Child of the elders? Exactly. This kid used to be so cute and even peed on his grandfather's neck when he was little. How come he learned to lie as he grew up? Faced with the accusations of the elders, Tianhua's expression suddenly froze, as if he remembered something. No, the black snake avatar is definitely his talent. I remember there was a 20-meter-long golden python beside him at the time. Its momentum was like that of a giant beast. That's him, Tianhua muttered to himself. And at this moment, the clan leader, upon hearing his words, was completely stunned. This, if what you said is true, then his talent has definitely awakened for the second time. And when did he awaken for the second time? What did he awaken? What is his talent? It took him only 5 days to reach the second realm. You should know that even a genius with an A-level talent would need at least over a year to reach the second realm. Although those with S-level talents are faster, it would still not be less than half a year. And reaching the second realm in 5 days is simply a miracle. The clan leader muttered blankly to himself, while a terrifying answer gradually emerged in his mind. Demon god level, infinite dragon ancestor. He shouted madly in his mind. In the instant this answer emerged in his mind, the heart of clan leader Tianhua trembled. The level of a professional's talent represents their future achievements. Generally, as long as it is above sea level, It is possible to reach the 5th realm with one's talent and day and night efforts. However, this would take a very long time, and the awakener would need to work extremely hard. A level would require a short time to reach the 5th realm. As for the 6th realm, it all depends on one's own comprehension and effort. As for S level and above, they would definitely surpass the 5th realm, reaching the 6th realm, or even further. So if the child Tianhua mentioned truly has a demon god level talent, then this person will undoubtedly become a 7th or even 8th realm expert in the future, maybe even a 9th realm expert. As for realms beyond the 9th, clan leader Tianhua was not aware, thinking that the young man who saved his young master actually possessed a demon god level talent. He felt dry-mouthed and tongue-tied at this moment. The words he had just said were not spoken in front of everyone. Looking at the noisy elders, clan leader Tianhua adjusted his expression and spoke. Everyone, please step back. Take care of the family affairs first. I have something important to discuss with the young clan leader. As soon as these words were spoken, several senior members of the family were taken aback but didn't say much. They quickly left the council chamber, leaving only Tianhuzi and the patriarch of the Tianhua clan. Are you sure the person you saw is the same as the one in this photo on the computer? I hope you didn't make a mistake. The patriarch cautiously spoke up. Absolutely. I have not lied, Tianhuzi said firmly. At that moment, the patriarch took a deep breath and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Do you know that the current number 1 among the top 10 strongest talents appeared 4 days ago?" With these words, Tianhuzi's pupils slightly contracted. Then he said, "Of course, the infinite dragon ancestor appeared 4 days ago. Are you implying something?" The patriarch remained silent at this moment, and Tianhuzi suddenly sat down heavily on a chair, his eyes full of shock. His talent awakened for the second time, and 4 days ago, he transformed from the Black Snake avatar into the demon god level infinite dragon ancestor. And with his demon god level talent, he became a second transformation expert in just 4 days. Tianhuzi swallowed hard, seeming to understand why that man could kill a 5th transformation expert with a second transformation cultivation. But at this moment, even his gaze seemed somewhat stunned as he sat on the chair, carefully pondering. All right, child. There's no need to lose your way because of someone else's strength. I'm leaving you here because I have something to tell you. The patriarch spoke calmly, having calmed down and formed a plan in his mind. Please go on, patriarch. I will do my best. Good. Seeing you so understanding puts my mind at ease. My suggestion is that from now on, you should do your best to follow him. As for the financial request he made, you can say it's your own support and increase the previous 20 million to 40 million. Also, the life-saving treasure I gave you before, keep it safe. When necessary, you can help him out, so that he remembers your name and your kindness. And this matter can only be known to the two of us. His talent must never be revealed, or it will attract the crazy pursuit of people from other countries, causing great losses to our dragon country. The patriarch's plain words came slowly, and Tianhuzi nodded in full agreement with this approach. If he could establish a good relationship with this demon god-level talented person now, it would be of great benefit to the Tianhua clan in the future when Yao Chen reaches a high level. This is the way of investment. Meanwhile, as time approached afternoon, Yao Chen in the cave took a deep breath and ended his cultivation. During this time, he swallowed 2 essence pills and a thundercloud pill, slightly enhancing his strength, but the real breakthrough had not yet occurred. At this moment, the totem tattoo on his back became more stable, and after 10 seconds, this evolution was completed. Congratulations on completing the evolution. Please check your panel. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Realm, Second Transformation Peak, Physique, 3566, Spirit, 3688, Skills, Venomous, Swift as the Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Avatar, Fallen Light Python, Strength, Spirit Python Dash, Evolution Direction, Purgatory Python, Shadow Python, Flying Cloud Python. To be chosen, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Venomous, Swift as the Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, in human form, can cast Fallen Light spell, erasing all light within a 30-meter radius. In avatar form, can blend with the surrounding light environment. Ah, have I reached the second transformation peak? Feeling the majestic blood and energy in his body, Yao Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, he released the Python avatar with a wave of his hand. However, just as the Python avatar appeared, his whole person froze. At this moment, The python's clone had a body length of about 25 meters, emitting golden light at times, blue light at others, and even occasionally shifting to the green light of the fierce poison python stage, constantly changing colors. Interesting. Yao Chen's mind moved, and the python clone used the skill Fallen Light. The next second, the color of the python clone instantly stabilized and surprisingly matched the colors in the surrounding cave. It seamlessly blended with the entire cave, making it impossible to tell that there was a giant python over 20 meters long here. This skill is not bad. If used for ambush, it's truly a top-tier skill. Pausing for a moment, Yao Chen raised his arm again and cast Fallen Light in human form. In an instant, a black void appeared where his palm passed. No light could penetrate this area, and it was pitch black and impenetrable. Interestingly, Yao Chen could see through the entire blackness with his mind, observing the scene inside. So, this is a skill that cheats by manipulating light colors, deceiving others' sight while I can clearly see what's inside, with a range of up to 30 meters. However, Yao Chen understood clearly that this skill was definitely not that simple. It had a miraculous effect, but for now, he couldn't fully unleash its potential. Imagine erasing colors and light. If a science student had this skill, they would surely make the most of it. But Yao Chen was more inclined towards cultural studies, focusing mainly on language, so he couldn't think of any extraordinary use for it at the moment. As Yao Chen pondered, a loud roar suddenly pierced through the sky outside, echoing through the entire cave, almost deafening him. Roar! At the same time, the alarm on his phone went off. Attention! You are currently in a zone where giant beasts roam. Please take cover. Attention! You are currently in a zone where giant beasts roam. Please take cover. Attention! You are currently in a zone where giant beasts roam. Please take cover. Giant beast! Yao Chen's heart trembled. How could he encounter a giant beast right after evolving? The piercing alerts continued on his phone, and Yao Chen quickly silenced them, feeling the whole cave trembling even more, as if the entire beast city was experiencing a massive earthquake due to the giant beast outside. Damn it! How many transformations does this giant beast have to make the whole city tremble? Yao Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. The elder he had encountered before was at the 6th transformation level, but he could only flatten a mountain peak, far from causing such a widespread earthquake over thousands of kilometers. Could it be at the 7th transformation or even higher? Yao Chen squinted, then struggled to maintain his balance in the cave and slowly walked out of the entrance. The sky was nearing nightfall, and the wilderness was filled with the terrified roars of exotic beasts, as if they had encountered a superior being. However, as Yao Chen looked around at this moment, he noticed numerous lights around, indicating that nightfall was nowhere near. Logically, the entire sky should be darkening gradually by now, he muttered to himself, and the next moment, he petrified in place, staring in disbelief at the colossal creature in the sky, over a kilometer long, emitting golden light. Each scale shimmered with dazzling golden light, its massive body akin to a mountain, nearly a kilometer long, covering the entire sky and radiating an unparalleled golden light that illuminated the entire beast city like a small sun. 5-clawed golden dragon. He immediately recognized this strange beast, and his body slowly faded into the cave. This strange beast had appeared before, and it appeared in the sky above the magic city. According to the news reports, it seemed to be immune to physical attacks. This level of giant beast was not something he could provoke now, so he had to hide if he could. However, although he had hidden in the cave, he had to endure the dizziness brought on by the earthquake, so Yao Chen could only endure silently. But in the process of enduring, he seemed to hear the murmuring of the 5-clawed golden dragon in the sky. Ancestral dragon, ancestral dragon, do not abandon me. Ancestral dragon, take me away. I know, you are here. Ancestral dragon. Yao Chen heard these murmurs vividly. The tone was full of desolation and loneliness, with a sense of abandonment. The voice was like that of an abandoned baby, pitiful and helpless. In this voice, Yao Chen couldn't help but want to step out of the cave, but he restrained himself. No, what's going on with this voice? It's actually affecting my thoughts. Yao Chen was even more terrified in his heart, and he took out his phone to check the official information on the 5-clawed golden dragon. 5-clawed golden dragon, danger level, nation destroying level, special ability, ignores physical attacks. Other abilities currently unknown, current realm, estimated to be between the 8th and 9th transformation. Not ruling out the possibility of being above the 9th transformation. Alignment, ambiguous attitude towards humans. but has never harmed anyone. Details, approximately 3 kilometers in length, recorded appearing twice. The first time 17 years ago in the sky above the East Sea for an hour. The second time on the 16th of this month in the sky above the Dragon Nation's Magic City for 10 minutes, but did not harm anyone. Between the 8th and 9th transformation? How terrifying is that? Yao Chen took a deep breath, fearing that this giant beast could spit on him and kill him with just one breath. So he decided to stay hidden in the cave for now. Above the wilderness of the Beast City, the 5-clawed golden dragon still danced in the sky, causing the ground to tremble. It was as if a golden king was surveying his territory. Countless strange beasts on the wilderness were frightened and fled everywhere. Some even so scared that they directly burst their gallbladders, spitting green blood and falling to the ground. However, half an hour passed, and the 5-clawed golden dragon still danced in the sky, showing no intention of leaving, as if searching for something. Damn it, how long is he going to stay here? Yao Chen muttered, thinking that this old dragon was really impolite. Just as he had completed his evolution and was ready to show his strength, he was blocked by him, so Yao Chen could only wait silently, sitting in the cave and continuously taking pills to cultivate. However, he saw that the 5-clawed golden dragon seemed to have no intention of eating other strange beasts, so he came to the mouth of the cave to see if any strange beasts would come to him. Thinking like this, Yao Chen sat down completely, sitting at the mouth of the cave silently cultivating. However, as soon as he circulated the qi and blood in his body, he noticed something different. At this moment, his position happened to be illuminated by the brilliance of the 5-clawed golden dragon, and once he circulated his qi and blood in the light, he could greatly increase his cultivation progress. The blood in the part of his body illuminated by the brilliance of the 5-clawed golden dragon immediately boiled, accelerating the speed of circulation throughout his body, and even the number of heartbeats increased significantly. What's going on? It seems like the light of the 5-clawed golden dragon is enhancing my cultivation. Yao Chen didn't think too much, but immediately swallowed 2 thundercloud pills, circulated his whole body, and began to crazily circulate the qi and blood in his body. Originally, it took about 10 seconds for the qi and blood in his body to circulate throughout his body. But now, after being illuminated by the brilliance of the 5-clawed golden dragon, this speed was accelerated to 3 seconds. Blood could circulate throughout his body in 3 seconds, a speed that was terrifying. To know that even a top-notch 6th-level expert takes 5 seconds for the blood to circulate through the body once. But now, Yao Chen's blood circulation speed is 3 seconds, which means his current cultivation speed has reached an extremely fast level. And as expected, just half a minute later, Yao Chen vaguely felt the bottleneck of the 3rd level. Due to the extremely fast blood circulation in his body, tiny bits of black mud began to emerge on his skin, all impurities being expelled from his body. A faint stench appeared on his body, but he didn't care at all, focusing all his efforts on breaking through. Boom, boom, boom. Yao Chen's heartbeat sounded like thunder, wildly pulsating inside him. At the same time, his heartbeat gradually began to synchronize with the frequency of the earthquake outside, and even after 10 minutes, his heartbeat frequency and the earthquake frequency completely merged into a horizontal line. He had completely adapted to the rhythm of the earthquake. It seemed as if he had merged with the earth, like a child of the earth. Bang, 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 ding. Due to your special cultivation method, a new evolutionary direction has appeared. Earth Divine Python, skill, Earth Dragon, in human form, can cause earthquakes within a radius of 50 meters. Earthquake magnitude proportional to strength. In split form, can merge into the ground. Combined skill, can awaken the Earth Dragon form. Earth Dragon form, condenses Earth into Earth Dragons for manipulation after entering the Earth. This option seems pretty good, but I'll think about it after reaching the evolution standard. Yao Chen pondered for a moment, then focused on the breakthrough. The bottleneck of a higher realm was like layers of shackles, and what he needed to do was to let the qi and blood in his body break through these shackles, destroy them, and thus reach the next realm. Originally, to complete this process, it might take 3 to 4 days, but now, after the radiant light of the 5-clawed golden dragon, this process was infinitely shortened. Crack, crack, crack. In the void of Yao Chen's body, the sound of iron chains breaking rang out, and then the power of his qi and blood burst through this layer of shackles, instantly reaching the 3rd level. At this moment, every pore of his body was exhaling a bright red breath, like molten iron just pulled out of a smelting pool. At the same time, his heart beat stronger, and his physical qualities improved as well. Looking around his body, Yao Chen's expression didn't change much. The realms below the 5th level are all similar. Even if I break through, it's just a further step. He silently glanced at his attributes: physique, 4,666, spirit, 3,988. Currently, his physique had exceeded 4,000, and his spiritual power was close. If he triggered the power of fusion, it would be 40,000 in attributes. However, Yao Chen could clearly feel that even if he encountered that Westerner with brass knuckles after fusion, his chances of winning might increase slightly, but definitely not exceed 50%. If calculated this way, the attributes of a 5th level expert would be around 80,000 to 90,000. However, this is only the mid-level of the 5th level. The high level and peak of the 5th level would probably be around 100,000 or more. Of course, everyone's strength is not fixed. There are also changes in environment, mood, and psychological factors. Overall, with his current strength, he should have the power to fight against a 5th level beginner. Of course, if he uses venom, his chances of winning will definitely increase significantly, but there may be some professionals who are immune to toxins or have the ability to resist toxins. Alright, next is the time to rush the earth. Oh no, to rush the soil. Yao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the bodies of the exotic beasts scared to death by the 5-clawed golden dragon on the wilderness, a smile playing on his lips. The 5-clawed golden dragon had left 2 minutes ago, leaving behind a plain littered with the corpses of the terrified exotic beasts. Except for some 2nd or 3rd stage exotic beasts that were unaffected, the rest had all turned into corpses, lying quietly on the wilderness. Charge! It's time to rush to the sea! Yao Chen roared, his avatar emerging in both figures pouncing onto the wilderness. The python avatar had no ability to collect, so upon encountering the exotic beast corpses, it would directly swallow them to increase its evolution progress. Meanwhile, the main body conveniently used a spatial bracelet to store the exotic beast corpses it encountered: 2-legged sheep, black crow, land turtle, white-horned cow, golden jade worm, one after another. Yao Chen stored the bodies of exotic beasts in the bracelet, specifically choosing the valuable ones and ignoring creatures like desert worms and red-haired pigs. The python avatar, on the other hand, was more brutal, instantly turning any beast it swallowed into energy and proceeding to devour another. The distance between the main body and the avatar did not exceed 50 meters as they advanced in a straight line. In just 10 minutes, they had covered over 2,000 meters, with the python avatar consuming over 20 exotic beasts along the way. As for the main body, it was even more terrifying, with over half of the 200 square meter spatial bracelet filled with corpses. Unable to fit any more, Yao Chen planned to fill the bracelet to the brim and then buy a larger one in the city. At that moment, he approached a huge corpse of a firebull. Suddenly, a fierce red-maned lion leaped out, grabbing the firebull and attempting to flee. A 2nd stage intermediate dares to steal from me? Yao Chen's eyes flashed with displeasure as he swiftly appeared and with a punch from his fist, sent the lion flying 20 meters away. The lion rolled twice, then spat blood and fell to the ground, dead. Yao Chen stored the nearby firebull in the spatial bracelet and then walked towards the red-maned lion. Just then, a sense of alertness surged within him, prompting him to dodge quickly. Boom! A red figure full of bloodlust swept past him, pouncing directly on the red-maned lion. A chilling sucking sound echoed, and after just 3 seconds, the massive red figure floated up, leaving the lion's body below as a dried-up husk. Peak of the 4th stage. What is this thing? Yao Chen was astonished, as the creature resembled a huge red blanket, but its eerie hunting method was bone-chilling. He had no memory of encountering such a blanket-like creature before, as if the authorities had not classified this type of exotic beast. The red blanket turned around, its small black eyes glancing at Yao Chen before sensing his formidable aura and swiftly flying away. Perplexed by the unknown abilities of the creature, Yao Chen refrained from acting rashly. Coincidentally, a reminder popped up on his phone, indicating 3 new messages from the authorities. 1. Foreigners from the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall have ill intentions towards our country's young talents, now subject to citywide pursuit. 2. Legendary exotic beast, Bloodcloth Beast, on the loose. Official permission granted to kill the beast for those who succeed. Click to expand details on Bloodcloth Beast. 3. The venue for the upcoming Northern Alliance exam is tentatively set in the northern part of the 100 Beast desolate city. Yao Chen briefly glanced at the first and third messages, then with a solemn expression, He clicked on the second message. Blood Garment Beast. This beast is known as a legendary level exotic beast. After its death, it transforms into a blood garment. The wearer of the blood garment will gain some unimaginable powers, but the abilities are not fixed. Additionally, the blood garment beast can parasitize other exotic beasts, granting them similarly unimaginable powers, posing a great threat. Most importantly, the blood garment beast has an extremely brutal nature. Awakening individuals below the third transformation should not approach it. Snap! What did I miss? Yao Chen was so anxious that he wanted to stomp his feet. It turns out that the exotic beast he just encountered was the blood garment beast, and it was still in an unparasitized state, at most a bit brutal in nature. He could have easily defeated it just now. Unfortunately, he was intimidated by its ferocious appearance, thinking it had some special means. I wonder what these unimaginable powers are. Should I pursue it? Yao Chen thought to himself. It would be great to obtain this blood garment before the college entrance exam. However, as soon as this thought arose, he quickly extinguished it halfway. The blood garment beast was extremely fast. It probably had already escaped over 10 kilometers in just a few minutes. Even if he could catch up, he wouldn't be able to keep up. Never mind. I'll continue pursuing in the direction the blood garment beast fled. If I'm lucky enough to catch up, I'll take it down. Yao Chen made up his mind, ready to hunt other exotic beasts along the way while chasing the blood garment beast. With this plan in mind, Yao Chen set off on the journey westward. Currently at the third transformation and first stage, Yao Chen's strength was already very strong compared to others, almost like a superhuman. However, in a world full of exotic beasts, he felt somewhat inadequate. But fortunately, he had already embarked on the right path, riding a giant python. Yao Chen hurried westward. As he ventured deeper westward, the number of exotic beast corpses decreased, and he had to start hunting them himself. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry, as he had stored a large number of exotic beast corpses in his spatial bracelet. Every so often, Yao Chen would have his clone devour an exotic beast, slowly increasing his attribute points, just as he leisurely traveled. His adoptive father, Yao Changdong, unexpectedly called him. Seeing the caller ID, Yao Chen suddenly remembered that he had promised to send him 100,000 yuan but hadn't done so yet. Answering the call, "Kid, I've been waiting for you to send me the 100,000 yuan for days, but now I don't need it anymore. Let me tell you, ha ha ha, your brother, Yao Guang, has gained recognition from the Alliance University teachers, exempting him from all tuition fees, and he receives an annual scholarship of 500,000 yuan. And let me tell you, your brother is now a first transformation expert. You said you wanted to cripple him last time, right? Come on, dare you, come on, you were so arrogant last time, right? Come and cripple your brother. Do you dare? Do you have the guts? You're just a coward." Yao Changdong kept shouting angrily on the phone. However, at that moment, Yao Guang on the other end seemed to sense something amiss and quickly ran over to snatch the phone. "You brat, why are you snatching my phone? Your brother is too arrogant. I'll deflate his arrogance when I tell others. This brat is too arrogant." Yet Yao Guang still didn't give the phone back to Yao Changdong but took it with a confused look and said, "Brother, Dad has always been like this. You mustn't take it to heart." Yao Guang swallowed and continued. He had indeed reached the first transformation now. That was true. But last time, his brother could match his third transformation teacher. Where did he get the courage to mock his brother? If he angered his brother to the point of acting against their father, their family would truly be finished. But strangely, Yao Chen on the other end of the phone didn't say a word. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Well, to be honest, one cannot hold hatred towards their own family. I do have some feelings for you guys." Yao Chen held the phone, gazing into the sky, then let out a long sigh. In his previous life as a mercenary, he had never experienced much warmth from a family. He thought that in this new life, he could make up for this void, but he didn't expect to face such a family. "If things don't go wrong, maybe I would have helped you guys, but your attitude disappoints me. Understand?" Boom! Yao Chen's calm words struck Yao Guang's heart like a heavy hammer. Yao Guang struggled to say something, but found himself speechless. "Brother, enough. From now on, you are no longer my brother, and I am no longer your brother." Beep beep beep, the call was hung up. Yao Guang listened dazedly to the dial tone. Unable to speak for a while, feeling as if something important had been taken away from him. You brat, pull yourself together. How strong do you think your brother is? Now you are on your way to the Alliance University, so when you see him in the future, stand tall and be a man. Yao Changdong shouted loudly, but the next moment, Yao Guang suddenly exploded. Enough! In the past, I was immature, always feeling that my brother could surpass me in every way. I was very jealous of him, even hated him, but I was just immature back then. Yao Guang shouted loudly, then burst through the door and walked away in big strides. In fact, Yao Guang understood that his brother's departure also had his own share of blame. He just didn't say it. And at this moment, Yao Changdong stared blankly in the direction his beloved youngest son had left. Completely stunned, Yao Guang had never been disobedient to him since he was a child, never dared to raise his voice at him. What happened today? Yao Changdong was very puzzled, but unfortunately, with his understanding, he couldn't break through, couldn't imagine the cause and effect. But he understood one thing: his youngest son was making progress, about to make a name for himself. 6 days later, in the vast wilderness, the greenery gradually decreased, and the earth began to show signs of sand. Yao Chen had traveled over 200 kilometers, and even the surrounding environment had changed, the air becoming somewhat dry. Over these 6 days, he had hunted down many exotic beasts. Although the quality was not great, there were about 200 of them in quantity. Some precious materials he had accumulated were stored in his spatial wristband, waiting to be sold. And after these days of hunting, his face had aged a bit, but his attributes had also improved. Although he still had a long way to go before reaching the fourth transformation, it wasn't too far off. Realm, third transformation. Second stage, physique, 4888, spirit, 4566, skills, venomous, swift as the wind and lightning, golden armor. Fallen light, the clone can smell the blood-clothed beast. It shouldn't be far, but there are only 3 days left until the college entrance exam. I hope to get the blood-clothed before then. Yao Chen estimated that it would take him over 3 hours to reach the northern examination site of the 100 Beasts Wilderness City. As long as he set off on that day, he would arrive the same day. Thinking this, the python clone had already sensed the scent of the blood-clothed beast and swiftly headed in a certain direction. Yao Chen's eyes were full of anticipation as he sat on the python clone, eagerly looking ahead. However, after walking less than 200 meters, he stopped abruptly and concealed himself. Not far away, on a patch of sandy ground, was a huge stone platform with a diameter of over 500 meters, and around this stone platform, more than 10 white foreigners gathered here, chattering in their mouths. The legendary beast is here, but I don't want to die if you go first. Fuck you. Your strength is the strongest. If you don't go, who will? Yao Chen could understand some of the words of these people, roughly meaning, the giant beast is right here. Who among you will go first? And then the argument about who will go first begins. But just as these foreigners couldn't reach a consensus, the entire stone platform suddenly started shaking. A massive roar resounded, followed by a gigantic beast like a mountain bursting out from the stone platform. What the? Damn it! This beast was too huge. Yao Chen thought it was a 6th stage beast rather than a mutant. Its massive body covered in scales, one leg over 3 meters thick, and a body length reaching around 50 meters. Moreover, its appearance was even more astonishing. It was actually a triceratops. Without a word, this triceratops immediately started hunting down these white-robed foreigners, each step causing the ground to tremble. The immense size made Yao Chen secretly alarmed. With such a massive body, this triceratops was probably on the verge of becoming a giant beast, right? And logically speaking, triceratops-shaped mutants were actually more powerful than other mutants. The strength of this triceratops mutant should be stronger than a regular 5th stage mutant, but still not a match for the giant beast. Wait, what's on its back? Yao Chen suddenly noticed a huge red blanket on the triceratops' neck. Isn't that the bloodcloth beast? Oh no! Approaching the strength of a giant beast, and gaining special abilities from the bloodcloth beast. This kind of strength, Yao Chen muttered to himself, then retreated 100 meters away. Let these foreigners go first. If they can't handle it, then he'll figure something out. Yao Chen slowly retreated behind the foreigners, silently observing. At this moment, the triceratops went completely berserk, its eyes bloodshot, attacking anyone in sight. These foreigners were no match for it at all. One of them spat blood and fell into an unknown fate after being hit. This terrifying strength shocked Yao Chen. TSK. He couldn't help but click his tongue. These 10 foreigners all had the strength of the 5th stage, but they were completely helpless against this triceratops, some even starting to flee. Just as Yao Chen was about to retreat for a while and plan his next move, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. At that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, as he realized that the direction the remaining foreigners were fleeing in was actually surrounding him. Not good. In that instant, Yao Chen immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. Understanding this, he suddenly dashed out, trying to leave the area. But now it was too late. 7 or 8 foreigners' speed suddenly increased, drawing their weapons and closing in on Yao Chen. The leader laughing wildly, the possessor of a demon god-level talent. Didn't expect to catch you so easily. The man laughed. Then his aura suddenly changed. Boom! His aura suddenly surged, advancing from the peak of the 5th stage directly into the 6th stage. But it didn't stop there. 6th stage 1st tier, 6th stage 3rd tier, 6th stage 7th tier, 6th stage 8th tier, 7th stage. In just a few seconds, his aura instantly soared, freezing at the 2nd tier of the 7th stage. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure fiercely pressed down on Yao Chen's head. Thud! The huge pressure from above directly knocked Yao Chen to the ground, unable to struggle to get up for a short time. Damn! Is this necessary? To kill me? They actually sent a 7-turn expert? Yao Chen felt somewhat absurd in his heart. Being a 3-turn, yet having to face a 7-turn pursuit. It was like just opening a small shop at the village gate, and suddenly the richest person in the country wanted to bankrupt you. Moreover, this was a 7-turn expert. Not even an ordinary giant beast could be an opponent, and he had even killed many giant beasts. You are the only magic god-level talent awakener, but unfortunately not born in my great Sakura. That's your biggest mistake. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a large golden net appeared out of thin air, directly covering the triangular dragon. The remaining foreigners gradually surrounded Yao Chen, their eyes fierce. By the way, let me introduce myself. The one who will kill you is Edo Kanzaki from the Sakura country. Remember my name. Edo Kanzaki suddenly opened his palm. A huge golden samurai sword appeared in his hand, nearly 100 meters long. A true 100-meter sword. It's your luck to die under my famous skill, the drawn sword slash. Following that, Edo Kanzaki's long sword came crashing down. Even before it approached, the sharp aura could be felt. Even the entire ground began to split in half. It's over. Yao Chen screamed in his heart. His skills were completely unusable. Just the opponent's aura rendered him powerless. He couldn't even move. It was a complete deadlock. What should I do? Yao Chen was already in despair. He indeed possessed a magic god-level talent, but it hadn't fully developed yet. If he could reach the 6th turn stage, he could make this little Sakura die beyond death. But now he only had a 3-turn cultivation. How could he resist? What should I do? I'll fight you to the end. Yao Chen went completely crazy in the face of life and death crisis. Even bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes. However, just as the giant golden samurai sword was about to strike him, and Yao Chen was about to struggle up despite the risk of his meridians being severed, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared. A huge blaze enveloped the surroundings. The heavens and earth began to burn because of its appearance. A figure surrounded by celestial fire appeared directly above Yao Chen. His clothes fluttered. His white hair danced wildly. And the next moment, his slender palm effortlessly caught the golden samurai sword. At the same time, a domineering voice sounded, "I am a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom. Can a little Sakura like you kill me?" Boom! Violent flames surged from his body, as if to devour the sky, instantly shrouding Edo Kanzaki in the high sky. Ah, Heavenly Fireman, we have formed an alliance. Dare you kill me? Why wouldn't I dare? The Heavenly Fireman roared angrily, soaring up like a mad dragon, fiercely punching Edo Kanzaki in the face, directly distorting half of his face, spewing blood as he flew out. However, Edo Kanzaki did not choose to confront him head-on, but instead fled in the direction of escape. The Heavenly Fireman chuckled lightly, not in a hurry to pursue, but turned to Yao Chen and said, "Oh, your name is Yao Chen, right? I heard that my son, Heavenly Fire, is friends with you. Forget it, let's chat slowly after I kill this little Sakura." The Heavenly Fireman said in surprise, but his constantly shifting eyes indicated that he was lying. After speaking, The heavenly fireman followed the direction Edo Kanzaki fled in and chased after him. At this moment, Yao Chen clearly sensed something amiss in the words of the Tianhua person, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he took a deep breath and focused on the 6 foreigners around him. At the same time, the gazes of these foreigners were fixed on him, ready to strike at any moment. Damn it! I can't even handle a 7th transformation. Can I handle all of you? Yao Chen roared, using a cunning and ruthless attack method despite his loud voice. After all, these were 6 genuine 5th transformations, and any slight mistake could lead to his defeat. He suddenly hammered the ground with both hands, then dug up a large handful of yellow sand and leaped into the air. What is this person from Longwood doing? Could he have been scared out of his mind just now? I think he's been scared witless a long time ago. Let's hurry up and kill him. Consider the mission accomplished. After a brief discussion, the foreigners felt that now was the best time to kill this genius and they chased after Yao Chen. However, at that moment, Yao Chen suddenly crushed the yellow sand in his hand. Bang! A large amount of yellow soil scattered with the force of the wind, sweeping over the bodies of all the foreigners. The leader of the foreigners wanted to say something, but the next moment, he felt intense pain all over his body, especially in the areas that had come into contact with the sandstorm earlier. No! He poisoned the sandstorm. On the other side, Tianhua Zi followed the direction where the clan leader had flown off at top speed. Ever since he learned that Yao Chen's talent was at the level of a demon god, the clan leader had been tirelessly searching for Yao Chen through satellite maps, claiming he wanted to find a way to deepen his relationship with Yao Chen. Tianhua Zi had always been puzzled by what method the clan leader wanted to use to deepen the relationship. However, the clan leader kept repeating one sentence: "This is called saving someone from fire and water. Moreover, since he saved you last time, wouldn't it be fair for us to save him? And he will definitely remember our past relationship. Do you understand?" Tianhua Zi was very puzzled by the clan leader's words. After all, in his eyes, Yao Chen had the strength to kill even 5th transformation experts. What danger could he possibly face? It wasn't until he saw groups of powerful foreign experts in the wilderness that he understood. The foreigners had also learned some information about Yao Chen and would definitely try to suppress the genius from Longwa. With anxious and worried emotions, Tianhua Zi finally arrived at the battlefield, but what he saw made him hesitant to approach. Yao Chen was facing 6 5th transformation foreigners alone. The formidable lineup made him consider fleeing. Tianhua Zi hesitated whether to lend a hand, but the next scene left him in disbelief. As soon as Yao Chen made a move, all 6 foreigners felt a unified pain in their bodies, then began scratching and clawing frantically. "He poisoned us. What do we do?" One of the men screamed in terror, feeling extreme pain all over his body. The potent and fierce poison erupted in several people, but all 6 of them were 5th transformation experts, while Yao Chen was only at the 3rd transformation level, so the effect of the potent poison wasn't significant. At least it would take a quarter of an hour to fully take effect. However, a quarter of an hour is enough. Yao Chen's mouth curved into a cruel smile, and the next moment, an endless black instant burst from the center of his body, enveloping a radius of 30 meters. All the foreigners were trapped inside. In that instant, there was no trace of light within the 30-meter range, becoming a huge black sphere. The sudden appearance of this blackness also startled the 6 5th transformation experts, who tried to find a way out, but it was too late now. Yao Chen's eyes could clearly distinguish the 6 figures in the darkness, and at the same time, he put on his pair of gloves and plunged into the midst of the foreigners. Meanwhile, Tianhua Zi, who was standing in the distance, was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out what this huge black sphere occupying a radius of 30 meters was. Is this the means of a demon-level talent? This, Tianhua Zi muttered to himself, and as he approached, he could hear the screams coming from inside the black sphere. Besides the voices of the foreigners, why was there also Yao Lao's painful cries? Tianhua Zi was puzzled, and just as he thought, Yao Chen inside the black sphere was not swiftly cutting down the foreigners with thunderous attacks but was engaged in a fierce battle with them. At this moment, the 6 foreigners inside the sphere had lost sight and their poisoned bodies limited their combat effectiveness, but they still caused extreme headaches for Yao Chen. Sensing their lives were in danger, they had gone completely mad and were recklessly attacking in the dark environment within 30 meters, hitting Yao Chen several times, causing him to cough up blood. This was not recklessness on the part of the foreigners, they were all at the 5th stage, which meant they could defend against attacks of the same level. However, Yao Chen was different. He was only at the 3rd stage of cultivation, Despite his attributes being increased tenfold, he was still insufficient against the attacks of the 5th stage. Huff, huff, Yao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping heavily. The 5 foreigners in the darkness were entangled in a chaotic melee, unable to distinguish friend from foe. But at this moment, one person broke through the encirclement from the darkness. Light appeared before him, and the foreigner immediately identified the directions around him, then glared fiercely at Yao Chen. "Dragon countryman, I will make you die." It had to be said that the speed of a 5th stage expert was simply too fast. Before Yao Chen could even evade, he was punched in the chest by the man. Ugh! The faint golden scales on his body had already cracked, showing signs of weakness, and the scales began to shatter. The attacks of the 5th stage expert were overwhelmingly powerful, and his current defense was simply unable to withstand it. Ha ha! Yao Chen had already been struck 5 or 6 times in the dark space, his bones shattered, his internal organs damaged, making it the most severe injury he had ever sustained. However, on the other side, the foreigner began to wail, his face covered in green veins. Despite his efforts to suppress it, he could no longer control the spread of the poison, with foam even forming at the corners of his mouth. "Ha! You've been enjoying hitting me, haven't you?" Yao Chen roared, then directly approached the foreigner foaming at the mouth and thrust his fingers into the man's eye sockets. Ah! After a scream, the foreigner died instantly. Meanwhile, the voices inside the black sphere gradually quieted down. There was not a sound. Complete silence. Struggling to stand up, Yao Chen then peered into the black sphere and discovered that the remaining foreigners had all fallen to the ground, dead. At that moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and dispelled the fallen light, causing the black sphere to slowly dissipate. Unable to support his damaged body any longer, Yao Chen lay down on the ground to slowly heal. Then he turned his gaze to Tianhuzi beside him, furrowing his brow and saying, "Bring their bodies over here." Hearing this, Tianhuzi's neck shrank, and he hurried over. Soon, 5 or 6 bodies were placed in front of Yao Chen, and he opened his palm to absorb all the toxins from their bodies into his own. Gradually, strands of energy expanded within his body, rapidly healing his injuries. Yao Chen's breathing also gradually stabilized, returning to normal. Are you okay?" Tianhuzi stood fearfully to the side, looking at Yao Chen covered in blood. "What do you think?" Yao Chen gave him a cold look and replied irritably, "The old man Tianhua just now is your grandfather, right? Thanks to you guys this time," Yao Chen calmly said. He now understood why Tianhua saved him that day. Wasn't it to strengthen the relationship between Tianhuazi and himself, so that in the future, when he became powerful, he could help them? Although he had already saved Tianhuazi's life last time, this time it was considered even. But considering that the other party might have come specifically to save him, Yao Chen was also very grateful. "Give me the largest spatial bracelet, and take out everything from the rest of the people." "Oh, okay," Tianhuazi quickly agreed, then looked through all the spatial bracelets of these people, handed the largest 500 square meter bracelet to Yao Chen, and emptied out everything from the others. Yao Chen casually glanced at the belongings of these foreigners and directly dumped them into the 500 square meter bracelet. By now, his injuries had almost healed, so he turned his gaze to the triangular dragon still trapped in the golden net. This golden net was a means of the AI Island Pavilion, probably a treasure that not only bound the triangular dragon but also the blood cloak beast. "It's your turn now. I can't bear to eat a human, so I'll eat the triangular dragon." Yao Chen stood up slowly, then picked up a stone and struck the triangular dragon's head directly. Crack! The area struck immediately turned green. The triangular dragon was poisoned. Now it was just a matter of waiting silently. However, to poison a 5-turn mutant beast, it would probably take some time. As mutant beasts had much stronger bodies than humans, it definitely wouldn't be done in a moment. So, he chatted casually with Tianhuazi, knowing that the other party was also going to participate in the entrance exam. After waiting silently for over half an hour, the triangular dragon finally breathed its last. Surprisingly, the blood cloak beast parasitic on the back of the triangular dragon was still holding on. It seemed to have a certain resistance to poison. "This is the legendary mutant beast," Tianhuazi exclaimed, finally noticing the red blanket. "What? You know him?" Yao Chen asked casually. "Of course, big brother. It is said that this kind of legendary mutant beast will become a blood cloak after death. Wearing it will give humans unimaginable abilities. It can heal the legs of the disabled, restore sight to the blind, And I heard that some special blood cloaks can fulfill people's wishes. Listening to Tianhua Zi's words, Yao Chen couldn't help but blink. Can blood cloaks fulfill people's wishes? It probably wasn't that simple. After all, it was just a mutant beast. He could believe it had some special abilities, but fulfilling wishes was a bit far-fetched. Before Yao Chen could say anything, Tianhua Shanren appeared in the sky and quickly arrived in front of the two. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your help today. Yao Chen clasped his hands. No need to be polite. After all, you are also Tian Air's friend. By the way, I remember you are also participating in this Northern Union exam, right? I hope you can take care of my Tian Air more in the exam hall. Tianhua Shanren said with a smile. The more he looked at Yao Chen, the more he liked him. To be able to kill a 5-turn powerhouse at such a young age, this kind of strength was no longer comparable to the word genius, but rather a monster, a freak. Of course, you have saved my life, so helping him is only natural, Yao Chen said calmly, not surprised by Tianhua Shangren's request. Listening to the conversation between his grandfather and Yao Chen, Tianhua shrank his neck, realizing deeply what a real monster was. He was already a genius himself, but now his grandfather wanted Yao Chen to take care of him. This was really, Yao Chen, you should continue to deal with this triangular dragon, so we won't disturb you and leave first. Oh, and the entrance exam is in less than 3 days, so don't be late due to traveling. Tianhua chuckled lightly, then took Tianhua Zi with him as they flew away, leaving behind Yao Chen, a ground full of corpses, and the Triceratops. After watching the two leave, Yao Chen went straight to the Triceratops and found that the bloodcloth beast had also been poisoned to death. Pausing for a moment, Yao Chen began to dismantle the huge golden net surrounding the corpse. This golden net was obviously a treasure, and Yao Chen didn't want to miss it. So he identified some joints on the net and started dismantling them with force to make the joints fall off. It must be said that this Ayuang Wanzi was indeed a 7-turn powerhouse. Just a casually thrown golden net was a treasure of the 5th rank, which took Yao Chen the whole afternoon to completely dismantle. Damn! Even a beast-catching net is of the 5th rank. It's outrageously extravagant. Yao Chen cursed a few times. After an hour of practice, he finally condensed the beast-catching net in his hand, able to use it at will. When retracted, the beast-catching net would turn into a small golden ball, and when opened, it would become a large golden net. However, the power would vary depending on the user's realm. Yao Chen estimated that he could only capture prey up to the highest 4th rank at the moment. The 5th rank would be a bit of a stretch. Putting away the beast-catching net, Yao Chen took out a long knife and began to cut the giant Triceratops. First, he cut off the bloodcloth beast at the Triceratops' neck, and the bloodcloth beast turned into a piece of blood-stained cloth when it fell to the ground. Looking unremarkable, Yao Chen pondered for a moment. He still had some fear and suspicion towards the bloodcloth beast, so he didn't rush to use it but let his clone devour the Triceratops first. The Triceratops was too huge, so he had to cut off large chunks of meat while letting the clone devour them. His size was approaching 50 meters, and the Triceratops' body was like a 6-story building, so the clone needed a long time to digest it. As the chunks of flesh entered his body, Yao Chen's injuries were rapidly healing, and he could sense the evolution progressing rapidly. No, even a 5th-rank exotic beast couldn't provide such a huge amount of evolution progress. Could this Triceratops have some hidden bloodline? Yao Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He knew that the Triceratops was already close to being a giant beast, likely at the peak of the 5th rank, but he didn't expect it to provide such a massive amount of evolution progress. At this moment, he could feel that if his clone devoured all this flesh, it might reach the next evolution standard, which was the 5th evolution. There's something wrong with this Triceratops. Could it be some ancient exotic species? Yao Chen thought of the Triceratops emerging from under the stone platform and couldn't help but speculate. And at this moment, as if to confirm his speculation, a voice from the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Devouring the ancient mutant Triceratops, gaining a new evolutionary direction. Triangular Python. Triangular Python, brute force, triple strength enhancement for a short period. The two forms are the same. Oh, it really is an ancient exotic species. But this skill is a bit lacking. Yao Chen furrowed his brows. The evolutionary direction of the triangular python was even more lackluster than his choices during the 1st or 2nd evolution. What a joke! This is too weak. Yao Chen shook his head, ignoring this option, and instead urged the clone to speed up the devouring process. If his evolution had a progress bar, Then the progress bar had already reached 50% at this point. As long as he ate the rest of the Triceratops body, the evolution progress could reach 80%. However, there was still some time before the evolution, but with some effort, evolving once within 3 days should not be a problem. Thinking this, Yao Chen picked up the blood-stained cloth that had condensed from the blood cloth beast nearby and examined it in his hand. It is said that after the blood beast dies, it will transform into blood garment, which when draped over oneself can change into clothing and grant special abilities to the awakened ones. Pausing for a moment, Yao Chen directly draped the piece of blood garment over himself. However, just as he draped the blood garment over himself, the entire stone platform beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble. Trial conditions met. Commencing trial. A grand voice suddenly resounded, and the entire stone platform instantly sank in an unimaginable manner. Its speed had surpassed the speed of sound. In just an instant, Yao Chen couldn't distinguish the surroundings anymore, leaving only darkness all around. What is this? After a brief moment of panic, Yao Chen stood upright. At this moment, the clone also realized that the main body was in trouble. The original stone platform suddenly sank countless meters, leaving behind a giant black hole with a radius of 500 meters. The clone hesitated for a moment, chose not to go down, but continued to devour the tri-horned dragon's corpse to rapidly enhance its strength. Yao Chen, feeling that he could recall the clone at any time, began to survey the dark space around him. When he first landed, it was so dark that he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, but gradually, some blood-red flames lit up around him. Yao Chen dared not act rashly and could only stay in place, constantly observing his surroundings. Clack, clack, clack. A sound resembling high heels touching the ground echoed, and a tall woman suddenly appeared not far ahead. She was only covered by a few scattered pieces of red fabric in crucial areas, her snow-white body shining brightly in the dark night. Yao Chen swallowed hard, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. The woman paid no attention to his stunned expression but instead looked somewhat surprised at the blood garment draped behind Yao Chen. Such a cute and tender young man, actually draping my token beast on his back? Oh well, welcome to my trial ground. I am the blood goddess. The woman giggled, and the peaks on her body moved with her laughter, resembling a big white rabbit. Yao Chen was completely stunned. He had never seen such a magnificent scene before. Little brother, don't make that expression. Come and try to pass the levels. After passing 10 levels, you can inherit my divinity. The woman's laughter tinkled like silver bells, but her words made Yao Chen's expression stiffen. Divinity? This woman doesn't seem quite like one. Yao Chen muttered to himself. Pass what levels? Yao Chen involuntarily took 2 steps back, and at the same time, golden armor appeared on his body. Oh, little brother is quite vigilant. Passing levels means just that. After passing 10 levels, I will give you my divinity, and you will be the next blood god. Listening to the revealing woman in front of him, Yao Chen's mind was filled with various speculations. There are some places in this world that are different from the earth he once knew. There have been fractures in civilization in this world, and it is said that gods have appeared. Could this woman in front of me be a god? But she doesn't seem like one. What kind of god would dress like this? Yao Chen pondered in his mind, but at that moment, the surrounding space lit up completely. He saw the same huge stone platform with a radius of 500 meters beneath his feet, but the environment was filled with towering blood-red statues reaching hundreds of meters high, like ancient and unchanging guardian spirits. You are the first person to come here using my token beast, so I will provide you with corresponding assistance. So, are you ready to start the trial now? The woman blinked her enchanting eyes, but Yao Chen felt very uneasy. Can I not participate in the trial? I think it's raining today, and my clothes are still hanging outside, Yao Chen said with a serious tone. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the once bold and alluring woman's body suddenly twisted, erupting with endless bloodiness, filling the entire space. At the same time, her body rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye from a stunning beauty into a colossal blood demon. A more intense pressure than the Love Island pipe surged, accompanied by faint words, "No way. If you don't pass through, I will be very angry, and then you will die." Damn. I'll pass through. I've been wanting to pass through for a long time. Yao Chen patted his thigh, awkwardly laughing. With these words, the originally huge blood demon instantly transformed into an exposed beauty, calmly saying, "Since you are the first challenger to come here in so many years, I will give you a chance to survive. I grant you the right to escape death once. and you can choose to temporarily pause the challenge and come back when you are confident in the future. With these words, Yao Chen instantly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this woman wasn't as difficult as he thought. Alright, now it's time for your performance. I'll be watching you. After the woman finished speaking, her figure disappeared instantly. Immediately on the other side of the stone platform, a blood-red gate suddenly opened, and a figure emerged from it. Yao Chen looked at this figure, which seemed very similar to the woman just now, only much younger. Only at the first level of cultivation? Do you want me to defeat the blood god in her youth? Yao Chen squinted his eyes and punched without hesitation. The strong fist wind struck the forehead of the first-level blood god, but it did not cause her to explode. She only took 3 steps back. Interesting, enduring my fist wind at the first level, truly worthy of being a blood god. Yao Chen smiled, then rushed out directly and cut off the head of the first-level blood god with a single stroke. First level completed. Entering the second level, the blood god's prompt sounded from above, and then the body of the first-level blood god disappeared, and the distant gate opened again. This time it was still a blood god, but at the second level, and she looked slightly more mature. The second-level blood god didn't say a word, but rushed straight towards Yao Chen, her speed so fast that even Yao Chen raised an eyebrow. The second level has such speed. Is this the strength of the blood god in her youth? Although amazed, Yao Chen did not show mercy. He put on his gloves, grabbed the neck of the second-level blood god, and then directly crushed it. Bang! The second-level blood god died. At that moment, the body of the second-level blood god completely shattered. A surge of bloody aura rushed into Yao Chen's body like lightning before he could even block it, but he was surprised to find that this blood aura seemed to enhance his own strength. And this blood aura increased his evolution progress. His original evolution progress was only 80%, but after absorbing this blood aura, it became 82%. He couldn't underestimate this 2% now. If converted into a first-level beast, he would probably have to devour dozens of them to gain 2%. Feeling the benefits of killing the blood god, Yao Chen licked his lips and said, "Continue, let me see how strong you were in your youth." In the dark sky, the blood god's son smiled seductively. "As you wish, tender little one." The blood-red gate opened again, but this time a third-level blood god appeared, exuding a completely different aura. This third-level blood god had no trace of youthfulness on her face, and even a blood-red teardrop mark appeared on her forehead. A murderous aura emerged. Even Yao Chen sensed the difficulty of the opponent. The third-level blood god didn't say a word, but suddenly 2 bloody auras burst out from behind her, condensed into tentacles, and madly attacked. So fast, Yao Chen was somewhat shocked. He quickly dodged and then distanced himself. The attack speed just now was not much inferior to that of a typical 5th-level being. Yao Chen squinted his eyes. He began to take it seriously. A strand of golden light emanated from him, his body covered in golden scales, as he drew a third-rank long knife and charged straight ahead. Swish, swish, swish. The two engaged in a frenzied battle, the power of the third-rank blood god overwhelming him almost completely. How is this possible? Is this the strength of a young blood god? It's almost on par with someone like me who's overpowered. Yao Chen was astonished, as in less than 10 seconds of fighting, he already had 2 injuries on his body. Enough! It's time to end this. Venom! Yao Chen instantly distanced himself, and at that moment, the third-rank blood god's body trembled, erupting with green toxic energy. Thud! The third-rank blood god died, its bloody aura drilling into Yao Chen's body, and at that moment, his evolution progress increased to 89%. Only 11% remained for the next evolution. Interesting little guy, but how will you face me? A 4th rank. Now, perhaps you can choose to use that one chance of not dying. Wait until you're stronger, and then come back to challenge, the blood god's daughter's faint voice suggested. If it were her from millions of years ago, she might not have said such words, but having spent too long in the underground, she finally encountered a living person and surprisingly felt a bit reluctant to harm him. Yet, to her surprise, Yao Chen smiled and actually refused her kindness. No need. Even at the 4th rank level, we can still deal with each other. Combine. In an instant, the python avatar on the surface returned to his back, becoming a giant python tattoo. At the same time, Yao Chen's strength increased tenfold. After devouring the exotic triangular dragon, his strength had already undergone a significant surge. Realm, 3rd rank, 4th tier, Physique, 5888, Spirit, 5,666, after merging, physique, 58,880, spirit, 56,660, come. Let me see how strong this so-called fourth-rank deity is. Battle intent surged in Yao Chen's eyes, and then he rushed forward, digging up a handful of stones and scattering them with venom. Bang! 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 To his surprise, the fourth-rank blood god casually waved the blood-red tentacles behind her, deflecting all the stones without any touching her. Such quick reflexes? Yao Chen's eyes showed some wariness. Then he activated all his skills. Swift as the wind and thunder, golden armor, fallen light. In an instant, his speed increased to an unbelievable level, and he radiated golden light all over, like golden lightning soaring. And where Yao Chen surrounded, endless black suddenly enveloped a 30-meter radius, creating a black space. However, the fourth-rank blood god seemed to have seen through this move, swiftly circling outside the black sphere, continuously using her tentacles to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Yao Chen, who had been prepared to wait inside the black sphere, had a change in expression. If the fourth-rank blood god didn't come in, he really had no way out. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. Yao Chen roared madly, charging out of the black sphere and directly confronting her head-on. Boom! At that moment, the two collided, causing a slight tremor throughout the underground. In just a few seconds, they clashed dozens of times. Thud! After a crisp sound, they both retreated hundreds of meters at the same time. Yao Chen had several wounds cut open on his body, with fresh blood flowing down. The fourth-rank blood god was even worse off, with all her tentacles severed, and a deep wound even on her neck. Ha! By all accounts, I might not be able to defeat you, but I don't want to lose. Yao Chen gasped heavily, while at that moment, green light began to appear on the fourth-rank blood god's body. The fourth transformation blood god wanted to pursue, but Yao Chen relied on his super high speed and the thunderous wind technique to keep her at bay, preventing the two from engaging in battle. Finally, after a long hour of entanglement, the fourth transformation blood god finally fell. Following this, his body turned into strands of blood energy that rushed into Yao Chen's body, instantly boosting his evolution level from 89% to 100. You have absorbed the blood god's blood and gained a new evolutionary direction, Blood Saint Python. Blood Saint Python, Blood Saint, drinking blood in human form can restore a large amount of stamina, while devouring blood in split form has the same effect. You have reached the evolutionary standard. Do you choose the evolutionary direction? No, Yao Chen calmly replied in his mind, then looked at the blood god's offspring in the sky and said, let's end this challenge here. I don't have the confidence to defeat you. A fifth transformation. His words were rapid, fearing he might be too late. At this moment, the blood god's offspring in the sky seemed to be momentarily confused, but quickly descended from the sky. As she descended vertically, landing from above Yao Chen's head, the magnificent sight left Yao Chen stunned. Little brother, you really are surprising. You should know that even as a fourth transformation, I can suppress fifth transformation experts. Yet you, with only a third transformation cultivation, managed to counter me. TSK TSK. The blood god's offspring licked her red lips, gazing aggressively at Yao Chen. As a man, and one who had lived two lives, Yao Chen naturally understood the meaning in a woman's eyes. Don't call me grandma. I know I'm strong and robust, but don't joke with me about such ethical matters, Yao Chen said cautiously, but to his surprise, the blood god's offspring burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, you're quite amusing, boy. I'm probably many times older than your grandma. How could I covet the beauty of a young lad like you? Forget it, I'll just send you off now. I hope next time you come back after gaining enough strength. My divine essence belongs only to you. The blood god's offspring blew a kiss, and then a large section of the stone platform began to push upwards frantically. The surroundings quickly changed, plunging into darkness. Several seconds later, a bright light appeared, and Yao Chen found himself back on the ground, with the stone platform beneath his feet seemingly unchanged. This is the blood god's trial ground. Let's mark this location first. I'll come back in the future. Yao Chen silently marked the map location, then looked at his current evolutionary direction. Evolution direction, Purgatory Python, Shadow Python, Flying Cloud Python, Earth God Python, Triangle Python, Blood Saint Python. Pending selection. The first three evolutionary directions were automatically provided by the system, while the latter three were obtained through postnatal devouring and comprehension of nature. With pensive thoughts, Yao Chen began to examine the skills that these evolutionary directions could bring. Purgatory Python Special Ability Skill, Purgatory Territory, in human form. Can deploy a 50-meter range domain where flames burn continuously causing damage. In split form, the body is engulfed in purgatory flames. Shadow Python Special Ability Skill, Shadow Body, in human form. Gain a spiritual state to see certain magical creatures around. In split form, the entire body can transform into a shadow state, becoming untargetable. Flying Cloud Python Physical Expansion Skill, Flying Cloud, in both forms. Can fly and soar through clouds and mist, with speed varying according to strength. Yao Chen looked at the three options given by the system and felt they were just average. Only the first option can complement his Fallen Light skill. The other two are not that important, just like the Flying Cloud Python skill. After all, professionals can fly after reaching the 6th transformation, so there's no need to choose the Flying Cloud Python. With a slightly critical mind, Yao Chen shifted his focus to the 3 evolution directions he would obtain in the future. Earth Dragon Python Attribute Expansion Skill, Earth Dragon, under human form, can cause earthquakes within a radius of 50 meters, with the earthquake magnitude proportional to strength. Under clone form, can merge into the ground. Fusion Skill, can awaken Earth Dragon Stance. Earth Dragon Stance, condenses Earth into a mud dragon for manipulation. Triangle Python Physique Enhancement Skill, Brute Force, triple strength for a short period. Same effect in both forms. Blood Saint Python Trait Stacking Skill, Blood Saint, drinking blood in human form can restore a large amount of stamina. Devouring blood in clone form has the same effect. The Triangle Python is completely inadequate, and the Blood Saint effect is just average. So, the MVP of the whole field is the Earth Dragon Python. Yao Chen muttered to himself. Speaking according to the facts, the Earth Dragon Python can cause earthquakes in the surrounding area under human form, and this range can also cover the area affected by his Fallen Light. Combining the two would create an extremely clever trap move. The ability of the clone to merge into the ground is not a big deal, just an added bonus. The most important and the one Yao Chen favored the most was the Earth Dragon Stance. This skill is the only one among all his evolution directions that includes the word dragon. Surely, its effect must be extremely powerful. I choose to evolve into the Earth Dragon Python. Let's begin now. Evolution starts. The system's prompt sounded, and Yao Chen glanced at his back intentionally. The originally golden python began to change colors, the gold fading a bit, replaced by more yellow, as if a sandstorm was brewing in the tattoo on his back. This evolution will definitely take more than a day. It's already the 5th evolution, and the college entrance exam is about to start. I should go back and sell the materials I've gathered first. Yao Chen muttered to himself, not forgetting the blood-colored clothing on him. After draping the fur of the blood-cloth beast over himself, it directly transformed into a denim jacket, just blood red, looking somewhat eerie. By the way, didn't they say that the blood clothing of the blood-cloth beast could grant special abilities? How come I don't feel any reaction from this one? Yao Chen was somewhat puzzled. Could it be because he had participated in the trial of the blood god's son? That's why. Just as he was about to curse the blood god's son, the entire blood clothing suddenly changed, and the next moment, Yao Chen suddenly soared into the air. Boom! He floated in mid-air, maintaining it steadily without any sign of falling. Flight? Well, it's somewhat useful. Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he hadn't chosen the Flying Cloud Python before, or he would have been in big trouble. Phew! After so many days of hunting in the wilderness, it's time to enjoy a bit. Let's head back to the city first. Yao Chen, somewhat unaccustomed, controlled the flight ability of the blood clothing and flew towards the direction of the Hui city. At first, the speed was relatively slow, but gradually increased, reaching a speed of about 15 meters per second. While flying, he casually took out his phone and glanced at it, confirming that the flow of time had not changed since entering the trial of the blood god's son, and now there were only 2 days left until the college entrance exam. 2 days should be enough to complete the 5th evolution. Let's sell off the equipment first. Shortly after, Yao Chen returned to the city. The first thing he did was to drive the Porsche that had been accumulating dust under the city wall for many days, to prevent it from rusting there. The second thing was to head to the commercial center and sell off all the materials. This time, the person who received him was the middle-aged man from last time, but his attitude was much more respectful, even tinged with a hint of fear. Mr. Yao,
may I ask what you plan to sell this time? Is it in large quantities? If so, you can pour them out now, and we will price them for you." Without a word, Yao Chen directly poured out all the beast corpses from the 500 square meter space bracelet. These beast corpses were only at the level of 1 to 2 transformations, not much of an improvement for him at the moment, so he decided to sell them. In addition, there were some materials from awakened foreigners that Yao Chen couldn't find any records of online, so he took them out for the people in the commercial center to identify. Clatter! The valuable corpses and materials were poured out by him like trash, directly filling half of the room, the strong bloody smell almost making the 2 attendants vomit their breakfast. Oh my! The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that Yao Chen's materials and beast corpses might be numerous, but he hadn't expected them to be this abundant. He stood still for a moment, then quickly sent someone to call a professional appraiser. "Mr. Yao, please wait a moment. I will have our most professional appraiser in the commercial center appraise them for you." "Mr. Yao, please have a cup of tea. The maid serving tea here is also very beautiful. How about exchanging contact information?" "Mr. Yao, why don't we exchange contact information? If you have materials to sell, I can specially drive over to pick you up, or you can come directly for the transaction. All are possible." The middle-aged man was dazed just now, but now he was excitedly hopping around. A big client like Yao Chen was truly a rare sight. He must seize this opportunity and firmly tie Yao Chen to his trading chain. Yao Chen naturally didn't say much, but confirmed the trading relationship with the middle-aged man, and then a few appraisers came to appraise for him. Soon, one material after another was appraised by these people. 2 hours later, the middle-aged man finally uttered a staggering number. "Mr. Yao, we have appraised all your beast corpses, beast materials, and those unclaimed materials. We are willing to purchase them for 110 million. In addition, there are a few precious materials we must explain to you because we are honest merchants and will never deduct the value of your materials," the middle-aged man said earnestly, then took out 2 items and placed them in front of Yao Chen to introduce. "Mr. Yao, this blue stone is called Sky Blue Stone, and this white bone is called Sacred Eagle Bone. Both of these materials are auxiliary materials for awakeners to advance from the 5th to the 6th transformation, so they are extremely valuable. I believe with your strength, you will definitely need these 2 materials in the future, so whether to sell them or not is up to you." Upon hearing his words, Yao Chen nodded and calmly put these 2 items into his bracelet. "Let's not sell these 2 things for now. Exchange the rest into alliance coins and transfer them to my account. We'll meet again next time." Yao Chen nodded, then walked out of the commercial center. He now had 150 million on his card, with 40 million sent by Tian Huozi. Not sure what that guy meant. Yao Chen didn't dwell on it, but entered a luxury hotel to rest. The more than 10 days of wilderness hunting had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Taking advantage of the college entrance exam not starting yet, he decided to replenish his energy first. Yao Chen cleaned the dirt off his body, lay directly on the big bed, wrapped himself in the blanket, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He fell asleep quickly, just 3 seconds and he was sound asleep. The sky was slowly darkening, and the city was gradually quieting down. Outside the window, a light rain had started at some point, the sound of raindrops hitting the window making one even more drowsy. At this moment, Yao Chen had already drifted into a deep sleep, but he had a very strange dream. In the dream, he vaguely felt his own existence, standing in the midst of darkness. Soon, a small voice rang out. A little guy with bare feet ran up to him, grabbing his pant leg with his tender hands, shaking it incessantly. "Woo-woo, Grandpa Ancestral Dragon, you don't want Longer anymore? Woo-woo, there are no more tribe members here. Longer is scared." The little boy's eyes were already red from crying, his face flushed, but strangely, he had 2 golden dragon horns on his head, looking extremely cute, his crying face evoking tenderness. Even Yao Chen, a super macho guy, felt a hint of pity in his heart, wanting to reach out and touch the boy's head, but he found himself unable to move, as if he were a statue. "Woo-woo, Grandpa Ancestral Dragon, aren't you coming back? Those guys from the Dark Knights are coming again. Longer is scared." "Woo-woo, guys from the Dark Knights?" Yao Chen felt puzzled, but he couldn't speak, unable to ask, unable to move at all. The little boy in front of him was too cute, with 2 dragon horns on his head like a cosplay. Yao Chen even couldn't resist the urge to touch him, but unfortunately, he couldn't move. At that moment, the little boy seemed to sense something, suddenly opening his eyes wide and staring at Yao Chen intently. Grandpa Ancestral Dragon? Grandpa Ancestral Dragon? Are you looking at me? The boy stopped crying, his big eyes sparkling with curiosity as he looked at himself. And at that moment, Yao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Damn! What a realistic dream! He looked around in confusion. The hotel was still the hotel, and even the sun outside had risen high. It was already the next morning. I actually slept for over 10 hours, and had such a weird dream. It seems like I'm really exhausted this time. Yao Chen muttered to himself, then got up to freshen up. He didn't dwell on the dream, instead calling the hotel staff to bring a sumptuous breakfast to enjoy. While eating, scrolling through his phone, Yao Chen noticed messages in the group chat with his classmates. Wang Teng, classmates, tomorrow is the college entrance exam. We must take care of each other when we meet. Sun Han, yes, we are all classmates. Taking care of each other should help improve our grades. We should stick together. More and more people replied below. The number of participants in the group chat was significantly higher than the last time. It seemed that some students with poor grades or talents also wanted to improve through this method. Lu Feng, alright, everyone stop arguing. Since that's the case, let's just form a group in our class. But a group needs a leader. Let Wang Tang be the leader, and we'll start hunting in the wilderness together. Lu Feng's suggestion stirred up a wave. Many students felt that Wang Tang came from a good family and had good talent, so making him the leader was not a problem. At this point, Wang Tang saw that most people had finished discussing, so he spoke up in the group. Wang Tang, classmates who want to join the group, please type +1, so I can keep track. +1 +1 +1. After 10 minutes, almost all the students had typed +1, but as Wang Tang scanned the responses, he noticed that 2 people had completely ignored his message, not saying a word. One was Yao Chen, and the other was Ning Pan Pan. Wang Tang at Yao Chen, at Ning Pan Pan. Are you two planning to go solo, or do you look down on our group? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire group chat fell silent. But soon, new messages appeared. Ning Pan Pan, I don't care. The role of the group in the wilderness hunt is not significant, and we might even be targeted by a group of exotic beasts. It's meaningless. Bang! Ning Pan Pan, you despicable person. How dare you speak to me like that, and dare to question my decision? Wang Teng slammed the table in anger, blaring fiercely at the message on his phone. His eyes filled with rage. As the 9th richest man in Hui City, when has he ever been mocked by a woman? Fuming with anger, he immediately picked up his phone to retaliate. Wang Tang, since you think hunting alone is better, we won't persuade you. You can handle it yourself. By the way, you can team up with that idiot bird with a D-level talent in our class. I think you two match well. Yao Chen lost his appetite even for breakfast. Why does everything have to be about him? But then he glanced at his phone again and found that Ning Pan Pan had already launched a strong counterattack. The chat group was now in a full-blown argument, Ning Pan Pan holding her ground without backing down. At the same time, he noticed a strange piece of news on his phone. A 5-clawed golden dragon has appeared in Hokkaido, speaking an untranslatable language, and various experts have begun investigating the meaning of the dragon's roar. Oh, this giant beast is indeed strange. Yao Chen chewed on his steak, not dwelling on it further. Soon, he drove his Porsche 911 back to the store on the outskirts of the city to search for the elixirs he wanted. Azure Pill 1, 500, 000 Alliance coins suitable for awakening from the 4th to 5th transformation. Crimson Fire Pill 1, 600, 000 Alliance coins suitable for awakening from the 4th to 5th transformation. Blood Transformation Pill 2, 800, 000 Alliance coins suitable for awakening from the 4th to 5th transformation. Looking at these elixirs, Yao Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. The higher the level of the awakener, the more expensive the elixirs needed. He couldn't imagine how costly the elixirs would be after reaching the 6th transformation. Boss, 20 Crimson Fire Pills and 20 Blood Transformation Pills, please, Yao Chen said with a hint of regret. The Thundercloud pill he had before was completely useless to him. Even if it worked, it could only slightly enhance his abilities, almost negligible. The Essence Transformation Pill could still be used, but using it too much was bad for the body. Alright, I'll give you a total price of 70 million. A bit cheaper for you since you've been here before. Taking these elixirs, Yao Chen returned to the hotel with a gloomy expression. Spending money made him very unhappy. Damn it, I'm going to make it worth it. Swallowing a pill, he then exerted all his strength to digest it. It must be said that the effects of these million-worth elixirs were indeed remarkable. Yao Chen could feel his strength slowly increasing. As he continued his cultivation, time passed slowly, and before he knew it, it was 7 a.m. the next morning, and today was the day of the college entrance examination. With the current low human population, naturally, the number of students had also decreased. The total number of examinees in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom this year was only about 30,000, which was similar to previous years. The examination venue was located in the northern part of the 100 Beasts Wilderness City, covering an area of 50,000 square kilometers. It was almost the size of 2 to 3 cities. Today, a large number of awakeners had already gathered in the northern part of the 100 Beasts Wilderness City, with countless teachers and students. Interestingly, among these people, teachers and official personnel were in one area, while students were in another, divided into different categories. It was like a small society in itself. The students with ordinary talents and backgrounds are on the far left, those from middle-class families are in the middle, and students with good family conditions and talents are on the far right, like Wang Tong. In the deepest part are the S-level geniuses. What's even more interesting is that even before the exams begin, these S-level geniuses are already setting up arenas to compete for the title of the strongest this year. Yao Chen was completely unaware of the situation at the college entrance examination site. He had just gotten up and had breakfast. After a night of cultivation, he had reached the third stage of the third transformation. The reason for his rapid progress was that the evolution had been completed. Open my panel, Yao Chen said lightly. Name, Yao Chen, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, realm, third transformation. 8th stage, physique, 7,886, spirit, 7,686, skills, fierce poison, swift wind and thunder, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, avatar, earth divine python, strength, spirit python +++, evolution direction, auspicious heavenly python, fallen poison python. Divine Fallen Holy Python to be chosen, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, skills, fierce poison, swift wind and thunder, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon. Yao Chen was very satisfied when he saw these panel attributes. According to this progress, he would have over 10,000 attributes by the time he reached the fourth transformation. However, for the next sixth evolution, he would probably need to devour a massive amount of exotic beasts to reach the evolution goal. Thinking about the huge amount of flesh and blood, Yao Chen himself shrank his neck a bit, feeling a bit overwhelmed. But he was not disheartened. Instead, he summoned his giant python avatar. Boom! The sound of the giant creature hitting the ground made Yao Chen stare in amazement as his python avatar suddenly turned into a giant over 30 meters long. The width of its body was probably similar to that of a door. Oh my god! How did it suddenly become so big? Yao Chen was shocked. If this hotel floor hadn't been reinforced, the appearance of the giant python avatar would probably have collapsed the entire floor. Oh my god, I'm so strong now. He looked at his head. The two protrusions were even more pronounced, with the beginnings of dragon horns emerging. Ah, this is great. I'm getting closer to transforming into a dragon. Yao Chen's eyes were full of excitement. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sir, I heard a collision in your room earlier. Is everything okay? It's nothing. It's nothing. Yao Chen quickly replied, then retracted his giant python avatar. Phew! He took a breath, checked the time. It was 8 a.m. now, and the college entrance examination would start at 9:30, which was plenty of time. However, Yao Chen was not as excited about the college entrance examination anymore. He was already so powerful that participating in the exam would be a downgrade. But for the resources of the Alliance University, he had to reluctantly participate. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Chen went downstairs, got in his car, and headed to the examination site in the northern part of the Beast Wilderness City. Unlike his leisurely pace, the genius camp in the northern examination site was in complete chaos. 7 or 8 S-level geniuses had set up an arena and started challenging the arena master, making the competition intense and even more exciting than the exam itself. Such appropriate battles were allowed before the exam, as the current world culture strongly supported student combat. The most eye-catching figure at the moment was the arena master, Tian Huazi, possessing the unique S-level talent of the Tianhua family, Tianhua, and his strength was astonishing. making him unmatched by any S-level genius. Bang! Only to see Tianhuozi casually blasting an S-level genius off the stage, saying lightly, "There are distinctions in the strength of S-level talent, and geniuses are just seeing my threshold. You don't need to struggle. You can't snatch the first place." At this moment, he could be said to be in the limelight. Even many teachers on the side were looking at him with admiration. However, only Tianhuozi himself understood. The presence of that man was like a giant god pressing on his heart, difficult to surpass. Until now, he had lost some confidence in surpassing that man. Not far from the stage, Wang Tang gathered with a group of classmates, still discussing. "Brother Wang, why don't you try going up on the stage? Maybe you can defeat those S-level geniuses above, and you will definitely become famous in the Douyin." Lu Feng pushed his glasses and encouraged. "Forget it, those guys are all monsters. How could I be their opponent?" "Don't say that." Wang Tang politely declined Lu Feng's suggestion. But then the younger brother next to him started to encourage again. "Give it a try. Brother Wang, what if you succeed? Just defeat one of them and you will be famous. Your dad will be thrilled and will definitely give you a lot of money to spend." The crowd kept encouraging, and Wang Tang's heart began to waver slightly. At the same time, not far away, a graceful figure walked over, mocking, "You dare to oppose those geniuses? I guess one fart from them could blow you away. Still trying to touch porcelain?" The speaker was Ning Panpan, who was looking at Wang Tang with disdain, as if looking at a loser. With these words, Wang Tang's expression immediately changed, pointing at Ning Panpan fiercely. "Ning Panpan, you despicable person. I think you are suitable to team up with that D-level talent Yao Chen. You two can bottom out in this college entrance examination. Then you won't even be able to get into a vocational school." Wang Tang said loudly with a red face. But at this moment, Ning Panpan's expression also turned cold. It should be noted that Yao Chen had saved her from the hands of foreigners a few days ago. He was her lifesaver, and at that time Yao Chen had shown very strong strength, much stronger than the average second awakening person. Thinking of this, Ning Panpan angrily said, "Enough of you. Are you in the mood to talk about others? You don't even dare to go up on the stage yourself. What are you barking for here? Who says I don't dare? You do not dare. Coward. What if you have money? You're as timid as a red-haired pig. Disgusting. Ugh. Say that again." Wang Tang was completely furious. Even his eyes were bloodshot, wishing to crush Ning Panpan's head on the spot. At this moment, he clenched his fists fiercely, saying, "I will definitely go up on this stage today. Even if Jesus comes, he can't stop me. I said it." After speaking, Wang Tang went straight up on the stage. Boom! But before he could even stand firm on the stage, a burst of fire suddenly hit him, directly knocking Wang Tang down. Thud! He fell to the ground, spewing out black smoke from his mouth. At this moment, all the students were quiet, and Ning Panpan laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Are you kidding me? Just about to make a move. You were knocked down by the aftermath of someone else's battle. Ha ha!" Ning Panpan laughed heartily, unable to control her emotions. However, just when Wang Tang was embarrassed and awkward, Tianhuozi suddenly appeared in front of him, extending his hand to him. "Sorry, classmate. I didn't accidentally hurt you just now, did I?" Wang Tang was indeed very angry and hurt, but facing this powerful and handsome genius stage master, he couldn't muster any anger. No, thank you." Wang Tang was pulled up by Tianhuozi, looking at this genius in front of him with a sense of awe. "It's all good. Just be careful and stay away to avoid getting accidentally hurt." Tianhuozi smiled gently, nodded at Wang Tang, and returned to the ring. Meanwhile, Wang Tang was filled with excitement. He had just had a close encounter with such a super important person, who even asked if he was injured. Oh my! At that moment, he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life, especially when he turned around and saw a group of classmates, including Ning Panpan, that despicable person. Looking at him, he felt even more relieved. Wang Tang felt like he was at the peak of his life, so he confidently walked towards the group of classmates. Despite being completely charred, his expression still proud. "Wow, Wang Gu is amazing. That super genius actually helped you up. Oh my gosh. Wang Gu, tomorrow you'll probably be famous in Douyin." That's Tianhuozi, the most powerful genius from the neighboring Seven-Leaf City. Wang Gu is invincible. He probably knew Tianhuozi a long time ago. So amazing. Listening to the praises of his classmates, Wang Tang couldn't hide his smile anymore. Ha ha. Actually, I'd been in private contact with this guy for a while. We've been discussing talents and exotic beasts. It's just that no one knew. But I've known him for a while. Wang Tang boldly lied, making his classmates gasp in amazement this time, marveling at his connections. Ha ha, don't worry everyone. I'll say hi to Tian Huozi. We'll definitely ace this year's college entrance examination. With these words, the crowd erupted again, with constant admiration and praise from his classmates, filling Wang Tang with joy. At that moment, he glanced back at Ning Panpan. Ning Panpan's expression was not very good. She never expected Wang Tang to have any connection with such a super genius, which made her feel uneasy inside. How about it? Miss Ning, do you want to join our team? If you join, maybe I'll introduce you to Tian Huozi. Wang Tang sneered, his words filled with a sense of condescension. But at that moment, Ning Panpan disdainfully turned her head and said, if Tian Huozi is really your friend, then his downfall is not far off. With that, the strong-willed girl left the crowd directly, unwilling to entangle herself with Wang Tang any longer. Despite hearing Wang Tang's mocking voice behind her, Ning Panpan had no interest in arguing with him. However, just as she turned her head, a familiar figure appeared in the crowd and walked towards the center. Yao Chen? Ning Panpan's eyes instantly lit up, staring at Yao Chen's tall figure without looking away. But what surprised her was that she felt Yao Chen had grown taller and more muscular, although he still belonged to the tall and slim type compared to others. Before she could even greet him, Wang Tang on the other side also noticed Yao Chen approaching. Seeing Yao Chen, Wang Tang was itching with anger, perhaps because Yao Chen had not replied to his messages in the group, making Wang Tang feel scorned by him. Hey, what are you doing here? Does the college entrance examination mean anything to you? Ha! Wang Tang suddenly blocked his way, staring at Yao Chen with an unfriendly gaze. Do you have a problem? Yao Chen asked calmly. What's wrong with me? What can I do if I have a problem? What can I do if I don't have a problem? What are you being so arrogant about? A D-level talent participating in the college entrance examination. Are you kidding me? Faced with Wang Tang's provocation, Yao Chen remained calm, even wanting to laugh. Captain Wang, I don't remember offending you. Is it because I didn't reply to your messages in the group that you're upset? A man's heart shouldn't be so small, Yao Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Tang shuddered, feeling exposed, which only fueled his embarrassment and anger even more. What did you say? I reached out to you in the group because I wanted you to join our team. Together, we can achieve better results and progress hand in hand. This is for the sake of all our classmates. You must know that you have a D-level talent. I'm giving you a chance to go to college by inviting you to join the team. Do you understand? Wang Tang roared angrily. Meanwhile, Yao Chen stood straight in front of him, not even looking directly at him. At this moment, the other classmates looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Wang Tang was completely out of control now, crazily insulting like possessed by madness, while Yao Chen remained calm, looking at the clown in front of him with lowered eyes. Just then, Tian Huozi on the stage suddenly fixed his gaze and spotted Yao Chen in the crowd. Tian Huozi's eyes lit up with joy. For some reason, seeing Yao Chen made him feel at ease. He leaped down from the stage, leaving behind the other S-level geniuses, and walked briskly towards Yao Chen. As he approached, the crowd parted to make way for him. Wang Tang sensed something amiss and quickly turned around to see Tian Huozi approaching. Oh my! Tian Huozi is looking for our class leader. Wow! Following the class leader was indeed the right choice. Even such a big shot is personally looking for him. The praises from both sides continued, but Wang Tang felt uneasy. He knew that he and Tian Huozi were not friends at all. They had just met, or perhaps not even that. Why is he here? Wang Tang wondered. Just then, Tian Huozi drew closer, but then he bypassed Wang Tang and stood in front of Yao Chen. Big brother, Tian Huozi bowed. With this greeting, the crowd exploded. Well, this time we can team up. I'll take you, Yao Chen said casually, almost as if it was a matter of course. Boom! This moment was even more shocking than Tian Huozi's greeting, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Who was Tian Huozi? A top talent among the S-levels. The #1 genius in the neighboring Seven-Night City. The young patriarch of the Tianhua family. Yet, such a strong individual was calling the young man in front of him big brother. And this young man even said, I'll take you. Although he was handsome, he shouldn't say such arrogant things. Reader Lord is more handsome. Who was he exactly? At this moment, the crowd fell completely silent.
the air heavy with tension.
The classmates who were just flattering Wang Tang were stunned, looking at each other, realizing something was amiss.
They dared not speak and even retreated in unison.
Wang Tang was dumbfounded, standing foolishly in front of the two, not knowing what to say. Just a second ago, he was angrily berating Yao Chun, but now he was frozen, like a stupid parrot standing in place. Why? Why would someone like Tian Huozi call him big brother? What gives him the right?
Wang Tong raged in his mind, his face pale,
standing in front of the two without daring to move. Ning Pan Pan, who had not gone far, clearly noticed the situation here. At this moment,
her face was full of shock, staring at Yao Chen's tall figure,
momentarily lost in awe.
When Yao Chen saved her last time, she thought he must be strong, but she never imagined he was this powerful.
The one-in-a-million genius Tian Huozi actually called him big brother? How did he manage that? However, just as everyone was shocked,
7 young men walked down from the stage. These 7 exuded a strong aura, ranging between the 2nd and 3rd realms.
They were the 7 S-level talents in this year's entrance exam.
The leader among them held an ice blade in his hand, walking towards them slowly.
Huozi, are you mistaken? What did you call him?
A hint of displeasure flashed in the young man's eyes.
Tian Huozi was the strongest person in the northern examination hall. Now,
calling an unknown figure big brother,
isn't this a slap in their faces? However, Tian Huozi did not argue back. Instead,
he turned around and calmly said,
"It's none of your business what I call him. You don't have the qualifications yet. Get lost."
His domineering words made the 7 talented individuals freeze,
as they truly lacked the confidence to confront Tian Huozi.
They wanted to retaliate at that moment but hesitated.
Meanwhile, Tian Huozi's gaze turned cold as he looked at Wang Tang beside him. "And you enjoy calling me big brother, don't you?" Tian Huozi's icy words pierced through,
his sharp eyes fixed on Wang Tang like a predatory beast.
I.
Wang Tang trembled all over,
not daring to move,
afraid of provoking the other party.
At that moment,
he was so nervous that he stood frozen in place,
cold sweat streaming down his forehead.
He couldn't believe that Yao Yi turned out to be Tian Huozi's big brother,
and their relationship seemed quite good. Faced with the intimidating Tian Huozi, Wang Tang couldn't speak, forgetting even what to say. "Attention, students, the college entrance examination is about to begin. Students in teams, please pick up the combat wristbands quickly. Distribution will start soon." The broadcast sounded,
and Wang Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief as the attention of the two in front of him shifted.
He quickly stepped back, trembling, and hid behind. "Ignore that guy. Let's get the wristbands and enter the examination hall early," Yao Chen said calmly. Then he and Tian Huozi walked together to collect the combat wristbands.
The so-called combat wristbands were actually student protection devices that could generate a protective shield in times of danger to safeguard students. They also served as a scoring device. Historically, killing a first-stage mutated beast earned about 1 point, a second stage about 10 points, a third stage about 90 points, and a fourth stage guaranteed a minimum of 500 points. Generally, if a student killed a fourth-stage mutated beast and obtained 500 points, their score would stabilize, ensuring successful advancement to higher education. However, no student had managed to kill a fourth-stage mutated beast in the college entrance examination,
let alone a more formidable fifth-stage beast. Perhaps fifth-stage beasts didn't even exist in the examination hall. Unlike many nervous students, Yao Chen and Tian Huozi felt no psychological pressure. Tian Huozi had previously defeated 2 fourth-stage mutated beasts with his third-stage advanced strength in the Peach Blossom Valley. Yao Chen, on the other hand, had significantly enhanced his strength after this evolution. Unless ancient beasts like the Triceratops appeared, he didn't even consider ordinary fifth-stage beasts a threat. After receiving the combat wristbands, Yao Chen quietly waited for the helicopter to transport the examinees. At the start of the exam, students needed to board the helicopter to enter the wilderness for the test. Tian Huozi stood beside him at that moment, smiling as he asked, "Big brother, how many points are you aiming for this time? I remember the last top scorer in the college entrance exam got over 2,000 points. 2,000 points? Yao Chen paused. 2,000 points were just from 4 fourth-stage mutated beasts, and they were all at the initial stage. Actually, we don't need to team up. You can easily score 2,000 points on your own, right? But rest assured, since your grandfather entrusted you to me, I will definitely give you an amazing score," Yao Chen said calmly, his eyes devoid of any deceit. filled with sincerity. As soon as he said that, Tianhuazi's eyes lit up with excitement. He had witnessed his big brother single-handedly take on 6 fifth-stage powerhouses, a terrifying strength that filled him with awe. If Big Brother could help him kill a 5-turn exotic beast this time, wouldn't that be? The thought excited Tianhuazi. Maybe he could make a name for himself during the college entrance examination. Just then, a commotion could be heard not far from the examination site. What's wrong with being late? Can't you take the exam if you're late? Why not? My son has an A-level talent. You all better move aside. If my son can't take the exam, will you take responsibility? Move out of the way. A middle-aged man led a 17-year-old boy arrogantly into the examination site. Needless to say, it was Yao Changdong and Yao Guang. At this moment, Yao Guang, listening to his father's angry shouts, felt both bitter and ashamed. They had just stopped for a quick snack on the way and almost ended up being late. And with his father shouting in front of so many people, he felt utterly humiliated. At this moment, Yao Changdong barged into the examination site using his bullying tactics. Some teachers around, upon hearing that Yao Guang had an A-level talent, did not make things difficult and handed him his combat wristband. Good son, you must do your best this time. You must get a good result and enter the Alliance University. By then, you must make your beastly brother feel like he's better off dead. Let him experience the terror of having a genius younger brother. Yao Changdong exclaimed excitedly, paying no attention to Yao Guang's unpleasant expression. Many people around heard his rude words. At this moment, Yao Chen's face was full of strange colors. Why was Yao Changdong always fixated on him? Even if he was adopted, shouldn't there be some affection between father and son? This uncle is really ridiculous. Actually encouraging his younger brother to beat up his older brother. Can't understand, Tianhuazi mocked. Yao Chen didn't say much upon hearing this, admitting that Yao Changdong's old brain was indeed a bit problematic. Meanwhile, Yao Guang, who was tidying up his outfit, looked around and in the next moment, he saw Yao Chen standing with Tianhuazi. His pupils shrank fiercely at that moment, but he didn't say much, afraid that his father beside him would notice. However, Yao Guang's heart was already in turmoil, trembling intensely. Damn it! That's Tianhuazi. Why is my brother with him? Are they forming a team? But how do they know each other? That's Tianhuazi. Yao Guang's mind roared madly, but he remained calm on the surface. Members of such large families as Tianhuazi's had the conditions to awaken 1 or 2 years earlier than ordinary people. Since Tianhuazi awakened his S-level Tianhua, teenagers from several nearby cities idolized this genius, and Yao Guang even regarded him as an idol. But now, seeing his idol standing with his former useless brother, he felt extremely uncomfortable and strange. Despite feeling uncomfortable, he was acutely aware at this moment that he probably couldn't surpass his brother in this college entrance examination. With a super genius like Tianhuazi teaming up with his brother, how could he surpass them? Yao Guang was burdened with heavy thoughts at this moment, but Yao Changdong continued to cheer him on from behind. Xiao Guang, you are the best. You must achieve a good result. You are the hope of our Yao family. Come on, Xiao Guang, you must fiercely slap your brother's face. Hearing his father's roar behind him, Yao Guang's face turned ugly, and he could no longer bear it. Fortunately, just a few minutes later, the college entrance examination began. One after another, planes appeared, carrying each candidate into the interior of the Beast City. The college entrance examination adopted a mechanism similar to that of a certain survival game, with a time limit of 3 days. When the plane took off, it was in a low-risk area with only low-level exotic beasts, but the further it went inside, the higher the probability of encountering high-level exotic beasts, making it more dangerous. At this moment, the plane had just taken off for less than 10 minutes when some candidates chose to parachute. These were students with poor talent or lacking confidence in themselves, for whom participating in the college entrance examination was merely about participation. Meanwhile, Yao Chen and Tianhuazi sat side by side, their faces devoid of any expression. Brother, at what point do we parachute? Tianhuazi asked curiously. We'll parachute when the plane is ready to return, Yao Chen replied. What? Tianhuazi was stunned, sweating profusely at Yao Chen's words. If the plane was preparing to return for the college entrance examination, it meant they had arrived at a place with at least 5 transformed beasts, a level of danger that seemed too great. Look at you, so timid. Do you want to be the second in the college entrance examination? Yao Chen said with a smile. Of course, But why second? Tianhuazi asked in confusion. Because I will be first, Yao Chen replied.
The conversation between the two made the faces of many candidates on the plane turn unpleasant.
But considering Tianhuazi's identity, they dared not say more.
As time passed, fewer and fewer candidates landed in the northern part of the Beast City, and the candidates on the plane became increasingly scarce.
Why aren't we parachuting yet, brother?
This is the territory of a 4th-level transformed beast,
Tianhuazi said with a serious look in his eyes.
What's the rush?
Let's wait.
We'll jump when it's almost time to return,
Yao Chen said calmly, his eyes as serene as if he were having a meal.
All right.
Tianhuazi was actually starting to feel a bit scared.
Although he had defeated 2 4th-level transformed beasts in the Peach Blossom Valley last time, those two were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the 4th rank. If he encountered a high-level 4th rank or a peak transformed beast, even he would have to think twice.
Finally, after another 15 minutes passed,
the plane began to slowly turn back.
At that moment, Yao Chen finally stood up and knocked on the cockpit door. Master, open the door. We want to get off, he said.
What? The pilot was startled, and even the whole plane shook for a moment.
He turned his head in fear and looked at the two of them, saying, "Why haven't you gotten off yet?"
"You can't get off here. This is the territory of a 5th-level transformed beast." The pilot was dumbfounded.
Every year during the college entrance examination,
by the time he flew to this place,
all the candidates had already left. What was going on with these two students now? Open the door. Master, we need to get off. Don't delay our exam, Yao Chen said, touching his forehead. No, you must have fallen asleep and forgotten to get off the plane. I can't let you get into danger, or I'll be responsible too, the pilot shouted.
Yao Chen was somewhat helpless, so he had to pull Tianhuazi over and point at him,
saying, "See him, master? He's the young patriarch of the Tianhua family. With him here, can we be in danger?" What? Tianhuazi was completely tense and could only stand there dumbfounded. At that moment, the pilot's expression relaxed slightly when he saw Tianhuazi, but he still looked a bit puzzled. "Are you really going to get off here? If you encounter danger, be sure to activate your combat wristband," the pilot warned. "Don't worry, master, open the door," Yao Chen said. After hesitating for a moment, the pilot chose to open the door. After all, with geniuses like Tianhuazi here, he, an ordinary person, couldn't possibly worry about a young genius, right? "All right, thank you, master. See you again." After Yao Chen and Tianhuazi each grabbed a parachute,
they jumped straight down and landed on the ground after nearly 10 seconds of free fall.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
the college entrance examination invigilators were frowning at the scoreboards in front of them,
their expressions somewhat grim.
1. Lu Yufeng, 23 points. 2. He Chuingxiu, 22 points. 3. Fang Qihai, 19 points. 4. Yao Guang, 12 points. The examiner's expression turned somewhat unpleasant because he didn't see the name he was looking for.
Something's not right. Why does Tianhuazi have 0 points? Could it be that he gave up on the exam? At the same time,
Wang Tong and his group were equally surprised.
Could this so-called Tianhuazi and that Yao Chen have been eaten by 5th-grade exotic beasts? They didn't even score a single point, and I already have 2. Wang Tang's eyes were full of self-satisfaction. The exam had just begun,
and he had already scored 2 points in half an hour.
At this rate, reaching 500 points was already within his grasp. On the other hand, Yao Chen's score remained at 0. Meanwhile, Yao Chen and Tianhuazi descended to the ground. However, as soon as they landed,
they discovered at least 2 4th-grade exotic beasts within a radius of 1 kilometer.
This was the depths of the 100 Beast City,
so even the appearance of 5th-grade exotic beasts was not unexpected.
"Big brother, there's a group of 2nd-grade deceptive flowers over there. At least 30 points. Shall we go kill them?" Tianhuazi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Ha ha, look at you. Did I bring you here to kill deceptive flowers? Follow me." Yao Chen chuckled and scolded, then soared into the air and headed straight for the location where the aura of a 4th-grade exotic beast was emanating. "Big brother, wait for me." Tianhuazi hurried to catch up,
not wanting to encounter a 5th-grade exotic beast here.
As the two approached the 4th-grade exotic beast, Tianhuazi suddenly realized that it was a high-level 4th-grade azure spirit lizard. "Big brother, be careful. This is a high-level 4th-grade azure spirit lizard. Its tongue is very fast and it's highly poisonous," Tianhuazi quickly warned, fearing that Yao Chen might not be aware of the peculiarities of this exotic beast. However, The next moment, he found his warning somewhat unnecessary. After a short run-up, Yao Chen soared into the air, holding a pitch-black long spear in his hand, and ruthlessly stabbed the still unresponsive Azure Spirit Lizard. Bang! The black long spear pierced through the chest of the Azure Spirit Lizard, pinning it to the ground, instantly eliciting a miserable howl. The lizard kept screaming in agony, wildly thrashing its tongue, but unable to hit due to the distance. Gradually, green patches appeared at the pierced spot, and then its whole body went limp. It was in a state of severe poisoning. Go finish it off. It would be even better if we could roast it half-cooked, Yao Chen said casually. Upon hearing this, Tianhuozi's eyes lit up. Without further ado, he gathered his own Tianhua abilities and fiercely smashed the Azure Spirit Lizard. It was at this moment that the scoreboard once again began to change. 1 ST place, Tianhuozi, 640 points. 2 ND place, Lu Yufeng, 59 points. 3 RD place, He Chuanqiu, 44 points. 4 TH place, Fang Qihai, 35 points. 5 TH place, Yao Guang, 27 points. The score list suddenly changed, with Tianhuozi's score skyrocketing from 0 points to 690 points. At this moment, the examiner was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. This. Did this child really kill a 4th grade exotic beast? How is that possible? At the same time, the Tianhua clan chief beside the examiner stroked his beard and chuckled. Stay calm. My Tianer doesn't care for those low-level exotic beasts. What's the big deal about killing a 4th grade one? The Tianhua clan chief was overjoyed at this moment. He had originally thought that his grandson's strength could reach the standard of last year's college entrance examination's top scorer with 2,000 points. But he never expected that within less than 2 hours of the exam starting, he would directly kill a 4th grade exotic beast and become the top scorer. At this moment, a pensive look flashed in his eyes, possibly because he had entrusted that little guy with the demonic level talent, but he hoped it was Tianhuozi who hunted it himself. Meanwhile, Wang Tang was teaming up with about 10 classmates to hunt down a second-stage violent bear. Lu Feng, Wang Gang, you two go and hold it down. I'll kill this damn bear as soon as I finish gathering this fireball. Lu Feng and Wang Gang's faces turned bitter, all the hard and tiring work fell on them, and Wang Tang took all the credit. Despite feeling conflicted, they couldn't refute Wang Tang's authority in front of so many people and had to endure it. After a fierce battle, another score of a second-stage exotic beast fell into Wang Tang's hands. His face was full of smiles as he opened the scoreboard again, but his smile faded as he saw the first place was Tianhuozi. 690 points. Wang Tang was dumbfounded. In just 2 hours, this genius had scored 690 points. And if Tianhuozi had 690 points, then considering his attitude towards Yao Chen's score wouldn't be low either. Damn it! Wang Tang searched desperately on the scoreboard until he finally found the name at the end. Yao Chen, 0 points. Seeing the 0 points, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even thinking Yao Chen might have been killed by an exotic beast, he didn't care about Tianhuozi's score, but if Yao Chen had a high score, he would feel uncomfortable. Unlike the worried faces of others, Yao Changdong was beaming with joy, looking at the scoreboard on the big screen. Ha ha, my Guangguang is amazing. 27 points. Ranked 5th. Ha ha, those S-level geniuses are nothing compared to my Guangguang's A-level talent. Fantastic. Guangguang, you make daddy proud. Yao Changdong shouted excitedly, attracting many people's attention. Many of them envied him. After all, having his son ranked 5th was quite an honor. As for Yao Chen, he sniffed the fragrant scent of the roasted Bai Ling lizard. Well done, Huozi. It's crispy on the outside and tender inside. I'm drooling, Yao Chen praised. Then, with a wave of his hand, a giant python avatar appeared. The current giant python avatar was 30 meters long, wider than a door, much larger than ordinary exotic beasts, exuding a fierce aura. Even Tianhuozi couldn't help but glance at Yao Chen's avatar, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. The last time he saw Yao Chen's avatar, it was less than 20 meters long, and now, in just a few days, it had grown to 30 meters, and judging by the aura of this giant python, even he felt a hint of threat. His intuition told Tianhuozi that he might not be a match for Yao Chen's avatar. Meanwhile, Yao Chen approached the corpse of the Bai Ling lizard, took out a long knife, and began to cut it, feeding the semi-cooked flesh and blood into the avatar's mouth piece by piece. In no time, the 10-meter-long Bai Ling lizard became energy nourishment for himself. Yao Chen felt a wave of comfort in his heart, then scanned the surroundings. 2 kilometers away, there was a 4th stage high-level exotic beast. Come on, kill the other one, then we'll go deeper and see if there are any 5th stage exotic beasts around. Yao Chen sat on the head of the giant python avatar and called Tian Huzi over to sit behind him. Tian Huzi, with a strange expression on his face, felt weird sitting under his big brother. The feeling was indeed peculiar and strange. Big brother, do we continue to hunt 4th stage exotic beasts? Of course. Just now, a high-level exotic beast rewarded you with 690 points, and killing another one will give you over 1000 points. Apart from the 6 transformation behemoth, I can satisfy whatever score you want. Consider it as the reward for when your grandpa saved me, Yao Chen said calmly. His strength had increased significantly once again. Currently, his attributes were Realm, 3rd transformation, 8th rank, Physique, 8,266, Spirit, 7,999, according to Yao Chen's estimation. Although his realm was at the 3rd transformation, 8th rank, his attribute strength was approaching the early stage of the 5th transformation. In other words, even without merging with his clone, his normal strength was close to the peak of the 4th transformation, and once merged, with the explosive increase in attributes and various abnormal skills, killing a 5th level exotic beast was not a problem. Big brother, you're really kind. Hey, you're a man. Don't say such things, or I'll kick you out, Yao Chen warned. At this moment, as the python clone continued forward, Yao Chen gradually identified the species of the exotic beast ahead. It was a 4th level high-ranking black chicken. Pausing for a moment, Yao Chen directly ordered the clone to dive underground, while he himself rushed forward and once again picked up a black spear to thrust straight at it. Snap! Unfortunately, this shot was dodged. However, just as the black chicken had dodged, the python clone underground bit its feet. Cackle cackle. The black chicken let out a miserable cry as both its chicken claws were bitten off, and it collapsed weakly to the ground. Go finish him off. I told you earlier that you'd win following me. Yao Chen patted Tian Huozi's shoulder and said. Tian Huozi nodded, then took out a long knife and rushed to the black chicken, aiming for its neck. Click! This strike didn't sever the chicken's neck but got stuck in the bone, making Tian Huozi's face turn red. Ahem! One more time. Sizzle! The next strike directly severed the black chicken's head, and Tian Huozi's score soared once again. Let's set off after I finish eating this chicken, Yao Chen said indifferently. Then his python clone began tearing apart the black chicken's corpse. At this moment, the other students and teachers finally realized why geniuses were geniuses. First place, Tian Huozi, 1,350 points. Second place, Lu Yufeng, 67 points. Third place, He Chuanqiu, 59 points. Fourth place, Fang Qihai, 48 points. Fifth place, Yao Guang, 31 points. Tian Huozi, in an incredibly overwhelming manner, overshadowed all the candidates. Logically speaking, achieving scores in the 60s and 50s like the second and third places within the first hour of the exam was already impressive, but compared to Tian Huozi, it seemed inadequate. Due to Tian Huozi's astonishing performance earlier, his score had now exceeded 1,000 points, leaving everyone in shock, as his genius status was unquestionable. Meanwhile, Yao Guang had just killed a red-haired pig and was sitting on the ground panting heavily. Tian Huozi already has over 1,000 points, but why does my brother still have 0 points? He looked puzzled, mixed with a hint of delight. If his brother had been at 0 points all along, he might have already been eaten by the exotic beasts. Thinking like this, Yao Guang inexplicably felt relieved. Unbeknownst to him, deep in the northern part of the beast city, Yao Chen and Tian Huozi rode his python clone swiftly ahead. Big brother, how about we stop here? There are already 7 or 8 4th-level exotic beasts nearby. Going further in, Tian Huozi said with some concern. He naturally believed in his big brother's strength, but that didn't mean he believed in his own strength. Now, unless he uses treasures or fully unleashes his powers, he can only kill a mid-level rank 4 exotic beast. He has no confidence in dealing with a high-level rank 4 beast. As he was thinking this, Yao Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze fixed ahead. He saw a huge black figure moving among the trees, resembling a tiger in form but exuding an astonishing aura. Big brother, that's a shadow panther, and it's a mid-level rank 5. No need to state the obvious, Yao Chen muttered. Then with a wave of his hand, merged with his clone, he squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and swiftly approached. Boom!
The yellow soil in his hand turned into a vibrant green color midair and splattered on the nearby vegetation and the shadow panther.
At that moment, the shadow panther was startled and attempted to flee, but Yao Chen stomped the ground with his left foot, causing a tremor in a 50-meter radius. In his human form, he could trigger an earthquake within a 50-meter radius, and he was surprised to find he could control the intensity, increasing it to level 8. Boom, boom, boom. The area within 50 meters shook violently, making it hard to stand, and the shadow panther lost control, tumbling on the ground. It roared in anger but couldn't move effectively. Meanwhile, Yao Chen, using the power of his blood robe, floated in midair and threw stones at the shadow panther, poisoning it continuously. Tianhuozi was dumbfounded by this hunting method, finding it rare and somewhat cheeky. Just 10 minutes later, the shadow panther was completely poisoned to death. The mid-level rank 5 exotic beast met its end without any surprises. It's so small in size, yet it's a rank 5. I wonder how much energy is contained within its body, Yao Chen thought, then controlled his giant python clone to pick up the panther and start devouring it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At that moment, the rankings instantly changed. 1 ST place, Yao Chen, 2,100 points. 2 ND place, Tianhuozi, 1,400 points. 3 RD place, Lu Yufeng, 64 points. 4 TH place, He Chuanqiu, 55 points. 5 TH place, Fang Qiai, 39 points. What's going on? Who is this Yao Chen? How did he suddenly get 2,000 points? The examiner sat up with a start, looking at the scoreboard in disbelief. He deeply suspected if there was a malfunction in the scoring device, but after multiple confirmations, no faults were found. Someone, check this student's information. Could he have a hidden talent? Soon, 3 or 4 teachers came in, picked up a computer, and started searching for Yao Chen's name. However, after a long search, they received a puzzling result. Chief Examiner, this student named Yao Chen has only a D-level talent, and he just awakened half a month ago. D-level? The Chief Examiner's expression turned grim. If a D-level talent could achieve such a score, wouldn't everyone want a D-level talent? What has this child done? Has he killed 4 rank 4 beasts or 1 rank 5? The Chief Examiner muttered to himself, knowing that either way was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, the crowds watching the college entrance examination were in awe, discussing Yao Chen's name incessantly. The onlookers were filled with shock, as within just an hour, a student had reached 2,000 points, a score that was equivalent to the previous year's top scorer. Who is this Yao Chen? How did he manage this? This exam has only just begun for an hour. Yes, this guy is definitely a genius offspring from some big family hidden among the students in this college entrance exam. It seems like this family wants to make a splash. It's unknown who said this, but the crowd instantly fell into chaos. Everyone was discussing how Yao Chen must be an extraordinary talent from some prominent family. At this moment, the square was buzzing with chatter. Since the college entrance exam had just started, people were still in high spirits, but the only exception was where Yao Changdong was seated. He sat stiffly on the bench, staring blankly at the rankings on the big screen, frozen in place. Why? Could it really be him? But why? Clenching his fists tightly, gripping the chair, his eyes bloodshot, he couldn't believe that his eldest son, whom he had beaten and neglected since childhood, could achieve such a high score. Since he can score so high, why not help your younger brother? Yao Changdong looked at his beloved youngest son squeezing into the top 5, his eyes filled with regret. Why? Why can he score so high? Was I really wrong? Impossible. I couldn't be wrong. He's not even my biological son. What does his high score have to do with me? I want my own son to succeed. I want my own son to get into the Alliance University. Yao Changdong suddenly stood up, collapsing into a howl of despair. His abnormal behavior attracted the attention of many passers-by, but he remained immersed in his own world, continuously shouting, "Come on, Sagwang, you must keep going. Surpass your brother and become a student of the Alliance University. Get a high scholarship and lead mom and dad to the peak of life. You are my child. You are my pride." Some parents nearby looked at him and stepped back, a hint of fear in their eyes. This guy seems a bit mentally ill. Let's step back. On the other hand, Yao Chen, after swallowing a 5-turn exotic beast, increased his evolution progress by 20%. At the same time, he heard a familiar prompt: "You have devoured the shadow leopard containing the shadow bloodline, obtained a bit of the shadow bloodline, and can choose to evolve into the shadow python." Shadow python.
Shadow speed, significant increase in speed, what a rubbish evolution direction.
Yao Chen sneered.
Now he somewhat understood the principle behind the system's evolution directions. As long as he devoured some special items or creatures with unique bloodlines, he would be given a new evolution direction based on those characteristics. So, he could completely devour some rare items to obtain the evolution direction he desired.
Currently, what Yao Chen wanted most was an increase in strength. But strength-type exotic beasts were generally rare, and creatures like the triangular dragon from before wouldn't suffice. Devouring a triangular dragon would lead to the evolution direction of a triangular python, only tripling the strength, which wasn't very powerful.
Yao Chen desired an evolution direction that could increase his strength by 5 to 6 times,
or even higher. However, to achieve this level,
he probably needed to devour creatures of at least 6 turns or higher,
and they had to be rare bloodline behemoths. 6 turns.
Yao Chen muttered to himself,
unsure of the difference between 6 turns and 5 turns.
But based on past experiences, this gap was like the difference between chi refinement and foundation establishment in cultivation novels. A 6-turn could single-handedly take on numerous 5 turns. That's how strong they were.
Moreover,
6-turn powerhouses appearing openly in Longwood generally avoided interviews and rarely appeared on television, unless they were public figures. Those above 6 turns were always mysterious and aloof, like the deep sea or towering ancient trees. They only occasionally engage in battle with the behemoths,
seemingly uninterested in any awakeners below the 5th rank, unless it's an exceptionally talented young prince. From what I know,
awakeners above the 6th rank seem to pay no attention to anything below the 5th rank.
Yao Chen muttered to himself, but didn't dwell on it,
instead joining Tian Huazi in hunting down 7 or 8 4th rank exotic beasts nearby.
There are 2 exotic beasts at the initial and intermediate 4th ranks. I'll leave those 2 to you. I'll take care of the rest for now, Yao Chen said lightly, then darted towards the other 4 exotic beasts. Tian Huazi, on the other hand, shrunk his neck and charged towards the 2 lower-ranked 4th-rank exotic beasts. This time, without his older brother's help, he had to bring out his full strength to avoid being a burden. Yao Chen paid no attention to his thoughts and focused on dealing with the exotic beasts. His entire body burst into action, now crawling on the ground. When he approached a mysterious turtle, he lightly touched its shell with his fingers, then moved on to the next exotic beast without engaging in combat. The technique of injuring without harm was once again displayed, Yao Chen's favorite hunting method. His figure moved swiftly through the dense forest, merely touching the exotic beasts before immediately moving away, not engaging in a fight. He was like an assassin, inserting a poison knife into the prey and then retreating, silently waiting for the poison to take effect. This method of injuring without harm made him feel extremely relaxed. At this moment, he looked around. Their current location was already deep in the 100 Beasts Wilderness City, and further in, there would be groups of 5th-rank exotic beasts. As long as I devour 5 or 6 5th ranks, I can evolve. The thought of evolving again made Yao Chen feel much better. As the previously poisoned exotic beasts fell one by one, he began to split into python avatars to devour them. While the python avatars were busy devouring, he approached Tian Huazi's direction to see if he needed help. However, as soon as he arrived at the place where Tian Huazi was fighting, he felt a bit tense. Tian Huazi was looking somewhat disheveled, with torn clothes. A nimble shadow spirit cat kept attacking Tian Huazi, its sharp claws and incredible speed explaining Tian Huazi's awkward situation. Damn it! Tian Huazi was getting annoyed by the shadow spirit cat's harassment. With a swift motion of his left hand, he once again brought out the fan-like treasure and flicked it forcefully. Boom! In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted, burning all the trees within a radius of over 20 meters to a crisp. The shadow spirit cat was also scorched a bit but was unharmed. Meow meow meow. The cat cried out and pounced towards Tian Huazi. At this moment, Tian Huazi was extremely hesitant. He still had one move, the divine flame of heavenly wrath, but using it would leave him in a period of weakness. Just as he hesitated, Yao Chen appeared silently in front of him and slapped the shadow spirit cat's head fiercely. Bang! This sudden slap abruptly ended the shadow spirit cat's life. Big brother! Seeing Yao Chen appear, Tian Huazi's face flushed with shame, looking like a red apple. Some things are better left unsaid. An older brother is an older brother. Even if he could kill the shadow spirit cat by going all out, he would still have to endure a period of weakness. Alright, let's see how our scores compare now, Yao Chen said lightly. Okay. Tianhua activated the combat bracelet.
And then a scoreboard appeared in front of the two. First place, Yaochen, 4,666 points. Second place, Tianhua, 2,122 points. Third place, Lu Yufeng, 159 points. Fourth place, He Chuanqiu, 98 points. Fifth place, Fang Qihai, 76 points. 4,600 points? It's still a bit low. Yao Chen frowned, then summoned the giant python avatar to sit on it again and called for Tianhua to come up too. Do we still need to go inside? Tianhua was dumbfounded. If they continued towards the interior of the 100 Beasts Wilderness City, they would definitely encounter groups of 5th-level mutant beasts. Once they provoked a group of 5th-level mutant beasts, would they really be able to escape? Just as he hesitated, Yao Chen pulled him up. Stop daydreaming. Your grandpa asked me to get you a high score. Don't chicken out now. Yao Chen scolded with a laugh. And then the giant python avatar began to dash towards the interior of the 100 Beasts Wilderness City. At this moment, the speed of the giant python avatar had reached an extremely fast level, like a fully powered electric train speeding ahead. Ha ha ha. Tianhua, how's the speed of my avatar? Yao Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind as he laughed and asked boldly. Tianhua cowered behind him like a little brother and weakly replied. Very, very fast, but it's better to slow down a bit. Ha ha ha, this is an automatic train. Can't slow down at all. Yao Chen laughed and said, in a great mood because a bright path had unfolded before him. 10 minutes later, the giant python avatar finally stopped, and the two of them arrived at a higher area. Looking down below, they were on a small hill, and below the hill, a pungent smell kept wafting up. 50 meters below in the valley, 3 giant foxes, each 20 meters long, were sound asleep, occasionally letting out a fart or two. Brother, do we really have to kill these bright moon foxes? They have at least 3 5th-level ones, and 2 of them are high-ranking. Tianhua nervously asked, still vividly remembering the scene where he was beaten up by the shadowy cat. Feeling a bit timid now, what's there to fear? Bright moon foxes are most terrifying at night. During the day, they are lazy and not very alert. Now is the best time to strike, Yao Chen said calmly, then took out a 10-liter water bottle. I won't share the scores of these 3 foxes with you for now. I'll raise your score to 10,000 points before sharing. Okay, I'll listen to you, big brother. Yao Chen nodded, then flew up to the valley relying on the blood robe, holding the water bottle in his hand. Next, the entire water bottle emitted a green color, and the water inside turned into a verdant color like plant leaves. In the next moment, Yao Chen opened the water bottle, pouring out all the water, which shattered into droplets of rain falling from above the valley. Green rain fell from the sky, and when it touched the bright moon foxes, they didn't notice it at all. One even licked it with its tongue. Yao Chen watched indifferently, devoid of any pity in his eyes. Just 10 seconds later, one fox sensed something was wrong and started howling. But it was futile. These foxes didn't notice Yao Chen in the sky, only scratching themselves incessantly, looking increasingly distressed. This method of hunting might be unfair and even sly, but it was the most effective. The true essence of humans hunting without getting hurt. It's like a hunter having a gun. Why would they still fight with an axe? The same principle. At this moment, the several bright moon foxes in the valley were struggling more and more violently. The thunderous impact reverberated in all directions as they painfully rubbed against the stone walls, unable to alleviate the agony brought by the fierce poison. Perhaps due to Yao Chen's slightly lower realm, these bright moon foxes actually persisted for a full hour before gradually collapsing. Phew! Finally, it's time for a meal. Yao Chen sighed. Then the python avatar rushed down directly, starting to tear apart the bodies of these bright moon foxes. At the same time, the scores brought by the 3 bright moon foxes were not low at all. 1 was a 5-turn intermediate, and 2 were 5-turn high grade. A total of 7,200 points, added to Yao Chen's previous 4,600, making it 11,866 points. Over 10,000 points. Perhaps someone had achieved such a super high-level score before, but a candidate who could reach this level must be at least a 4-turn realm. Taking advantage of the python avatar devouring this period of leisure, Yao Chen opened the scoring panel. First place, Yao Chen, 11,866 points. Second place, Tianhua, 2,122 points. Third place, Lu Yufeng, 162 points. Fourth place, He Chuanqiu, 112 points. Fifth place, Yao Guan, 100 points. It was not just him looking at the scoring panel at this moment. Many parents outside the examination hall were also staring at the panel, their eyes full of horror.
Who is Yao Chen exactly? How could he possibly score 10,000 points? How is that possible? Is he hunting 5-turn exotic beasts? A middle-aged man said, holding his head, unable to believe he would witness such a freakish genius today. Yeah, I've never heard of such a person. He must be a scion of some hidden family, here to shake up the exam. Wait, look, both the first and fifth places are surnamed Yao, and their names seem quite similar. A female parent noticed something suspicious and quickly pointed it out. Oh, that's true. One is called Yao Chen and the other Yao Guang. Could they be brothers? But these names. The voices of the many parents discussing on the square reached Yao Changdong's ears, and he stared fixedly at the scoring board, not caring even when his fingers tore his skin, sinking into a long silence. One named Yao Chen, the other named Yao Guang. Both names were chosen by him. One represented darkness, the other light. These were Yao Changdong's thoughts. In his mind, light should be superior. But how could this Yao Chen, representing darkness, achieve a score of 10,000 points, directly overshadowing the light? Why? He murmured softly, but no one was destined to answer his question. On the other side, Yao Guang leaned against a rock with his injured right arm. He had just taken a great risk confronting a group of steelback boars, gone through great hardships, and only managed to kill the boars after being bitten on the arm. These boars brought me over 30 points. Now I'm definitely in the top 5. Despite his injuries, Yao Guang's eyes still gleamed with excitement. However, when he checked the scoring panel, he fell silent, his face ashen. Brother, why? Turning off the score panel, he looked up at the sky, consumed by deep doubt. Shouldn't his brother have a D-grade talent? Completely useless? But why now? Even if he had become stronger, it was impossible to achieve such a high score. His knuckles were white from being squeezed, but he couldn't figure out why. Cheating! You must have cheated. Brother, you're finished. Even if you become stronger. So what? You cheated. Cheating will be reported to the Alliance Police Commissioner. Your score can't be considered real either. Yao Guang shouted frantically, his eyes filled with madness, increasingly convinced of his suspicions. In contrast to the shock felt by others, Yao Chen calmly experienced the devouring of his doppelganger, watching his own attributes increase. Fox meat wasn't very tasty, but it did bring real attribute enhancements. After more than 10 minutes of devouring, Yao Chen felt that the progress of his doppelganger should have increased to around 60%. This meant that he only needed to devour about 3-5 transformation exotic beasts to initiate evolution. Let's check the attributes first. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Realm, 3rd Transformation Peak. Physique, 9,999. Spirit, 9,999. Skills, Fierce Poison. Swift as Wind and Lightning. Golden Armor. Fallen Light. Earth Dragon. Doppelganger. Why did the attribute stop at 9,999? Does it mean I have to reach the 4th transformation to continue upward? Yao Chen rubbed his chin and said, after some thought, he still believed he should continue devouring to break the shackles of the 10,000 point attribute. Fire brother, let's keep looking. The next exotic beasts are all yours. Yao Chen said lightly, then set off on the hunting road with the excited Tian Huozi. At the same time, with the chief examiner of the college entrance examination, the examiner sat quietly in his chair, staring at the score on the scoreboard. It has reached 10,000 points. The chief examiner had been shocked for 10 minutes, and only now did he start to think about who Yao Chen really was. It should be noted that someone had achieved 10,000 points before, and that person had the SSS level talent of Extreme Cold Disciple. However, that person had already reached the 4th transformation at that time to achieve the high score of 10,000 points. But Yao Chen in front of him awakened just 15 days ago. He couldn't possibly have reached the 4th transformation in 15 days. Could he? However, suddenly, the chief examiner's expression stiffened, and a terrifying thought came to his mind. To achieve such a terrifying score, from a comprehensive perspective, his talent is definitely, well, no need to think about it. His talent is demon god level. Tian Huozi appeared behind him, patting his shoulder. His eyes contained a warning, making the chief examiner shudder. He is from our Tianhua family, the best friend of the young patriarch. Regarding his talent, you shouldn't spread it, right? Tian Huozi's slightly threatening words came out. This made the chief examiner instantly panic, so he quickly promised, yes, I won't spread it.
Although he was the chief examiner of the college entrance examination,
the Tianhua family had a certain amount of influence in the entire alliance,
so he naturally had to respect their wishes.
However, at this moment, the chief examiner thought for a moment, then turned and said, "Sir, now that he has scored 10,000 points, his talent will definitely not be hidden for long. You don't need to worry about that. Even if it will be exposed sooner or later, it will be after he returns to our Tianhua clan." Tianhuazi said calmly, as he had already investigated Yao Chen. In fact, Yao Chen's so-called father was not his biological father at all. Yao Chen was adopted by that couple. Even the fact that Yao Chen had run away from home some time ago was discovered by Tianhuazi. His idea was to bring Yao Chen back to the Tianhua clan immediately after the college entrance examination to avoid attracting the attention of some interested parties. Of course, Tianhuazi also had some ulterior motives. Just as he was thinking this, the chief examiner suddenly changed his expression and said, "Wait, there are 2-6 transformation fluctuations deep in the deserted city."
But it's more than 150 kilometers away from the examination site,
so it should be fine. The examiner's expression suddenly tensed, but then relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. "Wait, what did you just say? 2-6 transformation auras in the depths of the deserted city?" Tianhua Shangren had some uncertain questions. At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Yao Chen, that kid, could get 10,000 points, which must be from hunting a 5th-rank exotic beast. 5th-rank exotic beasts only appear deep in the desolate city, which means he might encounter a 6th-rank giant beast. Thinking about this,
Yao Chen must be with their young clan leader,
Tianhuazi. In that case, wouldn't these two children be in a very dangerous situation? Tianhua Shangren frowned and decided to go and take a look himself, trying not to disturb the teenagers who were taking the exam, just observing them from afar and intervening if there was danger. As expected by Tianhua Shangren, Yao Chen and the others were indeed in a dangerous situation,
but relatively safe.
He and Tianhuazi were crouching under a huge rock. The giant python had long been put away by him because it was too big. "Big brother, let's run." The more these two giant beasts fight, the more intense it gets. If we accidentally get hurt, it will be over for us, Tianhuazi said with a pale face. Not far from their hiding place, 200-meter-tall giant beasts were colliding with each other. One was a giant black goat covered in black fur, standing over 140 meters tall, emitting a dark aura,
known as the black goat. The other was a moonlight reindeer radiating a bloody light,
with silver-white antlers, standing over 150 meters tall. Boom, boom, boom. These two giant beasts were fiercely fighting, each collision making the earth tremble. Many exotic beasts around fled for their lives. Some weaker 1st and 2nd rank exotic beasts even collapsed on the ground, scared unconscious. "Big brother, I think we should run. If they go berserk later, we'll be done for, won't we?" Tianhuazi advised again. However,
Yao Chen just waved his hand.
"Wait a little longer." His intention was clear, to taste the flesh and blood of these two giant beasts.
This was the first time Yao Chen had truly seen a 6th-rank giant beast.
At this moment, observing up close, he realized the horror of a 6th-rank exotic beast.
The immense size and the bloodthirsty power that could be sensed from afar were incomparable to 5th-rank beasts.
If 5th-rank exotic beasts were slingshots, then 6th-rank giant beasts were artillery cannons. At this moment,
Yao Chen had no intention of using poison. He could clearly sense that even if he used poison, it would be digested by the detoxification system inside these giant beasts.
At this moment,
the collision between the black goat and the moonlight reindeer became more intense. The black goat's horns and the silver-white deer antlers clashed, the sound of their collision resembling that of 10 large trucks crashing into each other.
Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, the sky cracked. The situation was becoming more and more critical. Even Yao Chen had a hint of retreat in his mind, but just as he hesitated, a huge black shadow came crashing down. Boom!
The ground next to Yao Chen was directly smashed into a trench over 10 meters deep,
and at that moment, as he looked closely, he saw that the trench was actually half of the black goat's horn. At that moment, Yao Chen's breath stopped instantly.
Everything around him seemed to slow down in his eyes. Only that huge horn was so conspicuous.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
His heart was pounding, his blood pressure soaring rapidly.
The black goat's horn kept emitting a trace of dark power, black clouds swirling around it, even from a distance. Yao Chen could sense the dark aura and the strong bloodthirsty power. Gulp! He involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yao Chen's gaze slowly turned towards the two giant beasts, which were still fighting fiercely. Is this just luck? Swish! Yao Chen muttered to himself, then lunged forward, and the python avatar instantly appeared behind him, biting down on the black goat's broken horn. Gulp! The half horn was swallowed by the python avatar in an instant. Although the black goat stood at 140 meters tall, the broken horn was not too large, so it was swallowed whole by the python avatar. In the moment of swallowing the horn, Yao Chen retracted the python avatar back into his body, then swiftly moved to Tianhuozi's side, grabbing him by the collar. Let's go! Without hesitation, he grabbed Tianhuozi's arm and, using the power of the blood robe, soared into the air, quickly flying hundreds of meters away, preparing to escape from the two giant beasts. The harvest this time made Yao Chen feel somewhat unreal. Even now his heart was filled with excitement. I must leave here quickly. Once the black goat finds out I swallowed its horn, it will definitely crush me. Yao Chen muttered to himself, then increased his flying speed and swiftly flew out over 10 kilometers in just 10 minutes. At that moment, he felt endless energy surging in his body. The python avatar had begun to digest. Yao Chen was overjoyed, as they were now far from the location where the two giant beasts were fighting and about to enter a relatively safe area. But just then, his head suddenly throbbed, followed by a wave of pain throughout his body. Threads of energy surged arrogantly through his veins, almost bursting his body. A large amount of energy even rushed from his veins to his brain, causing his mind to almost explode, and he instantly fainted. Damn! So much energy from just one broken horn. This was Yao Chen's last sentence before losing consciousness. However, before losing consciousness, he still controlled his body to fly rapidly downwards, to prevent Tianhuozi and himself from being injured from falling from a high altitude. Boom! The two of them glided down to the ground, raising a lot of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Tianhuozi quickly got up and searched around for Yao Chen, as he was also an S-level genius and wouldn't be injured from such a simple fall. Big brother, Tianhuozi hurried to Yao Chen's side and helped him up, but by now he had fainted, and his body had turned crimson. Feeling Yao Chen's breath, he was still alive. Damn, why is he so hot? Tianhuozi was dumbfounded. Yao Chen's body was as hot as an iron, and even his clothes were burnt. He had witnessed the scene where his big brother swallowed the broken horn earlier. As a descendant of a great family, Tianhuozi naturally understood how immense the energy contained in a 6th grade mutant beast's body was, so he immediately made a decision. I must cool down my big brother. Otherwise, such a huge amount of energy will definitely burn him. With determination, Tianhuozi took out a map and found that the nearest lake was just 5 kilometers away. Sun Moon Lake? Let's go there. He immediately carried Yao Chen, feeling the heat from his body causing him pain. But Tianhuozi endured it and rushed towards Sun Moon Lake at his fastest speed. Just 3 minutes later, he had arrived at the edge of Sun Moon Lake. Looking at a stone pillar in the center of the lake, Tianhuozi pondered. He took out a rope from his backpack, passed it under Yao Chen's armpits, and then hung him on the stone pillar, submerging half of his body into Sun Moon Lake. Yao Chen's entire body was immersed in the lake, with only his head remaining above the water. Having completed the task, Tianhuozi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that there were no unique exotic beasts in the lake. Otherwise, he would have been even busier. At the same time, he realized that his back was covered in blisters from the burns, showing just how hot Yao Chen's body really was. Let's take a break. Tianhuozi sat on a rock to rest, feeling a tinge of regret in his heart. He had thought that his elder brother, with his knowledge, would understand that the energy contained within the body of a 6th grade beast was immense. Even a small piece of cooked meat consumed could potentially cause a normal person to explode. Elder brother was fierce indeed, directly taking out the most essential part of the Black Mountain Goat. That was the horn of the Black Mountain Goat. Although broken, the energy it contained was enough to kill tens of thousands of ordinary people. Just as Tianhuozi was contemplating, unfriendly hissing sounds came from the surrounding dense forest. Meow. Hearing this sound, his pupils shrank sharply. Sure enough, 3 shadow cats emerged. However, it seemed that the target of these 3 shadow cats was not himself but Yao Chen, who had fainted in the center of the lake. Damn it! 1 peak of the 4th grade, 2 initial 4th grades. Tianhuazi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat.
He had been severely beaten by a high-level 4th grade shadow cat before, and now he had no confidence at all.
Damn it, now is the time when elder brother needs me. I must not back down. Divine Fire Fan.
He took out the fan in his hand and then spat out 3 fireballs,
waving the fan. Boom, boom, boom.
The initially inconspicuous fireballs instantly enlarged and smashed towards the 3 shadow cats.
Tianhuazi's actions completely angered these 3 hunters, and in an instant, they engaged in battle, causing flames to flicker by the lake,
with shadows of the shadow cats constantly flashing.
Meanwhile, on Yao Chen's side, his consciousness once again fell into a dream. This time, however, he did not dream alone of that adorable little boy but found himself in a grand hall, where some exotic creatures were continuously offering treasures. The heavenly beast land presents a pair of heavenly jade orbs. The eerie plains presents a pair of black mountain goat horns. The revered Tozen presents a divine scale. One treasure after another was presented, and the hall was filled with powerful figures. Although their appearances varied, their aura of strength was unmistakable. At this moment, Yao Chen wanted to say something, but he found that this body was not under his control. He could only watch as a bystander to everything that unfolded. Grandpa, Grandpa!
The little boy from the previous dream appeared again, but this time he had grown taller and transformed from a cute child into a handsome young man.
Grandpa, Longer wants that divine scale,
the young man said playfully and somewhat shyly.
The body he was in also spoke, with a voice resembling that of an old man. Why?
The heavenly jade orbs can earn you the recognition of the heavens.
The black mountain goat's horns can grant you some dark power. But why are you interested in the divine scale? No, 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 Grandpa.
The young man shook his head vigorously, then spoke with a serious tone. Only girls would choose the heavenly jade orbs.
I don't want that.
And once the black mountain goat's horns are brought near the eerie plains,
it will only enrage their tribe. They will definitely go crazy hunting me down.
But I'm still young and can't handle being chased by them.
But this divine scale is different. Its properties should be defensive, and I feel like its aura can complement mine. As long as I use it,
I might become immune to physical attacks from now on.
The young man chuckled and patted his own head, then handed the divine scale to the young man. Suddenly,
the whole scene blurred, and Yao Chen found that the memories in his mind were disappearing one by one.
He could only remember some key information. Heavenly Jade, Elder Tuasen,
the horn of the Black Mountain Goat.
Longer. The dream ended,
and Yao Chen slowly opened his eyes, accompanied by a prompt sound. You have devoured the horn of the Black Mountain Goat and obtained a new evolutionary direction, Evil Phantom Python.
Evil Phantom Python. Skill, Evil Phantom 9 kills.
Evil Phantom 9 kills, exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus guaranteed hit. Unleash 9 claws of evil spirits on the target,
with each strike doubling in power. Sounds promising. Yao Chen nodded thoughtfully,
realizing that his evolution progress was complete and he could choose the next evolutionary direction.
However, he didn't rush to choose but instead turned his gaze to Tianhuazi, who was struggling nearby. Not far away, Tianhuazi, exhausted,
was entangled by a peak 4th transformation specter cat.
2 specter cats lay dead at his feet, charred beyond death,
while the remaining peak 4th transformation specter cat seemed enraged,
inflicting dozens of wounds on Tianhuazi, blood flowing incessantly. Yao Chen furrowed his brow.
Then with a swift movement, he burst the peak 4th transformation specter cat.
With his current strength, he could easily defeat a 4th transformation beast even without using 10 times his attributes.
Big brother?
Tianhuazi looked at him with surprise.
Rest here for a while,
I have something to do. Yao Chen supported the staggering Tianhuazi,
and they rested on the small island in the center of the lake.
Here, Tianhuazi's injuries were treated first,
while Yao Chen prepared for evolution.
Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Evolution direction, Auspicious Heavenly Python, Fallen Poison Python, Divine Fallen Holy Python, Spectre Python, Evil Phantom Python, to be chosen. This time,
there were 5 evolutionary directions,
the first 3 provided by the system,
and the last 2 acquired through consumption. Yao Chen paused and began to read the skill introductions for these evolutionary directions.
Auspicious Heavenly Python, Special Blessing, Skill, Auspicious Fortune. Auspicious Fortune, common to both forms, grants a certain lucky bonus, enhancing fortune. Fallen Poison Python, Enhanced Feature, Skill, Poison Domain.
Poison Domain, unique skill, creates a toxic area within a radius of 100 meters,
causing poisoning upon entry,
with a 10% loss of health per minute. Divine Fallen Holy Python, Strength Amplification plus Special Skill, Divine Descent.
Divine Descent activates all attributes under human form 4 times.
The clone form can instantly appear about 300 meters above the target's head when the skill is activated, then fall and cause significant damage.
The clone gains invincibility during the casting process. These were the 3 options provided by the system. Yao Chen looked at the 3 lines and couldn't help but feel impressed. The system had really given him some good choices this time. All 3 evolutionary directions were quite good, especially the last one, which even came with an exclusive clone skill. Honestly, Yao Chen was tempted. Looking at the last 2 evolutionary directions he had acquired, Spectre Python, Speed Amplification, Skill, Spectre Speed. Spectre Speed, common to both forms, increases speed 5-fold. Evil Phantom Python, Advanced Feature, Skill, Evil Phantom 9 kills. Evil Phantom 9 kills, exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus guaranteed hit. Unleash 9 claws of evil spirits on the target, with each strike doubling in power. The 2 evolutionary directions were clearly distinguished, and even the skills of the Sinister Python surpassed the first 3 options provided by the system. Yao Chen pondered over these 5 choices. The only way to enhance his own strength was through the Evil Python of the Fallen God, which also granted an exclusive skill for his clone. However, compared to the skills offered by the Sinister Python, it seemed somewhat lacking, with his current attributes at 10,000 points. Even without activating a 10-fold increase but simply using the Devil's Claw, the 9-fold increase would amount to 90,000 points, and if he were to activate the 10-fold increase, Yao Chen's eyes flickered continuously, his mind already made up. Evolve into the Sinister Python. Initiate evolution. In an instant, the giant python avatar transformed into a totem engraved on his back, with an even larger range this time, covering his entire back with a pattern of floating evil spirits. Now it's just a waiting process. Yao Chen estimated that this evolution would be completed after the college entrance examination, at least taking 2 days. Just as he was about to get up and leave with Tianhuozi, he suddenly froze. In the distance, tens of thousands of meters away, a dark mist swirled and danced. A huge figure seemed to be charging towards them. In the blink of an eye, within just 2 or 3 breaths, that figure crossed the tens of thousands of meters and appeared in front of them with a loud bang. A dark aura enveloped the surroundings, and the deep eyes of the black goat stared at the two, emitting a large amount of black mist from its unknown orifices. Yao Chen dared not act rashly. He just patted Tianhuozi, who was still healing with his eyes closed. "What's wrong, big brother?" "Ha, ha." Tianhuozi sat up with a start, his eyes filled with fear as he quickly retreated backward. "Big brother, you ate his horn, and now he's seeking revenge." "Nonsense," Yao Chen scolded impatiently, grabbing Tianhuozi and retreating frantically. The black goat watched the 2 fleeing insects, a hint of disdain appearing in its huge pupils, raising its hoof to crush them. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake, and then a 100-meter-long earth dragon burst out with a bang. Earth dragon form activated. Countless rocks and earth shattered as a 100-meter-long yellow earth dragon soared out and slammed heavily into the black goat's jaw. Boom! At that moment, the black goat took a solid hit, staggering for a moment, then angrily glared at the earth dragon before it. Bah! The sound of a goat's cry rang out, intimidating the surroundings like the whisper of an ancient god. Yao Chen didn't even look back, but with Tianhuozi in tow, they raced madly towards the outskirts of the 100 Beasts Wilderness City. He could control the earth dragon remotely now, but according to his estimation, the earth dragon could withstand the black goat's attacks only 5 times before collapsing on its own, unable to resist for long. And as expected, the black goat extended a huge hoof and ruthlessly stomped on the earth dragon, shattering its body into pieces. At the same time, black tentacles sprouted from the twisted body of the black goat, entwining and constricting the earth dragon's body madly. Bang! With just 2 strikes, the black goat shattered the earth dragon, its strength far exceeding Yao Chen's estimation. Bah! A roar like a god's whisper echoed, and Yao Chen's cold sweat poured down as he rushed forward frantically to avoid being caught by this eerie creature. As the distance between them grew shorter, a sense of death loomed over Yao Chen. But just then, a fiery red figure appeared. Tianhuozi had arrived, and upon seeing the 2 youngsters, he realized that his decision was spot on. Indeed, they had ventured deep into the heart of the 100 Beasts Wilderness City for the hunt. However, Tianhuo's face didn't look good because he found out that the creatures chasing the 2 kids were not other behemoths but black goats.
It's important to note that these behemoth black goats are extremely special because their bloodline is different from most other exotic beasts, and their characteristics are extremely terrifying. Forget it, Tian. You and Yao Chen go first. Grandpa will stop him. After saying this, Tianhua directly pounced towards the black goat. At the same time, Tianhozi and Yao Chen didn't dare to delay, but left the place at the fastest speed. Boom, boom, boom. Just a few minutes after the two left, Tianhua and the black goat were completely engaged in battle. However, the two of them staying now would only be a hindrance, so they accelerated their departure. The black goat is only at the 6th level, while Tianhua is at the 7th level, so there shouldn't be a problem. At the beginning of the escape, Yao Chen felt slightly uncomfortable because this was the second time Tianhua had come to his rescue. He had originally thought of summoning an earth dragon to assist a bit, but at this moment, he looked up and suddenly saw two figures in the sky rushing towards the location of the black goat at high speed. They were two high-level awakened individuals. Two high-level awakened individuals have gone to support. Your grandpa should be fine. Let's continue hunting, Yao Chen said thoughtfully. Well, actually, my grandpa should be able to handle it alone. They didn't need to go, Tianhuzi replied somewhat arrogantly. And at this moment, the two finally rested and took a breath. After all the turmoil, a day had already passed, and now the sky was gradually darkening, clearly no longer suitable for hunting but for resting. How about finding a place to rest for a while? We've been running all day. I'm really tired, Tianhuzi said wearily, leaning on his waist. Yao Chen naturally agreed, and then the two found a huge pine tree, laid some licorice on its branches, and began to rest. The night was quiet, but Yao Chen had no sleepiness, because his clone was evolving inside him, with strands of energy constantly impacting his body and mind. His physical fitness was rapidly improving, so he wasn't very sleepy. Pausing for a moment, Yao Yi took out his phone to check the latest news. However, this time there were no bombardments of QQ messages on his phone. The entire class group fell into silence. Not a single person even spoke. Only Ning Pan was there madly mentioning Wangtang. Yao Chen casually glanced at it. The curses were a bit dirty. He didn't want to look. Opening the latest hot news, Yao Chen suddenly discovered that the college entrance examination in the south had already been completed, and 3 outstanding candidates had been selected. The first place was Lin Ko, with 19,366 points. Yao Chen was instantly shocked. Nearly 20,000 points. Does that mean he's a 3S level awakened at the 4th stage? Yao Chen's eyes flickered as he opened Lin Ko's profile, but the content that caught his eye surprised him. Lin Ko, 18 years old, B-level talent godly craftsman. This student has achieved high accomplishments in treasure crafting. According to experts' speculations, this student's treasure crafting skills are close to the master level, even reaching the master level. Although the student's own strength is relatively weak, the power of the treasures he has created is formidable, even reaching the level of a 5th stage or higher in comprehensive strength. Seeing this profile, Yao Chen's eyes flickered. He had never thought that someone could achieve first place in the Southern College entrance examination by relying on treasures. The art of crafting treasures is divided into several levels: beginner, apprentice, master, grandmaster, supreme grandmaster. The threshold for a grandmaster is to craft treasures of the 5th stage, while a supreme grandmaster needs to craft treasures of the 6th stage or higher. Treasures above the 6th stage are no longer called treasures but artifacts. This guy probably has a special talent for refining treasures himself, and his B-grade talent clearly aligns well with his personal will, which is why he was able to refine several 5 transformation treasures and secure the first place in the exam. Right? Tisk TSK. Yao Chen opened his talent details. Divine craftsman can simultaneously differentiate into 3 consciousnesses. The stronger the strength, the stronger the consciousness. I see. One person can do the work of 3 people. Yao Chen remembered this person named Lin Ko, then glanced at the scores of others, but they were only a few thousand points, not very high. To score so high with treasures, it means that some functions of the treasures can rival talents of individuals. Looks like I need to get to know this guy after entering the Alliance University, Yao Chen said with a pensive look in his eyes. The night passed quietly. The next day, the two of them got up early to start hunting. They killed 2 5-transformation exotic beasts, and even more 4 transformation ones. Time passed by second, approaching the end of the exam, and the scores of the two gradually reached an extremely absurd level. Originally,
Tianhuozi was thinking that his elder brother would stop hunting after devouring that goat horn. But Yao Chen turned out to be hunting like he was on drugs, even raising his score to a terrifying level. Indeed, Yao Chen's original plan was to rest for 2 days, but when he saw Lin Ke's score of nearly 20,000 in the Southern Examination Hall, he felt a bit unsettled and decided to surpass this guy. Time flew by, and in just 1 day, the two of them had already killed many exotic beasts, accumulating scores to a terrifying extent. They didn't even look at their scores but chose to continue hunting. "Brother, our scores are definitely enough. Do we still need to continue killing?" Tianhuozi said wearily. Even his score had reached 10,000 points, securing a spot in the Federal University. Yao Chen, on the other hand, had a terrifying 30,000 points. While others were still struggling to reach 1,000 points, the two of them had far exceeded everyone's expectations and became two shining stars. "Let's spend all our time today on hunting. We don't need to take the exam on the last day. We can submit our papers early," Yao Chen said calmly, then rushed towards a group of moonlight sheep, starting a frenzied slaughter. The 4 transformation exotic beasts were no match for him now. They couldn't even defend themselves. Yao Chen just went all out hunting, occasionally giving Tianhuozi 2 exotic beasts to boost his score. As time passed, it was the evening of the second day of the exam. Yao Chen and Tianhuozi finally stopped hunting and prepared to return. At this point, their scores had reached a terrifying level. There was no need to worry about being surpassed. First place, Yao Chen, 666 points. Second place, Tianhuozi, 666 points. Third place, Lu Yufeng, 433 points. Fourth place, He Chuanxiu, 255 points. Fifth place, Yao Guang, 953 points, with a score as high as 60,000. Even if a 5th transformation expert appeared now, it would be impossible to surpass them. At this moment, no matter which examinee it was, as long as they were in the examination hall, they would feel a divine pressure pressing down on their heads, as if it would never let them succeed in their lifetime. For others, this feeling might be relatively small, but Yao Guang felt it very acutely. He lay on a haystack, not daring to look at the score panel, because he knew his brother's score had probably reached a terrifying level. Seeing his brother's dazzling performance, he felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Yao Changdong was also feeling uncomfortable, but what was ridiculous was that he no longer looked at the scores on the big screen. Instead, he took out his phone to check, covering the screen showing the first place and focusing on the positions from 4th place onwards. Meanwhile, Yao Chen and Tianhuozi gradually arrived at the edge of the northern examination site, reaching the exit of the examination site. "Hello, we are both handing in our papers early." Tianhuozi stepped forward and said to the staff. The staff, a pretty young lady, hesitated after looking at the two of them and said, "Children, are you sure you want to hand in your papers early? If you do, you won't have another chance to take the exam. You need to think it over carefully." The pretty young lady was full of worry in her eyes. Students who handed in their papers early like this were not uncommon, and most of them did so because they were injured or couldn't bear the outdoor life, choosing to hand in their papers early. Generally, these students wouldn't score too high, and they might even miss the valuable opportunity to improve their scores by handing in their papers early. That's why she wanted to advise these two children well, not to miss out on future opportunities because of this. "No need, sister. We'll hand in our papers early. We have enough points, so we want to go back early," Yao Chen said with a smile, feeling extremely good at the moment. "All right then, I wish you both success in your future paths. Don't let not being able to enter university." The young lady's words suddenly stopped, then she looked at the numbers on the screen in disbelief. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 22,000 points. "You are Tianhuozi." The young lady opened her mouth, looking at the young man exuding a fiery aura in front of her with admiration in her eyes. His shocked expression made Tianhuozi a little embarrassed, and he pointed to Yao Chen, saying, 22,000 points is nothing. My big brother is even more amazing." So, in the astonished gaze of the young lady, Yao Chen's score also appeared, 666 points. "My goodness." The young lady's fingers trembled as she took back the wristband. Stuttering, "The exit is over there. You can go." Yao Chen smiled, then walked out of the examination site checkpoint with Tianhuozi. However, as soon as they walked out, they were informed that all students had to wait for 3 days before they could leave the entire northern examination site. So the two of them had to stay in the external examination site first, waiting for the last day to pass. The two of them ate and drank well in the external examination site, slowly waiting for the end of the last day. It was now the third day of the college entrance examination, 5 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly, and one by one, the candidates walked out of the examination site. Yao Chen naturally watched this beautiful scene that happened once a year, but as he watched, he noticed something was wrong. What's that in the distance? Why is there black smoke coming out? Yao Chen muttered to himself, but when he looked again, he saw a huge black goat charging towards them. Boom! 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 The black goat let out a ferocious roar, and although its black pupils were separated by tens of thousands of meters, they accurately locked onto Yao Chen, exuding a strong killing intent as if it were substantial. What's going on? Is it really coming for me? A hint of insight seemed to flash through Yao Chen's mind, but he couldn't remember what it was, so he had to seize the opportunity to step back. And in that instant, the entire examination site descended into chaos. The appearance of the black goat was like a bolt from the blue, making everyone panic. But fortunately, several high-level awakened individuals appeared to temporarily stabilize the situation and began to confront the black goat. Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for these people blocking the way, the black goat would have been enough to kill him. In the moment when he relaxed in his heart, the clouds in the sky gradually began to change. The vast blue sky was filled with dark clouds, and amidst the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, while streaks of golden light shimmered and flickered in the clouds. At the same time, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Attention! Attention! You are currently in the area where a behemoth is roaming. Please take cover. Attention! Attention! You are currently in the area where a behemoth is roaming. Please take cover. Attention! Attention! You are currently in the area where a behemoth is roaming. Please take cover. The alarm in the Dragon Kingdom did not sound for a 6th or 7th transformation behemoth, but because an extremely powerful 8th transformation behemoth had appeared in the area. Yao Chen looked up and saw the gigantic body, thousands of meters long, flashing and disappearing in the clouds. It's you again! Yao Chen exclaimed in surprise. Soaring in the sky was a 5-clawed golden dragon, its massive body churning in the clouds, conspicuous like a golden behemoth. The students in the examination ground below had already panicked, rushing out of the examination area one by one. Various security personnel stared sullenly at the giant figure in the sky. Many recognized this behemoth. The 5-clawed golden dragon had appeared 3 times before, and less than a month had passed since its last appearance. Why was this happening? Everyone evacuate quickly. The rest of you come with me to the wilderness to rescue the students who have not yet left the examination ground. The chief examiner shouted, then led 10 examiners into the examination area and disappeared. At this moment, the only thing that made Yao Chen feel fortunate was that the distant black goat seemed to have sensed the threat brought by the 5-clawed golden dragon, only daring to watch from afar and not daring to charge over. Phew! Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. For him, this was the second time seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon. The last time he saw it, he emerged unscathed. This immensely powerful behemoth seemed not to have the intention of hunting humans, as if it were searching for something. Therefore, the threat of the 5-clawed golden dragon to him was not significant. On the contrary, its appearance seemed to be protecting him, making the black goat only dare to watch from a distance and not dare to charge over in a frenzy. This reassured Yao Chen a lot, and he gradually began to retreat. Brother, my grandfather is waiting for us behind. Let's go back to our Tianhua tribe first. Tianhua Zi ran over to find Yao Chen, and the two of them rushed out of the entire examination ground to meet Tianhua Zi's grandfather. As for the matters in the examination ground, they would be handled by the professionals. Staying here was just idle. Inside the Tianhua tribe, Yao Chen lay resting in a guest room. He had been in the Tianhua tribe for 2 days, and unexpectedly, he was treated like a VIP, with the people of this tribe showing him great respect. The people of the Tianhua tribe send me food when they have nothing to do, and even sent 2 maids last night. Why are they trying to please me like this? Yao Chen muttered to himself. He had realized that the Tianhua tribe might have already known about his demon god-level talent, which was why they had rescued him twice and invited him to become their honored guest. However, since they had already helped him twice, even if they had some ulterior motives, it could be forgiven. After all,
Yao Chen was not a completely ruthless person. At the same time, a clear voice sounded in his ear, "This evolution is complete. Please choose your next evolution direction. Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Water Dragon, Black Dragon." All attribute adaptations dragon evolution initiated. Upon completing this evolution, you will gain elemental power and advance to the 6th transformation level. Note that the 6th transformation level requires 3 types of heaven and earth spirit treasures to form your elemental power attributes. Oh, this time I have to choose the evolution direction in advance? Yao Chen looked at the small characters in front of him, his eyes filled with contemplation. This time, the system provided quite a bit of information. It meant that as long as he evolved into a dragon, he could obtain a special energy called Yuanli. Moreover, after evolving into a dragon, he could directly step into the 6th transformation level. Yao Chen already understood some of it. The system meant that those above the 6th transformation level all possessed Yuanli, which explained the vast difference compared to those below the 5th transformation level. As for the so-called evolutionary direction, it meant that evolving into a certain type of dragon would make one more adapted to a certain attribute. If he evolved into a thunder dragon, he would become particularly sensitive to thunder attributes in the future, gaining enhancements in thunder attributes. The same applied to others. In that case, I choose Thunder Dragon, Yao Chen said decisively. You have chosen Thunder Dragon as your evolutionary direction. Please check your panel. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Realm, 4th Transformation. 6th Stage, Physique, 13,666, Spirit, 12,666, Skills, Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder God Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Deceptive 9 kills exclusive to human form, Avatar, Earth Divine Python, Strength, Divine Python++, Evolution Direction, Thunder Dragon, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder God Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Latest Skill, Deceptive 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus guaranteed hit, sends out 9 demonic claws at the target, with each strike doubling in power. The attribute increase is a bit low, but the Deceptive 9 kill skill is not bad, Yao Chen muttered to himself, then closed the panel. At that moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yao friend, are you there? The evening banquet of our Tianhua family is about to begin. You are our distinguished guest, so let's go together. Tianhua, the person outside the door, said with a smile. After a pause, Yao Chen opened the door and greeted him. Then the two walked together and arrived at the hall of the Tianhua family. As the two entered the hall, the various elders of the Tianhua family stood up and saluted. Some of these elders were proud of their achievements. Some relied on their age. Some were highly advanced in realm, so they looked down on ordinary geniuses. But they treated Yao Chen differently. With a super high score of 60,000 points, they had all heard about it. Achieving such a brilliant result at under 18 years of age deserved the respect of these elders. Ha ha, Yao Chen friend has come to our Tianhua family. It is truly our honor. Yes, indeed, a young talent. It feels like we old folks have become younger by several years. Several elders praised Yao Chen, almost praising him to the skies. However, Yao Chen just smiled and nodded, saluting each of them in return. It's just a false reputation. Ha, what false reputation? I see Yao Chen friend as a 1 in a million genius. I'm willing to introduce my daughter to you. Come over, Tinger. An elder made a grand gesture, and a slender and graceful girl walked over. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Yao Chen. Hello. The girl's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her face turned completely red even after just one sentence. Clearly not used to the current situation. This sudden turn of events also made Yao Chen feel embarrassed, leaving this genius standing there, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Tianhua Zi in the distance watched the two of them with a smirk, even laughing uncontrollably. At that moment, Tianhua, the elder, glared fiercely at the elder who introduced his daughter and said, "Enough, let's eat first. They are still underage, and you keep introducing them. What's there to introduce? Do you think your family is the only one with daughters?" As soon as these words were spoken, the elderly housekeeper felt embarrassed, scratched his head, and quickly took his seat. The banquet began shortly after. However, it was unclear who arranged it, but the young girl was unexpectedly seated next to Yao Chen, as if intentionally trying to pair them up. This banquet was quite awkward for Yao Chen, but he had nowhere else to go now.
His achievement of 60,000 points in the college entrance examination was already known to many, and now many foreigners had their eyes on him. There were even more people wanting to take his life, and with his current strength, he couldn't handle opponents of 6th rank or higher alone, so he could only stay temporarily with the Tianhua family. He could endure this psychological pressure to some extent, and besides, this was not pressure at all. A beautiful woman coming to him. Yao Chen comforted himself in this way, consciously or unconsciously chewing on some beast meat made into a meal, silently waiting for the banquet to end. However, midway through, the young girl beside him left halfway and never returned. But he didn't mind. In fact, he was happy to be at ease. After 5 hours of singing and dancing, the banquet finally came to an end, and Yao Chen returned to his guest room to rest. However, as soon as he opened the door, he froze on the spot, almost turning into stone. He had been wondering why the young girl had left halfway. It turned out she was waiting for him in the room, completely naked. What are you doing? It took Yao Chen a long time to utter a word, as he hadn't seen a woman's body in a long time and was a bit confused at the moment. The young girl in the room was wearing a transparent gauze skirt, her tender body clearly visible. She tried to cover herself with her small hands, her cheeks blushing as she said, "The housekeepers told me to be with you." The girl's voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely audible. "I'll give you 10 minutes to get dressed and leave my room. Also, I want to tell you something. We are both minors, and this is illegal. We must firmly support the policies of the Dragon Kingdom, uphold the dignity of the law. We are people of the Dragon Kingdom, not little cherry blossoms or curious foreigners. As descendants of the Yan and Huang, if your housekeepers lack awareness, do you still lack awareness?" These words shook the girl to her core, making her tremble all over. She quickly closed the door and hurriedly got dressed. For some reason, when the girl heard these words, she felt as if her blood was about to awaken, as if her entire being was being called by a red presence high above the sky. Yao Chen lit a cigarette and waited quietly outside the door. Shortly after, the girl finished dressing and opened the door. By now, the blush on his face had faded, replaced by a calm and excited expression. "Thank you for your reminder. Your words just now made me deeply aware that I am a person of the Dragon Kingdom and should not engage in illegal activities. We should wholeheartedly respect our revolutionary ancestors, respect the fruits of their labor, not violate the law, not do anything that harms human relations. Thank you for your reminder. I understand." The girl spoke earnestly, then straightened her back and walked away. At the same time, Yao Chen blew out a smoke ring. Crack! She really awakened. Go back to sleep. Lying on the bed, he could still smell the girl's fragrance on his nose, which made Yao Chen feel a bit awkward. After all, he was a young man, and it was normal to feel awkward in such a situation, but he managed to endure it. However, enduring like this left him sleepless, so Yao Chen picked up his phone to check the latest hot news. At this moment, when I opened my phone, I found out that even though the college entrance exam results have not been announced yet, the fact that I scored 60,000 points has already made it to the hot list on various platforms. Northern Joint Exam shockingly discovers a roadside genius, surpassing the second-place Tian Huazi to become the first, and achieving a historic high score of 66,666. Very likely to be the appearance of a demon-level talent this year. Yao Chen's eyes darkened. Sure enough, not only did they guess that he possessed a demon-level talent, but he also made it to the hot list. Although this is something that can be easily guessed, isn't it a bit too much to flaunt it so blatantly? Yao Chen was somewhat speechless. Fortunately, he returned to the Tianhua family early. Otherwise, if he were alone outside, he would definitely attract unwanted attention and pursuit. Along with his speechlessness, he opened the message interface and found that someone had sent him a few messages. This was an unfamiliar number, but the content of the messages left him silent. Yao Changdong, child. Dad was really wrong. Dad shouldn't have scolded you before. Shouldn't have made you work for your younger brother. Dad truly understands his mistakes this time. Come home soon. Dad will make you a table of food. Your mom is also waiting for you at home. Don't be angry. We are always a family. Come back soon. You child. Awesome. Yao Chen gave a thumbs up, then checked the next message. Wang Tung, brother. No. You are my real father. I beg you. I was really wrong before. Can I ask my dad to send you money? You name any amount. I really didn't know your strength before. I really acted recklessly. Big brother. Yao Chen still didn't care about these two messages, but instead looked at the third message that caught his attention. This was a message from a stranger. The phone number seemed to have been deactivated, in an unknown state, but this message had a great impact on Yao Chen. Unknown, hello, esteemed mercenary, let me introduce myself first. My name is Laplace. The reason I am sending you this message is to tell you two things. First, please do not fully trust those from the past, such as the giant creature radiating golden light all over, or the black sheep emitting an evil aura. They are all beasts and not worthy of anyone's trust. Second, human greed exceeds your imagination. Before the crisis arrives, I hope you can visit a certain deity's inheritance place. Of course, I am not sure how she feels about you. If she insists on killing you, perhaps I will intervene. Yao Chen felt cold sweat running down his forehead. Even his spine felt cold. Mercenary. He kept repeating these three words, feeling like he was being seen through. Mercenary was his profession in the previous life. But why would this so-called Laplace know? And what he said about the giant creature clearly referred to the five-clawed golden dragon. And the other black mountain goat was even more obvious. This guy had been observing him. But how did he observe himself? From what position? From what direction? And how did he manage not to be discovered by himself? This person's words were like a sharp long knife, faintly visible in the darkness. If he wasn't careful, he would be stabbed through the chest, with no place to bury him. However, Yao Chen had a feeling that this message was only beneficial to him, not harmful. Like the collapse trough before a stroke of good luck, the so-called deity's place should be where the blood god's inheritance is located. Is he suggesting that I go there again? Thinking of the exposed woman from the blood god's inheritance, Yao Chen pondered inwardly. The blood god's inheritance might be somewhat dangerous for him at the third transformation back then, but now he had acquired two powerful skills, with attributes exceeding 10,000 points. Perhaps he could directly break through the fifth transformation of the blood god. Once he swallows the blood essence of the fourth transformation blood god and the blood essence of the fifth transformation blood god, his evolution progress will increase significantly. Currently, the evolution progress is at 0%. In this dangerous world, he must constantly become stronger to protect himself. Since there is still some time before the Alliance University enrollment, why not go once? But the journey must be kept secret, not letting anyone know, Yao Chen said, stroking his chin. The night was silent. In such a dark night, most people had already fallen asleep. The bright moon hanging silently in the sky, casting its silent radiant light. In the dark night, the Tianhua clan was very quiet. Everything was shrouded in silence. Yao Chen walked out from the main gate, gazing into the distance. Moving during the day would attract many people's attention, so the night was the best opportunity. After all, this was a city, and humans naturally slept at night. Without saying more, Yao Chen only brought a spatial wristband and lightly armed himself, not even driving, heading straight towards the city gate. Unexpectedly, there were only a few scattered soldiers guarding the city gate. No one paid attention to the sudden figure leaving the city. In the wilderness, Yao Chen remained vigilant, running at top speed. He pinpointed the location of the blood god's inheritance and hurried towards it. The wild wind howled in his ears. Yao Chen kept his eyes on the road and his surroundings. As there were many predators in the wilderness, he tried not to alert them. Hoo! The strong wind howled. In just over 10 minutes, Yao Chen ran more than 30 kilometers. But the blood god's inheritance site was still more than 50 kilometers away. He estimated it would take about 20 more minutes to arrive, a time frame he could accept. Thinking this, his speed increased, but suddenly Yao Chen felt a slight vibration coming from the ground. This vibration felt like an earthquake, but with a rhythmic pattern, as if it was the sound of some kind of giant beast galloping. No! What is it? Running while looking back. As the sky was too dark at this moment to see much, Yao Chen still noticed something. The black at that position seemed darker than the rest. Black goat. Absolutely right. If it were another giant beast, he could see some outlines, but the black at the location of this black goat was darker than the others. It was definitely that guy. Is this beast never going to give up? Just swallowed half of its horn, and now it's chasing me all the time. Even a mudman had some temper. Yao Chen was really getting angry. Ever since he swallowed half of its horn, the black goat had chased him twice, and this was the third time. This damn thing really held a grudge. But considering that his current strength was probably not very strong, Yao Chen accelerated, rapidly approaching the blood god's inheritance site. Suddenly, A flash of golden light crossed his mind, as if he remembered something. No, why do I remember someone saying that the Erie tribes hold grudges especially? And something about the Skylink Jade. With the thoughts flashing through his mind, his speed slowed down a bit, and at this moment, the black goat was getting closer. Its bleating echoing in all directions. Countless strange beasts retreating. Not good. It's going to catch up. Yao Chen was startled. According to his estimation, the black goat would probably catch up with him in 2 or 3 minutes. You black beast. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Suddenly, an endless killing intent erupted in Yao Chen's eyes. He pressed his palm on the ground, instantly awakening the Earth Dragon. And then, he infused deadly poison into the Earth Dragon's body through contact. After this operation, the Earth Dragon was no longer an Earth Dragon, but a poison dragon. At this moment, Yao Chen stood coldly next to the Earth Dragon, silently brewing the sinister 9 kills. In 1 minute, the shadow of the Black Mountain Goat had already appeared faintly, its massive body occupying everything. In 30 seconds, the Black Mountain Goat had closed in to less than 700 meters from the two. In 10 seconds, although the Black Mountain Goat had not completely closed in, Yao Chen had already opened his right hand and muttered, "Kill!" In an instant, a demonic roar sounded from his right hand, followed by a huge ghost rushing out from his palm, heading straight for the Black Mountain Goat. Sinister 9 kills. The first kill. It only slightly pierced the fur of the Black Mountain Goat, not even able to block it. But then came the second kill, the third kill, the fourth kill, the fifth kill thundering in. The fur on the chest of the Black Mountain Goat was pierced. Even the skin started to crack, oozing black blood. Bah! The Black Mountain Goat roared in anger, raising its hooves to stomp. But the next second, Yao Chen summoned the Earth Dragon to block the hooves. Although the Earth Dragon's body was also damaged, it barely withstood the blow, and a large amount of green poison spread onto the Black Mountain Goat's hooves. And then, the ghost Yao Chen summoned went completely berserk. The 6th kill, 7th kill, 8th kill, 9th kill. In an instant, the chest of the Black Mountain Goat burst open from the attacks, revealing a large black wound, blood flowing out. Bah! The Black Mountain Goat was completely enraged. Never had they imagined that such a small figure could cause harm to them. Their eyes filled with furious howls. What frightened them even more was the sensation of pain coming from their hooves, a green substance spreading on their black body. Go! Yao Chen commanded the Earth Dragon to charge forward, while he himself turned and ran. Surprisingly, there was not much fear in his heart at this moment, but rather a sense of excitement. The sinister 9 kills could break through the Black Mountain Goat's defense, even causing a certain amount of damage, making that guy scream in pain. However, logically speaking, this level of damage was normal. With his current attribute of 13,000 increased tenfold to 130,000, and the 9 kills could amplify this damage 9 times. So, the blow he struck was around 1.2 million, hence causing damage was normal. Now, Yao Chen had a certain understanding of the 6th transformation realm. A body in the millions could only cause damage to a 6th transformation, unable to pose a lethal threat to them. To kill a true 6th transformation, it probably required around 5 to 10 million in attributes, and if he were to face a human 6th transformation expert, it would probably be very difficult to cause any harm. Human intelligence was generally much higher than that of giant beasts, with various countermeasures and treasures constantly emerging, unlike giant beasts that could be easily hit. At this moment, looking back, the Earth Dragon and the Black Mountain Goat were entangled. Due to the Earth Dragon's body being full of toxins, the Black Mountain Goat could only try to avoid them, to prevent the toxins from burning itself. Although the venom would not directly kill him, the pain was intense, making the Black Mountain Goat extremely uncomfortable. Bah! 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 The Black Mountain Goat roared in anger, its 4 hooves scrambling, tentacles flailing on its black body, seemingly trying to slap off the toxins. But as it struggled, it suddenly noticed Yao Chen in the distance seemed to be watching it. In an instant, a human-like malice appeared in those black pupils, and then Yao Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. Boom! An unknown energy suddenly emanated from within the Black Mountain Goat, pressing down on him from a distance of over 1,000 meters. At that moment Yao Chen felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. Not good. What is this? Yuan power. Yao Chen's mind had only one speculation. The oppressive method used by the Black Goat was similar to the one used by the Love Island Pavilion in Zayawiyingwa country before. except that the pressure from the Love Island pavilion was mixed with some elemental power, while the black goat's suppression this time used only elemental power, making it even more ferocious. Thump! At that moment, his whole body was pressed to the ground, unable to move, and the black goat seized the opportunity to raise its hoof and charge wildly, causing the earth to shake. In less than 3 seconds, the black goat rushed over, about to stomp down. Bang! Those hooves directly covered Yao Chen's body, sinking the ground more than 10 meters. Yao Chen, dead. Just kidding. Deduct 1 to revive the protagonist. The black goat's face was full of ferocity. It moved its hoof away, but the next moment, its eyes widened in disbelief. Yao Chen had disappeared. The sixth transformation behemoth had brought countless life-threatening crises to humanity. Its threat was immense, requiring the use of nuclear weapons to have a chance of elimination, as conventional weapons were ineffective against it. Such a terrifying behemoth, even the sixth transformation experts of humanity were unwilling to easily confront it, unless absolutely necessary. However, in the wilderness of the 100 Beasts' desolate city, the king of the sixth transformation behemoths, the black goat, stood still, staring fixedly at the spot where it had just stepped with its hoof. It possessed considerable intelligence, not inferior to that of an average child. Yet, even so, it could not comprehend the scene before its eyes. The ant that should have died under its foot had inexplicably disappeared, leaving no trace whatsoever. After a moment of confusion, the black goat looked around, sensing any possible presence, then focused its gaze into the distance. Meanwhile, in the dark underground, Yao Chen sat stunned on a rock, watching the scene before him in amazement. This was the inheritance site of the blood god, surrounded by numerous stone statues exuding a majestic aura. Not far away, a scantily clad woman walked over slowly, laughing lightly. "Little brother, do you know why I saved you? It's all because you were willing to seek me out. Otherwise, those eerie folks might have taken your life. Thank you. Actually, I came to find you this time," he said gratefully, but to his surprise, the blood god pursed her lips, and with a strange tone, she said, wagging her index finger, "Thank you, I came to find you. What are you pretending for? You little guy came specifically to seek my inheritance, right?" This statement left Yao Chen embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Seeing him silent, the blood god walked lightly to his side and patted him. "Don't make that face, little guy, as if I bullied you. Alright, this time I'll help you for free. After all, you are my first heir. So, do you want to try to pass the test today? Last time you made it to the 4th level. Not bad. Next are the 5th and 6th levels. Let's see if you can handle them." Listening to the blood god's words, Yao Chen took a breath and said, "Let me rest for a bit. I haven't recovered from being chased by that guy just now. By the way, how strong are your 5th and 6th transformation forms? I've already decided I won't challenge your 6th transformation. I can only handle the 5th. Which is the 5th level?" Yao Chen said cautiously. The blood god's 5th transformation couldn't be compared to that of ordinary awakeners. They probably already had some characteristics of the 6th transformation, not to mention the blood god's 6th transformation, which was beyond his current capabilities. By the way, blood god, what rewards are there for defeating your 5th transformation form? Can you tell me? Rewards? I haven't thought about it yet, the blood god said somewhat absent-mindedly. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen couldn't hold back and was about to break through the checkpoint. He hadn't even thought about a reward yet, so he paused and said, "How about this? After I pass the 5th checkpoint, you reward me by becoming my bodyguard?" Yao Chen probed. "Pa, you have some nerve. Only just passing the 5th checkpoint and already daring to ask me to be your bodyguard. Really? How about I give you a token instead, allowing you to teleport here anytime you want? You can use it 3 times in total." The blood god sneered at him, not in a good mood. But Yao Chen, upon hearing this, eyes gleaming, asked, "Does your token have no restrictions on teleportation distance? Are there any usage requirements?" No restrictions on teleportation distance, and it ignores any obstacles. As long as you hold the token in your hand and think about it, you can teleport to the inheritance site. But if you come through teleportation, you must pass a checkpoint, or the consequences will be severe. Of course, you should pass the 5th checkpoint first. I see you're only at the 4th transformation level. Can you defeat me at the 5th? Got it. Yao Chen nodded, determined to obtain this token. It seemed that the Laplace who sent the message was not deceiving him but telling the truth. That guy really wanted him to get the token. However, Yao Chen didn't have much fondness for this Laplace in his heart, even very wary. If he could see through his identity from his previous life, then Laplace's power level must be at least higher than the highest level in this world, right? What are you thinking, kid? Start the checkpoint. The 5th checkpoint has already opened. Damn. I didn't say I wanted to go through the checkpoint. If you're not going through the checkpoint, why did I bring you here? Vacation? The two complained to each other, and the next moment, the scenery around them changed. The blood-red gate on the distant stone platform opened, and the 5th transformation blood god walked out. The 5th transformation blood god still looked relatively young, with a girlish appearance, but the large thunder on her chest was already taking shape. At that time, the blood god's attire was not revealing, exuding a primitive beauty. TCH, don't stare too much, the blood god muttered from afar, somewhat displeased. Got it. Let me see how strong you are at the 5th transformation. Yao Chen was on guard, but just as he set up his stance, the blood god disappeared from afar and appeared directly behind him the next moment. Damn! Sneak attack. In a hurry, Yao Chen could only quickly lie down, narrowly avoiding the blade swung by the blood god. At the same time, a 30-meter radius around them was shrouded in darkness. The ground began to shake, and it turned green. This was a combo move unique to Yao Chen. At that moment, a hint of brilliance appeared in the eyes of the 5th transformation blood god. Originally a puppet, she seemed to have some intelligence, quickly avoiding Yao Chen's domain and curiously staring at him. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Yao Chen smiled, then unleashed the earth dragon. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 50 meters trembled. Yao Chen himself floated in mid-air using the flying ability of the blood robe, while the 5th transformation blood god on the ground was feeling uncomfortable, with a strong earthquake shaking the ground, like an 8th-level earthquake. Under such an amplitude, the blood god had no effective means of flight and could only endure the violent shaking. Earthquakes were unfamiliar to many people, even to the 5th transformation blood god. Boom! 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 The earth groaned, the ground trembling incessantly. At this moment, a hint of anxiety appeared in the eyes of the 5th transformation blood god. In his millions of years of battle experience, there had never been an earthquake during a fight. Even if there was an earthquake, it would only happen when he was at the 6th transformation level and contending with opponents of the same level. At this moment, Yao Chen smiled, pointed his finger. Boom! The earth cracked open with a deafening roar, revealing a massive earth dragon that burst out, crushing the blood god with a majestic posture. It landed on his head with a thunderous explosion. Boom! In an instant, the 5th turn blood god had no effective defense to stop this strike and perished instantly. Yao Chen floated down lightly and then stood on the ground, silently letting the 5th turn blood god's blood essence enter his body. Under the ruins of that earth dragon, wisps of bloody scent drifted into his body, while the flickering sensation of his own blood and energy boiling, a pure energy nourishing him. After a moment, his evolution progress reached 20%. There was still 80% left to evolve into a dragon. Do you want to continue challenging me? A 6th turn being, little one? The blood god descended from the sky and looked at him with interest. This inheritor in front of her was truly beyond her expectations. Reversing her, a 5th turn being, with only a 4th turn cultivation. She wondered what the situation would be like if he faced her. A 6th turn being? Wait a moment. I didn't say I wanted to challenge you to the 6th turn. Can you give me the reward first? Yao Chen coughed and reminded the blood god of her promise. Hearing this, the blood god gave him a disdainful look and reluctantly tossed a blood-red token to him. Take this token. It offers 3 teleportation chances, with no distance limit and immune to any interference from others. But if you use it, you must pass the 6th trial, or even if we get along well, I will eliminate you, the blood god said with a smirk, causing Yao Chen's heart to sink slightly. Alright, I understand. Can I ask if you can sense what's happening above the altar? I wonder if that black goat is still chasing me, Yao Chen asked tentatively. If the black goat sensed his presence and waited for him there, it would be quite troublesome. However, the blood god's words made his brow furrow slightly. Of course, he's guarding above the altar. Once you leave, you will face his pursuit. You might have to use my blood god token. It seems your luck isn't that good, kid. As expected, Yao Chen's heart sank. That damn black goat had been guarding up there, making it really difficult for him. How could he enter the Alliance University like this? Actually, I think you're a decent person. I don't really want to leave either. It's nice to chat with you for a while. I feel it's a good thing," Yao Chen said with a thick skin. He really had no reason to stay here at the moment, but if he went out, he would have to face the chase, so he could only please the blood god. The blood god naturally saw through his thoughts and said somewhat indifferently, "I know you don't want to leave, but of course, you can stay here. I don't have any strict rules in my lifetime, but what do you want to talk about? I haven't had a chat with anyone in a long time." Surprisingly, the blood god was very easy to talk to, even taking the initiative to chat with Yao Chen. Yao Chen felt slightly embarrassed inside, but suddenly remembered something and asked, "You are a deity from ancient times, right? Have you heard of a person named Laplace?" Yao Chen asked with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The reason he came here was because he had heard about a person named Laplace from the information. Laplace told him there was an opportunity here, and Yao Chen could clearly feel that there was indeed an opportunity here, which was why he came. At this moment, he wanted to learn more about Laplace's identity. Laplace? The blood god pondered for a moment, then sat on a rock and fell into contemplation. After a long while, her eyes, which flickered and sparkled, blinked before she said, "Have you heard of the four great beasts of physics?" Without waiting for Yao Chen's response, blood god continued on his own. They are Schrodinger's cat, Zeno's tortoise, Maxwell's demon, Laplace's demon. Do you think Laplace, the one you mentioned, has any connection to Laplace's demon? As far as I know, Laplace's demon has appeared in some myths, and this guy is theoretically the most unimaginable and mysterious of the four great mythical beasts. Laplace's demon knows the laws governing the movement of all particles in the universe. He knows everything that is about to happen, and he knows that everything is predetermined. But it's just a myth after all. Listening to Blood God's words, Yao Chen fell into a rare silence. In his previous life on Earth, he had also heard of Laplace's demon, which was a matter of physics that he believed had nothing to do with him. He thought that the person messaging him now was just using the name Laplace without any significant meaning. So Yao Chen decided not to dwell on it and instead turned to talk about other things. However, at that moment, Blood God suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" and stood up, saying, "I know who you're talking about. Laplace. In ancient times, when I was still a fragile little girl, Laplace was like a distant myth to me, existing for a long time, but I have heard of his legend, and everyone who hears the words of Laplace will have their future destiny changed. I understand now." Yao Chen didn't say much. The matter of Laplace's identity needed further discussion and was not something to dwell on for now. He was now looking at a message on his phone. Unsure of what to say, Alliance University, Dear Yao Chen, your outstanding performance in the college entrance examination has caught our attention. We hope you can join Alliance University to create brilliance together and complete your studies. If you agree, please call this number, 1511 x times x times x times x. Yao Chen was slightly stunned to see this message, not expecting Alliance University to act so quickly. At this moment, he thought of his score of 60,000 points in the college entrance examination and made a decision in his heart. He dialed the number, and a girl answered the call. Yao Chen calmly said, "Hello, I'm Yao Chen. I am currently being chased by the Black Mountain Goat in the City of 100 Beasts. I hope you can help me, and if possible, I would like to join Alliance University." Upon hearing this, the girl on the other end immediately contacted people from Alliance University, and shortly after, another call came in. "Hello, Yao. I am Li Yunlong, the head of the admissions office at Alliance University. Where are you now? Send me your location, and I will come to pick you up. Just a Black Mountain Goat. I, Li Yunlong, don't believe it. Thank you very much." Yao Chen immediately sent his location. Li Yunlong, the head of the admissions office, sounded reliable from his tone of voice, exuding a sense of strength. As the information was sent, Li Yunlong from Alliance University soared into the sky from a distance, rushing towards the City of 100 Beasts outside the Hui City. He knew that Yao Chen was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, breaking the record for the highest score in the history of Blue Star. He would not allow such a genius to be chased by external monsters before reaching a certain level of growth. This was not what he wanted to see, and he would not allow a genius to fall midway. At this moment, Yao Chen silently observed Li Yunlong's movements. If his calculations were correct, with Li Yunlong's speed, he would arrive here in half an hour. However, Yao Chen needed to be cautious and not expose the Blood God's inheritance site. He only wanted to enjoy this inheritance site alone.
I must time my exit precisely, or else if Li Yunlong sees me coming out from underground, he will surely become suspicious and investigate. If he discovers the existence of the Blood God's land, I will have many competitors then. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, about 28 minutes had passed. Yao Chen silently calculated the time difference and immediately said to the Blood God, "Quickly send me out." "Thank you." The Blood God nodded, and suddenly the entire stone platform began to boil upwards. After just 10 seconds of swaying, he appeared above the northern wasteland, where he immediately saw the black mountain goat as large as a mountain moon. Bah! The goat's cry rang out like a death knell. Yao Chen didn't hesitate and swiftly dashed towards the direction of Hui Chen. He knew Li Yunlong would appear from that direction. Now he was running because the blood cloak's flying speed was relatively slow, so running would be faster. Every step he took on the ground caused the earth to crack, showing how fast Yao Chen was. However, by this time, the black mountain goat had freed itself from the earth dragon and was approaching again. In almost just 10 seconds, it reached Yao Chen, ready to stomp down. Smack! But at that moment, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared beside Yao Chen, blocking the blow with a raised hand and saying, "Child, go report to the Alliance University first, leave this to me." It was a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, a lean face, and round eyes that exuded authority without anger. "Thank you." Yao Chen nodded in response, then looked back thoughtfully and suddenly made a move. 9 kills of evil deception. In an instant, a huge evil spirit emerged from his palm and pounced directly on the black mountain goat. The evil spirit did not have a solid physical form but appeared ethereal. It leaped onto the goat's neck, launching 9 attacks. Seeing him dare to act, Li Yunlong gave him a thumbs up. "Good lad, quite bold, reminiscent of my youth." Yao Chen's vengeful character greatly impressed Li Yunlong, even generating some goodwill towards this junior out of thin air. Yao Chen nodded, then ran off directly, unwilling to get involved in the battle of the 6th stage experts. And after he left, Li Yunlong and the Black Mountain Goat engaged in a full-on battle. This battle shook the entire Beast City. As the 6th stage, Li Yunlong faced off against the equally powerful Black Mountain Goat, terrifying the other beasts in the Beast City. It's unknown how long this battle lasted, but half a month later, the intense fluctuations gradually subsided. Since that battle, Li Yunlong secluded himself for over half a month before reappearing on the campus of the Alliance University. However, upon his return, he surprisingly brought out a horn of the Black Mountain Goat. Half a month later, Yao Chen arrived at the entrance of the Alliance University campus by high-speed rail. During this half-month, he had barely eaten anything, surviving on scraps of food and the flesh of beasts. The battle between Li Yunlong and the Black Mountain Goat in the Beast City had triggered an alarm, forbidding anyone from going outside. He naturally had no way of hunting exotic beasts anymore, so he could only buy some exotic beast meat to eat in the city. As for going to other wilderness areas, the procedures required were too many, and recently several cities had been hit by disasters, with giant beasts ranging from 6th to 7th rank appearing. There was even an 8th rank Galazan beast in the southern Dragon Kingdom, causing unrest throughout the country. The country now needed to recruit a large number of talents and highly gifted individuals, and Yao Chen naturally responded to the call, arriving in front of the Alliance University. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Alliance University, he felt a bit lost. He saw a giant arena over 200 meters in front of the so-called University Gate, with 2 people dueling on the platform, one burly and the other surprisingly Tianhuozi. The 2 kept fighting, and although Tianhuozi had an S-level talent for fire, his flames seemed inadequate against the burly man in front of him. This burly man, covered in gray-brown stones, seemed immune to fire-like skills, even able to penetrate layers of flames and punch Tianhuozi. In just a dozen seconds, Tianhuozi began to struggle. His fire abilities were not very effective against this awakened individual, even being suppressed. As expected, just 7 or 8 seconds later, Tianhuozi was directly blasted away. Ha ha, the second place in the Northern Alliance exam isn't that great, and yet you still got 20,000 points? Could it be that the first place gave them to you as charity? Ha ha, yeah, just like this and still second place. Did you in the first place encounter a dying 6th rank beast and ambush it, hence the high score? Honestly, Tianhuozi didn't expect to lose so quickly. Although the opponent's abilities were somewhat restraining, he was indeed inferior in physical strength and the opponent's realm was about 3 levels higher, especially in terms of strength attributes.
which led to his quick defeat. At this moment, faced with the mocking voices, he just felt his cheeks flush, wanting to stand up and leave. But just then he looked up and saw his big brother. Yao Chen stood calmly in front of him, extending his right hand. "You came to school and didn't call me. Look, you're being bullied, right?" The calm words of his big brother came, and Tianhuozi's eyes were full of guilt as he stood up and said, "Big brother, my grandfather asked me to come early to gain some experience, saying there was a new student arena, so I didn't call you. Well, then just watch from the side. I'll help you regain your dignity," Yao Chen said calmly. Then, to the surprise of everyone, he stepped onto the platform step by step. Who is this guy? How dare he be so arrogant and still want to regain his dignity? Could he not be our student? He must be some friend of Tianhuozi. But Big Brother Zhang is an S-level talent, a violent stone man. How could he possibly win? I think this guy is probably at the same level as Tianhuozi, probably just here to show off. Let's just watch. Faced with the provocative words of the crowd and Tianhuozi, neither of them said much, but calmly watched the battle unfold. Finally, after a few seconds, a girl suddenly stood up, pointing at Yao Chen and exclaimed loudly, "He is Yao Chen, the first place in the Northern Alliance exam, the one who got 60,000 points." Boom! With these words, a wave of shock swept through the student group, everyone looking at Yao Chen with fearful eyes. Although they had previously speculated that the 60,000 points might have been obtained through cheating, such a high score was enough to show that Yao Chen was no ordinary person. At this moment, even the voices of the crowd discussing him quieted down a bit, afraid of making him unhappy. At the same time, Zhang Kuang on the stage shrank his neck by 60,000 points. He had heard that such a high score was not something an ordinary student could achieve. In fact, this score had surpassed all previous records. Naturally, he had to give it his all and take it seriously. "Come on, let me see if your 60,000 points are for real." Boom! Before he could even finish speaking, a flickering figure had already arrived, descending from the sky with a fierce blow landing directly on Zhang Kuang's chest. Boom! Zhang Kuang was sent flying out of the ring, blood gushing out as he collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up. At that moment, the whole arena fell silent. Only the sound of breathing remained. Defeating Zhang Kuang with just one move. How is this kind of strength even possible? It's impossible. Zhang Kuang has a double S-level talent, incredibly strong physically. How could he be sent flying with just one punch? Am I dreaming? The crowd kept discussing, while the flickering figure stood calmly on the stage. When everyone quieted down, he looked down at them and said, "Anyone else willing to challenge? Come up and try." With these words, the whole arena fell silent. To be able to send Zhang Kuang flying with one punch, the basic strength of the flickering figure must be at least above the 4th level. Where among the new students present could there be anyone capable of reaching such a level? At that moment, Tianhuozi also stood up, looked at the fallen Zhang Kuang in the distance, and laughed. "This is all the Southern Union exam has to offer. Just a bunch of mediocre people. Can any of you defeat me? Let alone my big brother? Isn't your first place held by someone named Lin Ko? Call that guy who plays with treasures out here." Ha ha! Tianhuozi was completely dismissive, provoking many new students, but he didn't care because his big brother was right there, and for him, the 5th level posed no pressure at all. Unless an exceptionally talented individual among the new students appeared, there's no need for Lin Ko to step in. "I can defeat him myself." In an instant, a slender figure calmly spoke, then stepped onto the stage. It's Ying Wuyao, the double D-level talent who was admitted to the Alliance University without taking the entrance exam. Someone exclaimed, causing a stir in the crowd. Those who could be admitted to the Alliance University without an entrance exam were all outstanding individuals. They were in a league far above those who entered through the exam, as evidenced by their double S-level talents. Yao Chen also glanced at this Ying Wuyao, feeling a sense of danger from him, like a hidden sharp blade, always ready to strike. Seeing Ying Wuyao stepping up, Tianhuozi's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Big brother, be careful, he's a double S-level talent, a shadow disciple. He can launch sneak attacks through shadows. Be careful." Hearing Tianhuozi's warning, Yao Chen nodded. He had never heard of such an attacking method using shadows. This kind of attack was extremely tricky, and ordinary awakeners would probably find it hard to defend against. I wonder how he got those 60,000 000 points. But Ng Wuyao being admitted to the Alliance University, Yao Chen is finished. Yeah, Ng Wuyao is. However, before the crowd could finish their words, Ng Wuyao suddenly soared into the air and then fell to the ground with a thud. His tall, slender body collapsed on the ground, seemingly lifeless, without even making a move, just falling down like that. Ha! What's going on? How did this happen all of a sudden? The crowd was full of questions, but Yao Chen remained calm. If you're not strong enough, don't embarrass yourself on stage. You guys hyped him up so much, thinking he was some kind of genius. Yao Chen's calm words spread out, and the scene fell into silence for a moment. Even Ng Wuxie, who possessed dual S-level talents from the Alliance University, was defeated. Who else among this year's freshmen could rival him? Just as everyone was questioning in their hearts, a long-haired youth with glasses slowly made his way through the crowd and arrived beneath the arena. I am Lin Ku, and I challenge you. Oh, Yao Chen's gaze shifted to the long-haired youth, a smile playing on his lips. Very well, then come, let me see how strong your treasures are. Facing this person, Yao Chen also glanced sideways in his heart. Achieving a score of over 20,000 points with treasures alone was a strength that deserved his serious attention. However, Lin Ku's realm seemed somewhat low, but that did not diminish his vigilance. At this moment, there were no more mocking voices in the arena, and everyone stared wide-eyed at this confrontation. Unlike others who chose grandiose ways to take the stage, Lin Ku calmly walked onto the arena, palms open. Bata Gigi, Phoenix Wing, Vajra Demon Armor, Wings of Redemption, Pegasus Armor, Moonlight Seal, Boots of Gale, Shadow Magic Ring. A series of plain voices rang out, and Lin Ku underwent a complete transformation. His originally third-stage cultivation frail figure was suddenly clad in several armors, with wings spreading 7 to 8 meters wide behind him. He even slightly levitated, and 2 extremely long horns grew from the helmet on his head, exuding a terrifying demonic pressure. At this moment, Yao Chen was somewhat dumbfounded, because the information revealed by the opponent at this moment was actually at the peak of the 5th stage. No, it might even be higher than the peak of the 5th stage. Perhaps a false 6th stage. What the heck? Are you playing with mecha? Yao Chen had not yet recovered from the shock when the opponent's demonic-like figure lunged directly at him. Boom! Crimson Demon Sword. In an instant, a long sword appeared in Lin Ku's hand, directly slashing towards Yao Chen, but it was evaded and struck the arena instead. With just that one strike, the entire arena was split in half. Beads of sweat formed on Yao Chen's forehead. Can it still be played like this? The opponent's true cultivation was only at the 3rd stage, but after putting on these miscellaneous treasures, he had reached the peak of the 5th stage, even approaching the 6th stage to an extreme degree. Just take the strike from earlier, slicing open nearly 200 meters of the arena. And this arena was exclusive to the Alliance University, specifically designed for combat, not easily damaged. Yet it was split open by over 200 meters with just that one strike. A power that even the peak of the 5th stage could not achieve. Right? Damn it! Can't believe I can't beat you? Someone who plays with treasures. Yao Chen involuntarily felt a surge of competitiveness, and he suddenly saw his attributes skyrocket, then pulled out a long sword and charged forward. Crack! 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 The two clashed instantly, and after Yao Chen's long knife hit the opponent 3 times, it became damaged and full of gaps, but at the same time, he also poisoned the opponent's treasures. Your weapon is ineffective. A gentleman needs to make use of his tools. Relying solely on human strength won't have much destructive power. Oh, who said I was going to attack with a weapon? Yao Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ku felt puzzled, but the next moment, he suddenly froze. He abruptly realized that a strong poison had contaminated his treasures and was rapidly invading his body. Playing with poison. Ha! Angel wings. In an instant, the black wings behind his demonic armor transformed into white, and at the same time, a sense of purification emerged from him. In just a moment, the evolutionary waves emitted by those white wings expelled all the potent poison from his body. At this moment, Yao Chen finally squinted his eyes, realizing the opponent's tenacity. Being able to directly nullify his own fierce poison skills with a treasure was a huge threat to him, making him take it seriously. However, in the next instant, Lin Ku flew over again. He threw 6 black thunder beads from his palm, instantly releasing 6 thunderbolts that directly blocked all of Yao Chen's retreat paths. Boom! 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 Thunder exploded. Countless smoke and dust scattered into the air. Yet, after the smoke cleared, his body swayed, emitting a faint golden light. Fine golden scales floated on the surface of his body, while he looked coldly at Lin Ku. You are indeed a very tricky opponent. Fighting you is truly a disgusting thing. Yao Chun. After saying this, his whole figure suddenly burst up. He stomped the ground with force using his foot. Then the entire arena began to shake. An 8th-level earthquake. At the moment this earthquake wave appeared, Lin Ku's figure began to sway uncontrollably. He couldn't adapt to the rhythm of this earthquake. However, just as he was about to fly up, everything in front of him suddenly turned black. Dark descent. In an instant, darkness shrouded an area of 30 meters, making it pitch black. Owl's eye. Lin Ku shouted, and instantly, the helmet on his head transformed from a dragon helmet to an owl helmet, allowing him to see any movement around clearly. As a result, Yao Chun, who had planned to ambush, could only pause and then unleash the form of the Earth Dragon. At the same time, the violent shaking of the earth intensified. Suddenly, a huge Earth Dragon emerged directly from under the arena, swallowing towards Lin Ku. Boom! Ice-cold intent surged in Yao Chan's eyes. With such a powerful combination of moves, he didn't believe the opponent could withstand it. But just to be safe, he extended his right hand and muttered, 9 ghosts of deception. A huge Grim Reaper figure burst out from his right hand, rushing towards the figure, emitting a golden light in the darkness. At this moment, the outcome seemed to be determined. How could Lin Ku withstand such a powerful double attack? However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled and Lin Ku was severely injured, the most dramatic scene unfolded. Lin Ku extended his right hand and then shouted loudly, Holy Light Mech, combine! Boom! In an instant, all the treasures on his body disintegrated. No armor remained, and hundreds of light shadows appeared around his body. In the blink of an eye, his figure grew 100 times larger, becoming a giant mechanical giant towering 100 meters tall. What the heck is this? Run! How did a giant beast appear here? This is the Alliance University. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yao Chen was slightly stunned, finding it hard to believe what was happening before his eyes. He summoned a mech? At this moment, all of Yao Chen's previous attacks were nullified. Even the Earth Dragon was grabbed by the neck and crushed by this mech, whose strength was unexpectedly at the 6th level. A genuine 6th level. TSK. Yao Chen clicked his tongue, unable to help but sigh. There were truly countless heroes in this world, and no one should be underestimated. Just as he was about to leave the arena and end the battle, a heavy mechanical voice came from the mech. I surrender. The moment he uttered these 3 words, the whole arena fell silent. In everyone's eyes, didn't he just summon a 6th-level mechanical giant, making it the perfect time to counterattack? Why surrender? No one could understand Lin Ku's thoughts, but Yao Chen nodded slightly. All right. After his agreement was heard, Lin Ku deactivated the mech form. All the light of the treasures entered his spatial bracelet, revealing that the number of treasures that made up this mech reached a staggering amount of over 100. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Link slowly walked up to Yao Chen and even came to a distance extremely close to him. Logically, this distance was too close, and Yao Chen felt like stepping back, but for some reason, he had a feeling that Link had something to say. At that moment, Link leaned in and whispered in his ear, I'll follow Laplace's suggestion and let's meet at the school rooftop tonight. After speaking, Link calmly walked off the stage and disappeared. Yao Chen's pupils slightly contracted, feeling greatly intrigued. For some reason, upon hearing the name Laplace, he felt a surge of excitement. Since the other party wanted to talk, then let's talk. With this thought, Yao Chen stepped off the stage and entered the campus of Alliance University with Tian Huazi. Along the way, they received many glances, as almost all freshmen were looking at the top 2 scorers of the Northern Alliance exam. However, the attention of others was idle, and after registering, they found their dormitory. Each student at Alliance University was privileged. They didn't live in regular student dorms but in buildings similar to residential complexes. Students could choose to live in a house with 3 people, 2 people, or even have a house to themselves if their grades were good. Moreover, outside the complex, a food truck passed by every morning at 7 o'clock, and they even offered meal delivery. What surprised Yao Chen even more was that the school provided housekeepers for outstanding students. In his case, he naturally received special treatment. Unlike regular students' residential buildings, Yao Chen was given a 2-story duplex. He was also provided with 3 maids, all around 25 years old. As for why Alliance University had such arrangements, it was because this world strictly followed the law of the strong. The strong could have everything. If you were an ordinary student, you would live in a regular residential building, maybe without a housekeeper. But for someone like Yao Chen, who entered the university with the highest score in the college entrance exam, it meant living in a luxurious villa with multiple maids. Yao Chen waved for all the maids to leave, staying alone in the room, quietly opening a panel. The impression Link gave him today was quite shocking. To be able to overpower him with treasures and unleash a 6th grade combat power by fusing hundreds of treasures together was simply unbelievable. In order to come up with a quick solution, Yao Chen opened the panel to check. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Realm, 4th turn 6th rank. Physique, 14,666. Spirit, 13,888. Skills, Fierce Poison. Wind Thunder God Speed. Golden Armor. Fallen Light. Earth Dragon. Evil Cunning 9 kills exclusive to human form. Avatar, Evil Cunning Python. Strength, Divine Python++. Evolution Direction, Thunder Dragon. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Skills, Fierce Poison. Wind Thunder God Speed. Golden Armor. Fallen Light. Earth Dragon, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, in human form, can empower the avatar to become a mark form, increasing own strength tenfold. In avatar form, can endlessly devour to enhance oneself, simultaneously empowering the main body. Fierce Poison Body, the stronger the strength, the higher the toxicity. Attacks in human form can poison the opponent. In avatar form, possesses venomous fangs. Wind Thunder God Speed, can boost speed by 50% in human form, and 60% in avatar form. Golden Armor, using in human form can manifest golden scales on the body, significantly enhancing defense. Significant increase in defense in split form. Fallen Light, in human form, can cast Fallen Light spell, erasing all light within a radius of 30 meters. In split form, can blend with the surrounding light environment. Earth Dragon, in human form, can cause an earthquake within a radius of 50 meters, with the earthquake magnitude proportional to strength. In split form, can merge into the ground. Fusion skill, can awaken Earth Dragon form. Earth Dragon form, upon touching the ground, can condense soil into an Earth Dragon for manipulation. 9 kills of Evil and Mystery human form exclusive plus unique skill plus guaranteed hit, sends out 9 claws of evil spirits towards the target, with each subsequent strike doubling in power. Currently, this can be considered as one's entire strength. Yet, even with all this, it seems insufficient to defeat that guy. Forget it, let's go over and find out from him tonight. See what he really wants to say, Yao Chen muttered to himself. With this thought in mind, the sky gradually darkened. Within the campus of the Alliance University, students of all kinds were practicing dances on the playground. Some couples strolling around, exuding a youthful and energetic vibe. Yao Chen's gaze, however, was fixed on the top of the teaching building. Then he entered the building and ascended step by step. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the rooftop. However, an extremely unexpected scene unfolded before him. Lin Ku, that guy, had set up a table on the balcony, along with 2 reclining chairs. On the table were a roast duck, half a caddy of pork knuckles, all neatly prepared, and a dozen beers. Come over, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Haven't had dinner yet, right? I've prepared some meat, Lin Ku said with a smile. Yao Chen shook his head speechlessly but still went over and sat down, joining the other in drinking and eating. After the two had eaten for a while, Lin Ku suddenly looked up and said, I was quite strong during the day, right? Did that mecha put immense pressure on you? Am I very strong to be able to control hundreds of treasures at the same time? Ha ha. With these words, Yao Chen was truly speechless. What? Did you call me to the rooftop just to say this? No, of course not. Lin Ku suddenly stood up, his eyes shining brightly as he said, I want to give you my talent. Ha? What? Yao Chen was somewhat stunned, looking incredulously at the Lin Ku before him. I want to give you my talent, and I also want to tell you something. Lin Ku downed a glass of beer, then with a nostalgic look in his eyes, he continued, 7 years ago, my mother passed away from acute heart disease. I was devastated at the time, even had thoughts of suicide, and indeed, I did it. I jumped off a bridge, but someone caught me in the water. That person told me that as long as I completed the task he gave me, I could resurrect my mother.
But the condition was that after awakening my talent in the future, I must give the talent to the chosen one. I was curious, can talent like this be given to others? But that person gave me a method. Speaking of that guy, he looked really strange, with 2 horns on his forehead, and a red face, like a devil. I just thought I was making a deal with a devil. Oh, he said his name was Laplace. After saying this, Lin Ku fell silent, calmly looking at Yao Chun. Don't you want to say something? Like being shocked or something? You're making me feel awkward with your silence, Lin Ku said with a smile. Yao Chen nodded, actually feeling extremely curious. Just who is Laplace? First, he provided himself with some information, allowing himself to obtain the Blood God's token, having a life-saving retreat. Then, he arranged in advance for this young genius named Lin Ku to deliver a cheat for him. Yao Chen's heart stirred, recalling Lin Ku's powerful appearance controlling over 100 treasures to form a huge mech, which was deeply engraved in his mind. The formidable strength made him shudder. If he truly took the other's talent for himself, then, Yao Chen swallowed hard. But just as he was about to grab Lin Ku's arm, Lin Ku suddenly stood up, took a bite of a duck leg, and spoke decisively. Talents cannot be directly given to you, but if I want to revive my mother, I must give up my talent. That person told me that in order to give you my talent, I must die. When I die, that's when you will receive my talent. You don't need to feel guilty, because I am dying for my mother. What? Wait. Yao Chen's face changed, about to grab Lin Ku's arm, but it was too late. Lin Ku suddenly leaped from the rooftop. At that moment, he revoked all control over his treasures, withdrew all his blood and energy, making himself as vulnerable as an ordinary person, and plummeted from 100 meters high building. After more than 10 seconds, a loud thud echoed as he hit the ground. At the same time, a notification sounded in Yao Chen's ear. Congratulations, you have gained the talent, Divine Artificer. At this moment, Yao Chen's face showed no joy. His expression was extremely grim, not in the mood to check this talent, but instead, he activated the blood robe and flew down to the ground. As expected, Lin Ku did not use any energy, nor any treasures. He fell to the ground in the most fragile state, shattering himself, beyond any chance of survival. Yao Chen fell silent. In his previous life, he was just an orphan, and in this life, he had not experienced the warmth of a family. He couldn't understand why some people willingly sacrifice their lives for their mothers. Is a mother's life more important than one's own? Yao Chen couldn't comprehend, but he vaguely understood some things. In the interrogation room, Officer Li Pang looked at Yao Chen with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Are you saying that after he told you about his mother's death, he jumped directly? Are you sure? Or is it because he defeated you on the arena today, so you pushed him down out of resentment? I hope you can tell us the truth. Because geniuses like you, even if you commit murder, may not necessarily face severe consequences. At most, your treatment may worsen, so I hope you don't conceal the truth. The officer blew out a smoke ring, impatiently scrutinizing the top scorer of the Northern Joint Entrance Examination. Please, officer, I really didn't lie to you. He did say that. He said his mother had a sudden heart attack 7 years ago and died. So he was deeply saddened and chose to be with his mother because he had no hope of continuing to live. You know, once a person loses hope, they have no motivation to survive. I really didn't lie to you. Yao Chen's sincere words made it hard for people to doubt him, coupled with his special status, likely to be a pillar of humanity in the future. Even the police station dared not press him too hard, treating him with considerable respect, even providing a reclining chair in the interrogation room. Looking at the young man in front of him, the officer furrowed his brow, pondering his words, then said again, well, even if you had killed him yourself, no one could trouble you, but I believe you are telling the truth. You can leave now. Leaving the police station, Yao Chen walked on the wide road, looking at the rows of elm trees on the roadside, smelling the fragrance of flowers, and casually sat on a lounge chair, calmly watching the scattered pedestrians in front of him, lightly sniffing the fragrance at the tip of his nose. The figure of Lin Ku kept appearing in his mind, plunging him into a silent state. He had killed many people, countless lives lost at his hands in both this life and the previous one. But just as the young man leaped from the rooftop moments ago, something stirred within him. Yao Chen quietly watched the elm trees on both sides of the road and the deep blue sky, sinking into silence. He admitted that the young man possessed something he had never had. Even if he had inherited his talent,
he would never obtain that something. Talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, infinite dragon ancestor, in human form, can turn a clone into an imprint form to enhance oneself, increasing strength tenfold. In clone form, can endlessly devour to enhance oneself, while empowering the original body. Talent, divine artificer SSS, divine artificer, unlimited mental power, can differentiate countless thoughts, enhancing talent in artifact refining. Looking at the introduction of the talents before him, Yao Chun understood. So you've hidden your talents. But it makes sense. The sudden death of a 3S level genius would surely cause a huge stir. But by concealing your talent as B level, even if you die, no one will investigate specifically because you're just a B level. You went to great lengths, but all this was merely for Laplace's promise. If he doesn't resurrect your mother, wouldn't your death be in vain? Ha ha. Yao Chun suddenly laughed. He didn't understand when Lin could jumped for his mother. He still didn't understand when he gave him the talent. And he still didn't understand while drinking beer and eating barbecue. But now, seeing that the other party had hidden his talent, he understood. Ha! How foolish! Yao Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Yao Chun, are you telling the truth? Is it true that Lin Ku was attempting suicide because of his mother's passing? Are you sure you're not lying? In the principal's office, Principal Lin, with a beer belly, looked at him with a puzzled expression, full of doubt. Of course, why would I lie to you? Besides, do you think I would take him out just because he defeated me in the arena? Yao Chun took a sip of mineral water, nonchalantly replied, looking confident. All right, you can go to class now. We will continue to investigate this matter. After all, he is the first in the Southern Joint exam. We can't just. Okay, goodbye then. Yao Chen walked out of the office with a calm expression and returned to his classroom. As a new student of this year, he should have been welcomed and even admired by many classmates for being the first in the Northern Joint exam. However, Lin Ke's death by falling off the rooftop after having a meal with him caused fear among many new students, making them hesitant to approach him. Yao Chen didn't care. If others didn't come close, it was even better, because the lesson was about the production of treasures and the effects of a 6th grade treasure. He had already obtained Lin Ke's 3S level talent, Divine Artificer. If he didn't make good use of it, it would be a waste. Students, pay attention here. Treasures below the 5th grade generally only enhance personal attributes or have slight characteristics, with overall moderate strength. But once a treasure reaches the 6th grade, it is called an immortal treasure. Immortal treasures are unique, each possessing only one function. However, this one function is extremely powerful. For example, the statue in the square of our Alliance University. This statue is a statue of an ancient deity. Let's call him the Sage Kong for now. And the statue of Sage Kong is a 6th grade immortal treasure. Its unique function is to slowly enhance the physique and realm of everyone within a radius of 500 kilometers. As the teacher spoke, the whole class instantly plunged into a lively debate. These students never dreamed that the statue they saw every day had such a magical effect, which greatly shocked their hearts. Watching the students discussing in front of him, the teacher's eyes were full of pride. Before reaching the 6th grade, you can enhance your talents and strength as much as you can, but once you reach the 6th grade, you must find a way to obtain one or more immortal treasures, because the effect of immortal treasures is unique and powerful, not inferior to our talents. Some people even use multiple immortal treasures stacked together. The terrifying and unparalleled power can even allow a 6th grade awakener to fight beyond their level. The immortal treasure class had ended, and Yao Chen's eyes flashed with contemplation as he returned to his residence. The talent of crafting divine objects now belonged to him, so he had to make good use of it. Since the homeroom teacher mentioned that some powerful immortal treasures could be as formidable as an awakener's talent, he could certainly refine one himself. However, first, he needed to reach the level of Grandmaster in his realm to have the ability to craft immortal treasures. Therefore, in the following period, he must gradually refine treasures of grades 1 to 5 to enhance his experience. With this in mind, Yao Chen took out some materials from his spatial bracelet and began to sift through them slowly. The crafting of treasures was random, but attention must be paid to the attributes of the materials. They must be harmonized to prevent explosions during the refining process and avoid self-injury. Yao Chen took out a feather and a poisonous toad's poison pill, fused them together, and then used the fireplace in the villa along with his own talent to start the refining process. In about 10 minutes, a meatball with wings was successfully refined. 2nd grade treasure, flying poison pill.
It can stimulate the wings to reach an extremely fast speed and crash into the mouth of a beast or a human, instantly melting itself to produce a large amount of toxin, achieving the goal of assassinating the target. Although the second-grade treasure was not strong, Yao Chen was still satisfied. Before obtaining the talent of crafting divine objects, his proficiency in crafting was not even at the level of an apprentice. He was just an ordinary person, but after gaining this talent, it seemed that he was not far from the level of a grandmaster. Let's continue refining, and start aiming for treasures of grades 3 to 5. Yao Chen's eyes were calm as he repeatedly infused his talent into the treasures. The fire in the villa's fireplace slowly rose. He didn't have professional refining tools, but he could still carry out the refining process with ordinary flames. Time passed slowly. Yao Chen repeated this process for who knows how long, attending classes during the day and returning to refine treasures at night. As for the progress of the evolution of his clone, it required a lot of money, buying beast flesh from the school to feed the clone. However, this couldn't go on forever. A month later, Yao Chen sent his clone back to the wilderness to hunt alone and improve its evolution progress, while he returned to the campus to study and cultivate himself during the day and refine treasures at night. Time passed slowly, and these freshmen also spent more than 2 months in the school. On this day, Yao Chen did not refine any treasures. His gaze turned to the southeast. His clone headed to the nearest wilderness to the Alliance, a place known as the Beast Emperor Plain. The clone had been hunting in the Beast Emperor Plain for quite some time, and its evolution progress had reached 55%. This speed was already fast. If it continued for about half a year, it was estimated that the next evolution into a thunder dragon could be achieved. However, the main issue encountered was the information from the clone indicating that most of the grade 5 and below exotic beasts in the Beast Emperor Plain had been hunted down. To accelerate evolution now, attention must be turned to grade 6. Yao Chen had some thoughts in his mind. Although with his current strength, he couldn't overpower a grade 6. A slight resistance was still possible. However, the premise of this slight resistance was that the opponent did not use elemental power. If the opponent used elemental power, he would still be defenseless, which was the biggest difference between grade 5 and grade 6. Yao Chen sat on the sofa, closed his eyes in contemplation, and only after a long while did he slowly speak. If there was a grade 6 that couldn't use elemental power, maybe I could risk my life to kill one. Just as he was pondering this internally, his phone beeped with a notification. Dear students, tomorrow our school will organize the new students to go to the Beast Emperor Plain for exotic beast hunting activities. Please gather at the bottom of the teaching building at that time. Looking at this message, Yao Chen understood. The university in this world focused mainly on practical combat, but he found this location a bit tricky. TSK, I've killed almost all the exotic beasts below grade 5 in the Beast Emperor Plain, and the school is organizing a trip there. Yao Chen felt somewhat speechless. The remaining ones were just small fry and 2 grade 6 behemoths deep in the plain, but he couldn't speak out, or he would be exposed. I still have to go to the Beast Emperor Plain. After all, the clone has discovered something good. Yao Chen closed his eyes, savoring the memories in the clone's mind, a hint of desire emerging in his eyes. In the depths of the Beast Emperor Plain, there was a sea of flowers. From the clone's memories, he learned that the entire flower sea was about 100 kilometers long, and there was only one type of flower, the Higanbana. Higanbana was a grade 1 material. The more colors its petals had, the higher the grade, with each additional color indicating a higher grade. The Higanbana the clone found had a whopping 7 colors. This meant that this particular Higanbana had reached grade 7. Its value could no longer be measured by materials but was considered a treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that consuming a Higanbana with 3 or more colors would greatly enhance one's physical body. Once, an ordinary person who ate a grade 5 Higanbana had physical strength comparable to a superhero, and beasts could further enhance their physical qualities. Therefore, at the location of the flower sea, 2 behemoths were facing off. It was feared that in just 2 days, the Higanbana would fully bloom, and by then, Yao Chen clicked his tongue. If he could obtain this Higanbana, it would push his physical strength to a terrifying level, allowing him to step towards higher realms with his formidable physical qualities. Having made the decision, Yao Chen would follow the school group to the Beast Emperor Plain the next day. Before that, Yao Chen checked his current data panel. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level Divine Artificer SSS. Realm, 4th Transformation. 6th Rank,
Physique, 15,666, Spirit, 134,266, Skills, Fierce Poison, Swift as Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, 9 Kills of Deception exclusive to human form, Avatar, Deceptive Python, Strength, Divine Python+++, Evolution Direction, Thunder Dragon, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Fierce Poison, Swift as Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. Currently, he found himself in a bottleneck and could only focus on the distant Higginflower for now. On the second day, all students gathered in front of the teaching building. Yao Chen found Tianhuozi and walked alongside him, instructing, "Once we reach the Beast Emperor Plain, say that you can sense the fragrance of the Higginflower deep in the plain." "Ha, okay." Tianhuozi readily agreed without questioning Yao Chen's intentions. After all, as long as Big Brother arranged it, he would do it. After arriving in the wilderness, students must follow the teacher's instructions to find suitable exotic beasts to hunt. Finding a suitable opponent is crucial. Alright, enough talk, let's set off. Subsequently, a group of people boarded a bus and headed towards the Beast Emperor Plain. However, as the journey progressed, the two teachers noticed something was amiss. Initially, they expected occasional exotic beasts along the way, but after several hours, not a single one appeared, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Lao Zhou, stay alert in case any monsters appear. The two teachers reminded each other unnecessarily. Soon, the bus arrived at the outskirts of the Beast Emperor Plain, and the students began to disembark. One by one, students received tasks from the teachers to search for and hunt exotic beasts. However, when it was Tianhuozi's turn, he uttered astonishing words. "Teacher Zhou, I smell the fragrance of the Higginflower. It seems to be deep within the wilderness." "What? How is that possible? How did you smell it?" Teacher Zhou was incredulous, but Tianhuozi's words compelled him to believe. "Teacher Zhou, as you know, I am from the Tian family and have eaten a Higginflower since childhood, so I am very sensitive to its scent. Moreover, the Higginflower I smell seems very advanced, surpassing even the 5th transformation." With this statement, the eyes of the two teachers lit up completely. If what this kid said was true, then after obtaining this Higginflower, their realms might improve significantly. The two of them were 6th transformation experts who should have been in their prime, fighting against giant beasts. However, they ended up as university teachers because their talents were limited, and they couldn't progress further after reaching the 6th transformation. But now, if they could consume this Higginflower, they might have a chance to advance further. If they could reach the 7th transformation, their social status would rise once again. If they wished, they could even become vice principals. At this moment, Teacher Zhou and Teacher Lu exchanged glances and communicated privately through their spiritual senses. After a conversation lasting more than 10 minutes, they finally reached a decision. "Dear students, today the number of exotic beasts in the Beast Emperor Plain has significantly decreased. We suspect that a 6th transformation giant beast has appeared and preyed on many exotic beasts. Therefore, we are returning early to avoid being attacked by the 6th transformation giant beast." When this was mentioned, many students were not very interested, and some even cursed directly, showing their bad temper. After all, hunting and killing exotic beasts was a very exciting process, but now this matter was about to come to an end. However, there was no way to go against the teachers, so everyone gradually got on the bus back to school. However, these two teachers stayed where they were and showed no intention of going back. At this moment, Tianhuozi also got on the bus. He saw his big brother Yao Chen also getting on the bus, so he was very suspicious. Originally, he thought his big brother wanted him to pass on this message, surely to stay and compete for the so-called Higginflower. But now, his big brother unexpectedly went back to school with these students, so how could he compete? Tianhuozi was very curious and sat next to Yao Chen. "Big brother, I've spread the message. It seems those two teachers are going deep into the plain, but aren't you going with them? What if they really take the Higginflower?" "Shoo," Yao Chen made a hushing gesture and calmly said. "Why the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while." Beast Emperor Plain. Two 6th grade teachers flew together in the air, gazing into the depths of the Beast Emperor Plain. "Lao Zhou, do you think what Tianhuozi said is true? If he's lying, wouldn't we have come here for nothing?" "Humph, dare he lie? If there's no Higginflower, I'll make sure he repeats the grade." As they flew and conversed, they soon saw the vast expanse of Higginflowers. How is this possible? The changes in nature are getting faster. I remember half a year ago this place was barren, and now a large field of flowers has grown so quickly. It doesn't matter. As long as we get the Higgin flower, you and I won't have to be teachers at this lousy school anymore. Just as the two discussed how to obtain the Higgin flower, a giant snake nearly 50 to 60 meters long emerged from a nearby mountain hollow, coldly staring at them. Here it comes, Yao Chen whispered. The wind danced, a large amount of strong wind blowing around the Higgin flowers, the fragrance of the flowers permeating the air, intoxicating some of the exotic beasts nearby. In the center of the Higgin flower group, two towering 6th grade giant beasts lurked. One was a nearly 500-meter-long giant snake, the other a black willow tree with floating roots. Lao Zhou, this is a mysterious type of willow tree beast. Can the two of us handle it? Are you silly? Let's wait for these two big guys to fight each other. Then we strike. Wouldn't that be perfect? With a few words, the two came up with a battle plan. Although the battle plan was not very precise, it sounded quite useful. At the same time, Yao Chen on the distant mountain peak was observing. The willow tree gave him a similar feeling to the black mountain goat. Both should be mysterious type giant beasts. However, the black giant python was interesting. Despite its large size, it had not transformed into a dragon yet, and the flesh and blood on it gave Yao Chen an extremely eager feeling. Let them fight. It's best if both sides start fighting. Yao Chen's huge snake head hung low, silently watching. Below, the two giant beasts also clearly sensed the presence of humans, but they completely ignored the two 6th grade human powerhouses, not even bothering to look, as if they didn't care at all. Lao Zhou, these two beasts don't even see us as humans. They can't even be bothered to look at us. Hey, it's good they don't bother. When they start fighting, we'll be the ones to benefit. Let's agree now. The Higgin flower will be split between us. That's a 7th grade Higgin flower. Even swallowing a petal will bring great improvement. Two people were whispering to each other when suddenly, a captivating wave swept through the center of the sea of flowers. In an instant, the colorful amaryllis blossomed, emitting 7 different colors that filled the surroundings with a thick mist. Lao Zhou, what's the rush? Let those two big guys fight first. After a brief exchange, the two fell silent. Meanwhile, muffled sounds echoed as two massive figures clashed within the colorful mist, the sounds of their physical collisions resonating like ancient war drums thundering. They're fighting. Let's charge in later. Grab the colorful amaryllis and retreat. Let those two big guys fight it out. Teacher Lu's eyes gleamed with greed as he spoke joyfully. However, as he continued talking incessantly, the two figures suddenly changed direction and charged towards them. Boom! The python and the black willow tree simultaneously lunged at the two, striking them with lightning speed. These two behemoths were in disguise. With just one blow, the two teachers were sent flying thousands of meters away, spitting blood from their mouths. Lao Zhou, we've been deceived by beasts. The two teachers were now completely enraged, the pain in their bodies reminding them of the humiliation of being deceived by the beasts. At that moment, they both unleashed their strength and engaged in a fierce battle with the two monsters. In an instant, 4 6th-level beings clashed, causing the earth to tremble and numerous sinkholes to appear. With dark currents flowing across the Beast Emperor plain, Lao Zhou's furious roar echoed across the plain. Although he was only at the 6th level, he had been highly regarded by his family since childhood, known as the top talent of the family. Despite his lower seniority now, he had never experienced such a significant deception and loss in his life. Being deceived by beasts, creatures with far lower intelligence than humans, was a deeply shameful matter. If other powerful beings found out, they would surely be ridiculed mercilessly. The anger in the eyes of the two teachers intensified at the thought, and they unleashed powerful attacks formed by their innate abilities, beginning to attack the two monsters. Perhaps fueled by anger, the surrounding space began to tear, revealing black rifts. As the 4 formidable beings clashed, the two monsters gained the upper hand. Although the two teachers had more means as 6th-level beings among humans, the injuries to their internal organs from the previous collision made them feel weakened. While others might choose to retreat in this situation, these two teachers were completely consumed by rage. Human strongmen could accept being defeated by beasts or ambushed. But being deceived by beasts was absolutely intolerable. It was unacceptable. Humans could withstand beasts because of their high intelligence, enabling them to effectively resist. Yet,
Being deceived and outsmarted by beasts was a profound humiliation that fueled the fiery rage within the two teachers like erupting volcanoes. However, their loss of rationality was not solely due to anger but also because they recalled the battle from 10 years ago. The battle intensified, reaching a white-hot state of intensity. If either side were to retreat at this critical moment, they would undoubtedly face a fierce counterattack from the other, leaving no entity daring to withdraw first. Yet, just as they were locked in combat, a giant figure over 60 meters long appeared in the Amaryllis Sea, a size that was already massive but still insufficient against the two monsters. At this moment, Yao Chen looked at the brightly colored spider lilies in front of him without any hesitation, and suddenly swallowed them in one gulp. Even the soil at the roots went into his stomach, instantly entering his stomach. In that instant, the fragrance of the spider lilies disappeared directly. With the scent gone, the fresh scent that filled the wilderness dispersed in an instant. This stunned the 4 6th-level experts, who looked incredulously at the spider lily group and suddenly discovered Yao Chen, the giant python. Beast! This beast ate the spider lilies. Roar! The 4 experts roared furiously, halting their battle and charging towards Yao Chen. At that moment, he suddenly felt a strange energy wave pressing down on his body from above, instantly pinning him to the ground. It's elemental power again. Yao Chen's pupils constricted, abandoning the idea of fighting these 4 guys and instead had his main body pull him back. Just as the 4 experts reached him, the shadow of the giant python suddenly disappeared, without any warning, not even a trace of mist, simply vanishing into thin air. This sudden disappearance left all 4 experts stunned, looking at each other in disbelief, unsure of what had just happened. What happened to Lao Zhou? Where did that snake go? I fucking want to know too. Where the hell did it go? They continued to discuss, while the giant python and the black willow tree let out roars, and the 4 beings engaged in battle once again. Inside the student residential area of the Alliance University campus, Yao Chen sat on the sofa, gazing out the window. He appeared extremely calm, but upon closer observation, one would notice a faintly intimidating aura emanating from his entire body, even trembling slightly. The energy of the 7th-level material, spider lilies, was too immense. Even though his main body was receiving energy from his clone, he felt an overwhelming sensation, as if his body couldn't bear it, only feeling the energy surging through him like a river. Yao Chen trembled all over, but he suppressed the urge to roar, silently enduring the expanding pain in his meridians. The intense agony tore through his body, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his marrow. Thud! Yao Chen passed out, collapsing on the sofa. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly regained consciousness, followed by a system prompt: "You have devoured the spider lilies and gained a new evolutionary direction. Phantom Jiao of the other shore, Phantom Jiao of the other shore, otherworldly ambition. Beings below your realm will offer their souls according to your will. Your evolution progress has reached 100%. Once you gather the 3 spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, you can evolve into a Thunder Jiao and obtain your exclusive elemental power. Please check your latest panel name. Yao Chen talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God level, Creator of Miracles, SSS Realm, 5 turns. 5th stage physique, 45666 spirit, 154266 skills, venomous, swift as wind and lightning, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, 9 kills of deception exclusive to human form clone, deceptive python strength, divine python +++ evolution direction, thunder jiao, phantom jiao of the other shore to be chosen talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level skills, venomous, swift as wind and lightning, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon basic attributes increased by 30,000, and due to the creator of miracles, the spirit attribute directly increased to 100,000. If I activate 10 times, my physique can reach 400,000, and the spirit attribute can reach 1,400,000. Yao Chen estimated his own strength. Currently, he was stronger than the average 5th transformation, not to mention reaching the peak of the 5th transformation. As for the 6th transformation, the prospects were not great. Damn it, although the physical attributes of the 6th transformation are strong, I can handle that. The problem lies in the elemental power. Yao Chen clenched his fist. If he wanted to obtain elemental power in the 6th transformation, he had to devour 2 more world spirit objects similar to the purgatory flower. Without elemental power, facing the 6th transformation was like a warrior facing a cultivator, with no chance of winning. World spirit objects are also a type of material that can be found when purchasing materials for refining treasures. Moreover, my elemental power attributes are generated based on these 3 devoured world spirit objects, with little difference in attributes. I can give it a try. With this in mind, Yao Chen arrived at the material area of the Alliance University campus and began to make his selection. The amount on his bank card had reached a terrifying level, thanks to the Tianhua family providing him with some financial support. The money he had earned from selling exotic beast corpses and materials was also substantial, estimated to be around 500 million. Boss, I need 25 Tyanea wings, 10 blackfish duck slices, another 10 elf nose tips, and 100 worm teeth. Yao Chen carefully selected a large pile of materials and then returned to his villa. This time, he purchased a pill furnace again, preparing to refine a coveted 5th transformation treasure. This treasure was called the Excited Dragon Pill, a one-time use item that could directly stimulate the secretion of adrenaline, greatly enhancing one's excitement. Strength and the like would also increase exponentially, providing a strong boost for his future breakthroughs. It should be noted that even if an ordinary human fully stimulated their adrenaline, the effect on courage enhancement was limited. However, once an awakener stimulated their adrenaline, their supernatural abilities and physical qualities would all be significantly enhanced. The consequence, however, was a period of weakness afterwards. Yao Chen controlled the materials he had obtained and carefully placed them into the pill furnace, starting the refining process. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yao Chen refined the dragon pills while casually watching the news, not paying much attention. It should be noted that Yao Chen had not slept during these 3 days, tirelessly refining the dragon pills to a total of 18. This quantity was already quite high, enough to last for over a year with normal use. However, Yao Chen was still not satisfied with the quantity he had produced. If he could succeed every time he practiced calligraphy, then the quantity would probably be around 50. Currently, with only 18 pills, he didn't even have a success rate of half. Just as he was contemplating this, Tianhua Zi knocked on the door and walked in. Big brother, news from the black market outside the Federation has come in. Someone is selling materials for a 6th transformation treasure. What type of treasure? Yao Chen asked. I'm not sure about that, but there are rumors that this treasure has a very unique effect. No one currently possesses it, and if successfully refined, one can fully own this treasure. Wait a minute. Tianhua Zi suddenly took out his phone to check and then excitedly said, Big brother, my informant has received news. This treasure is called the Captive Demon Tower. It seems to have the ability to imprison giant beasts and some demons. However, imprisoning demons doesn't seem very useful. I haven't heard of anyone encountering these so-called demons. Tianhua Zi muttered to himself. Yao Chen, on the other hand, furrowed his brow. His younger brother Tianhua Zi clearly didn't keep up with the news. Just last night, when he turned on the TV, he seemed to have heard about an incident where demons were attacking people in the outskirts of the Alliance capital. Although it hadn't garnered much attention yet, it was already in the news. No, why does the appearance of the demon-devouring incident coincide with the time Tianhua Zi brought the news? Although Yao Chen was puzzled, his desire for the 6th grade treasure remained strong. Listening to Tianhua Zi's words at this moment, Yao Chen's furrowed brow gently relaxed. He then went to the cabinet, took out 2 cups of instant coffee, and brewed a cup for each of them. Brother, about the incident with the Higan flower earlier. Don't worry, just answer in your own words, Yao Chen said lightly. Just as the two took a sip of coffee, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, it was the principal who came. His expression was not very pleasant, even bordering on ugly. Come in and have a seat, Principal Lu. It's quite an honor for you to visit a student like me, Yao Chen said with a smile, then brewed a cup of coffee for the principal. However, the principal at this moment was not in the mood for coffee but rather solemnly said, Do you two know that there is a Higan flower in the Beast Emperor plane? Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and in an instant, the principal exuded the pressure of a 7th grade, causing the entire villa room to tremble, pressing heavily on the two of them, making it hard for them to breathe. At this moment, Yao Chen remained calm, speaking calmly, So what if there is a Higan flower? Do you think I took it? Even if I did, you shouldn't treat your student like this. Yao Chen suddenly roared with bloodshot eyes, full of indignation. Ha, he. But I heard that your clone is a giant snake, right? Can you summon it to show me? I heard from our school's teachers that a giant snake swallowed the higanbana flower. As the principal's words fell, Tianhuazi's pupils widened in shock and fear. Yet Yao Chen remained calm, even beckoning to summon a giant python instantly. With black and white scales, it was about 40 meters long, and its snake eyes were filled with a cold light. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room stabilized. The principal slowly retracted his aura, then smiled. Ha ha, it seems I misunderstood you, Yao student. This time it's my fault as the principal. I acted too rashly. Ha ha. The 7th grade pressure dissipated, and the principal even took out a bag of snacks and placed it on the table for the two. However, Yao Chen's expression remained cold, with a sense of anger about to erupt. Please leave. As a principal, suspecting your own student really disappoints me. Yao Chen was deeply saddened, with even tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. His appearance made the principal feel ashamed, and after waving his hand repeatedly, he left the villa. After the principal left, Tianhuazi was about to speak, but Yao Chen made a hushing gesture. Shu, by the way, when shall we go hunt some exotic beasts? I see those junior sisters all chasing after you, not caring that I'm the top scorer in the Northern Joint exam. Sigh. I don't want to remain a virgin. Yao Chen sighed. Hearing this, Tianhuazi frowned, then said somewhat smugly, He, don't you understand, big brother? To make girls chase after you, the main thing is to drive a luxury car, wear a famous watch, and have servants pick you up and drop you off at school every day. Won't the girls be all over you then? When the time comes, invite her to your house, let her see your villa, and she'll be even more excited. Then you'll understand. By the way, big brother, which one do you actually like? I'll help you get her WeChat. Once she knows about your wealth and status, she'll definitely love chasing after you. Come on, tell me. Yao Chen hesitated for a moment, then said, I like Wang Ting from the next class. Can you? Ah, I see. You never fail to impress. Big brother, that guy is quite a roller coaster. Right up your alley. After the principal left, he didn't rush away but instead, using his enhanced senses, eavesdropped on the conversation between the two students in the villa. However, upon hearing what was said, he couldn't contain himself anymore. He had indeed seen that girl Wang Ting before, and yes, the object was quite large, but that wasn't what he wanted to hear. Earlier, his two teachers had returned from the wilderness injured, now on sick leave. Upon investigating, he learned the cause and effect. Naturally, the principal knew that a python had devoured the rainbow beyond flower, a material of 7 transformations that piqued his interest. With his teachers injured, he couldn't turn a blind eye, so he decided to investigate. But it seemed that the real culprit wasn't these two students after all. The unpleasant conversation from the two young men inside the villa continued to reach his ears, so the principal decided to leave without further listening. After a lengthy 2-hour discussion filled with vulgar language, Yao Chen and his companion finally stopped. No need to say more. He's already gone. Yao Chen sipped his coffee. Alright, big brother, shall we head to the black market now? Of course, let's go now. The black market of the Alliance was quite hidden, located in an underground city on the outskirts of the Alliance. The brightest places are often the darkest. Although the city of the Alliance was currently the most prominent on the Blue Star, its underground black market was also the largest. The prominent figures on the surface had inexplicable dealings with the gray underground, sheltering the black market in this underground city to maintain their economic gains and access to various materials. Yao Chen followed Tianhuazi through the dark streets and alleys until they reached a small shop. This is it, big brother, the underground auction house. Tonight at 7 o'clock, they will auction off the complete list of materials for the 6 transformation treasure. However, the owner's request is not money but some strange items. Let's go in and take a look first. Okay. After putting on their masks, the two entered a small passage leading underground. After walking for a few seconds, the scene before them suddenly opened up to a huge area of about 500 square meters. At the far end was a platform, with seats filling the rest of the space. Currently, there were nearly 100 people seated in the venue. Not everyone here is for that list. There are many other valuable items being auctioned. Let's sit and wait for a while. Big brother, Tianhuazi said calmly, and the two sat down to wait. At that moment, Tianhuazi seemed to remember something and asked, Big brother, the giant python you showed to the principal doesn't seem to be your clone, right? Well, of course it's not a clone. It's a 5 transformation treasure I carefully researched last month. The Illusion Beast. Illusion Beast? I've never heard of it before. Did you create it yourself? Tianhuozi was stunned, looking at Yao Chun in disbelief. It was known that those who possessed treasures were extraordinary individuals with exceptional talent for treasures. Ordinary people creating a 1 to 2 transformation treasure or inventing one was already impressive. But the fact that his big brother could create a 5 transformation treasure and easily deceive the 7 transformation principle was mind-boggling. Tianhuozi swallowed hard, feeling like he had indeed chosen the right person to follow. Don't look so surprised. That thing is not very useful. Its function is similar to a 5 transformation exotic beast, slightly weaker than an ordinary 4 transformation exotic beast, just looks fierce, Yao Chen said calmly. He had long prepared preventive measures against others, using this 4 transformation illusion beast as his decoy, becoming his superficial cover, a very effective shield. As for his true giant python avatar, he was not willing to easily reveal it in the alliance. A place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As time slowly passed, more and more people gathered in the venue. Everyone sat silently in their seats wearing masks. And at this moment, the auction officially began. The entire venue was silent, with only the host on stage speaking in a low voice. We, the Jidao, have never had any rules. Feel free to bid as you wish. Now, everyone, please look at the first item. A cage appeared next to the host, and inside the cage was a young naked man. The young man looked good, meticulously made up, and covered with an unknown substance that made him look very enticing. The moment this young man appeared, it meant that the auction in the entire venue could include human trafficking, which made many people gasp in shock. However, Yao Chun, looking at the young man in the iron cage, felt a hint of unusual emotion rising in his eyes. Interesting. They are actually trying to sell my useless younger brother as a slave? Yes, the young man in the iron cage was Yao Guang. Everyone, this is the legitimate bloodline of the Dragon Kingdom, and he has awakened the A-level talent. Sun Dragon, look at this young man. He is healthy and charming, a perfect human slave. If any lady can get him, she will be truly fortunate. In the host's exaggerated words, many female awakeners in the venue giggled and unabashedly stared at Yao Guang's private parts on stage. One beautiful woman even exclaimed loudly, "I bid 20 million. This statement immediately drew disdain from others. 20 million and you think you can buy such a handsome young man with A-level talent? Are you kidding? I bid 1 billion. I want this handsome guy." At this moment, the scene descended into chaos, with fewer male awakeners bidding, and most of the bidders were female. Meanwhile, Yao Chen and Tianhuozi fell into silence. Brother, this seems like he is, stop pretending. He is my brother. Yao Chen said calmly. I bid 500 million. Yao Chen spoke directly. 500 million was all he had now. The reason he bid for Yao Guan was that the latter had been his brother for many years. Furthermore, even if the other party was despicable, he did not want him to be humiliated by others. Shouting out this price, Yao Chen sat calmly in his seat, pondering his thoughts. The token for the closest kin had been prepared, only needing some blood from the closest kin to activate it. Originally, the token for the closest kin required a blood relationship to function, and basically did not need the other party's blood. However, Yao Chen's situation was different. He and his brother were not blood relatives in the true sense, with no blood connection, just maintaining a relationship of affection over the years, but that was enough. However, it was necessary for some of the other party's blood to be integrated into the token. Seeing him bid 500 million, some female professionals in the audience frowned. Well, although some male awakeners also had certain preferences, encountering them was quite dangerous. The price of 500 million was enough to deter many people. As time passed slowly, the host wanted to announce another round of bidding, but no one wanted to be the fool this time. After all, Yao Guan was just an A-level awakener. Although he was good-looking, weren't there male models in the club every day? Professionals were not fools. How could they spend more than 500 million? Therefore, this auction was successfully concluded, with Yao Chen spending 500 million to buy his own brother. The transaction was completed smoothly, and Yao Guan was dressed and brought to Yao Chen's side. Yao Chen didn't even look at him, but the guard beside him scolded Yao Guang, saying, "Why don't you hurry up and greet your new master?" These words frightened Yao Guang, who trembled and quickly knelt in front of Yao Chen, saying, "Am master." Humph.
Yao Chen said lightly. Wait here. I will take you away after the auction is over. With that, the auction continued. One treasure or material after another was brought to the auction stage, and the atmosphere in the entire venue gradually became intense. Everyone, please look. This token was once a replica of the ancient dreamlike token. You should know that the dreamlike token is a top-quality artificial treasure, reaching up to 8 transformations. Its function allows one to enter another's dream to attack or violate, or even directly cause the person to die in the dream. This exhilarating effect is familiar to all of you. Although the dreamlike token in my hand is only a 5-transformed replica, it can still perform a series of actions in an ordinary person's dream. Even in an ordinary person's dream, you can possess any unimaginable ability and do whatever you want. Although its strategic value is not high, its wonderful effects are well known to all. Dreamlike token? Yao Chen murmured, showing genuine interest in the token. Surprisingly, all the awakened individuals present seemed uninterested in the token. The lively atmosphere instantly quieted down, with not a single person bidding. It was understandable. As a high-level awakened individual, what interest would they have in an ordinary person's dreams? 1 million alliance coins. I'll take this dreamlike token. I hope no one else will compete. After all, it's just a 5-transformed item. Yao Chen waved his hand and said, as expected, no one else bid after his statement. But then again, no one was likely to bid in the first place. After this round, Yao Chen had already acquired 2 items. Shortly after, several more items were successfully auctioned off in the auction hall. And finally, it was time for the main event. At this moment, the host was joined by a hunched old man holding a book, and the host, with an excited expression, introduced, esteemed awakened individuals. The item we are auctioning this time is a list of materials for a 6-transformed treasure. By collecting the materials on this list, it is highly possible to refine this 6-transformed treasure. And the name of this 6-transformed treasure is the Demon Imprisoning Tower. It can imprison 6 transformed behemoths and any demons. There shouldn't be any audience member here who isn't tempted by such a powerful effect, right? The host skipped over the difficulties of refining the treasure and instead focused on the wonderful effects of the Demon Imprisoning Tower. As expected, his words immediately prompted the audience to start bidding, with someone even shouting a high price of 1 billion alliance coins. However, to everyone's surprise, although these bids were made, the host shook his head. Please note, the seller for this auction does not require alliance coins, but rather promises to do something for him. When it came to this point, everyone's gaze shifted to the elderly man holding a book. He appeared weathered, with white hair and a somewhat unkempt look. Yet, no one could sense the aura of an awakener from him. He seemed like an ordinary person. Everyone. I used to be a 5th-level awakener, but I was injured by a foreign beast. My realm plummeted to 0, and now I have lost all my talents and powers. I am auctioning this list of materials only so that the bidder can meet my needs for a month. With these words, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at the old man strangely, and some female awakeners even regarded him with disgust. It seemed as if they already knew what meeting the old man's needs for a month entailed. However, the old man's next words left everyone stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. I hope the seller can provide me with human flesh for a month, and it must be of exquisite quality, with a sense of ceremony. It cannot be casually obtained flesh to deceive me. If possible, I would prefer to host a banquet and request everyone to attend. Although the old man's words were calm, they exploded into the crowd like a depth charge, leaving everyone at a loss and even feeling a sense of absurdity. Eating people. That word hung in the air. For the awakeners present, they did not feel fear because they had killed foreign beasts stronger than humans themselves. However, the idea of consuming human flesh was still extremely repulsive to them. Yet, the temptation of a 6th-level immortal treasure was there, and one person stood up and said, I am willing to meet your request and provide human flesh for you to eat. With these words, the old man glanced slightly at the person and then continued to scan the others. The old man's gaze moved from one person to another, and soon 5 or 6 awakeners stood up, offering to provide human flesh for the old man to consume. As the old man's gaze fell on Yao Chen, at the same time, Yao Guang's eyes calmly met the old man's. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, an inexplicable atmosphere filled the venue. For some reason, Yao Chen could vaguely see behind the old man, as if there was the phantom of a western red dragon. Simultaneously, the old man gazed at Yao Chen, his eyes bursting with light. In his gaze, There lurked an extremely eerie giant black python behind Yao Chen. The two locked eyes, and the gazes of the red dragon and the black python also intertwined, devoid of any hostility, just calmly observing each other. Suddenly, Yao Chen stood up and said in a tone audible to everyone, "I can meet your demands, and I can also host a banquet for you, inviting various people to feast. How about that?" Of course. Unexpectedly, this transaction was completed so swiftly. The old man didn't even hesitate. He handed the list of materials directly to Yao Chen. "I will come to you every night at 7:30. I hope you can fulfill your promise." With a flat tone, the old man said this before disappearing from the auction venue. At the same time, Yao Chen blinked and left the venue with Tian Huazi, taking Yao Guang alone. In a small alley outside the black market, Yao Chen and Tian Huazi still wore masks, causing Yao Guang in front of them to tremble in fear. "My lords, Yao Guang trembled, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Yao Chen chuckled lightly and tossed a small knife. "Leave a bottle of blood, then you may go." Yao Chen's indifferent words rang out, and Yao Guang, frowning, could only comply. With a sharp knife, he cut his fingertip, and Yao Chen squeezed drops of blood from his palm, quickly filling the entire bottle. Yao Chen picked up the bottle and stored it in his spatial bracelet, then chuckled. "Congratulations on gaining your freedom. Now you can leave. But this is the black market, so let me escort you back." The three of them then walked together back to the main street of the Alliance City District. "Let's go. You are safe now." Hearing this, Yao Guang let out a sigh of relief, then quickly left the place in 3 swift steps, not wanting to see the eyes of those two people again. "Are you just letting him go like that? I heard that your relationship doesn't seem to be very harmonious," Tian Huozi asked curiously. How could an elder brother harm his younger brother? You're making me sound like some cold-blooded person," Yao Chen replied. "By the way, do you have money? Help me purchase materials," he added uncertainly, glancing at the list of materials for the detainment tower that the old man had given him, which included over 100 types of materials. Even if he wanted to refine it, he would have to wait until his refining realm reached the Grandmaster level. Currently, he didn't have the ability to refine it, but gathering materials in advance was feasible. "I can take care of the materials, but how will you deal with that guy's cannibalistic request?" Tian Huozi inquired. Yao Chen chuckled lightly, recalling the scene at the auction. Although the old man didn't emit any awakened aura, Yao Chen could clearly see the silhouette of a western red dragon behind him. A red dragon naturally wants to eat people, so if he wants to eat, I'll indulge him. Despite having the ability to devour, Yao Chen had never eaten a human. However, he was working to overcome it, even training himself to have the mentality to eat people, reaching a certain state. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, the old man Francis was chewing on a hot dog, making a choking sound. Although he appeared to be eating a hot dog, his mind was on the huge black python behind the young man at the auction. "From the east, he actually makes me feel a shiver. But how could a black python possibly be a match for a red dragon? He. The 5-turn dreaming charm seemed to only enter the dreams of ordinary people on the surface, but with careful crafting and combining with dozens of dream-related materials, it could be elevated to the 6th turn, or even higher. Yao Chen's palm emitted strands of flames, continuously roasting the 5-turn dreaming charm. After a while, the flames suddenly extinguished. "It's still not enough. With my current mental power, even if I refine a 7th turn treasure, I have more than enough. But unfortunately, my state of mind and skills are not at the Grandmaster level." Unable to refine immortal treasures, Yao Chen muttered, rubbing his chin. He then took out the information on the detainment tower materials. Refining the detainment tower didn't require immortal materials but rather ordinary 5-turn materials, totaling over 100. During the process, one must control the heat and the quantity of materials. Even with slight deviations, there was a possibility of successful refinement. But with over 100 materials, it was difficult for an ordinary person to remember. However, Yao Chen didn't mind as his mental power had exceeded 140,000, enough to support him in refining a 6th turn treasure, especially one that didn't require immortal materials. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Yao Guang's home, he and his father Yao Changdong embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. It had been 3 months since Yao Guang disappeared. At this moment, he finally returned home because of Yao Chen's auction, reuniting with his dear parents. During the days he was auctioned,
He had endured a lot of hardship. Yao Guang recounted all his experiences to his family, but Yao Changdong and his mother didn't understand much, so they could only comfort him. However, just as the whole family embraced each other in tears, Yao Guang suddenly felt a twitch in his face, as if he had lost something from his body, but he couldn't pinpoint it, just a sense of being detached. "What's wrong, Xiao Guang? Why do you look so pale?" Yao Changdong asked anxiously, but Yao Guang himself was not sure. On the other side, Yao Chen held a round token in his hand and placed it on his chest. "This is the token of substitution. As long as it is a physical death, I can be resurrected, letting Yao Guang die in my place. But if it's on a mental or spiritual level, there's no way." Yao Chen looked somewhat helpless. If the level of the token of substitution is at the 6th level, naturally it can also encompass the mental and spiritual levels, but he can only produce up to the highest 5th level for now. Knock, knock, knock. The quiet room suddenly heard a knocking on the door. Yao Chen calmly walked over and opened the door. The visitor was the old man. He was thin, dressed very shabbily, with a long beard that seemed never to have been trimmed, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, like a lighthouse in the dark night. "I'm here for the banquet. How are your ingredients prepared?" "Oh, please come in. We still have an hour before our meal. It's 6:30 now. I prefer to arrive early. I don't have the habit of being late." Inviting the old man into his villa, Yao Chen made a call and also summoned Tianhuozi. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Chen and the old man did not exchange glances, but Tianhuozi felt sweat dripping down his back. Tianhuozi could sense that there were two inexplicable forces confronting each other behind Yao Chen and the old man, like two giant beasts facing off, and he felt like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, crouching between the two giant beasts, unable to even speak up for himself. If it were someone else, they would have fled long ago, scared out of their wits, but Tianhuozi was different. He genuinely regarded Yao Chen as an elder brother. Since his elder brother had called him here, he would never consider himself as food. "Is he tonight's dinner? I smell a scent of debauchery from him. I don't think he's suitable to be a proper meal." Francis spoke lightly, making Tianhuozi's hair stand on end, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Of course not him. He is my honored guest. We have no reason to eat him. But before the meal, I would like to ask you some questions about cultivation." "Sure. Feel free to ask." Yao Chen nodded, then asked thoughtfully, "What realm have you reached? How big is the difference between the 6th and 5th levels? And where does elemental power come from?" "Ha!" Francis chuckled. "As the strongest freshman in the Alliance University, your teacher should explain these things to you. Is it necessary to ask me?" "No, it is very necessary. You are not an awakener, nor an ordinary strong person. As for others saying that you have lost all your power, it's because you don't belong to the same system as us." After a long silence, Francis finally spoke. "My name is Francis. You can call me Red Dragon. I am a celestial seer, carrying out tasks on behalf of God in the mortal realm. Currently, my level is catastrophic, equivalent to the 6th level among humans." Ding! Detected host's contact with celestial seer. Celestial seer route activated for you. Your current celestial seer role is Evil Python. Issuing a new panel for you. Name, Yaochen Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level Divine Artificer SSS Celestial Role, Evil Python Celestial Realm, Calamity Level Realm, 5th Transformation 7th Stage Physique, 67666 Spirit, 184266 Skills, Fierce Poison, Swift as Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil and Cunning 9 kills exclusive to human form avatar. So, you don't have elemental power to use. How do you compare to a 6th transformation expert? Yao Chen asked. No need for elemental power. Celestial realm is already the strongest force. We act on behalf of God's will in the mortal world. Yes, in this city, there are demons, lambs, angels, and now you. Let's call you Python for now. Are we done with the questions? When is dinner? I'm getting impatient. Dinner is ready now. But I must inform you in advance. Tonight's banquet has no vegetarian options. Yao Chen snorted coldly, then suddenly stepped on a wooden board, and a young man bound all over slowly emerged from the floor. He is Wang Tang. I have kept him captive for 3 months. He hasn't eaten for 2 months, yet he still maintains high-protein food. Are you satisfied? Yao Chen said contentedly, as if introducing a precious collection. But to his surprise, the red dragon lunged forward and bit Wang Tang's arm.
delicious flesh, mixed with a strong sense of despair. This is truly a gift from the heavens. The red dragon chewed on the flesh, his eyes filled with increasing madness. At the same time, Yao Chen noticed the red dragon's phantom behind him spreading its arms, seemingly enjoying a blood rain falling from the sky. Look at you. You are truly beautiful. Yao Chen brewed a cup of coffee, sat on the sofa, and quietly watched the red dragon devour Wang Tang. Squish squish, the sound of flesh being torn apart continued, but Wang Tang couldn't utter a single cry of pain because Yao Chen had destroyed his throat, rendering him unable to call for help. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. His body tensed, causing the blood to flow faster, splattering the red dragon. Tian Huazi trembled, sitting next to Yao Chen like a well-behaved elementary school student. Why aren't you eating? I believe friends should enjoy food together. The red dragon asked in confusion while chewing. Yao Chen took a sip of coffee, a hint of contentment in his eyes. Our ways of dining are different. Seeing you enjoy the food satisfies me internally. As the feast continued, the red dragon chewed up Wang Tang's skull piece by piece, astonishingly swallowing the entire person, showcasing an incredible eating ability. Thank you for the hospitality, but if possible, I hope next time we can host a real banquet, inviting more friends to enjoy the feast together, rather than me alone indulging in this lavish banquet. The red dragon bowed. Of course, when would that be? In 3 days or 10 days? Let's make it in 10 days. Let's start the banquet in 10 days. The red dragon left, but this time, he left 10 days for Yao Chen to prepare. Big brother, what does a banquet mean? You don't need to worry about that. Just come to the party. Oh, okay. The most important thing in fighting against the alien beasts is to maintain our own physical strength. Before we become strong, our physical strength is the most important thing we rely on. If we lose our physical strength, then we lose our means of resistance and can only let the alien beasts devour our internal organs. This is something we must remember, the teacher explained earnestly on the blackboard. However, the students below the blackboard were distracted. Yao, do you have a lot of physical strength? I heard you scored over 60,000 points in the college entrance exam before. You must be a superhuman now, maybe even at the 5th transformation level? Wang Xiaofei said with a smile, her eyes squinting like a crescent moon. Looking lovely. Ha ha, how is that possible? How could I be at the 5th transformation level? That's 60,000 points were just a stroke of luck. How could I surpass others? Sigh. Even being able to enter the Alliance University this time is just luck, Yao Chen said gently, but his eyes were filled with indulgence. Seeing his expression, Wang Xiaofei felt unusually excited and suddenly grabbed Yao Chen's hand. Yao, she blushed a bit, seeming to have something to say but hesitated. Yao Chen affectionately patted her head and then said with a smile, come to the riverside in the villa area tonight. I'll be waiting for you there. Hearing these words whispered in her ear, Wang Xiaofei's face turned all red, but she still answered in a soft, almost inaudible voice. Okay, back at home. Yao Chen once again studied the steps of refining treasures and the various elements needed to refine the Tower of Binding. After 3 hours of work, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then remembered the characters mentioned by the red dragon earlier. Demon, Lamb, Angel. These 3 individuals, like the red dragon, were all celestial observers, with a realm definitely not lower than the 6th transformation, which is the disaster level. Yao Chen already had a clear understanding of how celestial observers gained their power. He even thoroughly understood the power system of celestial observers and the reasons behind its emergence. Celestial observers are called so because they have extreme faith in themselves, even conjuring fantasies or worshipping targets out of thin air to believe in. When they do things they consider meaningful to their faith, their own power will indirectly increase. He had witnessed the red dragon devouring people, during which he could feel the red dragon's power slowly increasing. Yao Chen could even see that as the red dragon devoured people, the huge red dragon behind him spread its wings, constantly bathing in the blood rain descending from the sky. Celestial observers are extremely powerful. In a sense, they can set their own rules for becoming stronger. The red dragon's rule for becoming stronger is to continuously devour people. I wonder what the rules are for the other 3 characters. Yao Chen frowned. He knew his own rule for becoming stronger was to observe others devouring and killing. While watching the red dragon devour people, his own power was slowly increasing, which was why he was willing to host a banquet for the red dragon. But now, the issue was that the demon, Lamb, and Angel,
These three characters made him feel threatened. It's okay, I just need to find 2 more celestial treasures to evolve. If I guess correctly, when I reach the 6th transformation, which is when I become a disaster-level celestial observer, I will be able to possess 2 different power systems. Yao Chen relaxed his brows, then opened the door and headed to the riverside in the villa area. On the shore, Wang Xiaofei nervously waited, like a teenage girl in love, afraid he wouldn't come, yet afraid of what might happen if he did. However, soon enough, Yao Chen arrived on time. Yao Ge. Wang Xiaofei shouted excitedly, but realized her tone was off. Feeling extremely shy, Yao Chen looked at her with indulgent eyes and said, "The whole villa area is out of power. You should know that, right?" "Yes, without power, there are no lights." "Exactly, and the surveillance won't work either," Yao Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofei's face changed. She covered her chest with her hand, blushing, and said, "Yao Ge, you don't have to, I'm willing." Yao Chen reached into her chest, took out her heart, then stored it in a spatial bracelet, and finally stuffed the lifeless Wang Xiaofei inside. "Alright, it's time to find other prey." Yao Chen wiped the blood off his hands and walked towards the direction of the university city. One prey was not enough, the banquet had over 20 people. Just one Wang Xiaofei was definitely not sufficient. Yao Chen needed to find at least 2 more people. Under the dark night sky, amidst the hazy lights, in a series of alleyways filled with fireworks, Yao Chen patted the shoulder of a girl in front of him. "Hello, I'd like to get to know you." The girl turned to look at his handsome face, momentarily stunned, then quickly agreed. "Sure, I can." A night of silence. Yao Chen got up early in the morning and prepared the prey in the basement of the villa. The knees had to be freshly cut. This action couldn't wait until the prey started to rot. Otherwise, it would be a waste of ingredients. Yao Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly, almost using his lifelong skills in preparing. Last time, feeding the red dragon was just a first meeting gift. Now he had to satisfy its preferences to the best of his ability, ensuring the red dragon was pleased and comfortable. By watching the red dragon eat, he could greatly enhance the realm of a celestial observer. Currently, his celestial observer realm was at the disaster level. To continue advancing, he had to watch others eat, and it had to be human flesh. This was the hidden condition for his ability to advance. Just like the red dragon needing to eat humans to advance. Hurry up, I'm tired of the low-level power of the 5th transformation. I need to reach the 6th transformation to have some authority. As the sunlight gradually faded, the sun rose on a new day. Yao Chen invited many classmates and even teachers from the Alliance to have dinner together. Interestingly, the red dragon actually brought a man in a suit with him. The red dragon still looked messy, with white hair flying everywhere. Yao Chen led him into the villa's bathroom to take a good shower and tidy up. The other man in a suit was more intriguing. He had short golden hair, wore a sharp suit, and had an impressive physique. Very upright. "Hello, I'm a demon, and you must be the latest appearance of the evil python." The demon smiled sincerely, giving off an air of a charming gentleman. However, Yao Chen could see the looming shadow of the demon behind him, completely black, with blood-red eyes like lanterns, and 2 long horns that were chilling. Unlike the eerie creatures, the demon was a pure embodiment of evil, vastly different from the eerie beings. "Friends are welcome, let's dine together," Yao Chen said calmly. "Sure, great." After finishing his grooming, the red dragon walked out of the bathroom. It's worth mentioning that the red dragon's body was not like that of a vagabond, frail or weak, but filled with explosive muscles, as if an evil dragon was sealed within a robust body, ready to burst out at any moment. "Please, have a seat. Everyone will be here soon. Tonight I've prepared a feast of meat for you all." As time passed slowly, more and more people arrived at the villa. Tianhuazi and 10 classmates, along with a few friends from outside, and even 2 professors from the Alliance University came to the gathering. Tianhuazi was now a billionaire, so the villa was fully equipped with facilities, including hundreds of different types of ordinary red wine. He invited everyone to sit down and start tasting the wine. "Don't rush, let's sober up first and then bring out the food," he said. Everyone responded warmly and started introducing themselves to each other after sitting down, instantly creating a lively atmosphere. As for Hong Long and the demon, although they had cold expressions and didn't talk much, no one doubted their identities. They were simply seen as Yao Chen's friends, which was indeed the case. Time passed slowly,
and Yao Chen arrived at the dining table where everyone was seated. He loudly announced, "The banquet is about to begin, and there is no vegetarian here tonight." With that, he brought out a huge silver platter and uncovered it on the table. A fragrant aroma filled the air. 7 or 8 red baby calves lay quietly on the platter, emitting wisps of steam as if they had just been cooked. The vibrant color, the rising steam, and the comforting aroma aroused everyone's appetite. "Please, enjoy," Yao Chen said with a smile. Everyone picked up their utensils, while Hong Long and the demon each took a piece of the baby calf and tasted it. "Not bad, Yao Chen. This baby calf is very flavorful, as if it was just cut from the prey," the demon commented while chewing. "You flatter me. Perhaps it was just cut from the prey," Yao Chen replied with a smile. The 2 servants in the villa then brought dish after dish of braised and roasted meat to the table. Originally, they should have eaten and chatted, but Yao Chen's dishes were so delicious that they couldn't even spare a moment for conversation. The food on the platters was so delicious that they wanted to devour it all. Compared to others, the demon and Hong Long were much more elegant in their demeanor, calmly savoring the meat without any hurry. For others, the simple meal seemed like just that, but for the residents of the villa, the demon, Hong Long, and Yao Chen, it was different. Yao Chen sat at the head of the table without eating any meat. Instead, he poured champagne into a glass and savored it slowly, his eyes gleaming as he watched Hong Long and the demon eat. Behind him, a shadow of a monstrous python greedily devoured something, its gaping mouth tearing and swallowing in the void. At the same time, Yao Chen's aura was growing increasingly intense. Initially just a python, the shadow behind him began to sprout 2 towering horns from its head, and its scales rapidly evolved due to the devouring in the void. Simultaneously, the enormous red dragon soared above the villa, blood rain pouring down from the sky, nourishing its body with pure energy, strengthening its physique, even the muscles becoming more defined. As for the demon, she remained indifferent, her towering figure standing outside the villa, her crimson eyes fixed on the diners, observing with a detached, godlike gaze, seemingly never intervening in the meals of ordinary people. However, just as everything was going smoothly, the demon and Hong Long stopped eating, causing Yao Chen to furrow his brow. As they stopped eating, the phantom giant python on his side could no longer devour them and could only stare at them fiercely. "Don't these foods suit your taste? I thought the banquet I prepared was quite good," Yao Chen said with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Ha!" The red dragon took another bite of braised calf knee, then stood up and said, "Why aren't you eating?" With these words, the atmosphere in the entire villa suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone stopped eating and looked towards Yao Chen sitting at the head of the table. "Ha!" Yao Chen chuckled, looking at the dumbfounded gazes of these people. The giant python behind Yao Chen took another big gulp. "Feasting on your souls is enough for me. Carry on," he said with a faint smile. With that, everyone nodded and resumed eating. "Humph, what a waste of ingredients," the red dragon snorted, showing extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. He then directly grabbed the head of a nearby alliance teacher, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed voraciously, blood splattering. The others seemed to pay no attention to this scene, still sitting at their places, cutting meat on the table and eating. "Brother, Tian Huazi stammered, his eyes filled with fear, watching the people devouring food frantically with a look of incomprehension. Logically, these people should be terrified and leave now, but why did they all seem soulless, continuously consuming the food on the table? "Alright, let's just watch them eat. We'll wait here," Yao Yi said with a smile of enjoyment on his face, as the food on the table was gradually being finished. At this moment, the red dragon was gnawing on the body of the teacher he held. Bit by bit, he chewed the flesh and blood into his belly, paying no attention to the bones or the wounds on his lips. He devoured ferociously, truly resembling a terrifying and powerful red dragon. The rest of the people turned a blind eye to the red dragon's actions, showing no intention to stop him, only interested in the food on the table. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Yao Ye's side was becoming frenzied, his calamitous aura continuously rising. As he observed the red dragon feasting and the souls of the guests being devoured, his power surged madly, escalating from calamity level to disaster level. "Heavens, look at your beautiful appearance. You are like a true Eastern dragon, mighty and majestic. The evil python is no longer your alias. I shall call you the Eastern Dragon." The demon suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with joy as he gazed at the dragon phantom behind Yao Chen, lost in admiration. He, go ahead and eat. What's so good about my appearance? These foods are more enjoyable. Yao Chen's calm voice came through. Yes, his perception level had already reached disaster level. Very well, let me see how powerful you become after this meal. Ha ha ha. The red dragon and the demon completely unleashed themselves, grabbing a student each and starting to devour them madly, gnawing on their flesh and blood to satisfy their desires. The strength of the red dragon and the demon was rapidly increasing. Due to this banquet, their realms, which had not been elevated for many years, seemed to be skyrocketing, and they were becoming more powerful. Soon, one student after another was devoured by them, turning into pure energy, nourishing themselves. Tian Huozi watched in horror, unable to believe the surreal events unfolding before his eyes. He looked at Yao Chen beside him, his eyes pleading for help. You go back first, leave this to me. If anyone asks later, just say there's someone claiming to be the red dragon who wants to exterminate us. Yao Chen did not conceal his voice in the slightest and directly spoke these words out. But the red dragon and the demon showed no reaction. They continued to feast madly, as if they were truly here just for the banquet. But this feast was a bit too bloody. After some time passed, the chewing sounds in the villa gradually ceased, leaving a sticky layer of blood on the floor. Nowhere to step. Eastern Dragon. It seems you have reached the disaster level. Ha ha, we, the celestial observers, are the noblest manifestation of self-will. To reach the disaster level so quickly indicates a very high level of self-confidence and self-love on your part. So, welcome to join us, the red dragon said with a smile, as if Yao Chen was really about to join them. Sorry, I currently have no intention of joining you. As you said, this is the highest expression of self-will, and my self-will refuses to let me join you. So, would you like to leave first? Fuck you. You fucking tricked us into enhancing your strength. Throat suddenly got angry. His eyes turned completely red, and then he went mad, rushing over to attack. He grabbed Yao Chen's shoulder and began to bite frantically. Previously, the red dragon, who possessed the strength of a disaster level, was an unattainable existence for Yao Yi, with no possibility of fighting back. But now, things were different. The red dragon was at the disaster level, and his Jelon was also at the disaster level. At the moment when the two of them made their move, the entire room in the villa exploded, and at the same time, the demon stepped out of the range, watching the two fight coldly. At this moment, the Eastern Dragon's phantom behind Yao Chen roared madly, engaging in a fierce battle with the red dragon, while below, Yao Chen and Francis fought fiercely. Francis, like a madman, tried to devour Yao Chen's flesh and blood, but Yao Chen was agile, with golden light occasionally emanating from his body, growing dense dragon scales to block attack after attack, without even exerting his full strength. The war began, the battle between the Eastern Dragon and the Western Dragon unfolding at this moment. Previously, there was no possibility of conflict or confrontation between Yao Chen and Francis, but that was in the past. Before this, the Western Red Dragon was a superior being, looking down on all creatures crawling on the ground because they were dirty and lowly. Only the red dragon with wings and a robust physique could soar in the sky and overlook all things on the ground, including the evil python. But now, things were different. Yao Chen evolved from the evil python into the dragon clan, his celestial observer level awakening from the disaster level to the disaster level, from a dark creature crawling on the ground to a flying eastern dragon in the sky. This was something Francis and the red dragon could not accept. They could not tolerate a creature that looked like them, possessed the same power, and stayed in the same city. The reason why the demon did not join the battle was that it was even more advanced than them, a superior being existing only in the realm between illusion and reality, a king in hell. It did not care about the war between the red dragon and the eastern dragon, just as a shepherd does not care about the fight between a lamb and a wolf in the pen. The war continued. Yao Chen's power exceeded Francis's imagination. His tenfold eruption, combined with the celestial observer's attributes, even showed signs of overwhelming the red dragon. Logically speaking, the demon should step in to help at this moment, but it chose to observe. The man in the suit stood in the distance, watching the battle between the two evil dragons. I don't know how long it has been. In the residential area of the Alliance University students, the villa area has turned into ruins. Within a radius of 10 kilometers around Yao Chen's villa, everything was charred by the scorching flames of the red dragon. Everyone around experienced firsthand how hot the flames in the red dragon's mouth truly were. Half an hour later, the commotion here was too loud, finally attracting the attention of the entire alliance. More and more people came here. while the red dragon and the demon chose to leave. The demon did not intend to kill Yao Chen because they believed it was unnecessary. There was no hatred between him and Yao Chen. On the contrary, the relationship between the red dragon and Yao Chen suddenly became tense. The Eastern dragon and the Western dragon have always been incompatible, so it is normal for this situation to occur. The banquet came to an end, and the power of the red dragon and the demon increased slightly. Yao Chen was the biggest beneficiary. He possessed the catastrophic level power of a celestial observer, comparable to an ordinary 6th level expert, but not a traditional 6th level one because he had no original force to use. Your Celestial Observer level has reached a catastrophic level. Issuing panel for you, Celestial Observer character, Jiao Long, Celestial Observer realm, catastrophic level. The Celestial Observer realm is currently like this. If you want to advance further, you must find like-minded individuals like the demon or the red dragon to proceed to the next stage. However, Yao Chen estimated that he might not encounter the same kind so easily again. He stood in the midst of ruins, silently waiting for the arrival of the federal police. Soon, with the sound of the police siren, the police quickly noticed him and brought Yao Chen back to the Alliance police station. Answer me, do you know someone named the Red Dragon? The tone of the Alliance police officer was unfriendly, his eyes full of killing intent. Because this villa burning incident resulted in the death of hundreds of students and the disappearance of more than 30 people, but because the fire burned so cleanly this time, not even a trace of gas remained, only endless rubble. Yao Chen nodded. The red dragon you mentioned is that vagrant, right? He killed all my classmates. So I fought him, but I was no match for him. Here, Yao Chen's eyes were full of regret. Even his fists trembled involuntarily, leaving a tear of blood. Student, I hope you tell the truth. The vagrant you saw today is not that simple. He is a globally wanted important fugitive, and his hands have at least tainted tens of thousands of lives. The tone of the Alliance police was very harsh, even full of killing intent. However, Yao Chen still appeared weak, trembling all over, even on the verge of tears. All right, you are also an awakened individual, and a genius who ranked first in the midterm exam. What's with crying like this? If this gets out, people might think the Alliance police are bullying you. We just want to hear your truth. Is it so difficult to say a word? The Alliance police almost shouted. If it were other police officers, they might speak softly to Yao Chen, or even dare not to scold him loudly, but they were the Alliance police, dealing with such extreme cases of murder. I really didn't know he killed my classmates and my teacher. Yao Chen trembled all over like a primary school student, his cheeks pale, looking like a pitiful young lady. Seeing his expression, the Alliance police officer completely lost the interrogation attitude. Perhaps this child was truly scared, right? After all, that was the Red Dragon, a being who slaughtered tens of thousands of lives. All right, child, we understand. Perhaps you truly don't know that Red Dragon, but we must remind you to call our Alliance police immediately the next time you see him. Our number is 1511 XXXXXX. Whoa, I understand. Officer Uncle, I will report to you first next time. The police interrogation finally came to an end, and Yao Chen walked out of the police station, tearfully hailed a taxi, and returned to Alliance University. Meanwhile, the situation at the Alliance police station became tense. All the police officers faced the photos of the ruins in silence. The Red Dragon had reappeared. The Red Dragon they spoke of had slaughtered tens of thousands of people, a fact that was both true and false, because the Red Dragon was just a code name for a person who was killed by the government after killing 1,000 people. However, another person claiming to be the Red Dragon emerged and killed 2,000 more people, thus the claim of 10,000 victims. As for the Red Dragon they encountered this time, he was probably just a homeless man. In a new villa, Yao Chen and Tianhuazi sat on the sofa, leisurely opening a bottle of champagne. Big brother, the school is organizing a trip to another wilderness in a week. I heard there's a magical legacy there, and the people above want to select some students as a means of entry. Tianhuazi's eyes sparkled. I know, it's all trivial matters. Let's focus on more important things. Yao Chen waved his hand. At that moment, his fingers were adorned with dozens of rings, each with different functions and all treasures of the 5th rank. As a ring on his finger flashed, a maid expressionlessly dragged a bound young man out and threw him on the floor. It was Lu Feng, his former classmate. Simultaneously, another maid let out a huge Tibetan mastiff. As Yao Chen's ring flashed,
The mastiff went berserk and began tearing into Lu Feng's flesh. TSK. It seems that the consumption of ordinary creatures won't elevate me. Only special beings like the red dragon can. Lu Feng's screams echoed throughout the villa. The mastiff devoured his life force relentlessly, and he had no chance to resist. Yao Chen didn't witness his death but went to the furnace to craft some 5th-rank treasures. The Snake Wilds was the wilderness they would visit in a week, and the so-called legacy was known as the Seven Gods' Inheritance. The Seven Gods had a myth where 17 different mortals, after gaining formidable powers, aspired to become deities but perished under heavenly thunder. In their resentment, these 7 individuals established the inheritance, passing down 7 different powers to help future generations reach the realm of gods. Is there any information released about this inheritance? Let me know in advance, Yao Chen asked as he crafted a 5th-rank mirror. Turning his head, Tian Huazi paused, a pensive look in his eyes, and said, "This time, the 7 gods seem to be ancient awakeners of 7 different elements. For them, the 7th rank appears to be the realm of gods. They are just a step away from divinity, meaning their realm should be around the 6th rank. Alright, I understand. What about the materials we procured these days? Bring them out." Tian Huazi took out a large amount of materials from his spatial bracelet and piled them in the villa room. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 materials. These materials were for making the 6th-rank demon binding tower, so the quantity was vast. Yao Chen nodded and began crafting the tower components following the steps. The demon tower normally has only 6 levels, which means 6 transformations. For each additional level, the speed of the demon tower will also increase by 1 level, reaching a maximum of a 9-level demon tower. Yao Chen's current task is to refine some components of the sniper tower, such as the internal tiles, the tiles of the sniper tower, and the portals. Although when just refined, a tile is already very large. At the critical moment, a celestial liquid must be used to soak the demon tower, shrinking the huge tower body to a size small enough to fit into one's arms. Yao Chen worked diligently on the refinement, with Tian Huazi assisting on the side. As time passed slowly, one tile after another was refined, and even most of the tiles were already refined. Only a few key nodes were left to connect to the demon tower. However, these key nodes were actually very difficult. In this refining process, the use of original force is required. Although Yao Chen is already a disaster-level Tianju, he does not have the qualification to use the original force, so he can only temporarily set it aside and complete all the preparations in advance. The two of them worked tirelessly on the refinement, but just over 10 hours later, 3 Alliance police officers knocked on the door. "Is Yao Chen here? The Alliance Police Department needs you to come to the Alliance Police Department, or we can interrogate you here." A deep male voice sounded from outside the door. Yao Chen and Tian Huazi glanced at each other, nodded, and then Tian Huazi went to open the door. The 3 police officers, 2 men and a woman, exuded an unfathomable aura, definitely not as simple as 5 transformations. When they entered and saw Yao Chen refining treasures, their pupils contracted, and without saying much, they sat quietly on the side, waiting. After a while, Yao Chen finally stopped refining, sat back on the sofa, and smiled at the 3 police officers. "Hasn't my name been cleared yet? Honorable police officers, didn't you say the culprit was that red dragon? I even got injured protecting the villa area of our school. Are you still suspecting me?" Yao Chen's face revealed a hint of annoyance, but what made Yao Chen slightly uneasy was that the faces of the 3 police officers remained unchanged. One of the male officers even bluntly said, "If you are wrongly accused, we will naturally compensate you. But until the entire case is concluded, everyone is a possible suspect, especially you. Ha! Ask away. Ask whatever you want." Yao Chen, furious, felt a great injustice. First question, did you really kill those people? We observed that before the destruction in the villa area, you invited many people to your home, resulting in a large number of casualties. Nearly half of the deaths this time occurred from your home, which makes us very suspicious of you. Officer, the 2 teachers I invited are both 6-level powerhouses. What ability do I have to kill them? Unless I can make them completely obedient to magic like a magic trick. But how is that possible? Don't you Alliance police officers use your brains in investigations? Get out! Yao Chen suddenly lifted the coffee table and smashed it towards the 3 officers. At this moment, he truly seemed enraged. Let's go! Let's go! It seems this kid is really not the culprit. Let's go back and discuss. The 3 officers fled in disarray.
being hit by a civilian with a coffee table. Although it sounds embarrassing, if their superiors were to hear about it, it would definitely not go well. So the 3 officers chose to leave. At the same time, Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Pack up all your equipment by 6 p.m. today. We're going to a place closer to the 7 gods' inheritance. I can go ahead, and you can wait for 2 more days. Yao Chen arranged the precautions with Tian Huzi, then packed up all the equipment and quickly left the Alliance University towards the southern wilderness. The situation in the southern wilderness is actually somewhat different from other places. The southern wilderness connects to the outer wastelands, housing a large number of exotic beasts and behemoths. There have been no less than 20 behemoths observed in the southern wilderness alone, so it's rare for awakeners to come here. However, with the appearance of the 7 gods' inheritance in recent days, many 5th and even 6th stage individuals will come here to benefit from the inheritance. Alright, next is to search for the location of celestial treasures and earthly treasures, and try to reach the 6th stage in awakening. Yao Chen lowered his head, opened the map, and began observing the surrounding terrain. In the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north, there were numerous exotic beasts lurking, but consuming them wouldn't provide much improvement for Yao Chen at the moment, so he focused on the celestial treasures and earthly treasures. The north seems to be an ancient relic, the Rainbow Bridge, but it has been dug up countless times by people, so the chances of finding treasures are relatively. Yao Chen looked up in the direction of the north, but in that instant, he suddenly froze. A colorful red light emerged from the distance, like a rainbow bridge constructed there, even shimmering with bursts of light. Have I really caught up? Yao Chen's eyes burst with astonishing brilliance. Then he dashed towards it. Soon, he saw that enchanting thing, a 7-colored small bottle buried in the ground, half of it buried, while the other half radiated 7-colored light. Roar! At the same time, 5 or 6 roars echoed. Even before Yao Chen could approach the 7-colored bottle, 5 or 6 6th stage behemoths approached. During this approach, several behemoths kept charging and fighting. Yao Chen was about to dodge, but at that moment, he saw a familiar and terrifying figure. Bah! The Black Mountain Goat. It ran over 100 kilometers to find me. In just that moment, an infinite killing intent erupted in Yao Chen's eyes. This damn Black Mountain Goat had been chasing him for over half a year. He thought he wouldn't see this damn goat again after arriving at the Alliance University. But once he came to the wilderness, this guy caught his scent. If he didn't deal with this nuisance, he would be hunted by it whenever he ventured out into the wilderness. In that instant, the aura around Yao Chen suddenly erupted, giving him a natural and majestic feeling, like a human-shaped python, calm and elegant. Boom! Before the Black Mountain Goat descended, Yao Chen had already punched it in the head. Boom! Disastrous level power erupted from his fist, instantly piercing through the Black Mountain Goat's skull, causing it to scream intensely. But it wasn't over yet. Yao Chen acted again, grabbing the other horn of the Black Mountain Goat and forcefully twisting it. Crack! 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 That horn broke completely, leaving the Black Mountain Goat completely dumbfounded, unable to believe the harm this seemingly weak human had inflicted on it. Come on, use your elemental power to suppress me. Don't you like that trick? You made such a disgusting face when chasing me before. Yao Chen moved swiftly and appeared above the Black Mountain Goat's head, then stomped down with a swift kick. Boom! The entire body of the Black Goat collapsed. Although it was originally in a deformed state, after the recent fight, its already deformed body became even more twisted, to the point where it was no longer recognizable as a giant beast, but rather a huge black mass. Yao Chen did not give up on killing the Black Goat, continuously attacking, but what puzzled him was the seemingly stubborn life of the Black Goat. No matter how he attacked, even causing the goat to scream in pain, the creature showed no signs of dying. Not good. Do these mysterious giant beasts all have the power of immortality? Forget it, let's not bother with this beast for now. Let's swallow that bottle first. A hint of cunning flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, then his doppelganger suddenly appeared and bit the bottle on the ground, swallowing it whole. Let's go. Just as the doppelganger swallowed the bottle, Yao Chen retracted it and quickly left. As for the Black Goat and the other bewildered giant beasts nearby, he paid them no attention. Under the moonlight, there were still 5 days left until the opening of the 7 gods' inheritance. Yao Chen calmly waited in the wilderness, silently feeling the energy from swallowing the colorful small bottle. This energy was extremely peculiar, starting as one type but gradually merging into 7. representing 7 different colored powers, constantly flashing in his mind. After 3 hours of digestion, the colorful small bottle completely transformed into his own power, and the system prompt arrived as expected, swallowing the colorful Palm Heaven bottle, gaining a new evolutionary direction, Rainbow Dragon, adapting to 7 attributes, gaining comprehensive elemental power. Only 1 celestial treasure is needed to evolve into a dragon. Currently lacking 1, that's enough. Just 1 celestial treasure is needed to evolve into a dragon. Then I will be a 6th transformation on 2 different paths. Yao Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the hundreds of people gathered under the statue of the 7 gods. As time passed, more and more awakened individuals gathered under the statue of the 7 gods. Although the inheritance opening day had not arrived yet, many people were already preparing. Some even came early to scout the area. Among the crowd at this moment, a young man stood proudly, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Ha ha, the creation of heaven and earth. The pride of heaven can be seized. I, Void Child, will definitely strive for the inheritance of the 7 gods. Those with insufficient strength should leave first to avoid embarrassment. The young man with black hair laughed arrogantly, his eyes full of pride. Upon hearing this, someone immediately stood up, looking at Void Child with hostility. The inheritance of the 7 gods can be obtained by fate. Do you, a Void Child, want to forcibly take all 7 inheritances? Who do you think you are? Oh, do you have a problem with that? Void Child sneered, then slapped down. Instantly, a pitch-black palm fell from the sky, smashing the person into a pulp, dead beyond recovery. At this moment, the whole scene fell silent. No one could have expected Void Child to act on his own, decisively killing a fellow colleague. It was unimaginable that although Void Child was wanted by the Alliance, logically speaking, he should not be killing anyone in such a situation. Who knows what he was thinking? Void Child, everyone here is a fellow member of the Alliance. By going on a killing spree like this, we will not allow you to enter the inheritance. However, before this person could finish speaking, Void Child slapped down again, killing him on the spot. At this moment, the whole scene fell silent, and no one dared to provoke this madman Void Child anymore. It should be noted that there were countless people wanted by the Alliance, and every year, a few madmen like Void Child would appear. Over the years, accumulated year by year, there were at least hundreds of desperados like Void Child. Yao Chen furrowed his brows. He had heard of Void Confucius before, who seemed to possess spatial talents. Judging by his current strength, he was at least at the 6th transformation level. As he pondered in his heart, Void Child's gaze suddenly turned towards Yao Chen. What are you looking at? Ha! Void Child's body suddenly flashed and appeared next to Yao Chen. At this moment, Yao Chen remained composed and said calmly, nothing much, just waiting here as usual. Besides, we have all seen the strength of Senior Void Child. You indeed have the power to obtain all 7 divine inheritances. I suggest those below the 5th transformation leave sooner, as they won't receive the inheritance anyway, so there's no need to embarrass themselves here. Yao Chen's words made Void Child burst into laughter, patting Yao Chen's shoulder several times with a satisfied look in his eyes. You're quite sensible. How about this? I will give you an inheritance once we enter. Void Child laughed heartily. Yao Chen quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Seeing their interaction, the others sneered disdainfully. They didn't know Yao Chen, but getting involved with Void Child definitely meant trouble. At this point, Void Child paid no more attention to them and returned to the crowd, scrutinizing each awakening individual that arrived. Speaking of which, Void Child gave off a somewhat unsettling vibe. Every time a new awakening individual arrived, he would stare at them for quite a while. However, with his cultivation level above the 6th transformation, no one dared to say anything and could only let him continue staring. Soon, several groups of girls arrived in 3s and 5s, and Void Child continued to fix his gaze on them. Hey, what are you, old man, looking at? How can you stare at girls like this, openly and shamelessly? Can't you sneak a peek? A girl with slightly thin lips and a delicate appearance chuckled, looking at Void Child with disdain. As soon as she spoke, Void Child's face turned red in an instant. His behavior was actually to assess the strength of each awakening individual, but being called out by a girl much younger than him made him feel a bit embarrassed. Damn, what's wrong with taking a look? Aren't girls meant to be looked at? Void Child spat in defiance, glared at the girls, then found a spot to sit alone. As the commotion with Void Child settled down, more and more awakening individuals gathered there. However, shortly after,
they received news that shattered everyone's hearts. Only those below the 5th transformation can enter the inheritance of the 7 gods. Stronger individuals above the 6th transformation cannot enter. If they force their way in, they will incur the wrath of the 7 gods. As expected, the strict requirement of the 7 gods' inheritance was that once one's realm surpassed the 6th transformation, they could no longer enter the inheritance site. Therefore, the competitors this time were all within the ordinary range, with no top-tier 6th transformation experts joining. Damn it, damn it, damn it, what kind of stupid rule is this? I just happened to not be able to go in. Damn it! Void Child cursed furiously, then left the desolate place grumbling. Some of the 6th transformation experts who received this news didn't look too pleased either. After hesitating for a moment, most of them chose to leave, as being at the 6th transformation meant they couldn't gain anything. At this moment, only some 5th transformation experts remained in the field, with a few 4th transformation individuals, but not many. As time passed, the 7 divine statues began to emit dazzling light, and slowly, a vortex gate began to open, as if about to reveal a passage. Just as everyone eagerly watched the vortex gate, a few untimely figures suddenly appeared. They were dressed in neat police uniforms, their eyes scanning the surroundings, and finally, everyone's gaze locked onto Yao Chen. Yao Chen, we found human flesh meals in the ruins of your villa. How do you explain this? Furthermore, someone reported that you have been slaughtering humans on a large scale and consuming human flesh. You have violated the basic human principles. You have committed crimes against humanity and now need to undergo treatment by a psychologist. Suddenly, 5 or 6 police officers surrounded Yao Chen, closing in on him. At this moment, his gaze turned somewhat icy. The so-called treatment by a psychologist was simply a joke. Perhaps they intended to capture him and bring him to justice, as he was now a resolute individual, possessing a strong sense of danger like the red dragon and the demon. Azura armor. Combine. In an instant, numerous treasures appeared around Yao Chen, eventually forming a suit of armor that swiftly charged towards the vortex gate. Boom! His speed at that moment was so fast, to an unbelievable extent, that he directly rushed into the vortex gate and disappeared, leaving the police officers dumbfounded. His speed just now definitely surpassed that of an ordinary 5 transformation. It requires a 6th transformation realm to achieve such speed. He is undoubtedly a heaven's chosen. Reaching a catastrophic level, a police officer shouted loudly, then propelled himself with determination towards the vortex gate, but was immediately stopped by vigilant gazes. Sensing that something was amiss, the vortex gate of the 7 gods' inheritance could not allow 6th transformation experts to enter, as it would not only damage the inheritance site but also subject the 6th transformation experts to the torment of mental corruption. Fa, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you see that he summoned so many treasures before entering the vortex gate? His incredible speed was definitely achieved through those treasures. Moreover, he did not unleash the aura of a 6th transformation just now. Didn't you feel it? Upon hearing his female colleague's words, Officer Afa paused for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, just now, everyone did not sense the eruption of a 6th transformation aura from Yao Chen. It was only after merging many treasures into a mech that his speed reached 6th transformation. No, how did he do that move just now? How could he control so many treasures? Wasn't that something only that genius youth Lin Ke could do? Wait, didn't that genius youth die some time ago? Is there a connection between them? In an instant, the police officers recalled the genius youth Lin Ke, who could manipulate treasures to form a giant mech and reach the 6th transformation realm. Despite having only a B-grade talent, his astonishing talent and divine-level control of treasures made a lasting impression on everyone who had seen him. However, Lin Ke had already died, and he died while with Yao Chen. What was even more coincidental was that Yao Chen now could use the same method, merging many treasures into his body to form armor. Regarding whether he is a heaven's chosen, we still need to investigate, but Lin Ke's death seems to be truly related to him. Now we call for police support. The divine inheritance is about to end in about a month. During this time, we will set up tools outside to capture him as soon as he shows up. The police officers discussed and finalized the capture plan. Meanwhile, one after another awakened entered the vortex gate, embarking on the trial of the 7 gods. At the same time, in the world of the 7 gods trial tower, Yao Chen woke up in confusion, and what he saw made his pupils dilate. Green, boundless green filled the entire world. Beneath his feet, endless green grass grew wildly at all times.
seemingly never withering. Welcome to the land of the grass god. You need to slay enemies who are gradually growing stronger to ultimately achieve victory. Grass God's Land, current number of trial participants 512 people, reaching the ultimate in Grass God's Land can advance to the next round of trials. Yao Chen looked coldly at the suddenly appearing panel, a pensive look flashing in his eyes. There are unexpectedly over 500 people in this world. It seems that all the participants in this trial are here. Fortunately, the highest among these 500 people is only at the 5th level. None of them are my match. In that case, I can sweep through them. Yao Chen shrugged, then summoned a giant python avatar, mounted it, and rode towards the ultimate destination of Grass God's Land. At the same time, in various parts of Grass God's Land, one challenger after another continued to advance towards the ultimate destination of Grass God's Land. Simultaneously, changes began to occur in Grass God's Land, with blades of grass on the ground rapidly growing. When they reached a height of 5 to 6 meters, they transformed into scarecrows that immediately launched attacks on the surrounding life forms. At this moment, Yao Chen also faced the attacks of these scarecrows, but he did not take them seriously. Such scarecrows could be easily killed even with the use of a first-level treasure and posed no threat. However, as he continued forward, the strength of the scarecrows he encountered grew stronger. Just by rushing towards the ultimate direction of Grass God's Land, after covering a distance of 30 kilometers, the scarecrows he encountered had reached the 3rd level. This made him furrow his brows slightly, sensing something amiss. At the same time, on the other side of Grass God's Land, several awakened individuals were advancing together, collaborating to slay a group of scarecrows and continuously moving forward, intending to obtain the inheritance of the grass god. Fan Majek, put in more effort. After we kill this group of scarecrows, we will have traveled 70 kilometers. By then, everyone will surely obtain the grass god's inheritance. A young man wearing a blue headscarf exclaimed loudly, his eyes filled with excitement, as if the grass god's inheritance was within reach. Fan Majek and his group also exerted all their strength, pushing forward relentlessly. However, just as they were progressing harmoniously, a void crack suddenly opened beside them, and the figure of Void Child emerged from it. His sudden appearance left everyone stunned, gazing incredulously at Void Child. These little fellows seem to have an unpleasant look in their eyes when they see me. Void Child chuckled. Surprisingly, his aura at this moment was not at the 6th level but at the 5th level. Possessing the aura of the 5th level, Void Child moved through Grass God's Land as if it were an uninhabited place. Although his aura was only at the 5th level, his true strength was at the 6th level. After effortlessly annihilating these people, he swiftly headed towards the depths of Grass God's Land. The giant python avatar swallowed a scarecrow, and at the same time, a message resonated in Yao Chan's mind, assimilating Grass God's essence. Evolution progress, 99. 54%. What does assimilating Grass God's essence mean? Could it be a part of heavenly treasures? Yao Chan's eyes flickered. Then he urged the giant python avatar to swallow more scarecrows. However, he found that the amount they could provide was quite limited, so he continued to advance towards the depths. As he delved deeper, the realm of the scarecrows also rose, progressing from the 1st and 2nd levels to the 3rd and 4th levels, and now to the 5th level. Some even surpassed the 5th level, reaching the peak of the 5th level. This location is still 50 kilometers away from the center of the grassland, but there are already 5th level scarecrows appearing. Could it be that the final trial of this instance is at the 6th level? Yao Chen's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. If the final trial of Grass God's Land involved 6th level scarecrows, then the difficulty level would be quite high. Thinking this, Yao Chen hid to the side, preparing to let others explore the path while he followed behind. The inheritance of the grass god. I'm here. Once my spatial talent and the grass god's inheritance merge, I will possess the spatial talent of the grass element. The arrogant voice of Void Child echoed as his entire being transformed into a purple lightning bolt, speeding towards the center of the grassland. Yao Chen, upon seeing the familiar Void Child, narrowed his pupils fiercely, not because of the immense power of Void Child or the astonishing things he was about to do, but because Yao Chen spotted a towering giant grassman in the distance, standing at about 100 meters tall, almost like a giant beast. As he focused his gaze, he noticed that Void Child, at that moment, paid no attention to the giant grassman but charged straight towards him. The sounds of their clash reverberated as the body of the giant grassman was not soft but rather extremely hard. They engaged in battle, and as their war unfolded,
Many grassmen started gathering around on the surrounding grassland,
launching attacks on Void Child. Yao Chen began to feel incredulous. The power of the grassmen was stronger than ordinary giant beasts,
but Void Child was not to be trifled with and could barely hold his own against them. However, what proved fatal was the continuous emergence of fifth-tier grassmen from the ground, harassing Void Child incessantly, causing him to make repeated mistakes. Void Child spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. At that moment, with no other options left, a purple void gate appeared behind him, and he swiftly disappeared into a patch of grassland. What followed was a feast for the grassmen, as they desperately clawed at the ground where Void Child had vanished, digging incessantly, intent on unearthing him. TSK. Dealing with a sixth-tier grassman is quite challenging. Yao Chen's expression turned bitter. He could find a way to kill a sixth-tier giant beast, but the vitality of this sixth-tier grassman was incredibly robust. The parts cut off by Void Child had already regenerated. His body was composed of endless grass, making it impossible to kill him completely. Unless I make the grassmen relentlessly pursue Void Child, I won't succeed either. Wait, I could devour the fifth-tier grassmen from before, so I should be able to handle the sixth tier as well, right? Yao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, the giant python avatar was summoned and dashed forward like a dragon, biting fiercely onto the finger of the sixth-tier grassman, ruthlessly severing it. As the sixth-tier grass god attempted to resist, its massive fist was about to strike the python avatar, a blow that would have been devastating. Yet, Yao Yi personally intervened, his dragon shadow flashing behind him as he intercepted the fist and counterattacked. Roar! The dragon shadow behind him roared, momentarily intimidating the grassman, and the python avatar bit down on the second finger. Eat up, quickly! Yao Chen controlled the python avatar to keep devouring, astonishingly causing the grassman to emit a piercing scream, as if its flesh was being torn apart. You have devoured the essence of the grass god and gained a new evolutionary path, Grass Dragon, attribute adaptation. Control over the power of grass elements. Very well, so by devouring this grassman, I can evolve, right? Yao Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. Just as he was about to continue dealing with the grassman, Void Child suddenly emerged from the earth below. This is my prey. Dare you steal it? Void Child angrily questioned, especially upon seeing Yao Chen's somewhat familiar face. His expression filled with even more annoyance. Ha! In that case, let's battle. Yao Chen sneered and retracted his avatar, then began to retreat frantically until he stopped 3 kilometers away, watching the battle between Void Child and the grassman unfold. This scarecrow has the ability to possess infinitely, but the hand that was swallowed by its own clone did not regenerate, indicating that it can recover from others' attacks, but not from its own. Void Child did not choose to please or ally with himself, but instead sought to monopolize the scarecrow, a choice that could be considered extremely wrong. At this moment, in the fierce battle between Void Child and the scarecrow, once again losing, he burrowed underground again. Boom! 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 The massive fist swung like a falling meteor, causing extreme discomfort even to Void Child hiding underground, enduring torment akin to an earthquake. At this moment, Void Child was stuck underground, unable to go out or stay in. If he went out, he would have to face the scarecrow's frenzied attacks, but hiding underground, he would eventually be shaken to death by the intense seismic waves. What should I do? Should I ask that guy for help? But his realm is even lower than mine. Void Child roared madly, but ultimately couldn't withstand the scarecrow's attacks, so he emerged and shouted loudly, "Friend, let's join forces to deal with this guy. The legacy of the grass god is yours." Just as Void Child shouted "Grass god," a punch came crashing down directly on him, making his bones crackle. Unfortunately, Yao Chen remained calm, showing no intention of helping at all. "You bastard, come and help. Don't just stand there." Void Child's forehead was covered in cold sweat, a hint of blood even oozing from the corner of his mouth. He tried desperately to break free from the scarecrow, but surrounded by countless fifth-turn scarecrows, he couldn't escape, not even able to burrow underground again. "You bastard, help me!" Void Child raged, but his anger was not directed at the scarecrow relentlessly beating him, but at Yao Chen, who stood far away unwilling to help. Humans are so strange, their points of hatred are so peculiar. "Help? Yes, I should definitely help you," Yao Chen sneered. In that instant, Yao Chen's figure darted like a bird, but his target was not the massive body of the scarecrow, but Void Child being brutally beaten. Finally,
You're here. Hey, wait. Void Child's eyes widened in terror, but he was too late to react. Suddenly, countless treasures shimmered in Yao Chen's hand, instantly restraining Void Child on the ground. These were all treasures similar to handcuffs, and dozens of them were activated in succession to pin down Void Child, pressing him to the ground. Seeing this scene, the giant scarecrow, who had thought victory was assured, was stunned. After a few seconds of delay in his not-so-bright brain, he finally understood, then raised his fist and ruthlessly smashed it down on the immobilized Void Child. Boom! This punch, like a collapsing sky, was as if a meteor from the M78 nebula had traveled billions of light-years to finally crash down on the blue star. As he descended, the heavens and earth collapsed, and the ultimate target landed heavily on Void Child, shattering his lower body into pieces. Void Child instantly passed out from the intense pain, the excruciating agony causing a brief fainting spell. Meanwhile, Yao Chen calmly surveyed his surroundings. Then, he summoned his giant python clone to entangle with the scarecrow, and together with his main body, exerted strong pressure, forcing the scarecrow to retreat repeatedly. Its essence is like a malicious giant python, constantly striking around. Although it won't devour itself, the harm it brings each time fills the scarecrow with deep resentment. Yao Chen's avatar is like a locust gnawing into the bone, constantly absorbing its own energy. The parts that are devoured seem to never return. He permanently lost that part of his body. Time flows slowly. The colossal scarecrow does not roar, but its anger has reached its peak, with 7 or 8 holes of varying sizes appearing all over its body, all parts devoured by the giant python avatar. As time passes slowly, with Yao Chen persistently attacking, the massive scarecrow finally can't support itself anymore, collapsing as its body falls to the ground with a thunderous crash. Alright, now we can officially start the feast. Dig in. Yao Chen controls the avatar, continuously tearing and devouring the giant scarecrow's body. Bite after bite of grass goes down, but this grass doesn't taste like grass, more like a sensation of caterpillars. Yao Chen paused, looked around, and found that there were no 5th-level experts around at the moment, capable of coming here, so he turned his gaze to the unconscious Voidzi. Voidzi is a 6th-level expert, his lower body shattered but still clinging to life. Alright, the avatar needs to eat, and I naturally need to as well. Approaching, he lifted Voidzi's clothes. Yao Chen calmly cut into his body, taking advantage of his unconscious state, continuously cutting off rows of ribs, observing them closely in his palm. Even a 6th-level expert's ribs are much thicker than an ordinary person's, and if cooked carefully, these ribs are not much inferior to beef steaks. Pausing, he took out a pot from his spatial ring, followed by dozens of seasonings, mixed them together, cut the ribs into pieces, evenly coated them with the seasonings, then threw them into the pot, using the power of water elements created by a treasure to boil. Voidzi's lower body is no longer edible, only the upper body remains. Organs like the liver are stacked together by Yao Chen, the heart and lungs placed in one spot. He only likes these 3 parts, so he plans to cut them later. And now he needs to prepare Voidzi's head, scraping off the surface skin, revealing the skull like a bald head, then using sharp tools to pry it open and extract the brain directly. Then it's time for deep frying. At this moment, if the red dragon and the demon were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished, because this cooking technique and the self-satisfied attitude while cooking are things only demons occasionally achieve. Yao Chen, on his 3rd attempt at cooking, is able to handle a 6th-level expert's body with such skill and familiarity, which would definitely earn their respect. But Yao Chen doesn't care about that. His eyes are only on the ingredients. On the left, Yao Chen is cooking contentedly, while on the right, a python over 60 meters long is crazily devouring the scarecrow, and above him, the shadow of a dragon lurks, continuously devouring the wisps of gas emanating from Yao Chen. His body keeps growing, as if about to transform from a python into a dragon. After who knows how long, all the ingredients are ready. The brain has been deep-fried once, as it is a relatively clean part. Only the outer layer is fried to a golden brown, while the inside remains tender and fresh. As for the ribs, they are already cooked, emitting a tempting aroma mixed with corn, just like ordinary pork chops. As for the liver, lungs, and heart, they were sliced and stir-fried in a wok with a large amount of chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and scallions. The taste of the stir-fried offal was extremely delicious, with a spicy kick. Yao Chen ate heartily, oil dripping from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile,
the illusory image of the Jiaolong behind him grew larger and larger. As he ate, the Jiaolong's shadow kept devouring the breath emanating from his forehead, evolving from merely blocking the light to covering the sky like an eclipse. At the same time, the clone on the other side was almost done swallowing, estimating another 5 or 6 minutes to complete the absorption. In the external world of the inheritance ground of the 7 gods, Void Child emerged pale-faced from the void, immediately spewing a mouthful of blood upon appearance. His expression filled with extreme terror. What has he done? He actually ate me. Void Child gasped heavily, hands trembling as he touched his body, relieved to find no missing parts, yet filled with fear as he gazed at the statue of the 7 gods. I must not go in again. If I were to be devoured by his main body once I enter, then, at that moment, Void Child noticed something different in the external world. Hundreds of Alliance police officers gathered around, approaching him upon seeing Void Child. You're Void Child, right? You're a wanted criminal of the Alliance, but I can offer you a chance to escape. What chance? Void Child looked warily at the group of police officers. In his impression, Alliance police were never good people. One could even say they were bad people. Cooperate with us to enter the land of the 7 gods to arrest the man-eating Eastern Dragon, and we may pardon your past theft crimes. The man-eating Eastern Dragon. Void Child's pupils dilated upon hearing this, taking 2 steps back and waving his hands repeatedly. A bunch of fools, daring to target that kind of character. I absolutely won't go. If you want to die, it's your choice. After saying this, Void Child became agitated, retreating and leaving the place. His behavior puzzled the Alliance police officers greatly. The Eastern Dragon only ate people, not him. Why did he act this way? Leaving them perplexed. Alright everyone, our mission this time is not to capture Void Child, but to arrest this still immature Eastern Dragon, to prevent further casualties. So let's work together. Raise the conditions for inheriting the legacy of the 7 gods, allowing even 6th transformation experts to enter and capture the Eastern Dragon in this chaotic environment. This way, it will be a great achievement, benefiting all of us in the Alliance. The leading officer announced loudly, prompting a large number of Alliance police officers to mobilize, setting up trap after trap near the inheritance of the 7 gods, while also finding ways to enhance the entry conditions of the land, making it accessible even to 6th transformation experts. Meanwhile, in the land of the grass god, the giant python clone had already devoured all of the grass god's bodies. At the same time, a message came from the system. Having devoured the old body of the grass god, you have met the evolution conditions. Please choose your evolution direction. Thunder Dragon, Attribute Adaptation, Beyond Ghost Dragon, Beyond the Horizon, Beyond the Horizon. Creatures with lower realms than you will offer their souls based on your thoughts. Grass Dragon, Attribute Adaptation. Control over the power of grass elements. Rainbow Dragon, Adaptation to 7 attributes. Gaining comprehensive elemental power. Choose Beyond Ghost Dragon. Upon your selection of Beyond Ghost Dragon, evolution commences. In an instant, the giant python split back into its own body, and at the same time, Yao Chen wiped his mouth, tidied up the debris on the ground, took a step forward, and walked deeper into the grassland. However, before he could take 2 steps, he heard the voice of the inheritance land ring out. You have completed the trial of the grass god, and now you are invited to enter the next stage. In an instant, the scenery in front of Yao Chen changed, and he was surprised to find himself on a small boat, with a vast sea underneath that seemed endless. Welcome to the trial of the water god. Current number of trial participants, 1. Interesting, I didn't expect the second trial to be the water god, but now there's only me here. With a pensive look in his eyes, Yao Chen gazed at the endless sea and a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. Yao Chen touched the surface of the water with his fingers, and some green color seeped into it. This green color was satisfying, but he did not withdraw his finger. Instead, he kept his hand in the water, allowing the green color to spread continuously, expanding from around his small boat to the entire sea. As time passed, the area of this green color grew larger and larger, spreading from a few hundred meters to 500 meters, and finally flowing in all directions of the sea. Quietly waiting, all the water around him had turned into a green color, while his eyes remained calm, as if he were doing something insignificant. Enough, now the entire sea is filled with my toxin. Challenger, congratulations on completing the trial of the water god. Now you are invited to enter. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the voice of the inheritance land seemed to be stuck.
as if a middle-aged man's voice was constantly coughing. However, just 3 seconds later, an incredible voice sounded, "Challenger, congratulations on completing the trial of the Thunder God. Challenger, congratulations on completing the trial of the Earth God. Challenger, congratulations on completing the trial of the Fire God. Challenger, Challenger, congratulations on completing the final trial. In 10 minutes you will enter the ultimate land of the 7 gods." The voice of the inheritance land echoed in his mind. Yao Chen rubbed his chin and nodded. His calculations were indeed correct. By introducing the deadly poison into the sea, he indirectly poisoned all the trial monsters in the inheritance land, which in a clear sense were all killed by him, thus completing the trial. At this moment, he looked at the dragon totem behind him. It should take another 3 days for it to evolve completely, and then he could advance to the 6th stage, becoming a true 6th awakening. Well, let's see what the ultimate land of the 7 gods looks like first, and whether there will be what I want. Yao Chen waited silently, while the other challengers seemed unaware that someone had already completely cleared the land of the 7 gods. They were still struggling in the trial of the grass god, constantly killing one straw man after another. 10 minutes later, Yao Chen was surrounded by a flash of white light. At this moment, he suddenly appeared in an underground cave. The entire cave was brightly lit with fire, making it look no different from daytime. In the center of this vast cave, there was a giant alchemy furnace. The massive furnace seemed to come from ancient times, and the fire inside seemed to be constantly roasting something in the furnace. Looking extremely strange, Yao Chen approached to examine it closely. He saw that the bottom of the furnace was emitting a deep blue flame, roasting the furnace, emitting a scorching heat that made people dare not approach. At the same time, the interior of the furnace seemed to be roasting something resembling a baby or a pill, but it was not large, only the size of a fist. What is this thing? The elixir of immortality. By consuming this pill, you will gain eternal life. A vast voice suddenly resounded, and not far away approached a graceful woman, who looked pensive as she gazed at Yao Chen, her eyes holding a hint of surprise. It seems you have completed all 7 divine trials, so the ownership of this elixir of immortality belongs to you, but I must tell you, next you will face great challenges. Yet if you are not interested, I can also offer you some of the divine legacies of the 7 gods and let you depart. The woman said lightly. No need. Compared to the divine legacies, I am more interested in this miraculous pill. Yao Chen smiled. Very well, since you are so serious, I will tell you and what you need to do next. In ancient times, many deities appeared, such as the god of grass, the god of wood, the blood god, the soul god, various gods of all kinds, countless, and the 7 gods were among the higher status in this group of deities. Originally, these 7 could have enjoyed wealth and glory, leaving their own legacies after tens of thousands of years, but they did not, just because the god of grass once obtained a miraculous pill formula during an outing, and that pill formula was called the elixir of immortality. By swallowing this pill, even deities could obtain long life, without fear of falling, and even if one could obtain this pill from ancient times until now, it is not impossible. However, they naturally failed, but before their failure, they almost succeeded in refining this elixir of immortality, but stopped at the final step. The refinement of the elixir of immortality requires countless people's blood, and the crucial point of the final refinement requires some blood from the future. But how could such blood be obtained? Blood from the future. It seems impossible, right? Pausing, the woman spoke again. However, the 7 gods came up with a solution. Although they could not obtain the elixir of immortality for no reason, they could keep the pill furnace running until now. When future generations use others' blood to pour into the elixir of immortality, it is equivalent to pouring in blood from the future. So do you understand? After hearing these words, Yao Chen furrowed his brows, then smiled faintly. How could such a heaven-defying pill be refined? Are you teasing me? Teasing? Why would I tease you? I prefer my own perfection. Little brother, you do know who I am, right? The woman chuckled, then directly dove into the pill furnace, merging into the still unformed elixir of immortality. At that moment, Yao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He had not expected that the continuous operation of the pill furnace had led to the birth of a special creature in the half-finished elixir of immortality. Was this woman the pill spirit of the elixir of immortality? Alright, little one, I will now teach you how to control the entire legacy site, and you can start your performance and practice next.
Whether you can obtain my body will depend on your performance from now on. A green light shot out from the pill furnace, shining on Yao Chen's forehead. At the same time, methods for entering and exiting each legacy site immediately appeared in his mind, and if he wished, he could personally go capture any participant currently challenging the trials. To have me capture other participants, then pour their blood for you. Looking at it this way, wouldn't I just be your tool? What's wrong? You don't want to? The voice of the elixir of immortality sounded. I want to. Very much so. I hope when I swallow you, you will say the same. Yao Chen sneered, then released his thoughts and began to control the entire realm of the seven gods. His gaze flickered throughout the realm of the seven gods, finally fixing his eyes on the realm of the god of grass. The toxicity of the water god's domain has been completely withdrawn by him, but no one has successfully entered the water god's domain yet. Currently, everyone is in the grass god's domain. His gaze first fell on two young women. These two girls were being chased by two five-turned grass men, looking extremely disheveled with many cuts from the green grass, blood flowing profusely. They seemed to be on the brink of death, and if Yao Chen didn't intervene, they would definitely die here. Boom! A dark shadow flashed on the grass, and Yao Chen appeared instantly, then smashed the two grass men with one palm. The two girls were startled and quickly turned to look. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. One of the girls was on the verge of tears, her eyes filled with gratitude. The other one was more wary, looking at Yao Chen with unfriendly eyes, afraid he might attack suddenly. Yao Chen chuckled lightly, then manipulated the control of the seven gods' domain, opening a crack as an entrance. You're thanking me too soon. With that, he directly pushed the two girls inside the underground lava cave. The sudden change in environment terrified the two girls, shaking them to the core as they looked fearfully at Yao Chen before them. What do you want? I warn you, we are extraordinary. If you kill us, our Wang family won't let you off. The girl warned in fear, but it seemed too late. Yao Chen's eyes were extremely calm as he severed one girl's head, then poured her blood into the alchemy furnace. If you're going to die, stop talking nonsense before that, making others think you're a coward. With a cold laugh, he once again grabbed the other girl, severed her head as well, and squeezed her blood into the furnace. In an instant, the flames inside the furnace burned fiercely. The manifestation of the elixir of immortality became more apparent, seeming to be fully refined in no time. Indeed, blood from the future. It truly works. Hurry, only need to kill 500 more people. Inside the alchemy furnace, the elixir of immortality kept howling. As a spirit of the furnace, he seemed extremely enthusiastic about killing. This guy, Yao Chen. He just sneered a few times, without any objections, and crazily shuttled back and forth between the grass god's domain and the lava god's domain, continuously carrying one awakened individual after another into the lava god's domain, then squeezing their blood into the furnace. Gradually, the progress of refining the elixir of immortality changed, from the size of a baby to the size of a fist, and finally to the size of a badminton, and now it had completely turned into the size of a ping-pong ball, nearing full refinement. Hurry, only 300 more people, only 200 more people, only 100 more people. Hurry up and refine me completely. Once I become complete, if you consume me, you will gain endless life. Don't you have any urgent thoughts? Don't you want to obtain me? Snow leopard. Shut up. Yao Chen forcefully tapped the furnace, then looked at the scene in the grass god's domain. In the span of 5 hours, he had already killed nearly 400 people, causing many to be alert due to the disappearance of people in the grass god's domain. Now, some awakened individuals of the grass god's power had even started to band together, with the largest group consisting of 20 people. I have already caused panic among these guys. If I continue hunting, it will be quite challenging. Yao Chen's brows furrowed like twisted dough. However, as he looked at his methods, he couldn't help but feel some admiration. In his previous life, he had also killed people, but never with the same madness as now. In just 4 hours, he had killed over 400 people. These are all perfect ingredients, each capable of providing spicy stir-fried liver and steamed brain. But now, these wonderful ingredients have all been killed by oneself, thrown into the alchemy furnace, becoming the nourishment for the longevity pill. Bastard, if you don't have the power to make people immortal, I will definitely skin you alive, tear you apart, and grind you into ashes. Yao Chen gritted his teeth fiercely, then disappeared once again.
When he reappeared, he had captured 5 or 6 awakeners back to the lava cave, accompanied by screams. The appearance of the longevity pill became more solid, gradually turning into the size of a thumb. At the same time, chaos had completely broken out outside the land of the 7 gods. Guards, why have all the royal descendants lost their life tokens? Weren't they supposed to be on a trial? Is this inheritance land really so dangerous? Why have they all died? I need an explanation from all of you. An old man with white hair roared with astonishing momentum. The overwhelming aura of a 7th level expert made everyone present retreat. Although everyone present looked at each other, they were already discussing in private. What's going on? Why did my buddy lose his vitality too? Is the land of the 7 gods really this dangerous? No! Quickly let the alliance members go in and check. If everyone is dead, then this inheritance land is too dangerous. The alliance police below continued to discuss and finally set their target to forcibly open the land of the 7 gods to investigate the cause. As some family elders kept arriving, there were more than 26th level experts present. Have you alliance detectives finished discussing? Hurry up and stabilize the inheritance land in the land of the 7 gods, then we will go in to search. If our descendants really died because of the danger of the inheritance, we won't say much, but if it's because of someone else, don't blame our families for being unreasonable, an impatient old lady said, as her daughter had also entered the land of the 7 gods, and her heart was extremely panicked at the moment. In the lava land, Yao Chen once again captured several awakeners and brought them here, throwing them into the alchemy furnace for refining. Damn it! My Linger's aura has also disappeared. An elder outside the inheritance land couldn't hold back anymore. Linger was his favorite junior. Now with her life token shattered and her aura gone, it meant that his favorite junior had been buried in the land of the 7 gods. How could he not be anxious? Quick! Form up! Form up! Quickly open the land of the 7 gods. We need to go in and find out why my granddaughter died. Died in the land of the 7 gods. The old man went crazy, and shortly after, a crack opened in the land of the 7 gods, and hundreds of awakeners entered in succession, including more than 26th level experts. A lineup that was undeniably strong. Meanwhile, although Yao Chun had not completely refined the longevity pill, the evolution of his clone had been completed. Congratulations on completing your evolution. Please choose your next evolution direction. Sun Dragon, possessing strong yang energy. I am the sun. Een Moon Dragon, a mysterious figure under the moonlight, with a giant body and endless coldness. Emperor Dragon, under the heavens. Who else but the king? Do I even need to choose? I choose Emperor Dragon. You have confirmed your evolution direction. Please check your panel. Name, Yaochen Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level Divine Artificer SSS Celestial Role, Flood Dragon Celestial Realm, Catastrophic Level Realm, 6th Transformation First Stage Physique, 131-1111 Spirit, 184266 Skills, Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, 9 Kills of Deception and Malice exclusive to human form. Beyond the Horizon Avatar, Beyond the Horizon Ghost Flood Dragon Strength, Evil Flood Dragon +++ Evolution Direction, Thunder Flood Dragon. Beyond the Horizon Deceptive Flood Dragon to be chosen Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level Skills, Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. Beyond the Horizon, is this the 6th transformation? I can constantly sense the surging elemental power within my body. But it seems this is not the limit yet, only occupying a small part of my body. Yao Chen took a deep breath and then checked all his current skills. Infinite Dragon Ancestor, in human form, can empower the avatar to become a mark form to enhance oneself, increasing strength tenfold. In avatar form, can endlessly devour to enhance oneself, while empowering the main body. Divine Artificer, unlimited spiritual power, can differentiate countless thoughts, enhancing the talent of refining treasures. Fierce Poison Body, the stronger the strength, the higher the toxicity. Attacks in human form will poison the opponent. In avatar form, possesses venomous fangs. Wind and Thunder Speed, erupting in human form can increase speed by 50%. In avatar form, speed increases by 60%. Golden Armor, using in human form, can manifest golden scales on the body, greatly increasing defense. In avatar form, defense is significantly enhanced. Fallen Light, in human form, can cast the Fallen Light spell, erasing all light within a 30-meter radius. In avatar form, can blend with the surrounding light environment. Earth Dragon, in human form, can cause an earthquake within a 50-meter radius. with the earthquake magnitude proportional to strength. In avatar form, can merge into the ground. Fusion skill, can awaken the Earth Dragon stance. Earth Dragon stance, upon touching the ground, can condense the earth into an Earth Dragon to manipulate. 9 kills of deception and malice exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus guaranteed hit, sends out 9 demonic claws towards the target, with each strike doubling in power. Beyond the horizon, creatures below your realm will, according to your thoughts, offer their own souls. A power of 1,000,000 levels increasing tenfold is 10 million. Yao Chen's eyes were filled with ambition at the thought of 10 million attributes, combined with his identity as a celestial, making him invincible among the 6th transformation, even daring to challenge the 7th transformation. Now all that's left is this elixir of immortality. Once I obtain eternal life, I won't have to worry about lifespan anymore, and I can enjoy the unparalleled power and comfort it brings forever. A hint of madness flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, then he threw all the people around him into the alchemy furnace. However, at that moment, the elixir of immortality inside the furnace suddenly screamed, "No, no, no! Many people have entered the land of the 7 gods. I can no longer control the rules of the land of the 7 gods. Hurry, hurry, take me and run away." The elixir of immortality in the furnace suddenly wailed, and seeing Yao Chen ignoring it, it directly transformed back into the appearance of the woman from before, starting to scream frantically, "What are you doing? Those people are about to rush in. Countless 6th transformations and 5th transformations. What are we going to do then? Especially you, the murderer. They will definitely tear you to pieces. I won't escape death either." The woman transformed from the elixir of immortality even began to wail, her eyes turning bloodshot, roaring incessantly. Yet, Yao Chen's eyes remained calm, even terrifyingly calm. "Speak, what kind of elixir are you after all? Speak the truth, and perhaps I will take you away. But the condition is that you and I need to establish an ancient Dan Dao covenant." Boom! Upon hearing this, the woman transformed from the longevity Dan turned pale instantly, even falling to the ground, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Yao Chen. How do you know? How could you see it? This is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Why can't I see it? How could the ancient 7 gods possibly leave a pill like you here? It's already very suspicious. I believe they would rather swallow you directly than leave you here to be passed down to future generations. So, based on my observation, the 7 gods only left behind the 7 gods' inheritance, and you were left by someone else, perhaps the god of light, the god of darkness, or other deities, but definitely not the 7 gods. Look at how you're trembling. Quickly sign the ancient Dan Dao covenant with me, or I will leave you here for those people to tear you apart. Why? How did you figure it out? Why should I leave here? I am the woman most loved by the ancient emperor. Why should I make a covenant with you? The ancient emperor will save me. I am the ultimate winner. The woman in green seemed a bit insane. However, Yao Chen calmly walked over and slapped her face hard. Smack! With that slap, the woman calmed down considerably, then fell to her knees in a daze on the ground. I have read in ancient texts that the ancient Dan Dao covenant only has a chance of success when the pill actively signs it with a person. So don't waste your efforts. Make a covenant with me, and I will protect you to leave this place. Otherwise, you, a creature who has consumed the blood of countless people, will definitely not have a good ending. You. The woman in green's voice weakened, and finally let out a long sigh. I am willing to make a covenant with you. From now on, you are my master. Smack! A drop of blood oozed from the woman in green's forehead, then flew into Yao Chen's forehead. Subsequently, a special connection was established between the two. I have successfully made a covenant with you. Take me away from here. As long as you kill over 40 more people, I can complete my final refinement. Due to the successful covenant, the woman in green's face, though unpleasant, no longer pleaded, but became indifferent. What's the rush? Let me first experience the double 6th transformation, then we'll talk about the sacred power. Yao Chen smirked cruelly. What do you mean? Now is the best time to escape. Are you going to fight them? They have many 6th transformation experts. You are no match for them at all. Trust me. The woman in green became anxious again, her indifferent tone turning urgent, not wanting to see Yao Chen fight those people. Humph. A woman's heart. Yao Chen ignored the woman in green, standing at the entrance of the lava cave, silently waiting for the arrival of many 6th transformation awakeners.
as all the levels of the seven gods' inheritance site had been passed by a single person. These sixth transformation experts easily found the direction and soon followed. Even the position of the lava cave entrance was within sight. "Hey, you there! How did you appear here?" a white-haired sixth transformation expert questioned. "Ha, I walked over." Yao Chen laughed wildly. Then the dragon phantom behind him moved fiercely, passing directly through the old man, freezing him in place instantly. Instant kill. In the moment of the old man's death, Yao Chen reached out and used elemental power to suck the old man's body over, placing it into a spatial ring. The power of strength is truly fascinating. I almost don't want to follow the rules of your country anymore. In the scorching underground, flames and firelight illuminated the cave as Yao Chen's face reflected the light. He stood calmly at the entrance, silently waiting as one awakened individual after another descended. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening its destruction. Gradually, awakened individuals appeared at the cave entrance, their eyes uncertain as they looked at Yao Chen blocking their way, hesitating to approach. Since those arriving were all at the 5th level, they couldn't gauge Yao Chen's strength and didn't directly confront him but waited instead. What? Afraid to come forward? Or perhaps afraid of death? Yao Chen rubbed his hands together, smiling. Some of the awakened individuals were displeased by his words. They could stand here, indicating that despite their possibly weaker strength at the 5th level, their prestigious backgrounds allowed them to qualify for the inheritance of the 7 gods. "Who are you exactly? And why are you here?" a tall man inquired, flexing his muscles as he spoke. With a wave of his hand, Yao Chen swiftly ended the man's life. As the man's head fell, Yao Chen retrieved his body and stored it in a spatial bracelet. The scene fell silent at that moment. No one could believe that this man dared to slaughter his own kind in front of them, not even blinking as he collected the bodies, leaving them wondering about his intentions. No one dared to intervene, all stepping back, unwilling to provoke this harbinger of doom. However, as they retreated, a group of 6th-level awakened individuals arrived. These powerful 6th-level individuals naturally intended to search every corner of the land of the 7 gods before reaching this place, causing a slight delay. Among the 6th-level awakened individuals, an elder examined the bloodstains on the ground, his expression darkening immediately. "Did you just kill someone? So what if I did? What can you do about it? Do you seek revenge?" Yao Chen chuckled lightly. "Today, this old man will seek revenge. For you killed my granddaughter." The white-bearded elder roared madly. His aura surged, his white hair fluttering, and his eyes emitted a purple-red light. The intimidating 6th-level aura emanated from him, even more ferocious than a typical beast, like a raging bull devoid of reason. With a thunderous roar, the elder's aura erupted. In that moment, he lost his sanity, unleashing his full power. At the same time, a shadow of a raging bull appeared behind him. "I have lived for so long, all for the sake of my granddaughter. Now that my beloved Tinger is gone, there is no need to hide anymore. Today, either you die, or I perish." The elder raged, and the shadow of the raging bull behind him solidified further, charging towards Yao Chen in a way that no one could see. Yet, Yao Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly watched the raging bull approach. He even conjured some water elements in the air. Is being a heaven awakener such a remarkable status? I don't think so. Suddenly, Yao Chen's aura underwent a drastic transformation, evolving from nothingness into a majestic giant dragon. Behind him, a colossal dragon shadow emerged, its powerful form rising slowly. The massive dragon eyes didn't even spare a glance at the raging bull, simply swatting it away with a tail. The wild ox was sent flying, and standing still in shock was the old man. How is this possible? His aged face was filled with disbelief and astonishment, unable to comprehend everything that was happening. The secret of the Sky Observer. He had never mentioned it to anyone. He considered his identity as the Sky Observer his greatest trump card. Moreover, because of this identity, the authorities had approached him many times. But since the conditions for his Sky Observer identity to grow stronger did not involve killing, the authorities did not give him a hard time, even generously supporting him, allowing him to reach the 6th realm of cultivation. However, he never expected that the proud Sky Observer system before him could not defeat the man in front of him, even effortlessly knocking his Sky Extinction identity away. Even if you're stunned, there should be a limit. The enemy is right in front of you, yet you're easily defeated and left standing still. You have absolutely no sense of combat awareness. How did you reach the 6th realm? Yao Chen's devilish words echoed in his ears,
And then the old man's head fell, followed by Yao Chen storing the entire body in a spatial bracelet. What have you done, Mr. Bai, the famous strongman of our country? What do you want to do? Some people questioned hysterically, some cried in pain, but still no one stepped forward to seek justice for Mr. Bai. Woo, Mr. Bai, you were killed by evildoers today. We must avenge you. Seek justice for you. Yao Chen, today you are surrounded and cannot escape. You will definitely not escape death. You will pay for your actions. Get ready to be slapped to death. Yao Chen, how much longer can you be arrogant? Even now, 7th realm experts are on their way. Do you think you can fight alone against them? People questioned hysterically, their eyes red, staring at Yao Chen, and at that moment, he seemed to become the target of everyone. Destruction was his fate. Annihilation was his destiny. For committing such a heinous crime, there was no escape from death. However, Yao Chen just smiled faintly, then his aura suddenly exploded, awakening to the 6th realm. But it didn't end there. He exuded a mysterious aura once again. This aura was also of the 6th realm, Sky Observer 6th realm, Dual Cultivation 6th realm. In that instant, a strong aura of a powerful being swept over. The oppressive feeling brought by the dual 6th realm was like a meteorite descending. It was as if in ancient times, a meteorite flying from distant space. It shattered anything in its path, piercing through planets, space, and time. In an unbelievable manner, it appeared before everyone, bringing only deep horror and fear. At that moment, the whole place fell silent. The previous insults, anger, and roars of fury all ceased. Everyone looked at the figure in the lava cave entrance with eyes of disbelief, some even showing signs of retreat. Strength was not Yao Chen's alias. Supremacy was. He. Yao Chen remained silent, just laughing maniacally. After a while, he raised his right hand in a grand gesture and said, "Swallow mistakes, swallow people, swallow the sky, exterminate life, exterminate souls, and exterminate hearts. The flesh feast of the 7 gods cave. A sword is drawn, and the souls are pursued." With that, he pointed forward with his finger, then suddenly swung his sword. This sword carried an unstoppable momentum, as if it came from ancient times, when a young man in an unknown small town lightly swung a sword with a wooden stick, cutting from the past to the future, from weakness to strength, from ignorance to experience. Boom! With one sword strike, the world fell silent. No one knew how he wielded his sword, and no one knew how this man could perform sword techniques barehanded. But he did it, just like a young boy in the barren fields of Africa, who created the first solar energy in an African tribe with an old windmill and a battery. At this moment, blood and flesh scattered. Screams filled the air. Yao Chen chuckled lightly, absorbing all the relatively intact bodies into his spatial bracelet, storing them away. Currently, there was no opponent for him in the 6th transformation, unless a 7th transformation expert appeared, and it would require at least 3 7th transformations to have a chance of besieging him. Even an ordinary 7th transformation was nothing but a chicken or dog in his eyes. He had no fear at all. One body after another was sucked into the spatial bracelet. Yao Chen took a deep breath, then walked to the immortal pill furnace, throwing many bodies into it. Thump thump thump. Bodies were thrown in one by one, making the immortal pill more condensed. What have you done? How did you do it? How could you kill so many 6th transformation experts? What have you done? The woman in green asked palely. Perhaps she had some fantasies about escaping from Yao Chen's grasp. But now, with Yao Chen's high-profile actions, those fantasies shattered, and she couldn't even muster the thought of escaping. What? Giving up on the idea of running away from me? Is that why your face is so pale? The pill is completely refined. Speak up. What is your purpose? If you can't explain yourself, I will turn you into powder to drift in the land of the 7 gods. Yao Chen's words echoed in the woman's ears like a devil's whisper. The woman in green couldn't hold back anymore. She had completely lost the thought of escaping, and as an ordinary doctor, she knelt on the ground with an extremely unpleasant expression and said, "I really can't. What should I do? I'm just a defective product. I'm really just a defective product. I can't. Smack." Yao Chen suddenly slapped the woman's face, loud and crisp. "If you have something to say it properly. If you play with ellipses and exclamation marks again, I will crush you to dust. Do you understand?" "I understand. Tell me in detail why you became an immortal pill and what your role as an immortal pill is. Otherwise you can die now." You don't even deserve to be this pill." With these words, the woman in green trembled, and quickly spoke. "My name is Meng Qinger. I am the wife of the ancient emperor. Because the ancient emperor wanted to achieve the highest ninth transformation realm, he turned me into an immortal pill." "Who is the ancient emperor? Explain clearly." "The ancient emperor is the ruler of ancient times. Each emperor has a ninth transformation cultivation, but it is extremely difficult for them to break through to a level above the ninth transformation, so they will try everything. And my husband's method is to refine his most beloved person into an immortal pill to achieve the realm of extreme affection. As long as he obtains the realm of extreme affection, he can become a transcendent being. He can transcend the ninth transformation." Meng Qinger spoke very quickly, but Yao Chen still understood. So the so-called immortal pill was not something that could make people immortal, but a method to help people break through the ninth transformation realm, reaching the 10th transformation, also known as the transcendent realm. However, at present, he probably wouldn't be able to use this pill himself. Even if an 8th transformation appeared now, he could be taken care of. The transcendent realm was still too far away for him. Yao Chen's eyes kept flickering. Although he had ambitions, his ambitions were not just wishful thinking. Currently, reaching the 6th transformation realm was already extremely difficult for him. To continue climbing up, he would probably have to put in effort several times more than before to maintain the speed of his strength improvement. Thinking more is just idle. "Come in first, I'll take you away now." Yao Chen waved his hand lightly, throwing the alchemy furnace along with the pills inside into his spatial bracelet. Glancing around, the underground lava palace was now filled with blood, debris scattered everywhere, and a few surviving awakeners wailing in agony. Ignoring all this, he walked towards the lava fairy palace. Occasionally, Meng Qinger's screams could be heard from the spatial bracelet, but Yao Chen paid no attention, continuing on his way. "That's enough. Stop right there. Your journey in the land of the 7 gods ends here. Now, you must face the judgment of our alliance officially." Suddenly, a tall, slender figure emerged from outside the lava fairy cave, walking calmly, clad in a black coat with flowing dark hair, his face devoid of expression except for a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Surprised, Yao Chen looked at the man. He had thought that a 7th transformation expert wouldn't act so soon, but here he was. "These people were killed by you, right? You seem quite powerful, but unfortunately, your journey ends here." The man in the coat drew his sword, swiping his hand across the blade, and said lightly, "Remember my name, the one who will kill you, Yan Wushuang." Boom! As he moved, the entire lava cave trembled, countless rocks flying like bullets. Even more astonishing, the underground magma seemed to be restless, erupting from unknown crevices, raising the temperature in the underground cavern even more. "Ha ha! Come on, let's see how strong a 7th transformation can be. I'm eager to find out." Yao Chen laughed maniacally. Instantly, the space beside him turned pitch black. A 30-meter radius plunged into darkness, while underground tremors of an 8th magnitude earthquake shook the cavern. The stalactites above kept falling, posing a threat of massive destruction to both of them. Despite this, the two continued to battle fiercely, but in the moment of contact, Yao Chen realized the man's formidable strength. A majestic power surged from the man, his physical strength already at the high level of the 7th transformation, and with the use of elemental power, he could be considered outstanding among the 7th transformation experts. However, Yao Chen believed it was still not enough. Still unable to defeat him, abandoning any offensive tactics, Yao Chen resorted to relentless punching, clashing with the man's sword, creating crisp sounds in the air. Boom boom boom! The piercing sounds of battle echoed continuously, causing the underground cavern to tremble. Yao Chen, who was initially composed, now appeared somewhat unsettled. He found himself unable to completely defeat his opponent. Yan Wushuang's attacks were extremely sharp, displaying exceptional talent in combat, and he had a way to resist the potent poison mixed in Yao Chen's punches. Although Yao Chen had anticipated that enemies encountered after reaching the 6th transformation stage would not easily succumb to the poison, he hadn't expected it to become ineffective so soon. Yan Wushuang seemed to possess an antidote, rendering him immune to poisoning, forcing a direct confrontation of strength. Damn it, continuing to fight like this will only attract more powerful foes, making my situation extremely precarious. Yao Chen resolved silently, seeking a way out of the lava cave. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Yan Wushuang had concealed some of his strength, and now, Realizing Yao Chen's intentions, he unleashed his full power, overpowering Yao Chen, leaving him temporarily defenseless. Damn it! I must break free from this guy's grasp to find a way out. Yao Chen's eyes turned fierce, and with a pointed finger, a majestic earth dragon appeared on the ground, lunging towards Yan Wushuang. What the hell? Yan Wushuang roared, immediately forced back by the earth dragon, while Yao Chen seized the opportunity and rushed to the entrance of the lava cave. However, the moment he arrived at the entrance, he froze. A man and a woman stood calmly at the entrance, their faces calm and indifferent, even a bit bored. 8th transformation. Yao Chen's face turned pale in an instant. 8th level experts were unlike any awakened beings he had encountered before. They exuded a dazzling brilliance just by standing there, their aura as vast as the clouds, unfathomable yet undeniably powerful, like Mount Tai standing before your eyes, insurmountable, and too intense to gaze upon. The two 8th level experts didn't say a word, even exuding impatience in Yao Chen's eyes. In their view, the weak had no right to converse with them, not even the 7th level. If the gap between 6th and 5th levels was a chasm, then the difference between 7th and 8th levels was like the distance between two planets in the universe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yan Wushuang dealt with the earth dragon in 3 swift strikes, and it charged towards them. However, upon seeing the two 8th level experts facing off, it eerily halted, its gaze mocking as it said, "What? Don't want to run? Or are you too scared to?" Cold sweat dripped down Yao Chen's forehead at this moment. In front of 8th level experts, any unnecessary move could be the spark that leads to his demise. If he wanted to escape from these two, he would have to pay a hefty price. Countless plans flashed through Yao Chen's mind at this moment, ultimately realizing that with his current abilities, escaping from this underground cave was impossible. Without any advanced means, he would be trapped here, like a wild beast in a cage, doomed to die. But where there's a will, there's a way. Yao Chen's eyes flickered as he pinpointed the location of the Blood God's order in the spatial bracelet. Activating the Blood God's order would transport him back to the Blood God's inheritance land, inheriting the Blood God's legacy, but at the cost of facing the 6th level Blood God in battle, with no other option. Previously, facing the 6th level Blood God would have been a death sentence, but now things were different. He could now stand his ground against 7th level experts, even against the 6th level Blood God. He had the confidence to fight. It seems I must use my trump card, or I'm in grave danger today, Yao Chen muttered to himself, but he also kept a close eye on the movements of the two 8th level experts because any unnecessary action could prompt them to strike and kill him instantly. He had to swiftly produce the Blood God's order and teleport. If the teleportation was delayed even slightly, he would face the hell of Yama. Swish! Yao Chen's right hand moved abruptly, and a blood-red token appeared in his hand. Before he could crush the token, one of the 8th level experts pointed a finger at him. Boom! Light! An endless scorching white light seemed to come from the sky, filling his vision with blinding white radiance. At this moment, Yao Chen remembered the beggar old man he had encountered at the garbage dump. Then he recalled the moonlight from his high school days, and even thought of the mentor and friend he had met during his university years. A small sparrow flew over from the sky, his age increasing along this journey, from childhood to youth to adulthood to finally old age. He seemed to struggle to fly, unable to find his way home, so he died in mid-air, not even touching the ground with his feet. Ah, is this a revolving lantern? Yao Chen chuckled bitterly, but unlike his situation, Yan Wushuang had a different fate. In Yan Wushuang's eyes, the moment the white light shot out from the hands of the 8th level expert and touched Yao Chen, he disappeared completely, leaving no trace, as if he had never existed. Only the messy bodies in the cave proved that he had been there. After this white light passed, the cave fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, the woman next to the 8th level expert spoke lightly. He had a teleportation-type treasure, but why does no one know about it? If we had known earlier, how could he have possibly escaped? Enough! We both made a move, yet failed to kill him. This is enough to threaten our reputation in the club. We will spread the word that the members of the Alliance did not prepare well in advance, causing us to miss our target for no reason, the man said decisively, while the woman beside him frowned again, somewhat displeased. You were the one who acted prematurely this time, failing to capture him, and now you want to blame both of us. I disagree. Whether you agree or not, we both made a move, but let a junior escape. If this reputation spreads, we won't be able to stay in the club anymore. Do you understand? And that kid on your side, make sure to keep his mouth shut when we go out, say what needs to be said, and keep silent about the rest. In the dim space, Yao Chen struggled to get up from the ground, trying to look around, but all he saw was darkness. Not knowing how long he had been looking, he finally saw a blood-red light in the distance, so he mustered all his strength and headed towards it. Gradually, the appearance of the blood god's inheritance site came into view, and the blood god, dressed in revealing attire, also emerged. Look at you, being beaten into this state. People who don't know might think you're dead. The blood god's light words came with a hint of shock. At this moment, the red light from afar continued to shine, finally illuminating Yao Chen's side. Yao Chen stretched out his hands to look, but in the instant he saw his hands, he was stunned, even feeling an urge to roar. The skin and flesh of his right hand had completely peeled off, leaving only a white bone structure, the same on his left hand, and in the chest area of his body, all flesh and blood had fallen off, leaving a white bone rib cage holding his internal organs, sustaining his life. Yao Chen couldn't imagine the extent of the injuries on his face, but it was definitely horrifying. Damn it! Those two beasts have pushed me to this extent. Yao Chen gritted his teeth. Ignoring the blood god, he used the spatial bracelet to throw out one body after another. An old man, a youth, a woman, a young man, various bodies, more than 20 in total. Originally, these bodies could have been made into fried brain flowers or braised veal knees, or stewed ribs, but now it was too late. He had to devour these bodies, extract their essence, to sustain his own life. Clone, devour. Yao Chen pointed his finger, and a black and red dragon with a body length of up to 100 meters emerged. Controlling the dragon internally, he swallowed these bodies one by one. These people had not been dead for long, and some of them were at the 6th level. Swallowing them could provide a high amount of energy. Before this, he had never personally eaten anyone from the perspective of his avatar. But now, there was no other choice. His main body consuming human flesh could not provide energy. Only the avatar could. In the face of death, his own rules no longer mattered. As the dragon devoured, a huge amount of energy exploded inside his body. While Yao Chen's main body was rapidly recovering, the skin of his body was rapidly regenerating, and muscles were growing. The blood god stood quietly in the distance, a smile playing on her lips. To bring you to this state of affairs, could it be that you encountered a 7th level? Ha! It's the 8th level. I don't even care about the 7th level. If you hadn't given me the teleportation order today, I might really have died outside. Yao Chen said with a hint of pain in his tone. The feeling of flesh and blood reorganizing was like a million ants gnawing at his body. The itching sensation was extremely uncomfortable, but he endured it, cracking a fierce smile on his lips. And as he spoke, the flesh and blood on his body had already reorganized, once again bursting with vitality. Unfortunately, although he had devoured several 6th-level powerhouses this time, it did not provide much progress in evolution, seemingly all transformed into energy for healing. Congratulations on your rebirth once again, so you should understand what you need to do next, right? The blood god sneered. Of course, open the 6th round of trials, but let me make it clear, I will not challenge the 7th round. The 6th round is enough. Good. With a wave of the blood god's hand, her body flew into the sky. At the same time, the surrounding scenery began to change. Towering statues gradually emerged, filling the entire area, and in the distance, a blood-red gate slowly opened. The 6th-level blood god appeared. Her face was proud, her cheeks as pale as paper, and strands of restless aura constantly emanated from her body, instilling fear at first sight. Do you have confidence this time? As a 6th level, I am comparable to a 7th level, not something an ordinary deity can touch. The blood god's phantom in the high sky spoke. Ha! Yao Chen chuckled. Then his body suddenly moved, and in an instant, black light flickered. Boom! The head of the 6th-level blood god fell from her neck, and then her body turned into blood mist and disappeared. At that moment, the blood god's phantom in the high sky was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. How? How could you do this? The blood god's tone was full of shock. She simply could not believe that the young man in front of her could so easily kill her former 6th-level self. It should be noted that although the ancient blood god was not considered a top deity, she was still a strong figure. Her 6th-level strength was comparable to a 7th-level deity, and for Yao Chen to so easily kill his former 6th-level self, it meant that he had the ability to kill a 7th-level deity. So, what level was this kid at now? What are you standing there for? Killing a 6th level like you, isn't there a reward? Yao Chen said with a smile, seemingly only interested in rewards. He knew very well that the blood god had a bit of decision-making difficulty. She probably hadn't even figured out the reward for defeating the 6th level blood god yet. I said don't just stand there. I need some blood food or your former body, or living beings, or something edible. Hurry up and give it to me. Yao Chen showed a sinister smile. Gods like the blood god definitely have bloodstones or similar items. By consuming the bloodstone of the blood god, one can increase their own evolutionary progress. Even just some of the blood god's body can significantly boost this progress. The blood god struggled to speak for a while, then after much thought, produced a blood-red stone-like object. This is a bloodstone I obtained when I was on the brink of death. Consider it a reward for clearing the 6th level. The stone the blood god tossed over was a vivid crimson that seemed to retain its color over countless years. The bloody scent emanating from it was so intense, it made Yao Chen's eyes light up. Swallow it. Yao Chen waved his hand, and half of a dragon's body emerged from behind him, swallowing the bloodstone in one gulp, devouring the ancient bloodstone. Gaining a new evolutionary path, Shadow Blood Dragon, blood possesses a corrosive effect, greatly enhanced regenerative ability. Yao Chen's eyes suddenly changed, feeling incredulous. Previously, digestion might take some time, especially when devouring the rainbow beyond flowers, which took a whole day to digest. But now, this blood-red stone was digested so quickly, almost instantly, revealing the evolutionary path. No! My digestion ability has improved. Previously, when I devoured the bodies of awakeners, the digestion speed was very fast, transforming into a healing ability that healed my injuries. Now, for the sake of enhancing evolutionary progress, digestion is even faster. This stone was digested almost instantly. Yao Chen's eyes were filled with joy. Improved digestion ability was undoubtedly a good thing. By this calculation, the ancient bloodstone was indeed at least a 6th grade treasure. Digesting the blood only took an instant, so even in the future, devouring 7th grade bodies or treasures could be digested at an extremely fast rate, without the need to wait as long. Yao Chen smiled and then looked at his evolutionary progress. Currently, there were a total of 4 next stage evolutionary paths. Sun Dragon, Moon Dragon, Celestial Dragon, Shadow Blood Dragon pending selection. For now, the role of the Shadow Blood Dragon seemed the most significant, so the 4th Shadow Blood Dragon was the preferred choice. The current evolutionary progress was at 23%. With a little more effort, the next stage of the dragon form could be achieved. Due to the attribute enhancement from swallowing the bloodstone just now, his strength had also significantly increased. Physique, 1, 512, 111, mental, 2, 042, 66. Currently, his physique was at 1, 5 million, and his mental strength at 2 million. If multiplied by 10, it would be over 10 million. However, even with a strength increase of over 10 million, he could only fight evenly with the 7th grade Yan Wushuang. Faced with the 2 8th grade powerhouses before, he had no resistance at all, and even protecting himself was difficult. What should be the attributes of an 8th grade powerhouse? Could it be over a billion already? If I can kill someone with over 10 million attributes, then those two should have over 1 billion attributes, not just a few billion. Yao Chen pondered continuously. An 8th grade powerhouse would have over 1 billion attributes, so wouldn't a 9th grade powerhouse have over 10 billion? The more he thought about it, the more shocked he felt, and a sense of exhaustion crept into his mind. After entering the land of the 7 gods, he had not rested properly and had been in a state of mental tension, only recovering slightly after consuming half of the void child's body. Yao Chen was truly exhausted now. Blood god, can you let me rest for a while? I don't want to go out yet. Okay. Yao Chen found a relatively soft spot to lie down. He was extremely tired, just recovering his strength and using all his energy to deliver a fatal blow with the blood god of the 6th transformation. Everything had worn him out, so he drifted off to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, he groggily opened his eyes and was surprised by what he saw. Yao Chen couldn't control his body, only able to look around. In a desolate land, once magnificent palaces lay in ruins, and people with tied hands and feet were fleeing, their cries echoing. In the distant sky, endless darkness shrouded the earth, and eerie black creatures descended from above like blood-sucking demons, killing on sight. Ancestral dragon, what do we do? Let's leave. Forget about our people. We can fulfill our destiny by surviving. Let's go. A young man with horns in his head tearfully pleaded. Yao Chen looked at his own body and noticed how aged it appeared. He could only watch as a bystander as the two conversed. Carry the blood of the dragon with you. Survive with it. Ancestral dragon will find you in 70,000 years. Or you will find me. With that, the body suddenly grabbed the young man's collar and threw him fiercely. The young man was sent flying, disappearing into the distance, even beyond the horizon, out of reach even for the eerie creatures. Ancestral dragon, I want to stay. Grandfather, the young man cried out, but the body's owner remained silent, focusing on the approaching eerie beings. The battle raged on, one after another. Terrifying creatures fell at the hands of this body, none of them even reaching the 8th or 9th transformation level, each far surpassing the 9th transformation in strength. Yao Chen couldn't accurately gauge their power, knowing that even a casual strike from them was beyond his current capabilities, unable even to escape. After a while, the body grew weary, its punches slowing down. The eerie beings left wounds on his body, and the blood under his feet formed a river. After a long and arduous battle, the body finally collapsed at a certain point. As the eerie beings closed in, the body's owner self-destructed, engulfed in intense pain. It was at that moment that Yao Chen abruptly woke up. What? Yao Chen sat up, breathing heavily. This time, the dream was vividly clear to him. While he had similar dreams before, they were always vague. But this time was different. He saw Light Yan's confusion and the eerie grimaces clearly, even feeling the helplessness and pain of the body's original owner. Who is he? Why is he attached to me? What are you talking about? Did you have a nightmare? The blood god approached, smiling. Nothing. Oh, by the way, you're not going to kick me out now, are you? Yao Chen asked tentatively. He didn't want to leave the blood god's inheritance ground so soon, as facing the pursuit of the Alliance's 8th transformation experts outside would leave him with no chance of competing. You can stay if you want, but you must work for me. Sure, tell me about the job. If it's doable, I can help you for a while. After all, I'll be hunted down if I go out anyway. After a brief discussion with the blood god, he followed the blood god into a secret passage, and then the two descended. The narrow secret chamber was filled with snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Some disgusting creatures constantly writhed under their feet, staring at them with a sinister gaze but not daring to approach. The torches on the sides of the path emitted a very dim light, giving the impression of imminent extinguishment. After walking for who knows how long, the two finally reached their destination. But the sight before Yao Chen left him stunned. It was a vast expanse, an absolute vast expanse. A majestic towering statue stood in the center of the expanse, emanating a dignified aura. It was over 100,000 meters tall, a statue of a woman. She was the blood god. Yao Chen was dumbfounded. The immense height of this statue far exceeded his imagination, like an ant splattered against a skyscraper, instilling in him a profound fear of the colossal. Is this statue yours? Yao Chen asked, his eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. Why? Who else could it be if not me? Yao Chen was truly dumbfounded. He felt like he had grown up playing with his childhood friend, only to discover years later that his friend's company was among the top 500 companies in the world. Only those approved by me have the qualifications to undergo the blood god's trial, and you are the only one approved. Like the others, they can only stay here, constantly clearing the blood vines climbing around the statue. The blood god elegantly and calmly stated. After hearing her words, Yao Chen looked up and saw one after another awakeners toiling under the huge statue, tirelessly clearing the blood vines sprouting from the ground. A laborious and exhausting task. How did you bring these awakeners here? And what are these blood vines? Yao Chen couldn't contain his curiosity. Among these awakeners, he even spotted several 8th Revolution existences. These were 8th Revolution beings, individuals who could dominate the world outside. Yet in the blood god's inheritance land, they were merely lowly servants cleaning around the statue. Don't underestimate those blood vines. Each of them is a descendant left behind by my old adversary. They are all extremely troublesome, hence the need for so many strong individuals to clear them. Otherwise, once my statue is corroded, my days are numbered. Yao Chen listened, somewhat understanding that these blood vines seemed to be a means left by the blood god's old adversary to punish her. However, he was still very curious about this vast expanse before him, so he asked, How was this vast expanse created? Do gods all have the ability to create worlds? Vast expanse? The blood god blinked in confusion, then suddenly realized and said, "This is my blessed land, with a total area of 7.9 million square kilometers, but now it's already a dead land, and only this statue can sustain my life." "Ah, I see." Yao Chen nodded, then his gaze swept around, pausing on a purple figure among them. Void child? Wasn't he eaten by me? How did he end up here? Far away, the void child was struggling with 2 blood vines, looking extremely exhausted and pitiful. "Alright, you just need to help out here. Slay some blood vines, and you can stay here temporarily, but don't think about helping those who have already lost their minds. After all, they came here with intentions against me. Even if they die here, it's not unjust. I hope you are wise enough." After speaking, the blood god left directly without looking back at Yao Chen. To be honest, he didn't really want to stay here and work for the blood god, but he had no choice. The outside world was currently crazily hunting down this serial killer. If he appeared outside and was caught by those 8th stage powerhouses, he would face absolute cruelty. Let's see if these blood vines are edible. If they are, it's a good place, Yao Chen said as he casually grabbed a blood vine, and then half of a dragon's head emerged from behind him, swallowing the blood vine in one gulp. Wow, what's this? The evolution progress has increased slightly, but it's not significant. Not even 0.1%. It might be difficult to rely on the blood vines to enter the next stage, but it's somewhat useful. Let's continue swallowing. Yao Chen shook his head and began to control the dragon avatar to devour the blood vines. His dragon avatar, reaching over 100 meters in length, looked extremely powerful, but in this vast world, it still appeared insignificant and did not attract the attention of others. While Yao Chen was busy devouring, on the other side, 2 8th stage slaves found Void Child. "Kid, this is your 3rd day in the Blood God's mansion. Hurry up and choose which faction you want to join, the conservative faction or the radical faction. If you don't choose soon, you might as well die here," one of the 8th stage powerhouses said with extreme malice. The strength of 8th stage powerhouses was already extraordinary. If they were allowed to run amok here, they would definitely damage this world. However, the blood god seemed to have restricted the power of the 8th stage powerhouses in a unique way, keeping them hovering around the 7th stage. At this moment, Void Child's face was full of distress as he looked at the 2 8th stage powerhouses, unable to hold back his tears. Since leaving the land of the 7 gods, he had found this place of the blood god's inheritance. He had thought that this inheritance land would be his opportunity, perhaps to inherit the power of the blood god, but who knew that the blood god would say he was not qualified? Since he was not qualified, he could just leave, but that guy had thrown him into this world, forcing him to clear the blood vines, which was why he had no choice but to stay. It was already the 3rd day Void Child had entered the blood god's domain. His face was extremely unpleasant, with a yellowish complexion due to prolonged fatigue. "Have you made up your mind? If you don't choose soon, don't blame us for being ruthless. Remember, besides the blood god, we too have the final say in this domain. Which faction do you want to join?" Threatening words came, and the face of the blood god's disciple became even more miserable. The so-called conservative faction and radical faction were 2 factions opposing the blood god. The conservative faction intended to bide their time, maintain their strength, and eventually defeat the blood god to leave this place. The radical faction hoped to gather a large number of strong individuals to break through this world and kill the blood god behind it, thus gaining freedom. The radical faction believed that killing the blood god was the way to go, while the conservative faction thought the radical faction was too conservative. Void Child looked extremely distressed. He really didn't dare to choose. In his opinion, why not just bide his time? Why resist? That was an ancient deity after all. But just as he was about to answer, his gaze fell on the distant figure of the huge dragon, and he suddenly remembered that guy who had devoured his avatar. "It's him! That guy who ate my avatar!" Void Child's face was filled with fear and excitement as he pointed trembling fingers in Yao Chen's direction. "What are you trembling for, kid?" one of the 8th stage powerhouses said impatiently. Void Child paused, unsure of what to say. For him, Yao Chen was a demon who had devoured his avatar, but for the other 8th stage powerhouses, Yao Chen's existence was insignificant, whether he was there or not. "Brothers, that guy swallowed my avatar last time. He's quite powerful. Let's ask him if he wants to join the conservative or radical faction first." "No need to ask him. He's just a 6th transformation being. not qualified to join our gang. Originally, Void Child was thinking of framing Yao Chen and letting these two 8th transformation powerhouses deal with him. However, Yao Chen's realm was only at the 6th transformation level now, not catching the attention of these two. So, Void Child could only be harassed again and reluctantly chose to join the conservative faction. In the small world, thousands of awakened individuals worked tirelessly. The blood god had cursed them. Once they stopped hunting the blood vines, the curse would strike, taking their lives after enduring 10 hours of boiling blood torture. Therefore, every awakened individual was barely surviving. Only around 10 p.m., the blood vines in the small world would gradually retract, giving them a brief rest opportunity. However, the retraction lasted only an hour, as by 11 p.m., the vines would spread again, and the hunt would resume. Normally, by 10 p.m., all awakened individuals would rest for an hour before hunting the blood vines again, repeating the cycle. Some awakened individuals had toiled in this small world for 100 years, their bodies transcending mortals upon reaching the 6th transformation stage and above, strong enough to endure. However, today's rest period seemed different. All 7th and 8th transformation, even high-level 6th transformation awakened individuals, sat together, discussing something by the bonfire. Yao Chen's heart fluttered slightly, then he approached and eavesdropped. When are we going to rebel? I can't stand this life anymore. Why the rush? We've endured for so many years, a day or two won't make a difference. A fat and a thin awakened individual conversed, and upon hearing their words, Yao Chen's heart skipped a beat. These people were planning a rebellion, and from a human perspective, Yao Chen should help them, but he was unwilling to assist these guys now. Having accepted the blood god's inheritance, he received rewards after each trial, effectively becoming the blood god's next successor. He was different from these people, they were just the blood god's slaves, while he was the blood god's inheritor. Yao Chen had his own stance in mind. Even if he used his bottom to think, he knew these people couldn't escape. If the blood god could capture 8th transformation beings here, it meant the blood god still retained at least 9th transformation power. How could these people possibly escape successfully? Yao Chen remained calm and continued listening to their conversation. Stop arguing. We've already discussed the escape plan. Mr. Lin has established contact with the evergreen vine. Once we start the uprising, the evergreen vine will also rise up. That will be our best opportunity. What? Are you serious? Of course, we are. If we successfully escape, we can also take over this small world. It's a win-win situation. With this decisive statement, everyone cheered softly. Subsequently, the awakened individuals spontaneously formed teams and headed towards the exit of the entire small world. The same passage Yao Chen had entered through. However, as they reached the entrance, everyone froze, none daring to take the lead. Seeing no one moving, the two leading 8th transformation powerhouses became furious. Damn it, this is for our freedom. Are you not willing to make even this small sacrifice? How can we succeed in the future? Yes, let a warrior quickly rush out and see what's going on outside. If possible, come back and report to us. You will be greatly rewarded for it. After I, the Gale Master, go out, I will definitely give you endless wealth and status. Under great rewards, there must be brave men. It's a pity that the rewards are not working now. Every awakener is quite selfish, with no one showing any spirit of dedication. Finally, these two 8th-stage powerhouses couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at the Void Child, saying, "It's you. You are new here, so you should explore. The rest of the brothers have suffered for so many years. It's only right for you to go." With these words, the Void Child, who was pointed at, turned pale, feeling at a loss. He stuttered, unable to express himself clearly, but at that moment, he noticed Yao Chen standing nearby and immediately spoke up. Why not let him go? He just arrived today, so he should be the one to go since he's been here for the shortest time. The Void Child shouted loudly, and then everyone's gaze turned to Yao Chen. You? Just a 6th stage. Forget it. It's you. The Gale Master pointed at Yao Chen. At that moment, Yao Chen looked bitter, almost on the verge of tears. Sir, Yao Chen struggled to form a complete sentence. However, the Gale Master rushed over, grabbed Yao Chen by the collar, and threw him into the entrance of the passage. Yao Chen looked fragile, appearing pitiful. He trembled as he turned to look at numerous awakeners, almost in tears. Don't you dare cry. It's an excellent opportunity to save all of us. It's an honor for you to go. Understand? Hurry up. The two 8th-stage powerhouses scolded. Yao Chen stopped pretending and calmly turned around, walking towards the passage. At first, he walked slowly and gently, but when he reached a place out of sight of the crowd, he suddenly accelerated. He rushed towards the outside, quickly returning to the Blood God's hall. Why are you in such a hurry to come out? Were you beaten by the people inside? The noble figure of the Blood God descended gracefully, not wearing anything this time, and approached Yao Chen lightly. The people inside are about to revolt, and they don't intend to hunt the evergreen ivy anymore. They are likely to revolt soon. Why don't you go and check? Yao Chen kindly reminded. Check what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? The Blood God smiled, looking indifferent and even a bit disdainful. Ha? What do you mean? Those are 2 8th stages, plus the evergreen ivy you've been hunting. Aren't you afraid even if they join forces? Yao Chen was puzzled. Normally, the Blood God should start preparing upon hearing this, but why did he seem so indifferent now? The existence of the evergreen ivy cannot be erased. It has already merged with the rules and is always in a state of reproduction. That's why I gathered a large number of people to hunt that thing. In fact, it doesn't matter to me at all. It's just that if no one hunts the evergreen ivy, it will spread all over the world. Yao Chen finally understood completely after hearing the Blood God's explanation. The so-called blood ivy was of no importance to the Blood God. He didn't even care. As for the rebellion of the Awakeners, it didn't matter to him either. Perhaps the Blood God was about to take action soon? Yao Chen thought so. If you have nothing to do, go back and help out. After they finish their revolt, continue hunting some evergreen ivy to relieve some pressure on my little world. Okay? Alright, I'll go back first. Yao Chen nodded and prepared to return to the Blood God's small world. Anyway, he had nowhere else to go at the moment, and he figured that he was being hunted by the outside world, so he decided to stay with the Blood God for a while. Returning to the gloomy path, Yao Chen remained silent, walking forward until he returned to the Blood God's small world after 10 minutes. However, as soon as he arrived, he was stunned. His face instantly filled with extreme fear. Ivy the size of a mountain moon was wildly dancing, wreaking havoc on this land, stirring up a lot of dust, even crashing into invisible walls around, trying to break free. Below, countless awakeners were flying around haphazardly, assisting the ivy in hitting the transparent walls, trying to break through the encirclement. Yao Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He had only been out for less than half an hour, and he didn't expect these people to start tearing each other apart. At this moment, the entire small world was wailing, as awakeners gave up killing the ivy, causing numerous small ivy vines to spread on the ground, continuously corroding the ground, making the whole world seem like doomsday had arrived. The ivy, resembling an ancient dragon, swung its massive body to strike the heavens and the earth, while the small ivy vines kept corroding the ground. The awakeners were acting like madmen, helping the ivy hit the walls, trying to break through the encirclement. The world was becoming dark, filled with a frenzied smell in the air. Come on, everyone, we must break through the encirclement. We've been doing this for decades. We must get out. I still have family and children. Yes, my daughter must be over 30 years old by now. She can't see me like this. Blood God, you beast, let us out. While the awakeners were roaring in anger and helping the ivy hit the transparent walls, the whole world remained unmoved. Their roars did not cause much disturbance in the entire world, only the occasional impact of the ivy made the whole world tremble slightly. With each strike, the entire world seemed on the verge of collapse, with some transparent fragments falling from the sky and crashing onto the ground. But then, the statue of the Blood God suddenly moved. Her giant body moved swiftly without any sluggishness. She swiftly grabbed the ivy's body and tore it apart ruthlessly. Crack! The sound of flesh shattering echoed as the ivy was instantly torn in half. At this moment, the scenery in the entire small world became extremely dim, with no sun in the sky, relying on faint light to illuminate. As the ivy was torn apart, a vast amount of blood fell from the sky, forming lakes on the ground. The statue of the Blood God remained unfazed, tearing the ivy's remains into 3 parts and throwing them to the ground. At this moment, the rioting awakeners were all in a panic. The ivy was their greatest reliance, but now it was easily dealt with by the Blood God's statue. How could those who incited the riot handle this situation? Unlike the others in a panic, Yao Chen stood at the entrance, watching silently. It had to be said, this place was like a huge amusement park. Everyone wanted to escape desperately, even resorting to riots now, but it was all in vain. They had thought that the Awakeners at the 8th turn and the Ivy working together were invincible, enough to break through this blood god's sanctuary, but they didn't expect that the statue of the blood god at the center of the world was the real expert. With just 2 moves, she tore the Ivy to shreds, terrifying the 2 8th turn powerhouses. The small world before them descended into chaos, and Yao Chen didn't dare say much, just quietly observing from the side. According to the blood god, the Ivy had the ability to be immortal, but now that thing was lying half dead on the ground, indicating that its immortality was just a facade. Other Awakeners were even more extreme. Apart from the 2 8th level powerhouses, there were dozens of Awakeners who had toiled for hundreds of years, feeling hopeless and beginning to crazily bang their heads against the wall. They've gone mad. This world is truly mad. No, they are not mad. They are clever, or else they wouldn't have survived until now. The blood god suddenly appeared beside him, then pointed at those flying Awakeners in disarray. At the beginning, I brought them in. Each person was assigned a comfortable large house, and I even used fresh blood from Ivy to create puppets for them to satisfy their animal desires. There was even a time when I often brought some wild beasts from the desert to improve their food. But these people didn't listen, thinking that I was being kind to them, that I owed them something, so they started to rebel. Faced with an existence like me, they naturally had no capital to resist, so one after another was suppressed. The benefits given to them gradually disappeared, leading to the situation we have now. I told them back then, as long as they worked here for 10 years, I would let them go, but they couldn't endure it after 2 years, so they rebelled every 2 years. And their stay here became longer and longer. Some have even been here for hundreds of years. Clearly, they only needed to work well for 10 years to leave, but they insisted on rebelling every 2 years. It's really ridiculous. I don't know what they are persisting for. The blood god chuckled lightly, indifferent to the life or death of the Awakeners. And now, with the death of the blood vine, many of the Awakeners had stopped their futile struggles, slowly descending to the ground, directly kneeling towards the blood god's position. Yao Chen did not stay by the blood god's side, to avoid giving these people any clues. The blood god's suppression continued unabated. One after another Awakener fell down, gradually resigned, submitting to the blood god. This farce ended once again with the suppression of the Awakeners. They resumed the daily task of clearing the blood vine, like machines, but still preparing for the next riot, although this time the Ivy had been severely damaged. The next riot would probably take more than 2 years. Days passed by. Yao Chen didn't say much to these slaves. He also continued to clear the blood vine day by day, and let the dragon devourer split body devour, constantly enhancing the evolutionary progress. Although he was in the blood god's small world, he could still receive messages from the outside world on his phone. The Alliance had long issued a wanted order against him, offering a reward of 10 billion Alliance coins. This 10 billion was not just a reward from the Alliance. It was a joint wanted order issued by multiple families of the Awakeners he had killed. With 10 billion, one could easily cultivate several 5th level powerhouses. These people were truly determined. Understanding his situation, he couldn't go out anymore. Only the blood vine and the small world could be devoured. But his evolution speed was increasing rapidly, now reaching 53%. It had been 2 months since he entered the blood god's small world. As long as he persisted for another 2 months, he would almost be ready for the next evolution. The dragon devourer's split body had long been fed up with the blood vine, even feeling nauseated at the sight of it now. But there was no other way. The current situation was special. This was the only way to increase his strength. The dragon devourer's split body devoured the blood vine, while he himself continued to practice and digest the elixirs he had purchased before continuously enhancing his strength. Currently his attributes had increased significantly: Constitution, 171-2111, Spirit, 234266, the comprehensive attribute was now around 2 million, which was quite good. But what was even more pleasing was that his alchemy progress had made a breakthrough. After days of continuous refining, the prototype of the Binding Demon Tower had been refined by him. Now only the final step remained before it could be refined. But Yao Chen had a new idea. Based on his talent, coupled with the calculations of divine craftsmanship, he could increase the number of rotations of the Detainment Tower through other means. Once the refinement was completed, he could reach the 7th or even 8th rotation. Currently, his strength was at the 6th rotation. What was the point of getting another 6th rotation Detainment Tower?
It would be more useful to directly increase the rotation to the 7th or 8th.
With this thought in mind,
Yao Chen began his daily rigorous training once again. The blood god's small world was extremely oppressive,
but he paid no attention to it, focusing solely on his own strength.
Under the dim sky, one after another awakened busily slaughtered the blood vines. Almost everyone appeared in a bloodthirsty manner, including Yao Chen himself. It was impossible to determine how much time had passed in the blood god's world, but Yao Chen kept clear records. It had been 8 months since he entered the blood god's domain. During these long 8 months, he devoured countless blood vines,
finally meeting the final evolution criteria, ready to initiate the next evolution.
He also gained a new evolutionary direction, Blood Vine Dragon. He paid no attention to this evolutionary direction but was very concerned that he had not yet completed the refinement of the detainment tower. According to the calculations of divine craftsmanship, he needed to find a light material to successfully refine an 8-rotation detainment tower. However, light attribute materials were extremely difficult to find. Only sunlight or moonlight from far in space could suffice,
or some ancient light attribute power that once existed could also be used for refinement.
Refining an 8-rotation treasure was not a problem. His mental strength was already sufficient,
lacking only this final element. At this moment,
Yao Chen was not in a hurry to evolve but began searching for light attribute materials in the blood god's small world.
Unfortunately, he was unable to find any,
even considering seeking help from those slaves to see if they possessed any light attribute abilities that could assist him.
However, just as he was searching, the urgent voice of the blood god suddenly sounded. Hurry and find a way to leave. Someone has found my location, and they are very strong. Although not at the 9th rotation, they are comparable to it. The blood god's sudden words shook him to the core. Not at the 9th rotation, but comparable to it. Then wasn't that person almost at the 9th rotation? What should I do? I absolutely cannot go to the exit, or I will run into them head-on.
But there is no way to escape in this small world.
Cold sweat dripped from Yao Chen's forehead.
He had long anticipated that one day some powerful awakened would find his location and come to kill him, but he never expected it to happen so quickly.
To an extent he could not imagine. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the small world, a strong collision suddenly resounded.
It seemed that someone had reached the blood god's inheritance site, and both sides were already engaged in battle. Yao Chen furrowed his brow and ultimately had no choice but to hide directly beneath the blood god statue. With his skill of earth dragon, he could burrow underground, completely concealing himself, making it impossible for those people to find him. The battle outside the small world grew increasingly intense.
Finally, after 10 minutes,
7 to 8 figures directly emerged from the passage and entered the small world.
8 rotation beings. Yao Chen was completely shocked. 8 rotation powerhouses had actually arrived. Who would survive against such a lineup? Could it be aimed at him? He was somewhat dazed. Dealing with a single 8 rotation powerhouse was already beyond his capability, and now 8 had arrived. Who could handle this? Even the blood god might struggle, right? And just as these 8 individuals entered the small world, the blood god statue at the center finally moved. Everyone, be careful. This is the true body of the blood god. Although it lacks mental control, its physical strength is comparable to the 9th rotation. The leader of the group, an 8th level expert, issued a warning, and then everyone rushed forward to engage in a fierce battle with the blood god statue. In that moment, the world fell silent. Each 8th level expert's moves were like raging dragons plunging into the sea, creating boundless waves. The blood god statue was even more ferocious. Any punch thrown by it made none of the 8th level experts dare to confront it head-on. They could only barely dodge, not daring to directly face its sharpness. Yao Chen, hiding underground, was sweating profusely. He absolutely couldn't go out. Once he did, he would be exposed and instantly killed. Let's initiate the next stage of evolution. First, enhance my strength. Begin evolution. Please choose your evolutionary direction. Sun Dragon, illuminating the great sun, shining through the ages. Sun attribute. Strength attribute increased 5-fold. Moon Dragon, embracing the moon's emotions, devoid of compassion. Cold attribute traits enhanced. Defense increased 5-fold. Celestial Dragon, under the heavens. Is there any land not ruled by a king? Strength attribute increased 7-fold. Shadow Blood Dragon, blood with a corrosive effect. Greatly enhanced regenerative ability. Blood Vine Dragon, possessing immortality. But only just immortality. I choose the Shadow Blood Dragon, Yao Chen said in a low voice. Initiate evolution. This evolution process will last for 3 days. The system has detected that you are in extreme danger, and now provides you with a breath concealer.
Yao Chen's eyes lit up, his long missing system finally made a sound,
and even gave him an item. Following his belief, he shook his hand, and then a transparent sphere appeared in his hand. With a slight movement in his mind, the sphere instantly emitted a faint light that enveloped his entire body, making all his presence disappear as if he didn't exist at all. My presence has truly vanished completely, as if I don't exist. Yao Chen rejoiced inwardly, while chaos reigned outside. He had disappeared directly, which was quite satisfying. In this moment of joy, he rushed deeper underground to avoid being caught by those people. However, to be safe, he summoned an earth dragon to lie low on the ground and observe the situation outside for himself. As Yao Chen descended deeper, his main body and his earth dragon avatar watched the external battles. Each of the awakeners who had come this time was extremely powerful, although none were at the 9th level. The strength of these 8th level individuals was not to be underestimated. Upon arriving in the small world, these 8th level awakeners began slaughtering the blood vine and even mapping out the area of the small world. Seeing so many 8th level experts, the previously enslaved awakeners also came forward to plead, but these experts didn't even spare them a glance. Continuing with their own tasks, Yao Chen furrowed his brow. These awakeners, upon entering the small world, had not been weakened in their cultivation. This meant that the blood god did not have extra power to care for them, and must be fighting outside with other awakeners, likely the semi-9th level figure mentioned by the blood god earlier. I must continue going deeper. If these 8 people find me, it will be very dangerous. Relying on his earth dragon talent, Yao Chen continued downwards until he reached a depth of over 500 meters and could no longer descend. This distance was already the limit and shouldn't attract attention from those people, especially since the system had just given him a tool to conceal his presence, which should be enough. Calmly feeling his attributes gradually strengthening, his strength was rapidly increasing and would reach its peak in 3 days, possibly reaching a basic attribute of 8 million or even 10 million. Unfortunately, even with attributes of 10 million, multiplying by 10 would only be 1 billion. Ordinary magical displays might hold their ground, but once facing a half-step 9 transformation blood god outside, victory was out of the question, with death looming in an instant. No, not even the half-step 9 transformation outside was a match, let alone the 8 transcendence here. It's a dead end now. I've used the blood god's token, and this is the very place of the blood god's legacy. Using the token will only bring me back here. Utterly useless. Yao Chen gritted his teeth, trapped with no way out, cold sweat forming on his forehead, unsure of what to do. As time passed, the battle outside the blood god's domain intensified, echoing through the entire small world. Just then, a figure was suddenly blasted out of the blood god's legacy and crashed into the small world. Boom! Yao Chen's earth dragon clearly saw who was sent flying. It was the blood god. The blood god was no match for the half-step 9 transformation. Coughing up blood as she fell to the ground, she struggled to stand and surveyed her surroundings. After not spotting Yao Chen, she nodded slightly, then smiled lightly at the incoming figure. Lin Feng, you've lived for thousands of years, yet you still can't reach the 9 transformation. Do you know why? The blood god smirked grimly. At that moment, the slender figure in the distance covered 1,000 meters in a single step, standing before the blood god in a superior manner. Speaking in a deep voice, I'm only here to find a wanted criminal and fulfill a promise. I unintentionally intruded into your legacy. My mistake, but don't obstruct me further, or you will die. Ha ha. The blood god suddenly laughed, gazing mockingly at the half-step 9 transformation before her, laughing uncontrollably. You, what do you think you are? Do you, a mere half-step 9 transformation, believe you have the right to converse with me as equals? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the blood god's entire being exploded the next moment, turning into a mass of blood mist that merged into the blood god statue behind her. Crack, crack, crack. Incredulously, the onlookers watched as the statue began to crack, revealing the pale skin beneath the once gray surface. A tremendous force emanated from the statue, and in less than 3 seconds, the blood god's statue transformed completely into the blood god's true form. Her skin was pale, with long black hair cascading over her body, concealing vital areas. Yet, these were mere appearances. The aura she exuded was naturally imposing. A heavy pressure enveloped the entire small world, causing everyone to tremble in awe at the ancient deity before them. In that instant, the former awakened slaves shattered one by one. They couldn't withstand such a potent aura. Only the 8 transcendents present could barely resist in place, using all their abilities to shield themselves from being overwhelmed by the aura. Yao Chen was also in great discomfort at this moment, thankfully having the foresight to hide 500 meters underground, otherwise, he would have been unable to lift his head under this pressure, possibly ending up severely injured. Are you insane? Forcing your former strength back will only shorten your lifespan. How many times can you unleash this peak power again? Lin Feng, who was at the half-step 9 turns realm, was filled with horror on his face. Even though he was at the half-step 9 turns level, he was far from being a match for a true 9 turns powerhouse. At this moment, even he struggled to protect himself with his hands in front of him, to avoid being swept away by this overwhelming aura. You forced me to unleash my full power, and now you ask why I did it. Humans, you are always so hypocritical. The indifferent voice of the blood god resounded, devoid of any emotion in tone, like a true statue, or an ancient deity, indifferent to everything. The gray substance on the blood god's body fell away, revealing his original appearance, a combination of strength and beauty, like an ancient goddess. At this moment, the half-step 9 turns figure stepped back, a hint of fear emerging in his eyes. The gap between half-step 9 turns and 9 turns was immense, even greater than the difference between 6 turns and 5 turns. Once an awakener reaches 9 turns, they can possess a second power besides elemental force, known as the realm of intention. And now, the blood god took a step forward, then pointed at Lin Feng in the distance and lightly uttered a word, blood. In an instant, Lin Feng, who was already tens of thousands of meters away, froze, and then his body erupted in a burst of blood mist. Bang! 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 Crimson blood chi burst out of his body, and in just a moment, he became as thin as a skeleton, resembling a dried corpse, yet his life continued to circulate, not dying despite the loss of blood. You! Lin Feng's hoarse voice couldn't form any words, his heart filled with fear, still trying to retreat. If he had known that a 9 turns existence would appear today, he would never have come, but now it was too late. The blood god's finger moved slightly, causing 7 or 8 holes to appear on Lin Feng's body again, but these wounds could not bleed, only oozing a yellow-white substance. What is that? Human body fat and solidified elemental force. Yao Chen was stunned. The yellow substance was the body fat inside Lin Feng, while the white substance was the completely solidified elemental force within him. The elemental force of a half-step 9 turns expert had solidified to this extent. At this moment, the world fell silent, as the blood god's finger continuously pointed at the body that was already in tatters, eventually breaking it into more than a dozen pieces with a loud explosion. Death! Without any surprise, the half-step 9 turns figure died. Meanwhile, the other 8 turns experts rushed madly towards the blood god's inheritance site. If even a half-step 9 turns had died, what were they still doing here? These people rushed out of the small world one after another. Unexpectedly, the blood god did not stop them, but just watched quietly as they left, without any intention of making a move. After these 8 turns experts left, the awakened slaves also began to stir, and when the first person stepped onto the dark path leading out of the small world, the rest of the awakeners followed suit, spontaneously forming a group and gradually leaving this small world. Soon, this world that had enslaved countless awakeners fell silent, with only the wind bustling in the heavens and earth, devoid of any sound. Even the ignorant ivy was deeply buried underground, not daring to approach the blood god exuding the aura of 9 turns at this moment. Time passed slowly, and Yao Chen observed quietly, and after nearly 10 hours passed, the blood god's body expanded once again, gradually filling the entire sky and becoming the statue of that time. The spirit of the blood god reappeared on the ground, but this time her aura had severely dropped, from an inscrutable realm back then to a mere 7th transformation now. The snow god leaned wearily against a rock and then spoke loudly. Successor, I have released the permissions. Go to the inheritance ground. Bring me 3 bloodstones to help me regain my strength. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand the upcoming invaders, and we will both perish. These words were clearly meant for herself. Yao Chen shook his head, quickly emerged from the ground, and respectfully greeted the blood god. Without saying much, he hurried towards the inheritance ground to find the so-called bloodstones. Helping the blood god regain her strength was of utmost importance. It seemed that her brief attainment of the 9th transformation earlier had also burdened her greatly. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Chen arrived at the inheritance ground. Fortunately,
None of the awakeners from before remained there, otherwise, it would have been a disaster for him. As Yao Chen pondered how to find the blood stones, he was surprised to encounter two puppet-like figures resembling the blood god as soon as he entered the inheritance ground. They handed him 3 blood-red stones without a word. Hastily returning to the small world, he handed the 3 stones to the blood god. As the stones were absorbed, the blood god's complexion gradually improved, her aura rising continuously until it became a mysterious presence that could not be fathomed, and then it gradually subsided. I never expected them to send a half-step 9th transformation to capture you. I remember that Lin Feng is a member of some sort of genius club. This time, they have truly provoked them. The blood god's eyes held a hint of danger as she spoke. Genius club? What does that mean? It's the highest organization of the human race. Each member has a minimum of 9th transformation strength. Even a half-step 9th transformation requires a distinguished status to join. Just having a half-step 9th transformation is not enough. By killing their member now, I have surely angered the genius club. The days ahead won't be easy. Hearing this, Yao Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed that he and the blood god had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Yao Chen felt a headache coming on. If what the blood god said was true, then it would be game over. How could they resist if the members of the genius club came looking for them? The more he thought about it, the more despondent he felt, realizing that with his current strength, he was no match for such formidable opponents. Kid, wipe that expression off your face. The Genius Club has restrictions on their actions. Their leader won't allow them to act so frequently. If they want to make a move next time, it will take at least a month. So, don't look like a dead man. Also, all my slaves have been set free, and now these blood vines have started to roam around devouring the small world. If the small world is devoured, my power will weaken, and I won't be able to protect you. It's time for you to act. Hurry up and deal with these creatures. I'll go rest for a while. The blood god patted his shoulder and then disappeared. Blood-colored vines began to appear on the ground of the small world, continuously sucking the ground, with a rough count revealing there were over 1,000 of them. Damn it, all the awakened slaves have run away, and now I've become a slave. Yao Chen gritted his teeth. His main body was still in the midst of evolution, otherwise, if he could let his clone act, he could rest, but now he had to act alone. With no other choice, he began the harvest. However, Yao Chen's techniques were much more sophisticated than those of other awakened individuals. After marking a specific area, he would use a potent poison to make all the blood vines die from poisoning, thus saving a lot of trouble. Despite the potent poison constantly taking effect, the frequency of blood vines appearing became increasingly frequent, even surpassing 5,000 from the initial few thousand, showing no signs of decrease. Yao Chen had no choice but to continue his efforts. The small world must not be contaminated by these blood vines, or both he and the blood god would be in danger. Therefore, Master Yao, who had hidden for a day, resumed his blood vine clearing work. It must be said that those slaves had it really tough. Doing this bloody and monotonous work year after year, it would be strange if they didn't rebel. Yao Chen himself felt like rebelling. After 3 days of continuous labor, the number of blood vines not only did not decrease but increased to around 20,000. Fortunately, Yao Chen's evolution was about to be completed. This evolution has been completed. Please choose your next evolution direction. Silver Dragon Main Defense, Gold Dragon Main Combat, Gold Dragon. Evolution direction temporarily selected. Please check your panel. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Divine Artificer SSS, Celestial Role, Flood Dragon, Celestial Realm, Catastrophe Level, Realm. 7th Transformation 7th Stage, Physique, 621-2111, Spirit, 523-4266, Skills, Potent Poison. Swift as Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. 9 deceptive kills exclusive to human form. Beyond the Horizon, Avatar, Shadow Blood Dragon, Power, Divine Dragon Plus, Evolution Direction, Silver Dragon. Gold Dragon to be chosen, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Potent Poison. Swift as Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. Beyond the Horizon, Shadow Blood. My attributes have reached 6 million, but there is still a big gap between me and an 8th transformation expert. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, but with the power attribute of 60 million after a tenfold increase, coupled with the 9 deceptive kills, he now had the capital to survive under an 8th transformation expert. The current situation was not too bad, at least he was still alive.
At this moment, he recalled the scenes of cannibalism from before, feeling no sense of regret in his mind. If he didn't consume people, he wouldn't be able to reach the 6th transformation celestial realm. If he hadn't possessed the catastrophe-level power of a celestial at that time, he wouldn't have been able to kill the followers of the grass god and the void child, which would have hindered his evolution progress. The current situation was acceptable. With his strength, he should be able to confront a newly promoted 8th transformation expert, but he was definitely not a match for a genuine 8th transformation expert. Avatar! Yao Chen shouted lowly, and immediately, a giant flood dragon with a body length of 200 meters appeared out of thin air. The massive body and intense pressure swept over the surroundings. The shadow blood dragon exuded a pitch-black luster all over its body, with a blood-red pattern, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Without saying much, the avatar of the flood dragon immediately rushed down, starting to eradicate the blood vines on the ground. Yao Chen himself was too tired to continue. Let the avatar handle it. After 3 consecutive days of clearing blood vines, he felt like he was going crazy. Just like working 3 shifts in an electronics factory, it was time to take a break. Yao Chen sat down in front of a rock and then began to clean up the things inside his spatial bracelet. His progress in refining treasures was still acceptable. The captive demon tower only needed light of varying intensities to be successfully refined, with the final quality determined by the intensity of the light. Even ordinary sunlight from the outside world could enable the successful refinement of the captive demon tower, but its quality would only reach the 5th transformation. However, with the assistance of an awakened individual with light attribute abilities, the quality could reach the 6th transformation. If the rarity of the light was higher, it could reach even higher realms. But for now, he couldn't go to the outside world, so the captive demon tower could not be refined. The substitute for the other person had already taken effect and needed no further attention. Another important treasure was the dreaming song. This item had been refined to the 6th stage and could enter the dream of any awakener, except for those of the 8th stage. Lastly, there was his own treasure, which could currently form a set of possessed armor, roughly increasing his strength by 5 times. This was his progress in refining treasures. Not fast but certainly not slow. Yao Chen took a deep breath and began perfecting the demon ceiling tower once again. He looked forward to the day he could obtain rare brilliance, perhaps even reaching the 8th stage with the demon ceiling tower. After a week, Yao Chen had perfected all his treasures and there was nothing more to improve. Meanwhile, the Dragon Jiao's clone had been continuously devouring blood vine attributes during that week, increasing its power slightly. However, the clone had eaten so much that it was starting to feel nauseous, pushing its limits. Yao Chen's gaze flickered. Then he left the small world and arrived at the Blood God's inheritance site to check on the Blood God's recovery. The entire inheritance site remained unchanged, repaired by the Blood God after the previous battle. But strangely, despite calling out several times, Yao Chen received no response from the Blood God. "My sister, aren't your injuries severe? It's been a week." The empty inheritance site echoed with his words, but there was no other sound. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, realizing the Blood God's healing was taking too long, which was not good news. What if the geniuses from the club came looking for him now? How would he handle it? Yao Chen pursed his lips and then messaged Tianhuazi. 3 hours later, Tianhuazi arrived at the Blood God's inheritance site as scheduled. "Brother, you are indeed here. The outside world is going crazy. You are now wanted by the entire alliance. You need to find a way to escape, preferably to the savage wilderness." Tianhuazi had exerted a lot of effort to enter the inheritance site and was now panting heavily as he spoke. "It's too late. If I go out now, it's certain death. Did you bring what I asked for?" "Yes. Shall we begin now?" Tianhuazi inquired. Yao Chen was about to reply when suddenly the entire inheritance site shook, and lime dust fell from the sky. In that moment, his face turned pale. The members of the Genius Club had arrived, but the Blood God was still in a deep healing slumber. In the high sky of the inheritance site, lime dust descended, accompanied by continuous collision sounds, as if some kind of giant beast was ramming against the exterior. Tianhuazi's face paled. The intense collision sounds indicated trouble ahead. "Inheritor, enter the small world. I will now teach you how to control the Blood God statue." The weak voice of the Blood God sounded, filled with a sense of weakness, like a dying patient. Yao Chen's expression changed at these words. He hadn't expected the Blood God's injuries to still be unhealed, leaving him powerless to resist the upcoming invaders. And now, the Blood God was entrusting him with the control of the Blood God statue. Boom, boom, Boom! The sounds of unrest from above continued, and as Yao Chen tried to call out to the blood god, he realized the blood god's presence had completely vanished. Tian Huozi, pretend you don't know me and stay here. Don't worry about me, Yao Chen instructed before swiftly entering the small world. However, at that moment, the entire inheritance site exploded above, and two figures descended rapidly. One emitted a genuine 8th stage aura, exuding a majestic presence like an unborn dragon king. The other figure was even more terrifying, leaving Yao Chen unable to discern the person's realm, causing intense tremors within him. Could this be a half step to the 9th stage? At this point, it was too late to react. The two powerful figures had already entered the inheritance ground. Zhong seemed to have recovered from his daze after seeing the heavenly fire and began to inquire. But before he could ask a few questions, the gazes of the two men turned towards him again and they charged straight at him. Yao Chen, you have committed heinous crimes by slaughtering the genius Lingku and killing more than 30 fellow disciples. Moreover, you have committed the inhumane act of cannibalism. Your sins are unforgivable, and now your time to die has come. The 8th level powerhouse spoke in a lofty tone, filled with coldness and disdain. Yao Chen remained silent, only lowering his head in trying to escape. However, his speed was somewhat slower now, and in just an instant, the two powerhouses had reached him, blocking his way like two towering mountains. A strong sense of oppression hit Yao Chen, causing his body to tremble instinctively as he began to step back. At that moment, he noticed that the two men were accompanied by a small unmanned aerial vehicle, seemingly broadcasting something. Yao Chen, the entire Alliance's audience is watching you, witnessing how we will bring you to justice today. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi became even more certain of his thoughts. The Alliance had set up this scheme, broadcasting his appearance to more people. His sudden appearance caused an uproar in the live broadcast room, with voices of accusation filling the air. Is this the cannibal demon? He's surprisingly handsome. What's the use of being handsome? He's a murderer and a demon who eats people. Do you still have any sympathy for him? Ha! A murderer like him should be killed immediately. Let the Alliance get rid of this scourge. Why let him appear in the live broadcast? The live broadcast room was filled with curses, a fact Yao Chen didn't need to think twice about. At that moment, the half-step 9-turn expert, without even glancing at him, simply said, let him kneel in front of the national audience and reflect on his actions, slaughtering so many elites of the Alliance universities and killing the heads of those families. He has already sealed his fate. The half-step 9-turn expert chuckled lightly, wearing a mask that obscured his features, but his powerful aura still instilled fear in people, as if facing a true ancient god. Yao Chen was extremely anxious. He was less than 200 meters away from the blood god statue, but he couldn't move easily now, because if he made a move, he would likely face the fierce attacks of these two powerhouses head-on. This would undoubtedly lead to his death on this 200-meter journey, without any chance of survival. Ha! You can kill a 6th level, withstand a 7th level, but how will you deal with an 8th level? The 8th level powerhouse Ji Rumming approached slowly, then extended a palm that came crashing down. Boom! Like a demon's hand descending from the sky, Yao Chen's face showed a fierce expression, and in an instant, he spoke out. Evil and deceptive 9 kills. Swish! In just a moment, he suddenly flicked his palm, and a huge evil spirit appeared, striking out with a claw towards the 8th level powerhouse, instantly pushing him back. Do you dare to resist? The 8th level powerhouse roared at him, just as he was about to move forward to deal with this kid. To his surprise, the evil spirit in front of him struck out with a second claw, and the power of this second strike was twice as strong as the previous one. He managed to defend against this attack, but before he could recover, the evil spirit unleashed 3 more claws in succession. Swish! 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 In an instant, all 9 claws of the evil spirit descended, and the 8th level powerhouse sensed a threat to his life, so he opened up his defense just in time to withstand this attack. However, it was already a bit too late. Yao Chen quickly retreated and arrived at the foot of the blood god statue. As he touched the statue, he disappeared completely. What did he do? The powerful experts were shocked. The demonic move just now forced one of them to defend with all his might, and now this kid had vanished under the blood god statue, causing both of them to narrow their eyes. At the same time, chaos erupted in the live broadcast room. Over 3 million viewers had tuned in, eagerly anticipating the unfolding slaughter. But Yao Chen's consecutive unexpected moves had surpassed everyone's expectations. First, He used a demonic move to push the expert to his limits. Then he activated the vanishing technique, leaving everyone puzzled. The two sudden changes put everyone on edge. What's going on? Aren't these two supposed to be our top experts in Manhwa? How come they can't handle this murderer? Looks like these two were careless and gave him a chance to escape. I told them they should have taken out the murderer directly earlier. Now that he's disappeared, let's see how they handle it. The comments from the national audience in the live broadcast room were visible to the two experts, but they paid no mind. After all, this was an order from the country, otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to host this broadcast. Interesting. Not only did you defend with all your might, but now you've pulled off this disappearing act. Are you inside the statue now? Half-Step 9 Revolution said with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Approaching slowly, his aura suddenly burst forth, causing the world to change color, and the entire small world trembled once again. Changchun Ivy dared not show itself, and even Yao Chen seemed hesitant. Meanwhile, Tianhuazi stumbled to the entrance of the small world, his eyes filled with despair. These two experts, he had heard from his grandfather, were the trump cards of Manhwa. Now they were hunting down his brother. Did his brother have any way out? Tianhuazi remained silent, standing in the corner, watching coldly to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, inside the blood god statue, Yao Chen's consciousness slowly awakened. He glanced at his current state, his body was unharmed, but a part of his consciousness had merged into the blood god statue. Now, he could fully control the statue if he wished. His physical body was in a hollow space in the middle of the statue, free to move around. I wonder if I can unleash the power of a Half-Step 9 Revolution through the blood god statue controlled by me. I hope it can withstand Half-Step 9 Revolution, but now I have lost the initiative. Many Manhwa clan members must have seen me in the live broadcast. I have no way out now unless I can become so strong that they dare not make a move. Yao Chen muttered to himself. Then, the blood god statue moved. At that moment, as the aura of the blood god statue spread out, even the Half-Step 9 Revolution expert was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brow. Interesting, he's also a Half-Step 9 Revolution like me. In the city of Hui, in a high-end residential area, Yao Guang had earned enough money to move his parents into this neighborhood. At this moment, the family of three happily sat down to dinner. Our little Guang is truly amazing. He earned money and didn't forget his parents. He even got us this big house. Our little Guang is the best. Guang, you are a promising young man. Let me toast to you. Yao Changdong was in a very good mood, raising his glass and drinking alone, his face filled with contentment. The three of them were watching the live broadcast on TV, their smiles growing even wider. Ha! Yao Chun, this waste of space, with such a great name from being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, must have received a huge scholarship. But now, he doesn't even bother to call me, not even sending a penny back home. He is nowhere near as good as you. Stogwang, you are truly your father's good son. Yao Changdong patted Yao Guang's shoulder, his face becoming more intoxicated. At this moment, Yao Guang's face was also flushed with joy. When he found out that his brother had killed someone and was now globally wanted, he couldn't contain his happiness. As long as his brother died, he would be extremely happy. Yao Chen's existence was like a huge mountain in his heart. Now that his brother was about to die, he naturally felt much more relaxed. In the blood god's small world at this moment, a series of massive impacts continued to echo. Yao Chen controlled the blood god statue, engaging in a fierce battle with the masked Half-Step 9 Revolution. At this moment, the Half-Step 9 Revolution moved like thunder, each impact causing the blood god statue to tremble, even developing some cracks. If this continued, the entire statue would surely be destroyed, and even if the blood god revived, he would not be able to fight back. Yao Chen was currently controlling the blood god statue. Since the statue was constructed in the form of a woman's body, he felt somewhat distant and couldn't fully utilize the statue's immense physical advantages. It was somewhat cumbersome, like operating a mecha, unable to act as desired. Yao Chun, you will die today. I will make you a laughingstock in front of a global audience. I will show you that the basic principles of humanity cannot be violated. Failing to defeat the behemoth in front of him, the enraged Half-Step 9 Revolution expert began to attack furiously. His body emitted a dazzling light, each strike releasing beams of light that hit the blood god statue, causing significant damage. Oh my god, it's a follower of the light god. A follower of the light god. The SS level awakened one who was previously hidden among various geniuses. It's him, it's really him. The follower of the light god has made a move. Who else can be his opponent? Inside the live broadcast room, Yao Chen couldn't hear the audience's words, but he could clearly sense the opponent's strong light attribute. The refining of the demon tower is only one step away, but this guy is emitting a light attribute. Yao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly made up his mind and took out the semi-finished demon tower, then began to refine it frantically. Evade demon pill. Fei Lin Yu. Yao Chen. After stuffing these two final materials into the demon tower, he directly controlled the tower to fly towards the most severely damaged part of the statue's body, where a strong light attribute was present. Boom! Due to being too distracted just now, the attack of the follower of the light god once again caused massive damage to the statue. Yao Chen staggered back a few steps, but still managed to place the demon tower at the most severely damaged part. The demon tower then began to absorb the light attribute. Yao Chen's eyes were somewhat manic at this moment. Half of his mind was focused on refining treasures, while the other half was focused on the enemy. In just an instant, he fell into a disadvantage, almost being suppressed by the opponent. Ha ha, even if you have such an extraordinary statue, what can you do? Do you really think you are my match? The follower of the light god laughed maniacally, but at that moment, he froze. A huge dragon suddenly bit half of his body from behind, a sharp stinging sensation coming from his lower body. This was Yao Chen's clone. You have some nerve. The follower of the light god instantly flew into a rage. His right hand turned into a beam of light sword, instantly cutting off the dragon's head behind him. However, strangely, Yao Chen's dragon clone seemed to have no sense of pain. After the huge body fell to the ground, a new head began to grow at the wound. At this moment, the 8th Revolution expert wanted to move forward and kill his clone, but was blocked by the follower of the light god. Let me handle this kid alone. You don't need to intervene, just watch from the side. With these words, the 8th Revolution powerhouse Ji Rumming paused, said no more, and stood aside. The next moment, the attacks of the followers of the light became even more fierce. His hands turned into blades, constantly cutting back and forth on the huge body of the blood god statue, leaving behind surging light traces, causing massive damage. Yao Chen, at this moment, was also on the verge of collapse, but he persisted, manipulating the restraining demon tower to circulate in every position of the blood god statue, accepting the baptism of light. Gradually, nearly 1/3 of the area of this treasure has been covered by flowing light, almost completed in refinement, but the remaining 2/3 are still in a chaotic state, unfinished, and due to his distraction, the blood god statue was severely damaged. It was on the brink of collapse, with cracks all over its massive body, as if it would shatter into thousands of pieces in the next moment. I must hold on. If the light attribute power obtained from him is refined, it can definitely reach the level of an 8th Revolution immortal treasure. I will also have the capital to turn the tables. If I can't hold on now, death is the only way. Yao Chen roared madly in his heart, while at the same time, the attacks of the followers of the light mysteriously stopped. He frowned, staring fixedly at the blood god statue in front of him, as if searching for something, before slowly speaking. It seems like you are refining a treasure. Am I right? Whoosh. With these words, Yao Chen's face instantly turned pale, and at the same time, a storm of shock and awe erupted in the live broadcast room. Impossible. How could someone refine a treasure while fighting, especially against a half-step 9th Revolution powerhouse? How could he possibly do it? Is it true? Is there really someone who can refine a treasure during a high-level battle like this? So Yao Chen is refining an immortal treasure. The two words immortal treasure immediately caused a sensation in the live broadcast room. Almost all awakeners have had treasures, but very few know about the 6th Revolution immortal castle, and even if they do, they understand that it is an existence beyond their reach. The difficulty of material matching and the mental consumption required to refine an immortal treasure are things that an ordinary awakener cannot achieve, nor have the ability to achieve. Being able to refine an immortal treasure indicates that this awakener has gained considerable strength, and definitely a certain social status, which is not low. But even if he exhausted all his mental power at ordinary times, he is actually refining a treasure during battle. The exclamations in the live broadcast room continued. Every viewer in front of the television fell into a strange silence, staring blankly at the screen in the live broadcast room. Yao Guangzhang's right hand, which was picking at his food, stopped, and then clenched the chopsticks tightly. Brother, why? Sensing that his son's emotions were off,
Yao Changdong immediately spoke to comfort him.
Meanwhile, in the small world, the half-step ninth revolution powerhouse, the Apostle of Light, came to a halt. He still floated in the air, looking ahead with a calm gaze. At this moment, he could sense waves of treasure fluctuations on the surface of the opponent's statue's body at every injured location, and after passing through, the aura of light would disappear. It seemed that the opponent was using his light attribute talent to refine a treasure. Do you think you're very clever? Or are you some earth-shattering figure? In the midst of our battle, you can still spare a star god to refine a meaningless treasure. It seems you look down on me very much, and you seem to be in great need of light attribute power. The Apostle of Light laughed, then slowly raised his hands, and finally, a huge golden light array appeared behind him, forming a massive golden light array. Don't you want light attribute power very much? Source text, how will you deal with my famous skill? The bright cultist laughed maniacally, and then the array behind him erupted with a strong light. A huge column of light, like a falling star, shot out and struck the chest of the blood god statue instantly. The intense beam of light made the space in the small world feel torn apart. The heavens and earth wailed. Even the ivy underground couldn't bear the pressure and let out painful cries. Ha ha, you wanted light, didn't you? This is the light you desired. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the heavens and earth were torn apart, and so was the chest of the blood god statue. At this moment, Yao Chen almost exerted all his strength. The binding demon tower was placed in front of him, absorbing the huge beam of light in front of him with all his might. However, many rays of light still penetrated his body, corroding his flesh and even exposing his bones. At this moment, the blood god statue still stood, but Yao Chen's crumbling body, holding the almost completed binding demon tower, fell from the sky. Due to the extreme height, after free-falling for 30 seconds, he landed on the ground with a thud. At that moment, everything fell silent. Yao Chen's breath vanished completely. At the same time, Yao Guang in the Hui city suddenly clutched his chest, his expression turning extremely fierce. Yao Guang, who was eating at that moment, collapsed to the ground clutching his chest, his face becoming extremely pale, his life rapidly fading away. Yao Changdong panicked instantly. He thought his child was choking on food and tried to use the Heimlich maneuver, only to realize the child was clutching his chest. Quick, call an ambulance for the child. Hurry and get them here. What's wrong with this child? Xiao Guang, don't scare me. Yao Changdong was overjoyed, watching his child's face grow paler, even his breath weakening. He was extremely anxious, even speaking without restraint. My child, you must not have any problems. If you die, what will we do? Who will earn money in the future? Oh no! Oh no! If you die, what will we do? Dad took out loans to buy 3 luxury cars. Who will repay them now? Yao Changdong was speaking without restraint. Meanwhile, Yao Guang, with his dim eyes, looked at his father's anxious face for a long time. So, Dad is more worried about my money than me. Brother, you knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? After saying that, his head drooped, and he quietly passed away. On the other side, ha ha, do you think you're invincible just because you control a puppet that doesn't belong to you? Daring to be distracted in refining immortal treasures, you really don't know yourself. The bright cultist laughed maniacally, and the live broadcast room exploded. The murderer really died, killed with a single blow. Ha ha, the bright cultist is my idol. Amazing, I can't believe it. What a waste. It would have been better to let him finish refining it first. The treasure wasn't fully refined yet. Is the person upstairs a traitor? Allowing a murderer to successfully refine. How can you speak so lightly? The discussions in the live broadcast room continued, but it didn't affect the remaining 3 people present. At this moment, the bright cultist slowly approached Yao Chen's body, holding the almost completed binding demon tower in his hand. Why is it only at the 7th transformation? It seems to lack some charm. He frowned, showing his dissatisfaction. A 7th transformation treasure was not very helpful to him unless its effect was extremely extraordinary, which the binding demon tower was not. However, at that moment, Tianhuazi walked up. At this moment, his face looked terrifyingly calm, devoid of any expression, as he respectfully approached the followers of the light and clasped his fists, saying, "Esteemed follower of the light, I know of this treasure. I was once his classmate, and now, with just a touch of brilliance, this treasure can enter the 8th revolution realm," Tianhuazi declared solemnly. However, at this moment, The follower of the light turned his head, looking at him with a sneer. I heard you used to call him your big brother, right? What? Are you trying to seek revenge now? With these words, Tianhuazi's face paled slightly, but he did not step back, his gaze remained firm. Esteemed follower, how could I ever betray you? The maniac is already dead, and I naturally want to help you gain more power. I only hope you can take care of our Tianhua family a bit more. Esteemed follower, don't believe what he says. This kid is lying to you, who knows what evil intentions he might have. Exactly. He might be thinking of how to avenge his big brother now. Esteemed follower, please don't believe his words. The follower of the light's expression kept changing. For someone like him, every move was made for significant benefits. Although the official alliance had rewarded him handsomely this time, he felt it was not enough. If he could obtain an 8th revolution treasure at this moment, it would be a significant gain for him, even more than what the alliance had offered. The follower of the light pondered for a moment and then spoke to Tianhuazi. If you can truly elevate this immortal treasure to the 8th revolution, I might just take care of your Tianhua family a bit. Thank you for your trust. I will try my best to satisfy you, Tianhuazi respectfully replied. He then took the restraining demon tower and began his actions. He first breathed out a flame, continuously burning on the tower. This action seemed ordinary, but in reality, one could see the flowing light on the tower's surface gradually perfecting itself. What's going on? Can he really perfect this treasure? Did you see that? The aura of this immortal treasure is reaching completion. My goodness. I am fortunate to witness the birth of an 8th revolution immortal treasure. Watching the audience in the live broadcast room exclaim, the follower of the light's expression became even more resolute. It seemed that he would indeed gain an 8th revolution immortal treasure today, which was truly profitable. At this moment, although Tianhuazi appeared to be perfecting the restraining demon tower on the surface, internally, he kept pondering. Big brother told me to perfect the restraining demon tower after his death, but he is already completely deceased. Does it really make sense for me to do this? Tianhuazi's heart was already deeply immersed in doubt. Despite his big brother's death, he still maintained trust in him. Following his final wishes, he spewed out strands of flames, symbolizing rebirth, continuously burning and surging. The restraining demon tower was gradually perfected, only a tiny bit away from success. The eyes of the 8th revolution expert and the follower of the light lit up completely. The two of them, along with the hundreds of viewers in the live broadcast room, stared intently at this final scene, their eyes filled with anticipation and greed. After several tens of minutes, the restraining demon tower suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Following that, an 8th revolution aura burst forth, the entire tower shining with endless brilliance, instantly illuminating an area of over 50 miles, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The follower of the light laughed heartily, about to step forward to observe this 8th revolution treasure. However, at that moment, he froze. Beside Tianhuazi, Yao Chen slowly revealed his figure. He was tall, exuding a slender and handsome feeling, like bamboo in the distant mountains. At this moment, Yao Chen expressionlessly took the detaining demon tower and then looked straight at the bright faithful, softly saying, "Detain." In that instant, the bright faithful's face changed drastically. In that moment, a dazzling light radiated from the detaining demon tower in Yao Chen's hand, followed by a strong suction force that directly immobilized the bright faithful. Boom! 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 The intense tearing sensation was so evident, the bright faithful's hands continuously emitted light, but it was futile. He rapidly approached Yao Chen, and his body was gradually shrinking. Just 3 seconds later, the bright faithful shrank into a black dot and entered the detaining demon tower. At that moment, not only did the entire area fall silent, even the broadcasting room was completely still. What's going on? Isn't he dead? Why is he resurrected now? That treasure in his hand has turned into 8 tentacles, actually capturing the esteemed bright faithful inside. How did he do it? The bright faithful is a half step to the 9th transformation. The broadcasting room was already in chaos, and at this moment, Yao Chen slowly approached to feel this new body. If nothing unexpected happened, Yao Guang was already dead. But what puzzled him was that this body seemed to have some bloodline very similar to Yao Guang's. In other words, his current body was composed of his own life and his brother Yao Guang's life. But now was not the time to think about these things because the remaining 8 transformation powerhouse was slowly approaching. What have you done? He stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Yao Chen. However, Yao Chen did not look directly at him but simply waved his hand and said, The half-step ninth transformation Bright Faithful has been captured by me. And you, aren't you going to run away? Yao Chen sneered. Then his body suddenly turned into a mist of blood, merging into the damaged blood god statue. The blood god statue had suffered considerable damage, but it was still sufficient to deal with a mere 8 transformation. As the massive body of the blood god statue moved, the 8 transformation powerhouse's legs began to weaken. How did things turn out like this? Even the esteemed Bright Faithful has fallen here. What should I do? He tried to retreat, but to his horror, he found countless blood-red walls appearing around him under the control of the blood god statue, blocking all his escape routes, leaving him with nowhere to flee. Since you came to hunt, you must be prepared to be hunted. If you don't even have this mental preparation, why dare to come and kill me? Boom! The blood god statue lifted its massive right foot and then ruthlessly stomped on the head of the 8 transformation powerhouse in a crushing manner, slamming down heavily. Dead! Just this one foot was not something an ordinary 8 transformation could resist. Without any surprise, the powerhouse instantly turned into a pile of flesh. And at that moment, Yao Chen instantly detached from the blood god statue and returned to the ground. He looked at the pile of flesh, pondering for a moment. The essence of blood and flesh from an 8 transformation powerhouse was enough to significantly boost his evolution progress, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he collected all the flesh and blood into his spatial ring, then smiled at the unmanned drone broadcasting live. It's not that I wanted to kill them, but they insisted on provoking me. I was just passively defending myself, so please don't be impulsive in front of the TV. Smack! After saying this, he flicked his finger, and a surge of air rushed out, knocking down the drone, thus ending the live broadcast. Let's go, Huozi. Let's meet an old friend. Yao Chen patted Tian Huzi on the shoulder, and the two crossed through the small world, arriving at the blood god's inheritance site. As soon as they arrived, 2 figures were already seated in different places, eyeing Yao Chen with great interest. Eastern Dragon, your strength has reached such a level. It's truly unbelievable, the Red Dragon exclaimed with excitement, admitting that Yao Chen's overall strength had surpassed his own. Although the power of a celestial observer was similar to his own, Yao Chen's Orthodox Awakener stage had reached the 7th transformation, even close to the 8th, a level he couldn't contend with. Eastern Dragon, your performance is truly remarkable. I watched the live broadcast, and your Awakener techniques are beyond our imagination. Even the gods are looking forward to meeting you, said the demon in a suit, rising slowly with a hint of respect in his eyes. The demon was merely a celestial observer at the 7th stage, so showing respect was only natural. No time like the present. I happen to have brought some ingredients. This time, let me treat you to some Eastern cuisine. Yao Chen laughed, exchanged greetings with the blood god, and then the 3 of them left the place, heading towards a remote city in the distance. In a secluded villa somewhere, Yao Chen, the Red Dragon, and the demon were busy in the kitchen. Yao Chen collected the body parts of the 8th stage expert, chopped them into mince, added seasoning, marinated for half an hour, and finally made meat filling. After stir-frying the meat filling, he prepared some dough to make dumplings. Eastern Dragon, these dumplings of yours are too troublesome to make. It would be more straightforward to just stir-fry the meat filling or make meatballs, the Red Dragon complained. What do you know? This is the romance from the East. When the dumplings reach your mouth, I hope you won't be shocked and shout, the demon said calmly, rolling the dough with a black tail skirt, imitating Yao Chen's technique to wrap each of them into round dumplings. The 3 of them were bustling in the kitchen, like a warm and friendly big family. Meanwhile, Tian Huzi, sitting on the sofa, felt uncomfortable sitting and standing. He knew the 3 in the kitchen were preparing a cannibal feast, but he didn't want to eat. So, Tian Huzi ordered some fried chicken takeout, ate while watching TV, but couldn't eat much because the scene was a bit too disgusting for an ordinary person. 2 hours later, the 3 returned to the dining table, bringing along a large basin of dumplings. It's worth noting that a human body weighs at least 60 kilograms, so the dumplings made were quite substantial. This basin of dumplings could be compared to a small bathtub. Where's the vinegar? The chili? Are we supposed to eat them dry? How come there's nothing prepared in this small house? Yao Chen complained, then ordered Tian Huzi to buy vinegar and chili for everyone. Without Yao Chen's instructions, the demon and the Red Dragon dared not touch their chopsticks, but instead sat aside, salivating and conversing. Eastern Dragon, you've really grown big. Now that your strength has increased, you're shouting at us. You little rascal. Humph. With increased strength. Of course, I can shout at you. If Li Honglong had the strength of an 8th stage, I could also take your orders. Understand? While the three grumbled and stared at the dumplings in the basin, feeling melancholic, wondering why Tian Hozi hadn't returned yet, the villa door suddenly opened. Yao Chen didn't recognize the newcomer, but the red dragon and the demon stood up, showing respect. Hello, Angel. It's been a while. Did you catch the scent of the 8th stage expert's flesh and blood today, leading you here for the exquisite taste? The demon smirked, while the one they called an angel was a young woman in a white windbreaker. The angel smiled gently and then sat on the sofa next to Yao Chen. Hello, Eastern Dragon, she said. I've heard about you from the Red Dragon. I didn't expect that the first time we meet, you would prepare Eastern-style dumplings. It's honestly very appetizing. Just as Yao Chen was about to say something, Tian Hozi walked in. Big brother, I've bought vinegar and chile. Alright, now the few of them started to mix some seasonings, and then they began this Eastern feast. Although the angel also joined in during this time, there were plenty of dumplings to go around for everyone. Hey, look at the calendar. Today seems to be the Dragon Country's spring festival before the formation of the alliance. Tian Huazi pointed to the date on the TV. Oh, indeed. Then everyone, happy spring festival. Tian Huazi, go buy a crate. Lao Baigon is back. Let's have a round. Yao Chen called for his little brother again. Unable to refuse, Tian Huazi went out and came back with a large crate of Lao Baigon. The atmosphere in the villa was once again pushed to a climax, with everyone eating dumplings, playing cards, and drinking. Finally, after playing for nearly 5 hours, everyone stopped and started watching the program on TV. Yao Chen didn't watch with everyone but went to the backyard of the villa and took out the head of the 8th turn powerhouse from his backpack. Besides the head, there were naturally bones and some internal organs. In fact, the energy contained in the flesh of an 8th turn powerhouse is generally concentrated in the bones and internal organs, and since the brain is the organ that consumes the most energy in the human body, a vast amount of energy is usually stored in the brain. Yao Chen licked his lips, then summoned a giant dragon avatar. He didn't completely summon the avatar but let it protrude a head from behind him, swallowing all the bodies of the 8th turn powerhouses. The essence of the 8th turn powerhouse's body was swallowed by him, and in just an instant, his body heated up. Boom, boom, boom. The blood in his body began to flow violently, emitting a heart-shaking roar. Yao Chen silently felt that he had increased his evolution progress to 23% towards the next evolution, a one-time increase of 1/5 in evolution progress. The flesh of the 8th turn powerhouse is indeed extraordinary, Yao Chen muttered to himself, but he understood that the opportunity to devour an 8th turn powerhouse might only come once in a short time. With his original strength, he could only slightly resist an 8th turn powerhouse and couldn't defeat or kill one because his strength didn't allow it. The reason he could eat the flesh of the 8th turn powerhouse this time was also due to the effect of the blood god statue. However, in the future, if he doesn't receive help from the blood god in the blood god's domain, he will need to work twice as hard to make progress. By the way, Eastern Dragon, have you seen the latest official news? The inheritance of the forest god has appeared, the demon suddenly said, leaving Yao Chen somewhat stunned. The forest god should be similar to the blood god. I already have the qualification for the blood god's inheritance. The forest god seems to have little to do with me, Yao Chen said tentatively, but his eyes still held curiosity. No, 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 the forest god is not comparable to the blood god. Even at its peak, the blood god was only at the 9th transformation realm, but the forest god is a transcendent deity. Relatively speaking, it surpasses the 9th transformation as a transcendent being. With these words, Yao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He seemed to have heard the term transcendent being once before. Maybe this was the second time, but it still made him yearn for it. What is in the inheritance of the forest god? Tell me in detail, Yao Chen asked eagerly. Well, it is said that there is a secret about the forest god becoming a transcendent deity, and also that within the forest god's heritage lies a vine realm, where it seems that passing through that realm can make one the next forest god. But unfortunately, many awakened individuals are now being drawn there, and it's even possible that a 9-turn awakened might appear on the scene. If we were to go, the chances of inheriting are not very high, of course, unless an angel joins, the demon said, casting a glance at the angel beside him. As their eyes met, Yao Yi immediately came to his senses, realizing that the angel's realm of awakening was at the 9th turn. Yao Chen's expression changed immediately, and at that moment, he stood up abruptly, looking at the angel with astonishment in his eyes. Dining together with a 9-turn powerhouse. How many people dream of such a thing? Although not a traditional 9-turn, it was close enough. He had thought before that the angel's realm was similar to that of the red dragon and demon, treating them as ordinary friends, but now he realized otherwise. He discovered that the other party's strength was the strongest present, even reaching the pinnacle of the human realm. At that moment, the angel took a bite of a dumpling, a sweet smile appearing on her face as she looked at everyone and said, "If you want to go, I can help, but it requires God's permission. If he doesn't agree, I can't go either." "Alright, in that case, I'll make a call to ask. If God agrees, we might just pay a visit to the forest god's heritage site." The demon then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Yao Chen could vaguely hear a deep, feminine voice on the other end of the call, but not much else. After a brief conversation, it seemed that God had agreed to their request, allowing the angel to join the mission. "Alright, Eastern Dragon, God has agreed for the angel to join the mission. When shall we depart?" the demon asked, relieved. "Well, today is the spring festival. Let's wait until the 15th. As I reckon those in the forest heritage won't get anything good in these days." Yao Chen made the final decision, and so they prepared to set off on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. During these days leading up to their departure, they procured some meat and a large amount of provisions, preparing to celebrate the festival before setting out. As the days passed by, with fewer and fewer fireworks lighting up the night sky, the festive atmosphere gradually faded, and the 15th day of the first lunar month arrived slowly. Yao Chen sat on a bench outside the villa, silently feeling the changes in his body, continuously swallowing pills to keep his body in peak condition. Currently, his realm had reached the 7th turn, 8th stage, but in terms of true strength, he could contend with an 8th turn. Additionally, with the blessing of the talent of crafting divine objects, he had already forged a set of armor made up of treasures. He named this set of armor Azura, and the time it took to take out the armor and activate it was controlled within 2 seconds, which was already the fastest speed he could achieve with his mental power fully unleashed. Once the Azura armor was activated, his attribute realm would directly approach the peak of the 8th turn. Therefore, considering his overall strength, it was no longer difficult for him to deal with an 8th turn, unless it was someone with special talents and outstanding abilities among the 8th turns who could pose a threat. The rest of the 8th turns could only cause minor troubles. However, in an unfortunate encounter with a half-step 9th turn or a 9th turn, there would be no chance of winning at all. A 9th turn powerhouse was not someone an ordinary person could challenge, even a half-step 9th turn. Thinking of this, he took out the demon's ceiling tower, looking at the tiny figure inside the tower. Inside, the followers of the light were constantly colliding and clamoring, as annoying as a buzzing mosquito. "Yao Chun, I haven't figured out how to deal with this guy yet. After all, the half-step 9 turns is not something the sniper tower can refine, and if released, even if the angels can cope with it, it will be quite troublesome. The resulting battle commotion will probably attract the attention of others. Let you live for a while first. When I also reach the half-step 9 turns, I will definitely devour you." Yao Chen squinted, not hiding his greedy taste at all. At this moment, the demons also walked out of the villa, chatting and laughing. "Ha ha, I said we should have bought fireworks earlier. You, angel, refused to buy them. Regretting now, aren't you? Can't I buy them now?" "I buy them now and set them off," the little angel said impatiently. "Buying them now doesn't count. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Who sets off fireworks on the 14th day of the first lunar month? Do you think you're a child?" The demon's words shattered the innocent angel's dream. He had thought that setting off fireworks was something only children would do, but now he had the idea in his heart to play around with it, but it was clearly not the right time. "Alright, I think we should prepare early. We are going to the Forest Kingdom tomorrow. It's said that things are not peaceful in Yunnan recently. Several forces are at odds with each other. When we go, we need to keep a low profile, each person wearing a mask. By the way, you, always sitting on a chair daydreaming, how far has your strength reached? I should be able to contend with the 8th turn," Yao Chen said slowly. "Ha? What did you say about contending with the 8th turn? Who do you think you are? Why not spar with our angel?" With these words, the little angel also looked at Yao Chen with interest. "I think you men love to brag the most. Clearly, you have less than the strength of the 8th turn. but you insist on being able to contend with it. Since you said so, let's spar in my hands. I will control my strength to the 8th turn and see if what you said is true, the angel said with a smile. Yao Chen stood up, then murmured. Then one treasure after another stopped on him, finally transforming into a suit of armor. Oh my, what is this? Why is it so cool? Oh my, do you think you're an armored warrior? Are you this flashy without any combat ability? The red dragon and the demon were stunned. They had never imagined such a cool entrance. Come on, angel, I hope you can let me experience the pressure of the 9 turns. Yao Chen beckoned with his finger. At this moment, the angel smiled slightly, and then a pair of pure white wings grew on her back. She had indeed controlled her strength, hovering around the 8th turn. After taking out a bright judgment sword, she directly rushed over, without any skill. Judgment of light. With a slight smile, Yao Chen's pair of mechanical arms full of a sense of technology blocked this move without any surprise. Then his mech body did not show any clumsiness, but was agile, approaching the angel in a few steps, and then punched her in the chest. A soft touch came. Yao Chen didn't mind, and the angel didn't mind either, while also marveling at the power level of this punch. At least this punch can contend with the mid-level of the 8th turn, but for me, it's still a bit weak. The angel smiled. Then with a wave of her hand, countless small baby-like angels rushed over, each causing an explosion. However, the power of these explosions was controlled at the peak of the 8th turn. Yao Chen's eyes flashed as in each explosion, a faint yellow halo appeared on the surface of the armor. At the same time, all the dragon scales on his body surface were transferred to the surface of the mech armor. This is his latest defensive measure, the main method they use to contend with 8th level experts. By utilizing treasures and their own abilities, the defensive power of the golden armor has been raised by more than one level, enabling them to defend against attacks from peak 8th level experts. As expected, the explosion from the little angel couldn't harm him, only causing his body to tremble slightly. Alright, no need to continue. You indeed have the qualifications to contend with 8th level experts. My 8th level is that of a top-tier awakener, unless you encounter an extremely exceptional 8th level awakener. With your current strength, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After speaking, the angel ignored the others and went into the villa to rest. Meanwhile, the demon and the red dragon approached. You kid, not bad for quickly rising to the ranks of the strong. Both the red dragon and I are just 6th or 7th level, while you, in less than a year, have become such a top-tier expert. Ah, comparison is the thief of joy. Listening to the demon's words, the red dragon felt a pang in his heart. There was a time when he could spar with Yao Yi for a move or two, but now he didn't even have the qualification to spar, let alone fight back. Ah, it's just luck on my part. Stop praising me. Let's prepare to go to the Forest Kingdom in Yunnan tomorrow. Yao Chen waved his hand. However, just as the three were about to leave, the demon seemed to remember something and asked, You can contend with 8th level experts with your Awakener realm, but what about your Celestial Awakener realm? If your Celestial Awakener realm can also reach the 8th level, there will be a qualitative leap. With that said, Yao Chen immediately became interested and asked, What do you mean? What effects will there be when a Celestial Awakener reaches the 8th level? Ha, it's like this. It seems that when a Celestial Awakener reaches the 8th level, they gain the ability to create a doppelganger, like the angel creating a second angel, and the second one is currently out on a mission. I'm also eager to reach the 8th level now, so I can create a second demon, doubling my combat power. Yao Chen fell into a strange silence. After a Celestial Awakener reaches the 8th level, they can actually create a second self out of thin air. In that case, his doppelganger could also have a second self, resulting in 2 of himself and 2 giant dragon doppelgangers. Alright, how can I elevate the next level of the Celestial Awakener? Is eating people the only way? Yao Chen asked curiously. Of course not. Theoretically, each time a life is extinguished, it can elevate the Celestial Awakener's realm, depending on how high your comprehension is. The group chatted for a while again, and at the same time, the red dragon went to the nearby town and brought back a few young people, preparing them for tonight's dinner. Everyone got busy again, cooking, seasoning, and barbecuing. However, Tianhuozi couldn't eat human flesh, so he ordered fried chicken takeout. This time, Yao Chen made a concerted effort to observe everyone's eating, while also eating himself, hoping to enhance the power of the Celestial Awakener. This time, each person had a phantom above their head.
The red dragon's doppelganger behind him became stronger, while the demon remained the same. Currently, only the angel, a tall and pure female figure, looked extremely beautiful. As for Yao Chan's eastern dragon, it was slightly stronger than the demon but not as good as the angel. During this meal, Yao Chan's celestial awakener power didn't increase much, just a slight improvement. Never mind, let's focus on elevating the realm of the awakened first. I hope this journey to the forest kingdom won't disappoint me. Sighing in his heart, the difficulty of increasing his power was still too great. It was better to first do what he could manage. Day 2. Yunnan, outskirts of the forest kingdom. Originally desolate and barren, the outskirts of the forest were now crowded with over 1,000 awakened individuals, giving this place a different look than usual. At this moment, Yao Chen and his group, wearing masks, were silently waiting for the opening time of the forest kingdom. Looking around, there were no less than 1,000 awakened individuals on the outskirts. Half of them were at the 5th level, while the majority of the rest were at the 6th level. As for the 8th level, there wasn't a single one present, but it was possible that they were hidden among the crowd. Yao Chen and his group wearing masks didn't attract much attention, as many awakened individuals preferred not to reveal their faces. The crowd waited silently, and finally, after 3 hours, some trees on the outskirts of the forest began to bend, with nearly 30 trees gradually converging into the shape of a gate. Subsequently, a green light screen appeared within this gate, and the awakened individuals then crazily rushed inside. No need to rush. The light gate will be open for nearly an hour. Let them go in first, the demon reminded. As time passed slowly, the number of awakened individuals gradually decreased, and finally, Yao Chen and his group also entered the light gate one after another. The white light in front of them dissipated, and they suddenly appeared on a primitive grassland, surrounded by tall pine trees and various other types of trees. If one were to look around at this moment, at the deepest part of the grassland was a large green mass. The green mass was huge and seemed to be enveloping something, but at the moment, it looked like a giant green meatball. Somewhat disgusting. The inheritance of the forest god is inside that meatball. Shall we go now? Alright. Yao Chen and his group confirmed their target and swiftly approached the green meatball. At the same time, many other awakened individuals also noticed the clue and intended to get closer. Thus, under this pack mentality, almost half of the awakened individuals rushed towards the meatball, while others searched for some ordinary materials or treasures in this space. After all, with their strength, they couldn't participate in such high-level competition, so it was better to be cautious. The group rushed forward and finally arrived beside the meatball. After some discussion with others, a few people plunged into the meatball. Plop, plop, plop. All they could see was green inside the meatball, which turned out to be a large palace. At the top of this palace, there was an extremely dazzling green crystal. What was even more astonishing was that around the crystal, hundreds of awakened individuals were fighting fiercely, seemingly for the sake of seizing that crystal. What is that thing? Do any of you know? Yao Chen asked. It's the green god's divine essence, also known as the thorny god crystal. The angel murmured to himself, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. What does that mean? Does having the divine essence mean you can become a deity? Of course, not only can you become a deity, but its effects are far more than that. Then let's go for it. Yao Chen smiled. Immediately, his aura changed, and he rushed towards the green crystal like a dragon. The demon, the red dragon, and the angel also followed suit, not wanting to fall behind. Their actions completely caught the attention of others. Stop them. The divine essence must not fall into someone else's hands. It must be obtained by our genius club. A young man shouted loudly, and then 5 or 6 level 8 powerhouses rushed over. This shout unexpectedly brought so many level 8 powerhouses that both Yao Chen and the angel were somewhat dumbfounded. The red dragon and the demon acted decisively. Their bodies that were originally charging forward suddenly returned to the ground, pretending to be innocent. One was at the 6th level, the other at the 7th, and the power of the celestial observer could not easily be revealed. It was better to play dumb in front of the world, pretending to be tourists here. However, the angel was at the 9th level, and Yao Chen had peak strength at the 8th level, so they naturally had confidence to compete. In an instant, several 8th level powerhouses engaged with them, and the angel single-handedly fought 5 people, making them retreat with a wave of his hand. Their eyes filled with horror. You are a celestial observer at the 9th level. This is impossible. Several people exclaimed in shock.
not daring to approach again for a moment. On Yao Chen's side, things became even more dramatic.
He had long been prepared for battle,
his entire body now covered in armor,
directly merging with the Azura armor. The person he was facing was dumbfounded. He often watched armored warriors on TV with his son and immediately recognized the Azura armor.
Where did they come from? Everyone attacked together.
Don't let these celestial observers get the thorn crystal. One of the awakened 8th level individuals roared in anger, then fiercely clashed with Yao Chen. The collision with the Azura armor, combined with his own immense strength, sent the 8th level powerhouse flying back hundreds of meters, only coming to a stop after several seconds. This is impossible. He clearly only has the aura of the 7th level, yet he can unleash strength comparable to the 8th level. This, although shocked, he called for help, but not many came to assist him against Yao Chen. It was because the appearance of the angel at this moment made everyone alert, and many recognized the angel of the angels. You, abandoned by the gods, dare to appear in front of us. It seems you really don't want to live. Angel, one person roared in anger. After speaking, more awakened individuals surrounded them, inexplicably uniting to prepare to confront the angel. Yao Chen naturally saw the scene, but he had no intention of supporting the angel. Although they appeared to be friends on the surface, once they entered this forest kingdom, they also carried a competitive relationship. And now, he had not yet fully exerted his strength. The only ones disturbing him were just a few 8th level individuals, which would be enough to handle. When the time was right, he could unleash his full power and definitely seize the green crystal at the center of the meatball, regardless of what divine being it was. If so many people were fighting over it, it must be a treasure. Meanwhile, the battle on the angel's side intensified. Among the group of people fighting him, there was a 9th level individual, while the rest were at the 8th level. With such a lineup, they could easily wipe out a city. Yet the angel's expression remained unchanged, still calm. Celestial observer, especially you, who despises dogs, today I will make sure you die here. Several awakened individuals roared, rushing towards the angel, but the angel remained indifferent. His eyes were fixed on the green square, muttering to himself, "Thorn crystal, if I can obtain it, maybe I can break free from God's control. By then, the sky will be high and the sea wide." The angel licked his lips, his eyes showing a hint of greed and a smile. However, soon he couldn't smile anymore, because he saw a figure rapidly approaching the goddess shrine, and that speed was almost unstoppable. That person was Yao Chen. "No, why are you blocking me? Go stop him," the angel roared. But it seemed a bit too late at this moment, as Yao Chen had already reached the green goddess shrine, next to the thorn crystal, and then reached out with his right hand. "Stop him, don't let him get it. Go kill him. This belongs to our genius club." The crowd roared in anger, but the furious howls couldn't stop what was about to happen. Yao Chen, taking advantage of the distraction, seized the thorn crystal with his right hand. At that moment, it seemed as if time stood still, with only the shocked gazes of the onlookers and the bodies rushing towards him. Just as Yao Chen was about to secure his victory and place the green block into the spatial bracelet, a sudden change occurred. Boom! It exploded. The green god's avatar suddenly burst, and then endless green tendrils spread out, shattering the entire sphere in an instant. Countless green tendrils filled the sky, carrying everyone away into the distance. The sacred ground of the entire forest kingdom fell silent, and everyone looked around with a mix of disbelief and questioning eyes. Everything happened so suddenly. The giant sphere suddenly burst. Yao Chen, the culprit, was swept away by the tendrils to the outskirts of the forest kingdom. It wasn't just him, everyone met the same fate. From confusion to sudden rage, almost everyone understood that the green god's avatar had exploded. "You bastard, what have you done?" one person angrily demanded. However, Yao Jia pretended to know nothing, innocently standing in place, gazing towards the center of the thorn and willow thicket. "You're still pretending here. The avatar is shattered because of you. What else are you pretending for?" With these words, almost everyone's gaze turned towards Yao Chen, who was now sweating profusely. As expected, he was about to be surrounded by the crowd, a situation he definitely didn't want to face. Yao Chen sighed inwardly and then turned his gaze towards the center of the thorn and willow thicket. "The avatar isn't shattered. Look, the avatar is still there at the center of this thicket. How could I have shattered it?" With these words, everyone's eyes trembled as they looked towards the center of the thicket. There,
A diamond-shaped green crystal floated quietly at the very center of the thorn and willow thicket, as if the previous block avatar was just a material covering the real avatar. He's right. That diamond shape is indeed the avatar. Wait, listen. It seems like someone is speaking. Seekers from afar, enter the thorn and willow thicket. Undergo cruel trials. If you reach the end, you may inherit my position. Strive on. The words were short and the voice light, but everyone heard them clearly. Simply by entering the thorn and willow thicket and reaching the center, one could obtain the avatar and inherit the position of the green god. In reality, many awakeners were not very interested in the green god's avatar, but that didn't diminish its value as a remarkable treasure, especially in Yao Chen's eyes. If I can swallow this avatar, then wouldn't I? Yao Chen's mind wandered, thinking that if he could truly consume the avatar, he might advance to the next level of evolution, becoming a higher being, perhaps even reaching the 8th transformation directly. Licking his lips, Yao Chen dismissed his Azura armor and then took a deep breath, entering the thorn and willow thicket. Swish! He became the first to take the plunge, but the moment he entered the thicket, he sensed that something was amiss. His power had vanished. There was no trace of elemental energy on him, and most astonishingly, his physical strength had been weakened by at least 80%. Come here to obtain the avatar. You will become my next students. However, upon entering the thorn and willow thicket, your elemental energy will be taken, and your physical strength will be weakened. Endure the pain of being pierced by the thorns, for it is a necessary condition to become a god. Painful? Indeed. It's excruciating. Yao Chen momentarily revealed a grimacing expression. The thorns beneath his feet took on an illusory form, piercing through his soles and spreading upwards relentlessly. He could feel the prick of the thorns, not just on his feet but piercing his body at various points with their phantom presence. Don't let him succeed. The divinity of the green god must not fall into others' hands. Someone shouted loudly, and almost 100 awakened individuals leaped into the thorny area almost simultaneously, only to be met with cries of agony the next moment. Help! What the hell? My foot is blasted through. Ah! Some cried out for help. Some even wept. The sensation of being pierced all over by thorns was unbearably painful, even for those with defensive capabilities on their bodies. Unable to resist this semi-illusory thorn, the stinging sensation spread throughout everyone's body, and nearly half of them couldn't bear the pain. Returning to the outside world, deciding to stay away from this vast expanse of thorns. Hold on a little longer. Completing this thorny path will grant you the divinity of the green god. Do you want others to seize this divinity? The leader of the 9 revolutionists said. However, despite his words, this 9 revolutionist did not actively enter the thorny area, displaying a clear double standard. At the same time, the angel also refrained from entering, pursing his lips. He had heard of the thorny area before, rumored to be a mysterious place from ancient times, later taken by the green god, but he hadn't expected this mysterious place to be located here. Of course, the angel wisely chose not to enter. He didn't want to endure the pain of being pierced by thorns and reaching the final location where the divinity was stored, at least 5 miles away. These 5 miles would continuously subject him to the pain of being pierced, with more parts of his body being pierced the further he went, intensifying the agony. Some gritted their teeth in pain. Some were in so much pain they couldn't even speak, but there were also some determined individuals who kept pushing forward. Like Yao Chen, I must devour the green god's divinity. By consuming this, not only can I gain an extremely powerful evolutionary direction, but I can also significantly increase the evolution progress, surely raising the 21% evolution progress to 100%. Intense pain stimulated their bodies, with every thorn on the vines accurately piercing their bodies, causing cell division and death. The severe pain felt like ants gnawing, making every awakened individual cry out in agony. Some grimaced fiercely, while others were reduced to a pitiful state, struggling to leave the area. All of you idiots, hold on. Those who obtain the green god's divinity will have the opportunity to advance to 9 revolution first. A 9 revolutionist stood on the outskirts of the thorn bushes, watching the group of struggling 8-armed awakened individuals inside. This statement indeed had an effect. The 8 revolutionists, who were recently in a sorry state, upon hearing this, were first stunned, then as if they were possessed, they madly rushed into the thorn bushes, intending to obtain the divinity. Unfortunately, their brief outburst was not enough to sustain them, and after advancing just over 10 meters, they were once again overwhelmed.
The pain from the thorn bushes made countless people hesitate.
Unexpectedly, 2 revolutionists were pushing forward with all their might. Their expressions were fierce, their bodies trembling, but they kept moving forward every moment, showing no intention of retreating. Soon,
these 2 awakened individuals caught the attention of the senior members of the Genius Club.
Seahorse, Dust Avoider, if you 2 can obtain the divinity, then the next 9 revolutionist cultivated by the club will be the 2 of you. Keep it up.
Only these 2 people seemed to be oblivious to the words of the club's seniors,
just moving forward with determination.
However, what caught more attention was the figure at the front.
With his back to everyone, his expression remained hidden from view, and this person was none other than Yao Chen. Who is he? How can he be so far ahead? Yeah, who is this person, leading us by such a distance? Could it be that the green godhead will fall into his hands? Boom!
As the words fell, a powerhouse at the shore suddenly extended his right hand,
firing an electromagnetic cannon towards the leading Yao Chen.
Strangely, the electromagnetic cannon vanished into thin air the moment it approached the thorns.
Seemingly ineffective. Damn! These Jing techniques can actually resist attacks, becoming invincible as long as they are within the thorn bushes.
The attacker gritted his teeth.
Many present were geniuses belonging to the club. How could they stand by and watch someone take away the green godhead from right under their noses? But no matter how much resentment they felt, the entire thorn bushes rejected any attack, leaving Yao Chen undisturbed.
The only thing he needed to be concerned about was the pain from the thorns piercing his body.
If anyone could see his facial expression, they would be shocked and amazed. The other awakeners either wore masks of pain or convulsed uncontrollably. Only Yao Chen, his expression was maniacal. Not from pain but from intense greed and desire for possession.
I must obtain the green godhead.
Once I swallow that thing, the next evolution could bring a significant enhancement, even enabling direct progression to the next stage. Yao Chen roared inwardly.
His face full of greed showed no signs of pain.
With his inner desire growing stronger, his pace quickened, covering a distance of 2 li in just a few minutes.
As the journey lengthened,
the thorny terrain took a turn, revealing Yao Chen's full face to everyone. Oh my! What expression is that on his face? What's going on? Why do I feel like he's enjoying himself? His face full of greed, as if there's a beauty ahead. Some were puzzled, some baffled. Those awakeners behind him turned pale, feeling incredulous. To them,
enduring in this thorn bush was already extremely challenging, but seeing Yao Chen advancing with such greed on his face was beyond comprehension.
Push harder,
and we'll reach the green godhead in 3 more li.
But we must plan our retreat first,
Yao Chen muttered to himself,
hastening his steps.
The thorns around him increased, the illusory green vines entwining his body,
constantly pricking him.
Yet, he remained indifferent,
like a pilgrim, in the forest kingdom. As the awakeners approached the thorn sea,
they silently watched those ahead moving through it, a hint of fear in their eyes.
In the sea of thorns,
the awakeners let out cries akin to pig slaughter, their faces pale, some even contorted in pain.
Hang in there, everyone.
We must catch up with the person at the front, otherwise,
all this pain will be for nothing,
the 9-turn awakener shouted from the shore.
Despite his efforts, it was futile within the thorn sea,
as the intense pain clouded their minds, leaving them with only 2 thoughts, to leave the thorn sea immediately or to obtain the godhead.
However, the latter seemed somewhat distant now, with Yao Chen ahead of them.
Like a ferocious beast, at the end of the rushing river,
he madly charged towards the goddess at a speed unmatched by anyone,
seemingly unaffected by the sea of thorns. Although everyone wanted to compete for the divine pavilion,
after witnessing Yao Chen's performance,
some had second thoughts. With him at the forefront, it was certain that the goddess could not be won over.
Now, as everyone suffered in vain in the sea of thorns,
not only did they endure the pain for nothing,
but they couldn't even obtain anything valuable.
Staying here was just inviting humiliation upon themselves. With these thoughts, dozens of awakened individuals withdrew from the competition in the sea of thorns,
leaving less than 50 people. The Green Goddess Pavilion was just ahead, but Yao Chen was far ahead, leaving the rest without a chance. Speed up, he's already at the front. Don't embarrass yourselves. Is the club raising you for nothing? Being surpassed by an outsider now, the 9 Revolution powerhouse shouted from the shore,
but it had little effect, even causing some awakened individuals to feel discontent.
You, standing comfortably on the shore,
of course, want us to charge forward.
If you're so capable, come down and experience it yourself. Can humans really endure this kind of pain? You, acting all high and mighty as the club's vice president, are used to it. The pain in this sea of thorns is not something ordinary people can endure. If you're so capable, come down and experience it before speaking. Let's all retreat. He's already in the lead. No matter how fast we go, we can't catch up. It's better to leave now to avoid further embarrassment. Due to the intense pain in the sea of thorns, the awakened individuals began to curse, but not at Yao Chen at the front, but at the club's vice president who was urging them on. Hearing their own awakened individuals cursing him, the Nine Revolution Club's vice president couldn't bear it, jumping and angrily scolding the crowd, his language turning foul. However, it was all in vain. Those who needed to leave would leave. The pain in the sea of thorns was unbearable for ordinary people. Enduring for 5 or 6 minutes was already the limit. At this moment, the number of people in the sea of thorns decreased again, from 50 sharply down to 20, and after 10 minutes, it decreased once more to only 10 people. Surprisingly, the first-placed Yao Chen was a full kilometer ahead of the second-placed. Truly unbelievable. Damn, who is he really? How can he endure for so long, maintaining a steady pace, and even increasing his speed? How does he do it? Does he not feel pain? Damn it, I think he's just a sick person. Feeling no pain, that's why he's walking so fast, completely indifferent to pain. Especially look at his expression, full of greed. Damn it! Some shouted in anger, some cursed furiously, yet Yao Chen's expression remained calm, even with a hint of ferocity, revealing endless greed. Vice President, we've found information on him. This guy is Yao Chen, the one we previously targeted. He dares to come here, a subordinate reported to the Vice President, who widened his eyes upon hearing this. Then a look of ecstatic joy emerged in his eyes. It's really him. It's said that China has unilaterally offered a bounty on him, with an 8 revolution pill that can kill him. Not only can you get the 8 revolution pill, but also 100 billion rewards from the Dragon Country. Ha ha, great. Today is his death date. Even if he gets first place, no one can save him. The vice president suddenly smiled, his body flashing swiftly as he arrived near the end of the Thorn Sea, silently waiting for Yao Chen to reach the finish line and take the Green God's grace. Perhaps the next moment, when the Thorn Sea lost its effect, would be his time of death. The vice president suddenly prepared to attack, and the angel naturally saw this scene, but chose not to intervene, instead silently watching from a distance. In truth, there was no clear cooperation between the angel and Yao Chen, so it was understandable that he did not help. After all, everyone was a celestial observer, acting according to destiny and helping each other only if they were in a good mood. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yao Chen still showed no sign, just swiftly approaching the Green God's grace. Soon, to the shock of onlookers, he was close to the Green God, only a few hundred meters away. Kid, once you get the grace, throw it to me, or when you appear outside, you'll have nowhere to bury your body. Yes, get the grace and throw it to the vice president, or we'll make sure you have no complete corpse. You can't escape. Yao Chen, you are in a desperate situation. Throw the Green God's grace over. Maybe you won't have to die. Ha! Yao Chen sneered, swiftly approaching the Green God's grace and then grabbing the green cube in his hand. Unexpectedly, after he held the Green God's grace in his hand, the Thorn Sea did not disappear. At this moment, Yao Chen found something similar to a vine-like finger thickness under his feet, so he picked it up as well. Ah, this thing seems to be called the Heart of Thorns, Yao Chen thought, with a slight movement. At this moment, as his consciousness delved into the Heart of Thorns, it seemed he could control the surrounding Thorn Sea, expanding and contracting it. It was as if having the Heart of Thorns allowed him to control the Thorn Sea, and as he controlled the Heart of Thorns, the pain in his body ceased, and he felt relaxed. Great! With this thing, I can stay in the Thorn Sea forever and not fear them coming in. Yao Chen finally calmed down, and then a huge dragon head suddenly appeared behind him, swallowing the Green God's grace in his right palm in one gulp. Gulp! In the moment of swallowing the Green God's grace, Yao Chen felt a violent shock in his mind, followed by a huge dizziness emerging from the depths of his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately controlled the Heart of Thorns, spreading the Thorn Sea all around, expanding its range to the maximum. After doing all this, he instantly passed out. This was the second time he fainted during evolution. The first time was when he swallowed the horn of the Black Mountain Goat, and this time it was because he swallowed the divine essence of the ancient god. the green god. At this moment, endless green thorns unfolded. The vice president, who had been waiting on the shore, was stunned. Without realizing it, he was directly swept into the thorn sea, screaming in pain. Someone save me, why is it so painful? The vice president screamed in pain, but there were few awakened ones ready to help. Previously, the vice president had urged them to fly quickly in the thorn sea, but now it was his turn, and he couldn't even stand due to the pain, which was quite hypocritical. Someone, please save me, it's too painful, come quickly. The vice president was in tears, unable to maintain his strength in the secret realm even as a 9 transformations expert. Fortunately, he had a few extremely loyal subordinates who, despite their own pain, entered the thorn sea and pulled the vice president back on the shore. He dared not say much more, as his performance just now was truly pathetic. He continued to stare fiercely at Yao Chen in the center of the thorns, grinding his teeth in hatred. At this moment, he wanted to say something like, "Who will kill him?" But considering the unbearable pain in the sea of thorns, he dared not speak, only pacing back and forth gasping for air. Damn it, this kid fainted right after swallowing the divine essence earlier. If he wakes up, he might be able to elevate his realm. Now is the best time to kill him. The vice president rambled on while pacing back and forth, feeling extremely uneasy inside. We can't kill him anymore. No one can bear the pain in the sea of thorns. Besides, even if we enter the sea of thorns now, there is no clear goal. Just killing him is not enough. The angel calmly remarked on the side, looking at Yao Chen in the sea of thorns with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This guy has evolved again. This must be the 9th time. I should report to Lord Laplace first. In the dim universe, a golden dragon over 1,000 meters long flew erratically, dodging attacks from the darkness while searching for light in the universe to find a way to survive. Ancestor, where are you? The golden dragon howled, covered in wounds, but due to his extreme speed, he quickly escaped the pursuit from the darkness and rushed into a bright starry region. Strangely, Yao Chen's perspective was very peculiar. It was like a will that appeared out of nowhere. Watching the golden dragon escape in the starry sky, he couldn't describe the feeling or put it into words. He watched helplessly as the golden dragon plunged into a blue planet, and the will he represented also flew towards that planet. Soon, he arrived on the planet, but the will remained dormant inside the planet without any signs of action. One day, at the edge of a mountain, a strange man with a red face and pointed ears stood as if worshipping something. Great time! Your future and past are inevitable. Will the future that has happened in the past happen again? I am watching you, and everything is motionless because I am here. At the moment the red-faced man finished speaking, the will that had been speeding through the universe instantly entered the mind of a young man. As the scene disappeared, Yao Chen suddenly realized that the young man looked like himself. Phew! In an instant, he sat up abruptly, looking around with his eyes, realizing that it was just a dream. He was still in the sea of thorns. On the outskirts, the awakened individuals were watching him intently, each with a hostile expression. Congratulations on devouring the divine essence and obtaining a new evolutionary direction, Green Source Jiao. Green Source Jiao, completely possessing the ability of immortality, body and soul indestructible, can be resurrected with a drop of blood? You have met the evolution requirements. Do you wish to evolve? Initiate evolution, Yao Chen declared decisively. In that moment, his momentum suddenly surged, his stature growing taller. As he glanced around the sea of thorns, the members of the Genius Club had not left, and the angel was nearby. Both sides stood in a confrontational stance. Aren't you coming out yet? But it's better if you don't. The members of the Genius Club are eager to kill you now. Ha ha, the angel said with a smile, looking indifferent. Although the members of the Genius Club were powerful, in the end, only one was at the 9th transformation. The vice president, along with the others, were not a concern for the angel, and the vice president's abilities were inferior to his. Therefore, the angel remained calm, even having the leisure to jest in place. However, Yao Chen was different. The only thing he could rely on now was this sea of thorns. Without the sea of thorns, he wouldn't stand a chance against the 9th revolution awakened in finding a way out. At this moment, a complete stalemate had set in. He dared not go out, and those outside dared not come in. Kid, you finally woke up. Hurry up and roll over here. Spit out that thorn star and the green god pavilion, or you'll never leave here. The vice president of the 9th revolution shouted loudly. his eyes filled with arrogance and determination. Faced with his provocation, Yao Yi said nothing and instead rushed forward at lightning speed. At the same time, as his body moved, the Sea of Thorns began to move along with him, directly enveloping the vice president. "What have you done?" The vice president roared in pain, quickly rolling and crawling backward, getting away from the Sea of Thorns. His face was extremely grim at this moment. Yao Chen could actually move with the Sea of Thorns. Who could catch him now? "You scoundrel! Spit out the Green God Pavilion and the promotion essence. If you don't comply, you'll be the enemy of all mankind. Do you understand?" The vice president roared loudly, his eyes already bloodshot. However, Yao Chen turned a deaf ear, looking unperturbed and showing no intention of paying attention. He stood quietly in place, calmly watching the people outside the Sea of Thorns, neither sad nor happy, silently experiencing the evolution within himself. As his clone continued to evolve, his physical strength gradually increased. At the same time, he had long surpassed the realm of an ordinary person, seemingly evolving towards a higher existence. "If you have the guts, shut down this Sea of Thorns. Come out and fight to the death with us. What kind of hero are you hiding in there? It's truly laughable. Ha ha, I think he's gone mad from being trapped inside. He doesn't dare to come out now. Hee hee." Laughter erupted from the crowd, each person's face cold and grim, mixed with mockery as they looked towards Yao Chen inside the Sea of Thorns. However, Yao Chen remained calm. With the presence of the Sea of Thorns, these people couldn't get in at all. He just needed to complete this evolution. Unless a 9th revolution powerhouse made a full move, it would be difficult to keep him here. Even if a 9th revolution powerhouse came to engage him, he could simply activate the Sea of Thorns, causing the opponent unbearable pain and rendering them unable to fight. This time, he had won the inheritance battle, but these people had yet to realize it. As time passed, some people grew impatient and chose to leave. However, many people remained, at least 100 of them, especially some members of the Genius Club who had no intention of leaving. Some cursed, some gave sinister looks, and some started cooking nearby, but they still waited for the vice president's command to leave or to wait here. As they continued to wait, the Sea of Thorns remained, keeping them away from Yao Chen, but leaving like this would be too embarrassing for them. This action had brought them no benefits, only to return home in disgrace, likely to be scolded by the president and possibly punished. The members of the Genius Club secretly lamented, but no one dared to speak up, and so, the two sides stood in a complete standoff. Yao Chen was not in a hurry to see these people leave because he was about to complete his evolution. Congratulations on completing your evolution. Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Coiled Dragon, Cloud Dragon, Luminous Dragon, Mirage Dragon. Just pick one. I want to see my current status. You have confirmed your evolutionary direction. Please check your status. Name, Yao Chen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level, Divine Artificer, SSS Celestial Role, Flood Dragon, Celestial Realm, Catastrophe Level Realm, 8th Revolution, 2nd Stage Physique, 621211123 Spirit, 5234266621 Skills, Fierce Poison, Swift as Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, 9 kills of Deception and Malice exclusive to human form, Beyond the Horizon, Green Source Avatar, Green Source Flood Dragon Strength, Divine Dragon +++ Evolution Direction, Silver Dragon, Golden Dragon to be chosen. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level. Skills, Fierce Poison, Swift as Wind and Lightning, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Beyond the Horizon, Shadow Blood. Green Source Infinite Dragon Ancestor, in human form, can empower the avatar to become a mark form to enhance oneself, increasing strength tenfold. In avatar form, can endlessly devour to enhance oneself, while empowering the main body. Divine Artificer, unlimited mental power, can differentiate countless thoughts, enhancing talent in refining treasures. Poisonous body, the stronger the strength, the higher the toxicity. Attacks in human form can poison the opponent. In avatar form, possesses venomous fangs. Swift as wind and lightning, eruption in human form can increase speed by 50%. In avatar form, speed increases by 60%. Golden armor, using in human form can manifest golden scales on the body, greatly enhancing defense. In avatar form, defense is significantly boosted. Fallen light, in human form, can cast fallen light spell, erasing all light within a 30-meter radius. In avatar form, can blend with the surrounding light environment. Earth dragon, in human form, can cause an earthquake within a 50-meter radius. Earthquake magnitude proportional to strength. In avatar form, can merge underground. Fusion skill, can awaken Earth Dragon form.
Earth Dragon form, upon contact with the Earth,
can condense soil into Earth Dragons for manipulation.
9 kills of deception and malice exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus guaranteed hit, unleashes 9 demonic claws on the target,
each strike doubling in power.
Beyond the horizon, beings lower than your realm will offer their souls according to your thoughts. Green source, possesses complete immortality.
Body and soul indestructible.
Can revive with a drop of blood. These are all of my current abilities. The latest green source is particularly significant, as it gained immortality by devouring the divine rank of the giant green god.
However, Yao Chen pondered inwardly that this immortality should not be absolute, as even gods face death,
especially one who has consumed a divine rank. But as long as no major obstacles arise,
he will not easily perish.
Currently, his attribute points have reached 600 million, meaning that activating a tenfold increase would make it 6 billion.
According to his estimation, 6 billion attributes should be able to compete with a 9th revolution expert. However, he might still be at a disadvantage,
as these 9th revolution experts seem to possess abilities that other awakened beings do not have.
Since evolution is complete, there is no need to hide anymore.
With his current strength, he is confident to confront a 9th revolution expert, but only when activating all abilities,
otherwise it would not be enough. With this in mind,
he directly dispelled the Sea of Thorns,
leaving the entire area empty. Whoosh! In that instant,
all the thorns disappeared. The members of the Genius Club who were guarding the shore were all stunned, looking incredulously at the figure in the center,
unsure of what to say. This kid actually really dispelled the Sea of Thorns.
Quickly spit out the divine rank of the green god,
or you'll regret it. Why waste time talking to him? Killing him means the divine rank will be ours.
5 or 6 awakened beings rushed forward from the crowd,
heading towards Yao Chen.
However, they had only walked halfway when they stopped,
because Yao Chen's aura was much stronger than theirs. Aren't you here to settle the score with me? Since you won't, I will. Yao Chen.
He laughed wildly, then a dazzling light burst from him. The force surged,
manipulating countless rocks to pummel these awakened individuals. Normally, ordinary rocks wouldn't cause much harm, but under his control, these rocks seem to possess penetrating properties,
piercing through the chests of the awakened ones without any surprise.
Bastard! What have you done? The vice president instantly flew into a rage, clenching his fists fiercely,
his sword spirit filled with hatred, then charged forward. His aura was extremely powerful at this moment,
like an enraged lion. However, his anger couldn't last long. Yao Chen directly activated a tenfold amplification of 6 billion attributes, making his aura even stronger than the vice president's. In an instant, the two collided with a loud roar.
You blocked me for 3 whole days.
This time I'll make you pay. Yao Chen's eyes revealed a trace of malice.
Then his right hand turned into a claw,
reaching for the vice president's chest.
This is impossible. You don't have the aura of the 9 turns. Why do you have the strength of the 9 turns? The vice president's face changed wildly,
even becoming somewhat blurry. But the next moment, after hesitating for a moment,
he suddenly emitted a strange aura.
Mountain and water imagery.
Suppression. The vice president pointed his fingers at his own forehead,
and suddenly,
the surroundings changed,
revealing landscapes resembling ink paintings. The pressure from these landscapes made Yao Chen take a few steps back, unable to move his limbs. Is this the exclusive ability of the 9 turns?
Imagery. Although Yao Chen said so, his heart remained calm. He pinched the thorn of golden crystal,
and the thorny ocean erupted once again. Boom!
A large expanse of thorns covered the area, causing several awakened individuals to scream in pain as they crawled out of the range.
The vice president on the other side also wore a pained expression,
his eyes filled with hatred.
You coward!
Resorting to such treacherous means when you can't win.
I'll fight you to the end, the vice president roared. But the next moment, he wailed again. It was too painful. The larger the range of activity in the thorny ocean,
the more times the thorns pierced the body.
At this moment,
the vice president felt as if his organs were filled with thorns,
making it impossible to even breathe. Fine. You win this time. Don't let me see you again,
or I'll bring out the treasures from the club to kill you.
The vice president, filled with rage and helplessness, staggered away from the thorny ocean. At this moment, Yao Chen stood undefeated.
Not only could he exchange blows with a 9 turns expert, but he also looked down on an 8 turns expert.
Even if a 9 turns expert became desperate and used something similar to imagery, he could activate the thorny ocean, causing his opponent to suffer unbearable pain. He wanted me dead, didn't you? Now you can come in, try to kill me, Yao Chun. He laughed loudly, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Faced with his despicable behavior, almost all the members of the Genius Club were at a loss. The thorny ocean was an ancient mystery, and modern people had no way to crack it. Once inside, they would be harmed and endure intense pain. In such agony, who could focus on fighting? The vice president, after staggering for a while, finally walked out of the sea. His face was extremely miserable, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You wait for me, we'll leave first." With a command from the vice president, all members breathed a sigh of relief and chose to leave. Some members felt a bit dissatisfied, but the Thorn Sea was right here, so it was better to leave. As the number of people decreased, there were almost no awakened ones left in the field, only angels, red dragons, and demons not far away. Impressive, brother. The vice president can't do anything to you. Are you planning to take down the president next? The angel stepped forward, smiling. However, Yao Chen did not lift the Thorn Sea and continued to sneer. Why didn't you have a showdown with the vice president before? Did you have to wait for him to come and kill me before you were willing to act? Yao Chen said mockingly. He had never taken the angel seriously. Trusting someone was impossible in this world, one could only trust oneself. Ha ha, look at what you're saying. We are colleagues, but the vice president's strength far surpasses mine. Besides, he is a legitimate 9 revolutionist, not someone like me. A 9 revolutionist of the heavenly awakening can contend with. Yao Chen didn't say much. Since the angel said so, he naturally didn't make things difficult and lifted the Thorn Sea. Where to next? I still need more useful things to enhance my realm. Yao Chen asked. There hasn't been much lately, but I heard that something has been unearthed in the north of Europe. A super large pyramid like a maze. You know, it contains the power of rules, which only those above 9 revolutions can possess. Under the rules, everyone is equal, but I don't recommend us going there, as the awakened ones in the north of Europe are not very welcoming to people from our side. A pyramid in the north of Europe? Isn't it the Egyptian pyramid? Ha ha, the pyramid in the north of Europe is newly unearthed, about 500 meters deep underground, while the Egyptian pyramid has long been explored. Listening to the angel's words, Yao Chen hesitated for a moment, chose not to leave, and instead left the Green God's kingdom with a few others, settling in a remote town in Yunnan. The whole town was drizzling, with sparse crowds walking on the streets, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. Yao Chen and the others found a small inn to stay in first. Yunnan has year-round rainfall, and I heard that poisonous insects abound here. I heard there are goo masters nearby. Do you want to take a look? The red dragon joked. Now he was a bit hesitant to speak loudly to Yao Chen, as he had fought against a 9 revolutionist, and his own 6 revolutionists seemed to be falling behind the team's overall strength. What's there to see about goo masters? They are just a group of ordinary people. Let's rest for a few days and then go to the north of Europe, Yao Chen said lightly, then made himself a cup of tea. At this moment, everyone was staying in a quaint inn, the angel lying on the bed, and the demon constantly searching on the computer. Eastern Dragon, the Alliance has lifted the warrant for your arrest. Oh, as expected, it has been lifted, Yao Chen said with a faint smile.